From the territories to Titan Towers to TNA and all points in between, he's seen and done it all. And now he's here to share the real story behind wrestling's biggest moments, controversies, and characters. The MLW Radio Network presents Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with. Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm great. Wrestlemania VI is what's going on.
Dude, I am fired up. This is a show I've been looking forward to for a long time. But before we get to it, let's talk about some follow-up from last week's XFL episode. You took issue with something, so go ahead. Air your grievances.
Well, first of all, I get some tweets. Something probably I think you actually forwarded to me. That some guy sent you a message saying that Bubba Dean, who we talked about on the XFL show last week, was his uncle or some kind of relation or whatever, and that he being Bubba Dean, was actually scared shitless of operating the Bubba Cam at the XFL. And I do take exception to that because it is a complete fabrication and total bullshit. And I actually called Bubba Dean and asked him who the hell this guy was, and it was some jerk-off that he had maybe met once in his life, but that in no way, shape, or form was Bubba Dean afraid to get on the field and operate the Bubba Cam. He couldn't because of insurance reasons and because of the story I told last week, him getting his teeth kicked out by Stone Cold Steve Austin. And he reminded me of the guy that was on the 30 for 30 telling the story, the cameraman.
Yeah.
Was actually a guy that tried to organize all the cameramen the weekend of the first game to try to get them to do a walkout and hold Vince up for more money.
Oh, my gosh.
So that's the kind of people that the 30 for 30 folks got to interview and tell these bullshit stories. But anybody who knows Bubba Dean knows the truth. And that just pissed me off because it was just 1,000,000% false.
All right, let's get moving. Anything on the blimp from the XFL?
Nope.
Any memories of Opie and Anthony doing pregame shows for the XFL?
Only time that I can remember ever being around Opie and Anthony doing that was the New York game. But other than that, I don't really remember.
Do you recall how the XFL became involved with the 6 Day movie?
I do not.
Meltzer said the New Jersey Hitmen name and being pink and black was a shot at Bret Hart, and Bret actually sued over it. What do you say about that?
Well, I guess Meltzer knows everything. I don't know. Did he win a suit? Did he get any money?
I don't know.
I don't either.
So you didn't think that calling it the Hitman and making it pink and black was not anything to do with Bret Hart?
No, because we have hitmen from New Jersey.
A fucking idiot. But right now, let's go ahead and follow up on Zeus. I made a mistake talking about buys in 1989. I meant buy rates, not number of buys, so my apologies. Do you remember the idea behind the Octagon ring in the No Holds Barred movie, Bruce? They did this long before the UFC did 8 sides, or even TNA did 6 sides.
You know, I really don't. I think it was just a way to be futuristic and to be different than a traditional wrestling ring, unlike, TNA. And I'm sorry, I got to digress. You brought it up. And we usually don't talk about the current product out there today, but some folks brought to my attention some tweets by one of the announcers on the TNA product, Josh Matthews, calling himself the greatest announcer of all time. Did you catch any of this?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just had to laugh, folks. No, he's not the greatest announcer of all time. He's not even the best announcer in TNA or Impact Wrestling, whatever the hell they're calling it right now.
Nothing worth talking about there. Let's talk about the rumor and innuendo that the limo driver that Hulk confronted in that famous scene we talked about was actually intended to have a resemblance to Richard Belzer. And this was supposedly a rib to have Hogan beat up a guy and make him shit his pants that looks like Belzer. Before you address that, briefly explain who Belzer was and the background of why folks may think this is a rib, and then, is it a rib?
Well, Richard Belzer was a stand-up comedian who had a talk show at the time in the early 80s, had Hogan and Mr. T on as a guest in his talk show, and, of course, had to ask the question that all those guys liked to ask back in the day, well, isn't wrestling fake? So Hogan put him in a front face lock, choked him out, and when he let him go, he went limp, fell on the back of his head, and sued Hogan for a lot of money. But I wasn't involved in casting for the movie. I have no idea if it's a rib, and believe it or not, I don't think the people live their lives just going around wanting to rib people all the time.
All right, Bruce, it's finally here. What happened when the WWF presented their very first international WrestleMania? It's Wrestlemania VI. And man, I am fired up about this. It happened on April 1st, 1990, from the Sky Dome in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. The building is now the Rogers Center, and it was opened back in June of '89 at a cost of $570 million. It was a state-of-the-art building at the time and would go on to host the Toronto Blue Jays baseball team, the Toronto Argonauts of the Canadian Football League, and the Toronto Raptors of the NBA. The Buffalo Bills in the NFL even played an annual game there for several years. Anyway, the WWF announced attendance that night at 67,678, and that would be the record for that building, a record that would stand for 12 years until WrestleMania 18, and that time they drew 68,237 fans. Bruce, this is the first WrestleMania that's held outside of the United States. Was the lure this new badass building, was that one of the key factors in deciding to take the show to Canada? Because it feels like that's kind of one of Vince's MOs. Whenever a big building opens, how soon can we get WrestleMania there?
Sure, it was that plus the fact that Toronto was traditionally a great market for the WWF. We had done a stadium show there in 1987 and done huge business with Hogan and Orndorff. So Toronto was always a great market for us, and they had this big, beautiful dome with a retractable roof. I think it was the first retractable roof building of its kind. And why not? Yeah, it was a great opportunity to go in and fill that son of a bitch.
Who would have been the key people in making a deal with the Sky Dome back then?
Ed Cohen, who booked the buildings. Ed Cohen, Basil DeVito, who was the head of promotions. They're the ones that spearheaded the WrestleMania promotions. Also Bob Collins, who later on became Mr. WrestleMania on the promotion side.
Were there local promoters being used at this time for a show like this?
Jack Tunney, who was the Toronto promoter. So Tunney and Billy Red Lions in Canada, they helped out tremendously. They were the local promoters of sorts.
I want to talk about Tunney a little bit later, but would Carl DeMarco have been involved with this? And if not, when did he come into the fold?
Carl DeMarco was still carrying guys' bags in at the time. No, Carl had nothing to do with this.
Okay, didn't expect that answer. Do you remember anything specific about making the announcement in the market, or maybe some of the different ways you guys tried to promote the event locally? We've talked a little bit about all the promotion that went into the Royal Rumble in 1997. Do you remember anything specific about this market for WrestleMania VI in Toronto?
There really wasn't, other than the first time being in that huge stadium with a wrestling event. And that was the big push to have the largest wrestling event in the world in the Sky Dome, for that year, that time. We had obviously done Detroit. Detroit in proximity to Toronto was also close. So we knew the market could bear it. And we just wanted to go in and make a big splash in a beautiful new building.
And you guys did make a big splash indeed. And to make sure you did the Ultimate Challenge special on TV to build this in the final week leading to the show. It aired on March 25th, 1990, and it was positioned as like an international edition of Primetime Wrestling. And they announced it was shot 1,836 feet high at the Sparkles Club above Toronto, which made for a cool backdrop for Gorilla in the Brain. Did you produce this? Tell us about this building and where it was shot.
I did produce it, but you know what? I didn't realize where the hell it was until you just talked about it. But it was it's like the big, I don't know, it's a needle or whatever.
It's like an answer to Seattle Space Needle, but. Thank
you. That's what I was looking for. We just went up there so that you could have a beautiful view of Toronto, and it was very recognizable and gave a nice view and a nice backdrop for the special.
It's called the CN Tower. Would you have been the person who would do like location scouting for shots like this for, shoots for like prime time?
No, that would have been Nelson Swegler, who was the head of production, and he would have gone in and secured that spot for us. We were just looking for a location piece to be able to promote Toronto and the weekend in WrestleMania coming up.
Something we haven't talked about much on the show so far is the greatness that is Mean Gene Okerlund. As a kid and even now, I love watching him from the inside of what looks like a control center as it gives updates and throws to various video clips. Where were those shot, and how was Mean Gene to work with on those? And do you have any funny blooper stories you can share? Because there seems to be lots of rumors out there that there's fun blooper footage floating around with Mean Gene.
Oh, I'm sure there is. There's a lot of crazy footage out there with Mean Gene. But Gene was great. Gene was a pro's pro, and you could have one meeting with Gene, go over the points. He would make a few notes here and there, but off the cuff, there was nobody better than Mean Gene Okerlund. He knew everybody's gimmick. He could adapt to any situation. You asked where the All-Americans and the stuff that was done in the control room. Most of that was done in Edit 1 in Stamford, Connecticut. Later on, we did it on a green screen and just had the control room behind him. But for the most part, all of that stuff was actually shot in the Edit 1 suite.
That's cool.
And, yeah, but Okerlund was great because Okerlund had a great rapport with the entire crew. He had a good rapport with all of the talent and was quick on his feet. You rarely found him at a loss for words, at least not that wasn't intentional. But, yeah, there's probably a few reels out there that don't ever need to see the light of day.
Well, the most famous two that everybody talks about are Royal Rumble 92, where he yells at someone off camera, "Put that cigarette out." I know you weren't there. And then the SummerSlam skit where the SummerSlam sign falls off and he yells, "Fuck it."
Oh, yeah, that was classic. and here's the great part about that. That was pre-taped. And they redid it, but yet the bad take made it on the air.
That's hilarious.
That was the best part of that. But there was a infamous birthday present for Mean Gene one year in the studio that allegedly made it to tape of a local gentleman's club
Performer.
Thank you. That was the word I was searching for that came and gave Gene a present. Nothing sexual went on, but it was just, one of those classic Mean Gene moments.
Yeah, I mean, a stripper at work, nothing sexual at all.
It was back in the day when you could do those things, okay?
Of course, we got lots of promos building for the matches on the card inside of this special, and, of course, that includes Hogan and Warrior. But the thing that sticks out to me the most is the contract signing. This is set up and shot very similar to the way Andre Hogan was for WrestleMania III, except what the guys are wearing is hilarious. Warrior has on street clothes but face paint, and I think he has like bandanas around his wrists. Meanwhile, Hogan's wearing the bandana, the torn tank top, and wrist tape. I guess he didn't want to sprain his wrist signing. Who tells them to wear what here? Or does anybody care and they just show up and you just shoot it?
I'm not sure that there was that much detail put into what they were going to wear. Vince wanted him in character, so Warrior would be with face paint, and Hogan is always going to look like Hogan looks.
Did Warrior always have an obsession with these long duster jackets? He's sporting the Paulie Dangerously Special here.
Now that you mention it, yeah, I kind of did.
Where was that shot? Is that shot at Titan Towers?
Well, that was long before Titan Towers, man. That was shot 1055 Summer Street in the main conference room.
Who else is at the table besides Hogan, Warrior, and Tunney? There's two other guys. Do you remember?
The guys that were on camera, I believe that was, God, why does his name slip my mind? I had it beforehand. I knew. He was a limo driver. Jim was his name, and I can't remember his last name. And then the other one, I think, was Basil DeVito.
Okay. So there you go.
Jim Stewart. Yay, I got it.
They do multiple shots where it's put from the end of the table, and then later they do like head-on shots with both of the guys. Did you produce this segment? Did you shoot this?
I was there, but Vince was the one directing and producing the whole thing. Kerwin Silfies was there too.
What did you think of the decision to shoot it from the perspective of Warrior and Hogan looking at the other guy without ever acknowledging the other cameras.
Again, it was shot like a television show.
Okay.
So I thought it looked good.
Let's take a minute now and talk about Jack Tunney since he's there. A lot of us grew up with Jack Tunney as our original version of the Authority. Talk to us a little bit about his background, his actual role in the company, how he became the on-screen figurehead, and then how he finished up with the company.
Jack Tunney was the nephew of the legendary Toronto promoter Frank Tunney. And Frank and Vince McMahon Sr. were longtime old friends, and Frank was a mainstay in the National Wrestling Alliance and later the WWF. But Jack inherited that business and promoted in Toronto, and he became the figurehead of the WWF as their president. I don't know what the reasoning was other than I think he just looked presidential.
Okay, now the show itself. Years later, it came out that Edge was at this show in the 11th row, sporting some Hulk Hogan gear, brother. Do you remember talking to him about this show in particular?
You know, I know that he was there. Yeah, I've talked to him about him being there as a fan, but nothing really more than that. I think we even featured that in an Edge video one time.
Yeah, because he tagged with Hogan, and they were tag champs for a minute.
Right, yeah.
What about Canyon? I think he was there as a fan, too. Did you ever have a conversation with him about that?
No, never did.
I have no idea where to put this, so I'll just ask it here. The Torch reported that Paul Heyman was offered a job with the WWF and a start date of March 15th, but he turned it down, opting to stay on the independent scene. Is that fact or fiction? It sounds like total bullshit that Heyman would have put out there, at least from my perspective.
Total fiction.
Okay. The show starts with different images being drawn in a black galaxy type background, and this is Vince doing the voiceover here in a classic Vince way. If you haven't seen this, you should go pause this right now and watch it and just type in Wrestlemania VI opening, or it's on the network. But Vince proclaims the two most powerful forces in the universe, Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior, prepare to explode. Champion versus champion, title versus title. It's the ultimate challenge. It's WrestleMania.
Conrad, please. That's not what it was.
Upon the examination of the galaxies of space, images begin to appear. Images of strange and powerful forces. But of all the forces of the universe, the two most powerful, Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior, prepare to explode. Champion versus champion, title for title. It's the ultimate challenge. It's WrestleMania!
Thank you for that. We have lots of happy listeners right now.
The way I remember it.
Gorilla Monsoon and Jesse Ventura are doing commentary for this event, and lots of folks have a different opinion on this, but what say you? Do you prefer Gorilla and Bobby or Gorilla and Jesse as a broadcast team like this?
Gorilla and Bobby.
Wow, okay. I prefer them in the studio, but I kind of like Jesse on the matches, but maybe that's just me.
No, I like Jesse too. I just like Bobby better.
I've always been curious. Did Jesse Ventura ever prepare for a show? It seems like he is Captain Wing It. And I don't know anything about this, but I know I put some prep in, and it feels like he's just witty and rolls with it.
He just rolls with it pretty much. Yeah, he would show up to production meetings. He would take notes from time to time, but Jesse had in his head what Jesse was going to do in his head.
And it usually worked out pretty good.
I think so, yeah. I think some guys are better that way.
Yeah.
I think some people just are going to roll off of it, feed me, and I'll react. And if I'm too prepared, it's going to suck.
It's worth mentioning, this is Ventura's last WWF pay-per-view where he would do commentary. Can you tell us what led to that relationship going south, or did Jesse just think he had other opportunities at that time and get a little too big for his britches? I say that because around this time, he and Piper had just done a pilot for ABC called Tag Team. That's available in your Google machine if you'd like to check it out. But did that play into the decision, or how did that whole thing go sideways?
I think Jesse always felt that he was more valuable than other people saw him, in particular Vince. So Jesse did have a lot of other opportunities at the time, and he and Vince always argued over money and pay. So it was just kind of coming to a head. And shortly after that, I think Jesse was the proud property of WCW.
It came out in January that Vince had decided to cancel his relationship with Viewer's Choice, who was the largest or one of the largest pay-per-view providers here in the United States. And that caused quite the stir in the cable industry. But not too long afterwards, he starts his own little smear campaign against them, demanding that WWF people call and complain to their local cable providers because they're not going to get their WWF pay-per-views anymore. And in the end, Vince has to fold and makes up with Viewer's Choice. The Torch reports that Vince caved right before the Royal Rumble when he wasn't able to pull this off on his own. The idea being he would go try to produce, sell, and distribute the pay-per-views on his own, just eliminating the middleman and therefore keeping more of the profits. But he didn't prove successful in that endeavor. And so they report that they had a long-term deal, like 7 or 10 years or so, and the WWF is only getting 40% of the revenue, while the other 60% is being shared between Viewer's Choice and the individual cable providers. What really happened here, and what was the strategy as you recall? Was there really a consideration of trying to do it on his own, or was this just a negotiating ploy all along?
No, sure. This actually goes back to when people talk about Vince wanting to have his own network and being able to distribute all of his own television, his own pay-per-view events. Exactly what he's doing right now. Took him a lot longer to get there, but that is what Vince had envisioned, and he felt that the cuts from Viewer's Choice was too much to them. He felt that he should be getting a bigger percentage of that, and later on he did, but at this time he figured if he pulled out, the WWF was responsible for the majority of that.
They're such a giant in pay-per-view business that they felt like they could call their shot.
Exactly. So they said, okay, fuck you. We'll just pull our programming off and see how you do without it. The problem with that is when they realize, well, without them, you're going to get to a whole lot less people. So, yeah, eventually caved, but they did eventually get a new agreement with everybody and change the whole premise.
Robert Goulet sang the Canadian national anthem to start the event. Tell our younger listeners who this is and why he was chosen to do this.
Robert Goulet is a Canadian singing sensation. He's how the hell would you describe his brand of music? Classical?
No.
I don't even really know how to describe it.
Awful?
But,
I would call it awful.
Well, he was a great singer, I guess, for your parents' parents. But his claim to fame was, and the reason that we had him here, he had attempted to sing the Star-Spangled Banner at a football event or a baseball event and butchered it. He forgot the words to the Star-Spangled Banner. And he refused to sing live for a long time after that. So this was his coming out party, if you will.
That's awesome.
And so it was in Canada, and I'll tell you, now this was a rib. I had to go out, and I met with him and his wife, Vera, a lovely lady, and Bob Goulet, man, he was a class guy. We had some really classy celebrities for this. But Goulet was just a class individual, really, really nice, with his wife, Vera. And the Sky Dome had, at the time, I think, the world's largest we call it Titantron now, but like the largest
Jumbotron.
Scoreboard Jumbotron. Yeah. And we told Goulet, don't worry, just face the Titantron, and we're going to put the words up on the Jumbotron for you, so that if you get lost, they're going to be right there for you, and also would get the audience singing along with him.
Right.
Because they're Canadians. And we started to laugh, thinking that wouldn't it be great just midway through, because he's got his confidence that he's got the words up there in front of him, just drop the words off of the Jumbotron.
Did you?
No.
I was going to say that would have been fucking amazing. I'm disappointed you didn't.
Well, but here's the thing. There's a point in the song, and when I watched it today, watching it back, there's a point in the song where you see the look on his face where he knows he's got it. And he just gets his big smile on his face and says, "Oh, Canada!" da. And he's got it. And we just started laughing, going, he's so happy right now because he's not looking at the Titantron anymore. He's singing, he's belting it out. And his wife was backstage crying, and it was incredible.
That's a cool story. Hard to transition to this here. This is a 14 fucking match card, not counting the dark match, which was Paul Roma defeating the Brooklyn Brawler. We've talked about it before, but carry us through the thinking of presenting a show with so many damn matches on it.
Get everybody on the card. Get people in extravaganza. You know, that used to be a big thing. Oh my God, there's going to be 15 matches, 20 matches.
No.
It used to be a big old promoting.
You're missing
tactic.
A word in there. There's going to be how many blank matches?
I don't know. Which word am I?
Big. Motherfucker, they used big.
Giant, yeah.
10 big matches. 15 big matches.
20 gigantic matches. Yeah.
If I was a promoter, I would have 9 big matches and 1 little one, in parentheses, midgets. That would have been great. Help me understand here. Little people. Sorry. Shouldn't have said that.
Dylan, he said it, not me.
It is what it is. Carry us through. He says midget. Dylan says midget.
Okay.
So I felt justified in saying it, but I shouldn't have. Why not? I mean, there's two schools of thinking here. On the one hand, you can get as many people on the show as you can, but on the other hand, you can put forth the best matches possible. Why wouldn't you try to put forth the best matches possible for pay-per-view?
Because Vince felt that getting everybody on the card, having more matches and giving people a giant extravaganza, that people, especially for WrestleMania, and at that time and in that era, they were more about the sizzle than they were the steak.
Do you agree with the call then?
I don't know that we had that many guys that could really have great long matches that people would have cared, and it was more about the big presentation and the extravaganza and hoopla of it all.
Here's a trivia question for you. Who was the first guy through the curtain this night?
No clue.
Here's a hint. It was the ref for the first dark match, or the only dark match.
Still no clue.
His last name was presented as Steve, S-T-E.
I don't know. Who?
Shane McMahon.
Oh, okay.
Shane McMahon was the first guy through the curtain to see the WrestleMania VI crowd, and he worked a dark match as a referee. I thought that was awesome. The first televised match was Hall of Famer Coco Beware versus Rick the Model Martel. I guess I'd forgotten all about this, but the model character originally debuted with a heel manager, Slick. Now, of course, he's long gone by this point. Why was Slick the guy for Martel, and why was it dropped?
I think originally there was a little bit of fear of Martel cutting a promo, but once Martel got into the model gimmick, he became a lot more confident and didn't really need the mouthpiece.
Now, Bruce, if I would have asked you in April of 1990 which of these guys would be in the Hall of Fame 27 years later, would you have ever in a fucking million years picked Coco over Martel?
Truthfully, I would have picked both guys, but I would have picked Martel long before Coco.
Yeah, now I should mention, Coco has one hell of a drop kick, and if you haven't seen it in a while, go watch it. This match in particular, it stands out. Dude could work for sure. I'm not trying to disparage him at any point, but I just thought Martel, he's on another level, at least in my mind. Bruce, do you think if Coco was 8 inches taller, his career would have been different in the WWF?
Without a doubt. Coco had so much charisma, so much talent.
And he could work.
He could work his ass off. But you're right. If he was 8 inches taller, his career would have been a lot different.
That's a shame. But, I mean, that's reality in the company at the time. Martel wins the match by submission in 3 minutes and 51 seconds with the Boston Crab. It's interesting to know here that this is Rick Martel's first singles match at WrestleMania, turning heel the year prior at WrestleMania V, walking out on his tag partner, Tito Santana. In your opinion... Arriba! In your opinion, who did better as a single after Strike Force, Santana or Martel?
After Strike Force, Martel did better, I think.
I agree. Since they broke up a year later, or a year earlier rather, why not just try to build towards Santana Martel here at WrestleMania rather than have it against Coco and a seemingly another blow-off match that's insignificant with Tito later in the card?
Well, they had done so much in that year that they felt that they had already done it to death.
After the match, Mean Gene interviews the World Tag Team Champions, the Colossal Connection, Andre the Giant and Haku, with their manager, Bobby Heenan. And right after that, Sean Mooney interviews Demolition. I've got a question about Bobby's promos like this. In my head, he's so awesome at this. He's probably like one take Johnny on these promos. I can't imagine you guys have to shoot him multiple times. Would you agree with that?
We never really shot anybody multiple times unless it was a major screw up. So if they stumbled or they fumbled, personally, I like that because it makes them human and it makes it real.
Yeah.
When the delivery is so damn perfect that it feels like they're reading something, I just don't like it. I like the natural breaths. I like the fumble and fuck over for words. I know, well, you know. That people stumble over their words when they have natural conversations, and that's what I enjoyed about it. But we didn't do a lot of retakes on these kind of promos because the guys felt them and they were in their character and would usually nail it.
How much earlier in the afternoon would these have been shot? I feel like that's worth mentioning because this show takes place on a Sunday, but back then the pay-per-views were a lot earlier than they are now. So this is airing on an afternoon rather than an evening, right?
I don't really remember. Was it?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't really remember, but I and the other thing is, like on at WrestleMania V, we shot some of the pre-tapes the day before, and I believe that at WrestleMania VI we shot a few of the pre-tapes the day before as well. So some were, but then there were also a lot that were live. Obviously, the post-match interviews and things like that, but we would just set up. We didn't have a production meeting that day, not like the big production meetings that they have now. I had the production meeting earlier the night before, and we got to work and we're ready to roll. So we probably did it early in the morning, to answer your question.
We do a Demolition promo here, and every Demolition promo from this time cracks me up. So the next match, of course, is Andre and Haku defending the titles against Demolition, Axe, and Smash. And as a reminder, Andre and Haku won the titles from Demolition in December. So the decision, I feel like, is probably made to put Andre in tag matches to help hide some of his physical limitations, but still feature him on the shows. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, his health was declining, his back was declining, and he just wasn't moving around. He had a hard time. He was uncomfortable. So it was time for Andre to move on, and Haku, good work. I forgot how just damn good Haku was.
Haku was great.
I watch him and say, damn, he was a hell of a worker.
Why was Haku the guy to be paired with Andre? Were they friends in real life? Did he pick him? Did somebody put them together? Who sees that?
They were friends in real life, and I think Vince just recognized Haku as a guy that could go in and pick up that load. And people are they're going to forgive Andre, and they're going to accept Haku.
Any stories or memories of them traveling together or working together that stand out to you all these years later?
Well, Andre always traveled by himself. When I say by himself, he traveled with his crew of Timmy White and Arnold Skolin, sometimes Pat Patterson, and Haku kind of kept to himself and with the Island guys. So there wasn't a whole lot of them, but you know, you've heard all the Andre stories.
Sure.
Of traveling in the van and drinking 2 cases of beer before he even gets to dinner. I want wine.
It's obvious Andre's hurting in this match, even by the way he tries to break up a pinfall. How bad was Andre feeling physically here? There's rumors in the torch that he's being wheeled around airports earlier in the year.
Yeah, I don't know about that. He was hurting, but he was hurting. He was in bad shape. He had a hard time getting up and down. His knees were shot. It was painful to watch, and it was just kind of sad because you go back and you watch a young Andre that moved like a lion, and then seeing him struggle, and he stays close to the ropes so that he can hold on to the ropes to get his balance. And it's just sad. It's sad. I wish it had ended on a higher note a little bit earlier.
Let's talk about something happier for a minute. This is absurd, but I love it. I am a huge Demolition fan, and I have always loved these little ring carts that the guys rode to the ring in for WrestleMania 3 and then again at WrestleMania 6. Who's driving the carts?
The ring crew guys.
This is a modified scissor lift with a skirt on it. Is that right?
The ones in Toronto were, yes. The ones in Pontiac were almost like golf carts. But the ones in Toronto were essentially, yes, a scissor lift. Tony Chimmel was driving one of the ones in Toronto.
There you go. That's what I wanted to hear. Do you not think it's a little hysterical that we've got guys named Demolition and they're Axe and Smash and they've covered themselves in black leather and spikes and now they're riding to the ring in an elevated golf cart? How badass are you? We're Demolition. We're Axe and Smash. We're going to fuck you up.
Here comes the Axe. Here comes the Smasher. We're Demolition. Walking disaster.
I don't know if that.
And we're going to kick your ass as soon as we get off this fucking golf cart.
Yeah.
I mean, this, and the way they're kind of higher than the rest of the crowd, it feels like a fucked up S&M float in a Macy's parade.
Remind me to talk about the Barbarians' entrance on the scissor lift when we get there later on.
And this has got to be brutal for cameramen, too, because you see multiple shots where the guys on the ground are having to walk backwards with the camera lifted all the way above their head and just hope to God they're fucking getting the shot.
Yeah, they were good. They knew what they had.
Demolition wins the match and regains the belts after about 9.5 minutes. Axe pins Haku after their elbow drop finishing move. And after the match, Heenan seems to start blaming Andre for the loss, getting in his face and yelling at him, including the phrase, "I'm the fucking boss," which the microphones pick up. Do you remember there being a reaction to this backstage that slipped out?
No, and knowing Bobby, he probably didn't say fucking. He probably said fudging or funning or something, because Bobby was very cognizant of stuff like that. He would say, like, "I don't give a shit," and make you think he said that. But it was, you go back and watch that, and Bobby just being Bobby. Good God, he was great here. The sad part was when Andre went to slap.
And he missed.
And he missed. And thank God Bobby didn't sell it.
Yeah.
And Bobby held his ground, and he knew another one was coming. But Andre, being Andre and loving Bobby as much as he did, didn't whack the shit out of him.
Didn't want to hurt him. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's, Andre could be very gentle if he liked you and wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, Heenan does his best here to make it look believable. And when he's punched, he sells it like a giant has punched him.
Sell it like a drunk man.
I don't think Heenan gets enough love for the bumps he took as a manager. Where do you rank Bobby all time?
Number 1.
I agree. This is actually Andre's last televised match with the WWF, and he would continue to do some international tours as a part of tag matches and continue to make some appearances for the WWF. But this was his last televised match. Did you guys know going into this was going to be his last match, or was that just apparent when you saw it?
No, it was intended to be his last match for a while, and there was an attempt made to bring Andre back after WrestleMania VII.
But he was on crutches by then.
He did. No, actually, he wasn't on crutches at 7. He was still moving around. Right after 7, shortly thereafter, he was on the crutches. But he wasn't feeling well, and he was having a harder and harder time getting around every day. So the idea was let him get some rest, bring him back in a feature role, and maybe get 2 to 3 appearances out of him a year.
It feels like, the plan here was certainly to turn him babyface just so he could finish as a babyface and do the appearance gigs. Were you watching this match with Vince and Gorilla? Do you remember what his reaction is to how bad shape Andre's in, and then missing the paintbrush slaps with Heenan? I mean, he gets a pass because of who he is, right?
Right. And gorilla position was a lot different place back then. That was essentially me with a headset on and a stopwatch talking to the truck. So gorilla wasn't the hangout spot that it is now with all the monitors and everything. It was me with one monitor and a table.
So where does Vince watch the show?
Out there. Vince would either watch it from another monitor or in his office or maybe from the curtain.
The Torch reports that the WWF gave Andre a finish date of April 15th in Bloomington, Minnesota, but Andre no-showed. Who tells Andre they're wrapping him up? How did he take it? Was he upset? And did he no-show in protest, in your opinion?
I don't know that that's true. I don't believe that that's true. Andre may have missed a shot, but like I said, the idea was always for Andre to have the match at WrestleMania, do the babyface turn, take some time off, and then there was going to be an attempt to bring him back and feature him a couple times a year.
It was just announced that Bill Simmons is going to do a documentary on Andre for HBO, and you can bet when it comes out, we will have a companion piece of sorts to follow it, much like we did for the XFL. In the meantime, can you give us a taste and tell us any other Andre story, Bruce? Nobody ever gets tired of those.
You know, my Andre stories are drinking stories, and it was always an honor and a privilege to be able to be included at the bar when the boss was holding court. And if Andre was at the bar and you were there, you were drinking. It was always interesting as well because they would make a last call and you would try and could I get 2 beers, or could I get 2 drinks? And they'd always, no, you can only have 1, last call. Okay, well, we might give you 2. With Andre, I want 14 vodka soda. He wants 15 Jack and Coke. I need 24 beers. And there was no argument. Bartender would just line this shit up. And then we would sit there and drink until everything was gone. And then there's the classic story of Andre passing out one time at I believe it was called the Washington Inn in Hamburg or Allentown, Pennsylvania, where he passed out in the lobby of the hotel. No one could wake him up or move him, so they just took several tablecloths from the diner and put them over Andre and let him sleep it off in the lobby. What are you going to do? Giant sleeping. I'm tired. I go sleep now. Oh.
The Torch reports that after WrestleMania, Heenan is going to replace Andre with Jimmy Snuka, forming a new Islanders team with Haku. Bruce, was this ever discussed, or is the Torch full of shit?
Torch is probably full of shit. I never heard that. Not to my knowledge, no.
Earthquake is then interviewed by Mean Gene, and he actually has a really long, I guess seemingly very scripted promo. He refers to himself as the only natural disaster in the WWF. When did you guys know he was going to be the guy to work a big program with Hogan, and would Hogan have handpicked him?
I believe Hogan did handpick him because he was a big working bastard. And, it says here that you said the promo seems scripted. Quake John Tenta was just one of those guys that gave a lot of thought to his character and put a lot of thought into his promos.
Right.
He knew what he was going to do. He thought about it a lot and had a really good idea what the hell he was going to say. So that was just Tenta. He was another one that was, as far as working with him creatively, he was a joy to work with because he kind of came across as kind of gruff and rough, but what a nice guy.
Considering Earthquake had started getting some momentum by that point, why wouldn't you guys try to program him with Warrior for the title? Doesn't it make sense that having Warrior beat this unbeatable monster would help get Warrior over? This just feels like Hogan kind of taking the opportunity to call his shot, so to speak, to me.
Well, we needed somebody for Hogan to work with when he came back, and we needed to have a ready-made program for him. We needed somebody to put him out, and we knew that we were going to go with Warrior and DiBiase for DiBiase and then Rude after that with Warrior. So we're going to feed Warrior somebody new. There are a lot of guys to go around.
In this match, we see Earthquake beat Hercules in just under 5 minutes with his squash finisher. Bruce, neither guy is with us anymore, and I look forward to an Earthquake show one day. I think there's some good stories to tell there. But do you have any Hercules stories you can tell us besides Chainsaw Sages? That story is hilarious, and it's in the archives in our steroid trial if you want to hear it. But anything else on Herc?
Well, back in the day when you would go to places like Boston and Chicago, they would have out by the rental car buses and things, they would have these buttons, kind of like cross the street buttons that you push at a stoplight. You know, you push the button and the light says to walk, and you could push the button and it would send out a gush of warm air. And it said above the button, it says push for heat. And Herc walks up to it and goes, "Hey, I wonder if I push this, some guy's going to come out with a pair of knucks and nail me from behind." Push for heat.
My God.
But that was Ray's sense of humor. He just said it so innocently that it made the rounds, and that was the classic Hercules story.
Next up was a backstage interview with Rona Barrett and Miss Elizabeth. Rona puts over Liz's beauty and asks her where she's been. Liz says she could have done more to be involved in the matches in the past, but when she returns, she will. Three things here, Bruce. One, who the fuck is Rona Barrett? Two, why the fuck is she here? And three, who booked this shit?
Rona Barrett was the original gossip columnist on TV. She had all the dirt on celebrities, and she had a column, a newspaper column, but she also had a little television show where all she did was talk about the gossip. And this was long before TMZ. Rona Barrett was the one-woman TMZ of her time. And she was a big star, so she was one of the celebrities. Sometimes you only got celebrities because Ed Cohen wanted to meet them.
There you go. That's what I wanted to hear. Okay.
But Rona was a get. She was a nice lady.
Now everyone's favorite. Brutus the fucking Barber Beefcake was interviewed by Sean Mooney. Beefcake says he was taking a look at Mr. Perfect's record, and it's pretty impressive, but everybody has flaws and makes mistakes. So he plans to sever the perfect record at a pretty good clip, and he snips the papers. We haven't talked about this before, so help me out. Brutus Beefcake's a male stripper, right?
Is he?
A gigolo?
Why do you say that?
Well, he wears a bow tie. He has, the legs.
He's a barber. He cuts people's hair.
Okay, let's talk about
He's
that.
a stylist.
He wasn't all he came to the company as Brutus Beefcake. Y'all eventually
nobody
made him.
knows what I didn't make him shit, but I don't know what the hell.
Y'all made him a barber. So did he go to barber school?
Yes. He went to the Sal Fedora School of Barbering, as a matter of fact. Sal Fedora was the world champion barber 10 years in a row. Also the personal stylist to Vincent Kennedy McMahon for many years.
So Vince gets his hair cut with hedge clippers?
Well, everybody's got their own style, man.
Well, what kind of barber uses fucking hedge clippers?
Brutus.
So he's a gigolo, right?
I don't know why he's a gigolo. Dude, you're asking me what the original thing of Brutus the Barber was, or Brutus Beefcake was? I can't tell you. I don't know what the hell that was. I remember him and Johnny Valiant coming out I don't know what the hell that was.
Nobody does either. So the next match is Mr. Perfect and Beefcake. Beefcake wins the match by pinfall in just under 8 minutes after he slingshots Perfect into the ring post. After the match, Beefcake cuts the Genius's hair. You can hear all about the WWF's decision to end a former AWA World Champion's undefeated streak and have Mr. Perfect lose his very first televised match against Brutus the fucking Barber Beefcake on our Mr. Perfect show in the archives.
I'm going to correct you right there, okay? And this was Vince's rationale. It's not TV. It's pay-per-view.
It's true.
They got to pay for that, pal. Goddamn.
I didn't know this until I watched it this week. The Rock stole Mr. Perfect's kicks.
Probably, yeah. Very similar.
Mr. Perfect picks his leg up and shakes it a little bit and then kicks you. And when I saw The Rock do it, I thought, I've seen that before, but I don't know where. And I saw Mr. Perfect do it, and I'm like, ta-da, there it is.
Yeah, but I think Perfect stole it from Rocky Johnson.
I'm sure everything's stolen.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing original.
We got lots of messages with conspiracy theories that perhaps Hogan negotiated to have his buddy get a win over Perfect here, and he used his losing to Warrior as leverage to help make it happen. You ever hear some dumb shit like that?
No, and that's dumb.
Are you going to say, though, it's dumb that Hogan never campaigned for Brutus? Because I'd love for you to lie.
He did campaign for Brutus.
But not here.
No, not that I know of. No. I mean, Vince.
When did he?
If he had their ways.
If he didn't.
He campaigned for Brutus to replace him.
But he wouldn't have campaigned for Brutus to be Perfect.
I don't think he cared that much on that kind of stuff. No.
The Torch reports that both Terry Taylor and Kurt were open to leaving the WWF and going to work for the NWA around this time. Of course, Taylor did leave, but couldn't go to work there straight away. Was there ever any serious concern that Perfect may be wanting to leave here, and is that part of the consideration for why you guys decided to end the streak?
Never heard that.
Okay. Roddy Piper was then interviewed by Mean Gene, where Piper revealed that half of his body is painted black, and he starts proclaiming that Bad News Brown was two-faced. And this promo has Piper almost comically gasping for air. Piper is facing Bad News Brown here. Why did Bad News Brown not have theme music?
A lot of guys didn't have theme music back then.
He doesn't on the show, and he also appears to be one of the only heels who doesn't have a heel manager. And we've kind of talked about that was one of the rules, and he never really had one. So carry me through what made him special in that we're not using theme music and we're not using a manager.
Well, Vince really liked Bad News, and he thought that he had a great promo. Didn't think that he needed one. Bad News didn't want one. He felt that he could stand on his own, didn't want a manager, wanted to be different than all the other heels, and it was simply an attempt to do just that, make him different and allow him to do what he did very well and cut promos.
So Roddy and Bad News match ends in a double count out at just around 7 minutes. Would these have been two guys who refused to put each other over? Because they both have reputations for being difficult to work with.
No, I think it was more of not really knowing what the hell they were going to do beyond it. And not really having a clue as far as wanting to end it one way or another.
There's rumors in the Torch before WrestleMania that Piper was trying to get a release and finish up here. He's allegedly unhappy with his position and wants to try his hand with the NWA. Do you remember him being unhappy here and wanting out of his contract? And did his ABC pilot with Ventura Tag Team have anything to do with that?
Roddy could always be happy and unhappy at times. If Roddy felt that he should have gotten $10 more in a house, then he would be unhappy. He would let everybody around know about it. I don't remember anything extraordinary at this time, kind of almost to the contrary. And the reason I say that is because Roddy and Rick Martel were really good friends and enjoyed traveling together. And Roddy and I were good friends. I don't remember anything around this time that he was especially unhappy about.
Of course, all anyone remembers about this match is that Piper painted himself half black. And I've got lots of questions. But first, let's share some of what Piper has said about this. Quote, "First of all, I was born in Saskatoon. There are no black people that I know of that are dumb enough to go to a place that cold. So there's no racism in me at all." Let that marinate. He also says one day Vince called him into a meeting with himself, Pat Patterson, and Bad News. And Vince says something like, quote, "I want you to wrestle Bad News Brown at WrestleMania. I'm looking at Bad News, who was a really good judo player and just a so-so professional wrestler. And here's what's going through my mind. I'm looking at him and I'm going to have about 45 interviews about this guy. And I'm thinking about Nelson Mandela at that time, who had said something that really stuck with me. Nelson Mandela was put in jail for 20-some years for political crimes. Every morning, he was the first man when the guard came to extend his hand to the guard. What a hell of a man. At the same time, Cyndi Lauper, True Colors had come out. In my mind, what I was trying to do, there's no difference. I needed material on Bad News Brown. I did something where I sang True Colors, and I did a thing about Nelson Mandela, but they don't seem to remember that. The thing I didn't do so well was when I came down, I pretended to be Michael Jackson. I don't quite dance like Michael does, I guess. So I got just about the same reaction from you as I came out. Nothing. Now, if you remember, in the match, Piper did pull a white glove out of his trunks, and he started to hit Bad News with it during the match. And in my head, that was just because Bad News wore a black glove. I guess Piper meant for that to be Michael Jackson. And before anybody tweets me and says Michael Jackson did Black or White, I want to mention that song came out in 91, a year after this. Piper continues, so I had the match, I came back, and the stuff they had painted me with, Vince had made special. So when I broke a sweat, it wouldn't come off. There was a special clear solution to take this special black off. When I got there, the lady started rubbing my cheeks, and in about 5 minutes, I started bleeding. Andre the Giant had taken the solution, poured it out, and put water in it. Now I'm in Toronto, half black. I decided there was nothing much better to do than to go out drinking. So he tells a story that he goes drinking and then wakes up in the door of his hotel room, but the door has been knocked down, and for some reason there's a cowboy hat in the room. So he flies home from Toronto with a connection in Chicago, half black, carrying a 4-foot Mickey Mouse he got his daughter, wearing a cowboy hat, carrying a Halliburton. And he says, quote, "The way I got it off was I had to sit in the sauna. Took me about a month of rubbing this stuff off. But what am I going to do? Go beat up Andre? But the reason I painted myself half black was more the meshing. I did the Nelson Mandela. I did the True Colors. Bad News Brown didn't take it that way." So, of course, nothing like this could happen in 2017, Bruce. But it makes me think Vince had to approve this because Piper says Vince had the paint and the solution made. So I've got a lot of questions here. Whose idea is this? Was anyone upset about it? What did Bad News think about it? Did anyone suggest this was a bad idea?
It was Piper's idea. I don't know if anybody was upset about it, but there was a lot of, what the fuck? I don't know that anybody particularly thought it was a great idea. I don't honestly know what the hell Bad News thought about it. I know Bad News, being a very outspoken guy, if he was upset about it, I think he probably would have let somebody know.
So was there heat that you know of at all?
No. Like I said, if there had been heat, and I'm sure that's something that they would have run by Bad News before he did it. I don't think Bad News had a problem with it. But Vince, is funny, had it made. There just was makeup, type makeup that you put on that will stay on your skin so that when you sweat, it's not going to peel off like paint. And you have to have this certain solution, almost like a turpentine stuff, to take it off. So it wasn't like we had something special. So we're going to have something specially made, only one solution in the world that can get it off. But I think it took Roddy about 3 or 4 days, actually, to get the stuff off.
Did you know Andre dumped the solution?
Andre and Arnold Skolin accidentally dropped the solution in the sink, allegedly.
You saw it or you heard about it?
No, I heard about it.
Did you see Piper the next day when he was all fucked up, or were you at the bar with him when he was getting fucked up that night?
I saw Roddy in the shower with Rick Martel with the toothbrush, trying to scrub it off of him to no avail. And I think everybody saw Roddy in the bar that night. I did not have the pleasure of seeing Roddy walking through the airport with a 4-foot Mickey Mouse.
How awesome is that?
Gotta love it. Can you imagine the looks he got from people?
I mean, it's a professional wrestler from a movie. I mean, he's been in They Live, so he's a movie star. And he's half black, and he's got a cowboy hat and probably sunglasses and a Halliburton and a 4-foot Mickey Mouse, and he's hungover.
Just another day in Toronto.
Next up, we see Steve Allen playing a piano. He's in a shower with the Bolsheviks to perform the Soviet national anthem. Of course, Allen played different songs instead. This was pretty well done. This seems like something you would have produced. Am I right?
I did, along with Vince.
How was Steve Allen to work with? And tell younger listeners who he was.
Steve Allen was the original, I guess what you'd call Jimmy Fallon now. Did I hit that right? Same network, everything. He was the original host of The Tonight Show, a great comedian, a great movie star, just talent beyond talent. When I got to do the vignettes to promote Allen's appearance at WrestleMania, I flew out to his home. He was married to Audrey Meadows, which only people my age or older will know who the hell she is. But she was in the original Honeymooners with Jackie Gleason. Okay, Bruce, stop talking. But Steve Allen was the type of talent that you could give him the idea of what you wanted to do, and he would just start creating. He was absolutely a genius when it came to stuff like that. So we had some things written out for him, presented him with the idea, and that's just him singing and playing with the talent and having fun. The other good thing about Steve Allen was we had to fly in his own hairstylist because he's bald. So nobody could see him without his hair. And so he had to have 3 hours to go into makeup and get his hair put on.
Well, and you just outed him. No problem.
Oh, he's been outed long before this.
So this leads us to the next match, the Hart Foundation versus the Bolsheviks. The Hart Foundation win the match in 19 seconds. It's worth mentioning Steve Allen got more time here than Bret Hart did at WrestleMania VI. Isn't this a waste of Bret Hart in 1990? And was he vocal about this at the time?
No, they were on the card.
Do you think he was just fine with it?
They were fine with it.
In his book, Bret tells a story about how he drew a special cartoon for Andre, since everybody knew this was going to be his last night, and he actually had it framed, and all the wrestlers had signed it, and he passed it over to Andre, and Andre was fighting back tears, and he was very touched by that and said, "Thank you, boss." Do you remember that drawing that he passed around?
Yeah, I do. And Bret used to do quite a few of those. He did some for Chief, and he always had a drawing on the chalkboard too every night, something different. But I do remember that particular one for Andre.
What was it of? Do you remember?
It was Andre, but it was also all the different talent. And Bret did caricature cartoons.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of all of the talent paying homage to Andre, and everybody signed it.
After the Hart Foundation match, we get the announcement about Wrestlemania VII coming to the Los Angeles Coliseum, and we'd love for you to listen to that train wreck of an episode in the archives. We've got a lot of downloads for Wrestlemania VII, so if you'd like to hear about the next one, it's there for your enjoyment. The next match is the Barbarian with Bobby Heenan taking on Tito Santana. Barbarian wins in 4 minutes and 33 seconds. The storyline is that Heenan has just purchased the contract of Barbarian. I don't know when we'll talk about him again. So do you have any funny stories about Barbarian you could share? You wanted me to remind you about the ring card.
Well, when you watch the Barbarian's entrance, he didn't have music either, but Bobby is standing in front of the cart, and just watch the gyrations of Barbarian behind Heenan. It almost looks like a bad gay porn with Barbarian's gyrations behind Heenan, and it was not intentional, but it's just kind of funny watching it now.
As opposed to a good gay porn?
Yeah.
What's your favorite good gay porn?
You know.
Lots of, I can't believe you did it right there. Lots of racist comments from Jesse about enchiladas, burritos, and diarrhea. Chico's Revenge. Did Tito or anyone even care about those type of comments back then? Obviously it wouldn't fly today.
No, it wouldn't. And no, Jesse and Tito were friends, and that was just Jesse's shtick with Tito. Chico Santana.
Next, we get a Dusty Rhodes and Sapphire interview with Sean Mooney, where Dusty tells Randy Savage and Sherry that they are missing the crown jewel, but Dusty and Sapphire have it. And it's worth mentioning here that Dusty Rhodes wrote in his book that he loved working with Macho and considered it a great honor, not only because he was a top guy, but because of the amount of respect he had for his father. He also writes that Sapphire, whose real name was Juanita, wasn't sure what to do with all the money she was making, including a big payday from this show. Dusty says, cash those fucking checks. One more time for the record. Dusty in polka dots and with Sapphire is definitely not a rib. Right, Bruce? So the next match, of course, Dusty Rhodes and Sapphire taking on Randy Savage and Queen Sherry. They jack up this scissor lift even a little more for the King and Queen to make their way to the ring. Before the match, Dusty announces that Elizabeth is going to be in their corner, and she comes down to Savage's music, which I guess is an odd choice, but it's what people associated her with. Of course, the babyfaces win the match in just under 8 minutes after Sapphire pins Sherry. And after the match, Dusty, Sapphire, and Elizabeth are all dancing in the ring. Was this the first mixed tag in the history of the WWF, or just their first one on pay-per-view, Bruce? Do you know?
Oh, it's just the first one on pay-per-view, because that whole summer, that was a summer that I was going around with Randy and Sherry against Dusty and Sapphire with Liz in their corner. So we had been doing this match for 6 months.
Was Sherry resentful about working with Sapphire here? It feels like she's been in the business forever and paid her dues, and now she's finally got a WrestleMania match, and she's paired with Sapphire.
Sherry hated working with Sapphire, to tell you the truth. She did not like Juanita. She liked her fine enough as a person, and they actually traveled together. But Sherry hated working with Sapphire because she was not good. She wasn't a trained wrestler. She actually did work before she came there. But Sherry didn't like working with Sapphire and would sometimes just beat the living shit out of her in the ring.
I know she's green as grass, but Sherry was making some chicken salad here. Was she not?
Well, you know, she took the little Sapphire, you know, and she just kind of, well, you know, chop her up. And then, well, you know, she grabbed the hair, you know, and then she did like the bill, you know, and then she would revert, well, you know, and then Sapphire would grab her hair and you know, and then, well, you know.
It's pretty sad in hindsight. Dusty, Randy, Elizabeth, Sherry, and Sapphire are all no longer with us. Literally the only person alive in the ring is Hebner. Did you realize that when you watched it?
Oh, man. Yeah, I did.
That's tough.
It is. I have a picture. I have a picture of where I'm the only one of a match when we did on the road, and I'm in it, and Joey Morello was referee, and I was the only one.
Wow.
Alive. So yeah, it all my peeps. Sucks.
What was Randy's relationship like with Elizabeth by this point?
Great.
Was Randy for or against Liz coming back? She'd been off TV for a long time here.
Oh, he was 100% for it. He wanted her back, and because it was tough, you know, for them for a while, and then you got to go a whole year. But you know, she was on the road in house shows because we had been doing the whole thing, like I said, with the mixed tag with Liz in one corner, me in the other corner. So she had been on the road, but she hadn't been on TV. So she was a special attraction. But Randy just wanted to be able to travel with his wife again. And he didn't get to do that for another year. And then they got married on TV. Then all hell broke loose. But that's a whole nother story.
In February, Macho Man would go on the Arsenio Hall show to help to promote the main event, which would eventually be Buster Douglas' involvement. But when he's on Arsenio, Savage just absolutely smashes. He comes off like a natural. He comes off witty, smart, all the stuff we know Savage to be. I always like seeing the guys on Arsenio back in the day. Do you remember that particular appearance, and how did this whole Arsenio relationship come about?
I do remember the appearance, and you're right, Savage was excellent. We also had Sherry on there, but Randy in that environment was so damn colorful and so quick on his feet that you could put Randy in any situation and he would come out smelling like a rose. At the time, Arsenio was the hot talk show to be on. He was new. It was on Fox. He was different. And we had a pretty good relationship with him, and he enjoyed wrestling, so he always would have our talent on.
After this was a backstage segment with Mean Gene and Bobby Heenan, and Bobby's talking about Andre, and he seemingly gets lost, and Gene calls him on it. Bobby says something like, "You have just committed, pal," and gets quiet. Were you producing this, and do you remember Heenan ever kind of freezing up like this before or after?
I did produce it. He didn't freeze. That was intentional on Bobby's part to show that he was so flustered.
Yeah.
He didn't know where the hell he was.
I like it. The next bit is Rona Barrett saying it's hard to dig up anything on WWF superstars because, quote, "You guys have very clean images." I legit laughed out loud at that too. Who wrote that line? I mean, that's got to be a fucking rib.
Yeah, this was, I think, the worst piece in the whole show.
It was bad.
It was worse than bad. It was one of those, well, we've got a 5-minute intermission. We got to do something. Well, we got Rona Barrett. Let's do something with her. Yeah, it was horrible.
She teases that she has a little piece of film from the, quote, adult library variety, and that it's of Ventura. She tries to throw to the clip, but Jesse instead throws to Macho Man. Was the timing of this right after the whole Sylvester Stallone stuff came out in the tabloids, or he had done a stag film before he was a mainstream celebrity star?
I don't know. I don't know if it was that or if it was just a desperate attempt at humor that went nowhere. I know Jesse mentioned Stallone, but Jesse would mention any big name to try and get a rub up against him.
I just don't remember when that story came out that he had that.
I think it was right after Rocky, before Paradise Alley.
It came out in 76.
Yeah.
Wow.
The stag film deal. Yeah.
Savage cuts a great promo with Sean Mooney and Sherry next, talking about Dusty and Elizabeth. And he says, I love this line too. Suffering builds character, and you're going to learn a lot of character. How underrated was Macho King? I feel like so many people give props to Macho Man, but when he did the Macho King gimmick, man, he really went all in on that and got that shit over.
Suffering builds character, and you're going to learn a lot of character. Oh, yeah.
Randall was great. Just underrated does him justice. He was absolutely great.
Next up, we've got Mean Gene talking to the brand new and now 3-time tag team champions, Demolition. In my opinion, Bruce, Demolition at this point is probably the third most overact in the company behind Hogan and Warrior. Would you agree with that?
Sure, they were hot, man.
Why turn them heel a few months later? It feels like if they're hot and then the third most overact and Hogan's going to take a sabbatical, it doesn't make sense to turn them heel. Is it just trying to prep for the Road Warriors coming in?
We had Legion of Doom coming in.
There you go. Next up, we get Mean Gene calling Hulk Hogan the greatest World Wrestling Federation champion of all time, which you've got to think is setting up the obvious here. Why did Hogan always start his promos looking off camera and then turn to look at the camera? Was that just his style, or is there some sort of reasoning or rationale, or was that something that was coached upon? Do you recall that, or was it just natural?
No, that was just natural.
Somewhere in here, he says, an Ultimate Warrior, this is where the power lies, man, and points to his palm. And he also says he's going to get the Warrior down on his knees and ask him, do you want to live forever? And if your answer is yes, breathe your last breath into my body and I can save you. Are there no religious overtones here at all? Am I just making this completely up? This feels like something you produced. Am I wrong?
You're wrong. It's a Vince McMahon production.
Well, Vince once took on God on pay-per-view, so.
And beat him.
Next up is some crazy shit from the Warrior. He says
wait till we get to that on the poll. I'll tell you some funny stories about walking into a Catholic church, knowing what the hell I was going to shoot. Yeah. God, I've done some crazy shit. Go ahead. Sorry.
When you watched this, did you see any religious overtones to the Hogan promo?
No, I never saw that. No. I didn't see any religious overtones in Brother Love. So there you go.
Okay. So next up, some straight up crazy shit from the Warrior. He starts with Sean Mooney, and he says something like, you're nothing but a normal, and you don't deserve to breathe the same air that Hulk Hogan and I do. Does that not sound like a heel?
Yes, it does.
You're a normal.
And that basically shoves him out of the shot.
Yeah. That's like the most heel thing ever. But
Pretty much.
He's your babyface champion. He says that he is here to bring the Warriors and the Hulkamaniacs together as one, and then he interlocks his fingers and bows his head. Just mentioning this. Finds it interesting. I'm curious, who's producing this, and who, when he's done, says, oh, yeah, that's fine. We'll just go with this.
God damn, I love it, pal. When you push Moody out of the way. It's fucking great.
So, Bruce, we've all heard about these crazy Ultimate Warrior promos, and we just mentioned that this one was kind of weird because he's supposed to be a babyface, but he's shoving Sean Mooney and calling him a normal and saying he doesn't deserve to breathe his air. The next match is the Rockers versus the Orient Express. The Orient Express won the match by countout after about 7 minutes. Gorilla Monsoon said on commentary, quote, the Rockers look lethargic today. So that's a babyface announcer bearing a babyface team. How much fucking heat did the Rockers have at this point?
You know, you asked me that off camera. I don't remember that they had a whole lot of heat, but the Rockers always had heat with somebody. And Monsoon had a tendency, if Monsoon knew the finish of something,
He teased it.
He would tease
Foreshadow.
it. He would, yeah. So it was giving the baby faces an excuse, I'm sure, in Gorilla's mind. They look a little lethargic. They might have been out a little bit too much last night. Maybe that's the reason they're going to do the jizzob here to the Orient Express.
There's rumor and innuendo that in January, the idea was for it to be the Rockers versus the Hart Foundation at WrestleMania. But apparently at a TV along the way, the Rockers showed up all bruised up and claimed they had been fighting each other. Vince allegedly gets pissed off at this and pulls them off the WrestleMania card completely, replacing them in the match with the Hart Foundation with the Bolsheviks. Of course, they made their way back on the card, but in the process, get paired up with the Orient Express and lose. Is this fact or fiction?
That they had a fight with each other, that's fact. Whether or not it played into whether or not they were on WrestleMania, I don't really know. But the Orient Express, man, I thought they were a great tag team.
Yeah, and
I love to watch. They could get guys over big time.
I agree. And they went over went under a facelift soon when Paul Diamond comes in. He had just signed with the company in February, and he would later join the team under Hood. How did that come about, and why did you guys insert him and move one out?
We were using Sato for what the fuck word am I looking for here? I'm punchy tonight. To translate in Japan, and Sato was heavily involved with our negotiations with Japan at the time. And Sato didn't want to work full time. Sato had already retired prior to this and wasn't looking to be on the road and be working day in and day out. So the plan was, okay, we'll bring in Paul Diamond, because Paul Diamond and Pat Tanaka had worked previously as a tag team in the AWA, and they were a hell of a tag team.
Smashed.
So put Diamond under the hood and
keep it going.
There you go.
Steve Allen then interviews the Rhythm and Blues in the locker room. The next matchup is Dino Bravo versus Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Duggan wins after about 4 minutes, and then he's attacked by Earthquake. Anything you want to mention here, Bruce?
No, it just every time that I saw Earthquake on this show made me reminisce on what an incredible athlete he was. He was a huge guy, but good God, did he move.
The next match is for the $1 million title. Jake Roberts was in possession of the title by this point, and he's taking on Ted DiBiase. We talked about this angle a lot in our $1 Million Man episode, so if you want to hear more about this, please check out that show in our archives. It's one of our most downloaded and most well-reviewed shows so far. I think you'll dig it. Anyway, Jake gains possession of the title when Big Boss Man turned babyface and gave it to him. So now we're here, and DiBiase is being shown coming to the ring in a cart, and then it cuts to backstage where Jake gives an amazing promo. Stop what you're doing right now and throw this in your Google machine. Jake Roberts WrestleMania VI promo, and you'll see it. Jake Roberts WrestleMania VI promo. Many fans consider this one of the greatest promos of all time, and Mean Gene afterwards even says, Longfellow couldn't have said it any better. Bruce, who helped put the promos together with the guys? Did you help produce this? And if so, what was the reaction when you shot it? And did Jake kind of do this on his own, or would anybody else have a hand in it?
The extent of my producing these promos was essentially letting the guys know you've got promos for tonight. That's 100% Jake the Snake Roberts. Probably helped DiBiase a little bit with his stuff, but that's all Jake. Jake was genius when it came to promos. The art of a Jake Roberts promo was the fact that he didn't yell and scream.
Yep.
He would bring it down here so that you would have to come close and listen to everything he said. He was a master. And guys today could learn a shitload from just going back and watching how Jake worked in the ring. No wasted motion, nothing wasted. And his promos, every one of them told a story.
I saw Jake Roberts watch this promo once, and he joked that watching it made him hard. I mean, he thinks it's one of his best promos ever. You should check it out. Jake Roberts, Wrestlemania VI promo. DiBiase wins the match by countout at 11:50, thus regaining possession of the $1 million title. After the match, Jake DDTs DiBiase and gives out some of his money to the fans at the ringside, including the recently passed Mary Tyler Moore, who was sitting ringside. Ted wrote about this match in his book. He says, "My contest at Wrestlemania VI was probably one of my most enjoyable matches, simply because it was a really good match and it was very easy to work with Jake. We didn't have to talk that much in the ring or plan things in advance. It just came together. Jake had great ring psychology. In my estimation, if Jake would have kept himself clean, I believe that he would be right now in Stamford working for Vince McMahon on the creative team." Do you agree with Ted there, Bruce?
Without a doubt. Jake is the probably greatest mind in the business that is untapped right now.
That
and
is...
even with everything he's been through, man, you can't take away the knowledge and the psychology, the simple psychology of Jake Roberts.
Then we get the Akeem and Slick interview with Sean Mooney, a Boss Man interview with Mean Gene. Now we're at our next big match, Big Boss Man versus Akeem, the former tag team known as the Twin Towers. DiBiase has been hiding under the ring, and he sneaks out from under the ring and attacks Boss Man prior to the match. It wouldn't matter, though. Boss Man wins the match in under 2 minutes. Just to state clearly here, Bruce, one more time, for the record, Akeem the African Dream is not a rib, right?
Akeem is not a rib, baby.
Sean Mooney then interviews Mary Tyler Moore. As we mentioned a minute ago, she recently passed away. Do you have any memories of working with Mary Tyler Moore?
Well, I didn't get to work with her, but we all had the opportunity. She came back after the event, and you should have seen the line of people in line to get over to meet Mary Tyler Moore. And I remember Hogan coming up and telling her, he says, "Oh my God, I had such a crush on Laura Petrie growing up. You have no idea how great it is to meet you." And she was so sweet. She even looked at me and goes, "Oh my God, I almost didn't recognize you without makeup on. You're Brother Love." She was just really, it was just cool. I mean, for an old timer like me to meet Laura Petrie.
Next, we get Howard Finkel in the ring, and the graphic on screen says the Fink. Was this the first time it was shown like that? This seems like a little bit of a rib.
No, it's not a rib. That's just what everybody called him. I mean, everybody referred to him as the Fink.
Tell us something funny or interesting about Howard Finkel. We haven't spent much time talking about him on the show before.
Well, I believe that Wrestlemania VI, April 1st, Wrestlemania VI, whatever the hell year this was.
1990.
Then this, I think, would be the 10-year anniversary of the hiring of Howard Finkel with the WWF. Howard was the first employee of Titan Sports, and he was Vincent Linda's first employee, and they hired him on April 1st. So you tell me, is it a rib? I love the Fink. He's listening to this. I love you, Fink. You know that.
Now it's time for a real highlight. Finkel introduces here to perform their brand new song, Hunka 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 Honky Love. Jimmy Hart presents Rhythm and Blues. And they're in a pink Cadillac being driven by former WCW World Champion Diamond Dallas Page. I've always wondered how that came about, and Paige once said, before I went to WCW, I drove the pink Cadillac at WrestleMania VI. I didn't get the gig, though. It was my car that got the gig, and I just did the Diamond Dallas chauffeur routine. Who even knew that Paige had a pink Cadillac?
I did.
Did you really?
Yeah, from his club, and Dusty reminded me of that. He had a club down in Fort Myers, Norman Jeans, and I was asking around, does anybody know where we can find a pink Cadillac? And Dusty reminded me, Diamond Dallas Page got a pink Cadillac, baby. He'll drive that motherfucker up here for you. And I called DDP.
And Diamond Dallas Page drove from Florida to Toronto?
Yes, he did. In his pink Cadillac.
How much would you have possibly paid to have this Cadillac on the fucking show?
Well, the trick was finding them. Man, they're not all that easy to find. It was 1950, era pink Cadillac. It was beautiful. It was perfect for the honky tonk man.
I'm not arguing that, but I'm saying this motherfucker drove from Florida to Toronto.
We paid him. Yeah, we paid him.
God, that's a lot.
We paid him.
After the song, in which two female backup singers and Jimmy Hart did most of the singing, Honky was distracted by two vendors at ringside, who ended up being the Bushwhackers, who came in the ring and chased everyone out. Couple questions. Who were the female backup singers? Do you remember?
They were just two singers. I think either Jimmy Hart or Jim Johnston found.
Who wrote the song, Jimmy?
Jimmy Hart.
On a scale of 1 to Katie Vick, how much did Greg Valentine hate being involved with this?
He hated it. He was horrible. Oh my God. I cringed watching this again because it was just so bad. They were so off. And then when they go to Valentine for his one line in the song, he was gone. So he was somewhere else. Greg hated rhythm and blues.
Well, I don't know that a lot of people really, really dug it either. What type of play was Diamond Dallas Page making backstage to come in?
None. I mean, obviously we had brought him up before to try him out as a color commentator. Vince didn't care for him, and he had sent in stuff to be a manager. His wrestling days, he hadn't even started training to be a wrestler yet. So Dallas was good, man. Dallas is a great guy. He knew his role, and he knew that WrestleMania wasn't the place to go and start pitching for a job.
I'm not shitting on DDP. I like DDP. I was just asking.
Yeah, no, I'm not shitting on him either. But he kind of knew his role here.
It's interesting, though, that he makes his WrestleMania debut in the same building 12 years later.
Isn't that crazy?
That's awesome. Finkel then announces the attendance of 67,678. Did the company consider this number a success, Bruce?
Without a doubt, sure.
What would Meltzer say was the real number?
Fuck Meltzer.
It never gets old. The next match is Rick Rude, and he's taking on Jimmy Superfly Snuka. Rude wins the match in about 4 minutes with the Rude Awakening. By this point, Snuka is basically being used as an enhancement talent. Would you agree with that, Bruce?
The jury was still out on Brother Jimmy at this point, but we knew that we did not have the Jimmy Snuka of 1984 here.
If you want to hear more about Rick Rude, we have everything you could ever want to know in our archived episode. Hashtag Rick Rude's dong. Never forget. Did you know I have Rick Rude's tights from this match, Bruce?
I did not know that, Conrad. You have the same tights that his dong was in? We got to stop talking about Rick Rude's dong.
Okay, Bruce, I don't know where to fit it in here, but somewhere in late January, superstar Billy Graham goes on Entertainment Tonight and starts shitting on wrestling. He comes out strongly against steroids and says something like 90% of the wrestlers in the WWF are on steroids, and then he blames steroids for his body deteriorating the way it has. What was the reaction in the office to Superstar coming out like this?
Well, nobody was pleased about it. And unfortunately, Superstar was in that position because of the abuse over the years of steroids. It's not really a secret, but the timing was the shits, and obviously it was something that they weren't really ready to address at that point.
Next up is the main event. We're finally here. It's Hulk Hogan versus the Ultimate Warrior. What's on the line here, Bruce?
Title versus title.
You said on our Zeus episode that this was not title versus title. Do you want to correct yourself and fall on your sword now?
No, because it's funny. And this was brought up. And the reason I say that is because we always brought up, well, if Hulk wins, is Hulk going to be the Intercontinental Champion?
No, God damn it, it's just champion versus champion.
But you said title versus title. That's in all of the advertisements and everything.
God damn it, it's champion versus champion. Title versus title, but the one won't be the other.
So if Warrior wins, then he won't be the WWF champion?
Of course he will. God damn it.
But he'll also be the Intercontinental Champion.
No, he'll just get rid of that then.
So obviously we were applying logic.
Sure. I'm sure we'll talk about this from every angle. But one of the things that sticks out to me is it's an all babyface main event, and it's never been done before for a pay-per-view wrestling event, much less a WrestleMania. And the WWF wouldn't even attempt this again for 6 years when they did Bret Hart versus Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 12. Was anybody nervous about this concept? Who was for it? Who was against it?
I think in the back of our minds, well, not only in the back of our minds, front of our minds too. I think everybody was a little nervous about it because traditionally in the wrestling business, babyface matches don't draw.
Right.
You got to have that personal issue. You need that strong antagonist, and you need people rooting, the majority rooting for someone and that same rooting against somebody else. We had a split crowd. So that's always a concern because you've got two baby faces, and you never want your top baby face, much less your top two baby faces, to be put in a position where the audience has to choose sides. And that's exactly what we did here.
Before we get going, I want to mention that Linda Hogan is pregnant during this. And I only mention that because when you hear this is the case, guys sometimes start thinking about taking time off or working a reduced schedule. Do you remember that being a factor at all into what the plans were going to be for Hogan, Linda's pregnancy?
Yeah, I mean, Hogan wanted to spend time when his kid was born, yes. He wanted to spend time with family and everything. So that was a consideration around that time that he was going to do the movie, and he was also wanting to be around when his kid was born.
There were some rumors going around at the time that Hogan was considering retiring. Do you remember that ever being a serious consideration in 1990?
No.
The build-up for this match starts at the Royal Rumble only a few months earlier. At one point in the match, Hogan and Warrior are the only two in the ring. When they look at each other, it's electric. And then they do the crisscross. They hit the opposite sides of the ropes. They end up doing the double clothesline on each other. And this is the big tease for WrestleMania. Was the decision already made at this point that this is who we're going with at WrestleMania, or was this a test to see how it would mesh and what the reaction would be?
No, the decision had been made way back at Survivor Series. So we knew where we were going.
Whenever I see clips of this Rumble, I always get a kick out of hearing Shivani on the call for such a big WWF show.
Fuck Shivani, too.
Okay, cool. Let's talk about Tony in the WWF for a moment. Did you guys call him, or did he call you?
Somehow he got in touch with Linda McMahon. I think he called us. I don't really know.
What was he like to work with when he was there?
Tony was fine. Vince hated his Southern drawl, and he had to go and take classes to learn how to speak like a human being and not speak like a Southerner. Because Lord knows there's only one half of the country that they speak with Yankee accents up there. And the rest of us that speak normally, I guess we're the weird ones.
I should mention that ticket sales for a taping in Miami on January 15th with Warrior defending his Intercontinental title against Dino Bravo were so soft that they had to add Piper Savage and Hogan Perfect to move tickets. Was there a concern in January, February, March, anytime before the pay-per-view that Warrior as the top guy wouldn't be the draw they had in Hogan?
Oh, hell yeah. A lot of concern because Hogan had always been the man. And
Right.
in comparison, when you had Warrior on top or you had anybody else on top in a B or a C town, it didn't do the type of business that Hogan did. So there was concern, and a lot of people pointed to, well, when you've got Hogan over here and you've got to make a choice, I'm going to wait for Hogan to come back.
Yeah.
If you give the illusion that Hogan is out of the picture and that here's your guy now in the Warrior, that may change fans' perception.
Yeah, that's
There were a lot of excuses and a lot of hemming and hawing going on there.
Yeah, that was one of my follow-up questions later was after this show, you know, you see Hogan go do the spot in Japan, but after that, he takes an extended vacation. And I always thought that was, sure, it may have been time to give him off, you know, give him some time with the family and a well-deserved vacation. But really, it's probably not to undermine the Warrior and cut his legs out from under him before he has a chance to see what he can really do.
Yes, and it was to take the crutches away.
On Saturday night's main event on January 27th, Hogan and Warrior teamed up to defeat Mr. Perfect and the Genius. After the match, Warrior was clotheslining both Perfect and Genius when Hogan came into the ring and turned Warrior around, and he clotheslined Hogan, knocking him down, and then they shoved each other. We touched on this in our Zeus episode, but for those of you who didn't hear it, Zeus told Peter Rosenberg in a recent interview that he was supposed to win the world title and drop it to Hogan a year later at WrestleMania. He even gave the figures that he would be paid $500,000 and Hogan would make $2 million. So if it's a lie with details. Can you clear up this rumor and innuendo again for us, Bruce? Did you ever hear this idea of a Zeus Hogan potential WrestleMania match?
I'm not saying Vince didn't have a discussion with Zeus at some point if he were to become actually somewhat decent in the ring, that there may be a future with him and Hogan down the line. But I doubt very seriously that Vince said, all right, pal, now you're going to make $500,000. Hogan's going to make $2 million, and you're going to be the main event at WrestleMania VI.
Yeah.
It's
unlike him to name numbers like that a year in advance.
It's just not real.
Yeah. Of course, Hogan was in the main event, but Zeus was not. Zeus was fired the day after the taping of the match, the movie pay-per-view in Nashville. That pay-per-view did a 1.6 buy rate, which for a one-match show is pretty damn good. Do you remember being pleased with that number internally, Bruce?
Yeah, I think everybody was pleased because you didn't have the added expense of the production. We taped it at a TV taping, and it was a freebie. Movie was already in the can. And you got a match. It was simple. So, yeah, it was found money.
If you want to hear more Zeus, it's in the archives. It was our bonus show this week. When did Warrior become the guy to get the spot? Do you remember a specific building or angle or moment in time when it was apparent to you, hey, this is where we're going?
It was more of a groundswell underneath that his popularity just kept growing and growing to where when they were both on the same card or at a television taping, when they would go out individually, that all of a sudden Warrior is getting that same kind of, let's call it a Road Warrior pop, but that Hogan pop, that people started taking notice, saying this sumbitch is getting over.
The Torch reports in January that the WWF is telling licensing partners, quote, the Warrior is the man. What kind of heads up would you need to give your partners in that regard to make sure you maximized your money? Because you don't want to kind of get caught with your britches down, and now everybody wants Warrior stuff, and you're behind the curve because you didn't want to give a spoiler. So there's a fine line between how you kind of guide them into, no, we need more Warrior stuff, and not just letting a spoiler out. Am I wrong?
Those conversations started taking place probably in November, December of the previous year, so that they would have enough lead time so that they could get whatever they needed out and feature Warrior. So it was several months ahead of time.
Hogan wrote about Warrior in his book, and here's what he had to say. Ultimate Warrior was the most chiseled bodybuilder to come into the wrestling business. He was ripped, brother, cut to the bone. I was always thought of as a bodybuilder, even though I was really just a weightlifter. But when this guy came in, he blew me away. He had been dieting his whole life, and I was out drinking and raising hell with the boys. Do you think that's a accurate description?
100%. Yes.
The Torch printed a story that a subscriber met the Ultimate Warrior at a gas station after he won the Intercontinental title and congratulated him on his title victory. And he replied, "It's just more fucking luggage." Does that sound like something Warrior would say?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The Torch reports on February 2nd edition of the main event that it was planned to have Hogan and Warrior team up to face Dino Bravo and Earthquake. But once they announced that Tyson is going to be involved as a special guest referee, it was changed to Hogan and Savage with Tyson as the ref. Why the switch to Savage as opposed to just putting Tyson in there in the tag match with those guys?
Because you wanted your best match. It was a primetime special, a Friday night primetime special on NBC on network television. You wanted your best match. And the tag team match was not the best thing to feature. Hogan and Savage had main evented WrestleMania the year
and did
before.
huge business.
Did huge business, so give them that rematch on free television and spotlight your biggest star in the best light.
As we know, Tyson loses his boxing bout with Buster Douglas and pulls out, and is replaced by Douglas as the ref in the Hogan Savage match on the February 23rd main event. That actually gets a 12.8 rating, so it does a huge number. And at the time, it's worth mentioning, we can't really adequately describe how over Mike Tyson was. So when he was announced as being affiliated with the WWF for Saturday night's main event here, or Friday night's main event, it's a huge deal. And people, often reference his involvement and compare it to Floyd Mayweather participating in 08. And that was a big deal. But, man, Floyd is a much bigger deal post-08 than he was by 08. 08 was before the peak of Floyd Mayweather, but Tyson is arguably at his peak in early 90. Would you agree with that, Bruce?
Mike Tyson was the man, and he hadn't done this kind of stuff. He wasn't flamboyant like Floyd Mayweather. There was a mystique about Mike Tyson. The only time you could see Mike Tyson was on pay-per-view. Big money bouts, and the fact that he was going to be in a ring that he was not comfortable being in, was a huge deal.
Anyway, there was some speculation that when his involvement is announced, that Tyson is actually going to headline WrestleMania VI against Hulk Hogan. And obviously that could never happen, as Tyson wouldn't want to risk his credibility by losing, and the WWF wouldn't want to make wrestling look bad and have Tyson kill their golden goose, so to speak. But had this happened to Bruce, is that like not as close as we can get to a 1990 equivalent of Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor?
Probably even bigger at the time, but
yeah.
There's tape that exists.
There we go.
Of Mike Tyson in Tokyo, Japan, that Vince had a Japanese film crew that followed him around in Japan. And since there was a language barrier there, Vince, through interpreters, just told the camera guy, shoot Tyson, just don't ever stop shooting us. We're not going to start and stop because that just was getting too confusing. And the camera recorded all the conversation, recorded everything going on through this whole time. And one of the conversations that took place was Vince joking about, goddamn, Mike, we got to get you in the ring. Got to get you in the wrestling. And Mike replying, oh, hell no, I ain't getting in the ring with Hulk Hogan. He's huge. He'd kill me. As a shoot. And Tyson just being absolutely, because Mike was a huge fan. Mike is a huge wrestling fan. And he loved Hulk Hogan, but he believed it. He just thought, he saw Hulk Hogan and he saw, I kid you not, the Rocky movie and what Hulk did to Rocky, and thought that could be him. That if Hulk got his hands on him, he'd kill him. So Tyson was not really big on getting in the ring with the Hulkster in any kind of competitive match. vice versa, I don't think Hulk would have been too happy to get in the ring with Tyson if he was throwing hands.
On the February 23rd main event, that same show with Buster Douglas, Warrior is wrestling Earthquake, and Earthquake goes to jump off the second rope on him, but Hogan comes out and makes the save. A few weeks later on Superstars, Hogan is now wrestling Earthquake, and Earthquake hits him with the Earthquake squash, and the Warrior comes out and took Earthquake out. And then he and Hogan got into a confrontation of their own. Warrior starts to hit the ropes, and Hogan turned his back and starts to leave the ring, and Warrior raised his arm like he was going to clothesline him from behind, but Hogan turned him around, and they had a face-off. So again, Warrior's kind of teasing, at least to me, a little bit of a heel turn. We mentioned earlier that Savage did a phenomenal job promoting this main event show on Arsenio, and now it's Warrior's turn. So he actually makes an appearance on Arsenio on March 21st, and he's in to promote WrestleMania. We all know how well Hogan and Savage do at stuff like this, but Bruce, how do you think that Warrior did here?
I thought he was the shits. And the reason being is that Savage and Hulk, as human beings, outside of their characters, are pretty good guys. And they're personable, they're engaging, they have a great personality, and they could chat and make conversation with just about anybody and make it entertaining. Warrior was very difficult to have a conversation with, like a normal human being. And to put him in that environment where he wasn't doing those off-the-wall promos took him out of his element, and he was uncomfortable, and I don't think that he came off very well at all. That's just my opinion. I don't mean to shit on him.
Well, you did.
I just didn't think he was very good.
Oh my God. This is the first and only time that Hogan ever challenged for the Intercontinental title, even though you said he wasn't. We all thought he was.
Champion versus champion, title versus title.
Yeah.
Was there not any concern that this is sort of kind of giving away the finish of the match, since it's obvious that if Hogan wins, he has to forfeit the Intercontinental title?
Well, they both had to forfeit the Intercontinental title, I guess.
But why would you, why challenge for something if you're just going to give it away?
He's not challenging for the Intercontinental title, goddammit. It's champion versus champion.
We talked about in our NWO and the WWE show how there was a lot of surprise with how all the fans got behind Hogan in this match against Rock at Mania 18. Did you guys have any sort of concern that one of these guys would be booed in the live crowd? Or did you think that they'd both be over strong enough where the crowd wouldn't necessarily shit on it?
Sure. They had to pick them. You had to pick your favorite. And when you pick your favorite, the chances are you're going to boo the other guy. So you run that risk because somebody's not going to be happy when the Hulkster loses. Vice versa, they're not going to be happy when the Warrior loses. So it's risky.
Let's get to the match. Warrior comes out first, and he runs to the ring, which is his normal routine. And Warrior said in a WWE release that he didn't want to ride in the cart, and he told someone in the office that he wasn't doing it. They tried to say, no, you have to. And he said, fuck it, I'm not doing it. And Vince agreed with Warrior. Do you have any memories of this sort of back and forth debate about whether or not to use the cart?
Vince had them both walk into the ring on their own. Vince had them both not using the cart from the start. So that's my recollection of it. There was never any intent. There was never any pitch from day one that either of those guys were going to go down in carts.
I need you to explain this line for me that Gorilla Monsoon used quite often, and he used it here too. The irresistible force meeting the immovable object.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
What the fuck is that?
That's kind of like steel hitting steel, I guess. Gorilla had a lot of those. Gorilla, man, I was listening. He had a lot of lines. I should have written them down because some of them were just doozies. That he would bury the baby faces without even meaning to. But Gino was Gino. When they talked about they make the announcement for the house And Gorilla says, I don't know, Jess. They say it's 65,000. I think it could be maybe even 66,000. Gino, they just announced the fucking attendance.
At 67.
Yeah, whatever it is. But he increased it. Madison Square Garden holds 18,000 people. We got 23,000 and 28,000 plus here in the Garden tonight. Every time it would get bigger and just be the real number's impressive enough.
The real number that you say or the real number that Meltzer says?
Fuck Meltzer.
Bruce, we've got to talk about this. Somewhere early in the match, the guys do a test of strength, and Warrior loses and goes down to his knees, and he had his head in front of Hogan's crotch, and he starts shaking his head kind of left and right like, no, I'm not giving up, and his hair is shaking around, and we can't see this from the front. We see it from the other angle. It's everywhere online. I know you know what I'm talking about. What was the reaction from the boys when they see this? It has to be well received.
He should blow him while he's down there. A better case. Fuck it. About what you'd expect.
Somewhere in the match, Hogan goes to the outside selling a knee injury, and Gorilla calls it, quote, a temporary dislocation of the patella tendon. This comes on the heels of Sting suffering that knee injury. This is certainly a rib.
Oh, my God. Did Sting dislocated his patella? What, he that's a rib that Sting's pulling because Gorilla says that 9 million times during any television show? Gorilla always said that kind of shit.
They end up having a match beyond all expectations here. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, and this is probably, in my opinion, Warrior's greatest performance ever.
You think this, even over his WrestleMania VII match with Savage?
That was probably his second best. I think this was his best.
Of course, the Warrior pins Hogan after about 22 minutes. Hogan misses the leg drop, and Warrior hits him with a splash and gets the 1-2-3. Somebody told me, Bruce, and I call bullshit on this. Is this the first time Hogan's been pinned clean since 81? They said back then he was working as a heel and Tony Atlas pinned him, but this is the first time he was pinned clean in like 9 years. Do you understand that to be the case?
No, I don't think so, because he worked in AWA, he worked in Japan all that time, and working programs with Bockwinkel, and I don't know if it is or not, but I highly doubt it.
Did you, there's lots of rumor and innuendo here that Hogan kicks out at 3.5, 3.25. Is that Hogan being a dick? That's what people would have you believe online.
Why is that being a dig? Kicking out too late.
I don't know. A lot of people
you're in a match. You're trying to kick out.
Did Warrior fly to Hogan in Tampa to practice this match the week prior?
Yeah, they were in Tampa. Yes, I'm trying to think out where the hell they were. We got them together in Stamford first, and then I think the week before they were down in Tampa.
Who's the agent who puts this together, Pat?
Yeah.
Pat Patterson has said that both he and Vince went out into the arena to watch the match, and when Hogan was pinned, they both had tears in their eyes. It was emotional backstage, to say the least, according to Pat. Did everybody kind of have that feeling seeing Hogan pass the torch, that this was the end of an era, so to speak, and it was out of appreciation for what Hogan had done that people were shedding these tears?
It was very emotional because Hulk had been the man, and he had been the guy that had been carrying the company on his back for so long, and you're kind of seeing the end of an era. And I thought that he did it the right way, and the way that he did the job and everything that he did. So, yeah, it was emotional when you're so much a part of that, to watch the guys and you know how much it means to them. Sure, very emotional. I think that there were a lot of people that felt that way.
Pat Patterson tells a story of no one being able to find the Warrior backstage after the match, and then he eventually found him in a broom closet crying alone. He was so happy to have accomplished this. Have you heard that story?
Yeah, I have. And Pat finding him, and he was very emotional. One of the only times I've ever seen Warrior emotional.
Let's talk about post-match for a minute. It's been debated forever. After the match, Hebner gives Warrior both belts, but Warrior gives the world title back and chooses to just pose with the yellow IC for a minute. By the way, it's worth mentioning, a fan in the Bronx owns that yellow Intercontinental belt. He bought it from Warrior years ago. Anyway, Hogan comes in and gets the world title from Hebner and gives it to Warrior himself. And Warrior giving the belt back to Hebner makes me think this was the plan all along, to have this belt presentation from Hogan handing it to Warrior. Do you know if the office approved that, or is this something Hogan would tell Warrior to do on his own?
Well, no, Hebner wasn't supposed to give him both belts. Hogan was supposed to get out and get the world belt and give it to Warrior.
That's the plan from the office.
Yeah.
Hogan had this to say in his book. Also, he had an interesting mystique about him. He talked about the mighty warriors in heaven and stuff like that. He had a pretty good rap. But when he got in the ring, after he ran in and shook the ropes and stuff, he had no game. He had no wrestling psychology. And that's what it's all about, creating emotion. Great guy, nice guy, but really just a flash in the pan. Vince McMahon wanted Ultimate Warrior to beat me for the belt. I didn't agree with him. I didn't think this guy could carry the load. Then again, maybe I didn't give Vince a choice in the matter. By that time, my mind wasn't really focused on wrestling the way it should have been. 7 years of carrying the load as the main guy had taken its toll on me. I was tired, and I was starting to get hurt a lot. I was beat. I should have told Vince I needed a break. I should have said, hey, I'm hurt. Everybody else took time off. I should have looked in the mirror and said, hey, man, you're human. You can only push yourself so far. Instead, I kept wrestling. And the more it ground on me, the more my attitude started to suck. So when Vince wanted to hand the title to Ultimate Warrior, it was because he could see that down the road to a time when he might not be able to depend on Hulkamania and need to switch gears. I agreed that I would lose the belt to the Ultimate Warrior, but I made sure we had one hell of a match. Just when it looked like it was over, I kicked out of his finish. Then I pinned him, and he kicked out of my finish. At the end of the night, the referee was supposed to get the belt from the timekeeper and give it to the Ultimate Warrior. But this was my chance to steal back everything that he had just gotten from me. So I zipped over to the timekeeper and ripped the belt out of his hand. Then I walked to the ring apron with the belt, looked to God, shook my head yes, walked into the ring, and handed the Ultimate Warrior the belt. As I left the arena, 68,000 people in the Sky Dome watched me go. Ultimate Warrior held the belt over his head in victory, and no one cared. It turned out I was right about Ultimate Warrior. He couldn't carry the load as heavyweight champion, not the way Hulk Hogan had. Vince's attempt to move in a different direction hadn't been the success he'd hoped it'd be. Your thoughts?
Well, as far as the belt handing off at the end, there was always a plan for Hulk to go out and get the belt and present it to the Warrior. And that's what we discussed in the production meeting. That's what we all had laid out. So that was the plan. I mean, the plan was to give Hulk rest and to get him some time off and to bring him back and do the angle with Earthquake. So Hulk's got his version, and that's what it is. He's the Hulkster.
When he's leaving on the ring cart, the camera's shooting him a lot.
Yeah.
On his ride back.
We're telling the story about the immortal Hulk Hogan, and that's where we christened him the Immortal.
That is when Jesse Ventura has a line that says something like, I do believe Hulkamania will live forever. That's right. That's a pre-scripted line, not Jesse freestyling.
Yep.
Allegedly, after the pay-per-view, Hogan was in the limo with Vince and others, but didn't say a word during the drive. Were you in the limo with him, or did you hear about what went on inside of the limo, or can you poke holes in that rumor and innuendo?
Well, we were all staying in the Sky Dome Hotel, which was an elevator ride up.
So there's no limo?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
We were in the Sky Dome Hotel. It was an elevator down, and we took a service elevator that got us into the Sky Dome itself.
Did they have the WrestleMania after party in 1990, or is that not a thing yet?
No.
So what does everybody do? So after the show, everybody's finished, and you're getting on this service elevator. Everybody just goes to the room and goes to bed?
No, I go to the bar in the hotel.
Was Hogan in the bar at the hotel?
God, I don't remember.
Was Warrior?
Probably not. Warrior that wasn't his bag.
What's the general feeling amongst the boys at the bar afterwards? Goddamn, I hope it works.
It's a high after a big show. I think there were a lot of doubters thinking that Warrior wouldn't be able to carry the ball. There was concern before WrestleMania whether or not he'd be able to carry the ball. So, everybody is going to want to tear you down as soon as you get put on the pedestal. Everybody's trying to knock you down. So I'm sure there was a lot of second guessing, but for the most part, you're coming off of a high, you're coming off of a big show. Man, have a drink, smoke a joint, have a good time.
Do you remember any of the boys or any of the office armchair quarterbacking the decision at the bar afterwards?
Not that I remember, no.
Do you remember there being any debate the day of the show with anyone in the office as to whether or not this was the right decision?
The only person that I really remember having issue with it and speaking to Vince directly about it was Ted DiBiase. And there might have been other guys that felt that Warrior just wasn't the guy and wouldn't be able to carry the championship the way Vince thought he could, and felt that Vince saw something else in the Warrior and that other people didn't see what Vince saw, put it that way.
What do you say to the folks who wanted a rematch? Why was there never a rematch in the WWF? I mean, we got one in WCW, and we all wish we could forget that, but why do you think it never happened here?
Well, monetarily wise, it wasn't a huge success. It didn't do as well as the previous year with Randy and Hulk. So I think Vince learned his lesson at that point, not really wanting to put two baby faces in the ring. The next time that we came close to that was Steve and Rock years later.
Let's talk about that. WrestleMania VI did a $3.5 million gate, and it did like a 3.8% buy rate, which is down from 5.9% the year before, but it's still well ahead of what you guys would do at 7 at 2.8. So let's break down the numbers. That means WrestleMania VI did 560,000 buys, and that's down from 767,000 buys for WrestleMania V. So you could certainly see a downward trend by more than 200,000 buys. But they would even lose an additional 160 from 6 to 7, because 7 only comes in at 400. I take it that you would believe that Vince thought that the number was a disappointment and didn't meet expectations financially.
It was a disappointment in comparison to the previous year, yeah.
Well, but I mean,
you take your two biggest stars and you put them against each other. The hope was that you would do better than you did the previous year. Business was good, and it didn't. So you got to, Monday morning quarterback it all you want. It didn't do as well.
If you had to do that, if you had to really say, well, if we didn't do that, we could have did this, blah, blah, blah. If you could have booked Savage Hogan 2 here, do you think it would have done better?
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of things you can say, what if? I mean, we didn't.
Let's freestyle it.
I don't know that there was a better attraction in the book.
We know for sure Zeus was dead to rights in November. Like, the bloom's off the rose. This is not happening.
We did that in August.
Yeah. Who could it have been, though? Mr. Perfect?
Perfect he wasn't drawing. He wasn't getting over to that extent that he would have been able to draw that kind of a number.
So Zeus can't work. Mr. Perfect, we don't think can draw.
So you got to look at what's drawing money and what else out there was drawing money. The second biggest draw in the company was Warrior.
And that's based on merch and shit like that.
Merch, houses, everything. Yeah.
Well, houses were weak in January beforehand. And then they would put Hogan on and they'd fucking do much better.
Right.
All right. So let's have some fun here. Do you remember ever hearing the story that the Torch ran a front page story about a janitor at the Skydome?
No.
So let me catch you up. The Torch ran a front page story that a janitor from the Skydome, who happened to be a Torch subscriber,
So this is where the Torch gets their information from a janitor in buildings.
Hid in a bathroom stall a couple of days before WrestleMania and overheard Tito Santana convince Vince McMahon to just let him put on the paint and armbands and pretend to be the replacement Warrior and lose to Hogan. Because neither one of these guys wanted to lose. Well, Tito would lose, and he had a similar build to Hellwig. So McMahon had him put on the paint and the tassels, and in the bathroom decided, okay, we could pull this off. And around that time, the janitor slipped and fell. Vince hurt him. The guy scurries away.
Fuck you. You know, you had me with the part about the Torch getting their sources from janitors in buildings, because that's probably the most reliable sources that any of those guys have.
Bruce,
you're ribbing me, right?
I swear to God, they printed that.
Oh, fuck you.
Now, they did it as a rib, clearly. And they even said
the part about the janitor and the source, that makes sense. That makes complete sense for how those guys get all their stories. Well, I heard my friend has this sister, and her dad, his brother, used to be a janitor at the Sky Dome, and he said this. Think how stupid that is.
No, it's clearly a joke, but they did run it. And so we got a random question on that on a Love to Know episode once about Tito Santana and the Ultimate Warrior. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? In my research for this, I found it, and I'm like, okay, I see where it comes from. Clearly just a rib. The Greensboro Jackoff was not involved. This all happened on April 1st, but sadly, it was not an April Fool's joke. The Ultimate Warrior pinned Hulk Hogan clean to become world champion. And I've always found it a little interesting, the parallels that Warrior's career ran with Sting's, considering they both started, at the same time, and they both wear paint and they both wear bright colors. Well, they both win world titles from the two biggest organizations in the world just 3 months apart. And they do so by beating the very biggest stars of the 80s, Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair. Of course, Rick would lose to Sting at Great American Bash in Baltimore in July. I know you're going to argue this, Bruce, but was there ever any consideration to making Warrior the champ before Sting was made the NWA champ, as to not be seen as copying the NWA? I mean, obviously the WWF was always in a position to look like the innovator and not the imitator. But if you're going to put the belt on a younger, painted babyface, wouldn't the WWF want to go to market with that first and beat Sting?
Well, contrary to popular opinion and belief, Vince really didn't give a shit what they were doing, and that didn't really matter to him. He didn't care to that extent.
Did anybody in the office?
It was just him and Pat that were doing it, so no. Anybody that was making the decisions at that level, no.
I'm just saying, don't you think it would be a little funny if, TNA ran an all cage match pay-per-view, and then the very next month, the WWF did the same?
Yeah, I doubt that the WWE is paying attention to what TNA is doing. And obviously, a lot more people are paying attention to something to wrestle with than are paying attention to TNA. But
well, no shit. I mean, who's not? I mean, anyway, if you'd like to hear all about the fucking giant mess that is TNA, we have 2 episodes in our archives. We'd love for you to check them out. Episode 1 has more than 700,000 downloads, which is a crazy number for Brother Love and the Mortgage Guy, but that's also more than twice the amount of people who watched their program this week.
I believe it's more than 3 times that watch the program.
Somewhere in early January, Vince made a handshake deal with Giant Bob at a co-promote an April 13th show in Tokyo. And on that show, Warrior would defend his title against Ted DiBiase. But Hulk Hogan is in the main event, and he's taking on Stan Hansen, who is a last-minute replacement for Terry Gordy. Few questions here. Number 1, how over was Hulk Hogan in Japan in 1990?
Huge. Hulk walked on water in Japan.
Did Baba make the call for Hogan to be in the main event as opposed to Warrior?
Oh, Hogan, yeah. But when they made the deal, Hogan was the champion.
Yeah.
And they did not smarten up Japanese promotion that Hogan would be dropping the title.
How was Warrior received by the fans and the Japanese talent?
I wasn't there, but the report I got from Ted DiBiase was pretty much they shit on him.
The fans, the talent,
the fans, yeah,
both?
Everybody. Yeah, just, different style. And Warrior didn't adapt his style to the Japanese style, and they just shit all over it, apparently. And I'm getting that secondhand, and that comes from Teddy.
What the hell happened to Gordy?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know if it was something that Terry didn't want to do a job to Hogan, or I don't know what the hell happened to him.
After this, of course, Hogan would take that extended vacation. We touched on it earlier, but the timing of this is twofold, at least in my opinion, Bruce. Giving him some time off, spend some time with the pregnant wife, but most of all, it's strategic to give the Warrior a chance to do his thing without the fans perhaps still preferring Hogan, and therefore kind of cutting the legs out from under Warrior before he has a chance, right?
All the above, and Hulk had a movie to do too. I don't remember if it was what the hell was the name of it?
Probably Suburban Commando.
No, Suburban Commando. I think it might have been. No, I don't know, but Nanny or one of those.
Sure, yeah, one of those. So, Bruce, where do you rank WrestleMania VI all time? Not the numbers, just your opinion.
It would be in the top 10. Because it was just such a huge event, and it was our first international, and it was first babyface versus babyface main event like that. So I think it would hold up there in the top 10 of WrestleManias.
He's on Twitter at Bruce Prichard. I'm on Twitter at Hey It's Conrad. We'd love to have your feedback. Tell us what you thought of the show, and we'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard.
From the territories to Titan Towers to TNA and all points in between, he's seen and done it all. And now he's here to share the real story behind wrestling's biggest moments, controversies, and characters. The MLW Radio Network presents Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. And with me today, of course, is the Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Bruce Prichard. What's going on, man?
Well, I'm the guy with.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's me. Hey, good to be here, man.
Let's get right into it, man. I'm excited about it. WrestleMania VII. I didn't think this one was going to win, but I got to admit, I'm kind of glad it did.
Well, it took us long enough to get through WrestleMania VII just to kind of refresh our memories and watch it all over again, but it was a lot of fun, and let's get to it, man.
We hope you have as much fun as we did. It's maybe our longest show ever. It's not my favorite WrestleMania, but it is one of the more controversial WrestleManias. What happened when WrestleMania VII went down? If you're tuning into the show to hear what type of BS answer Bruce is going to give about the move from the Coliseum to the arena, go ahead and skip to the end of the show. We're saving the best for last. That's our dessert. That's what we're going to gnaw on last, and we'll cover Iraq last. We're going to kind of go through the card and everything that's happening in the WWF first. But let's talk about it. It's WrestleMania VII, March 24th, 1991. We're in Los Angeles. It's WrestleMania VII. Lots going on in the world. The Gulf War. We're obviously going to get to that later, too. Let's get into the matches. This is an astonishingly long show, more than 3.5 hours. Of course, this year WrestleMania was a day and a half, it felt like. The only dark matches, Coco Beware and Brooklyn Brawler. Then we get into the televised show. But before we do that, we got to mention this. I probably would have forgotten this had we not sat down and watched a few minutes of it. Willie Nelson does the national anthem, and he comes out.
America the Beautiful.
My apologies. And he comes out decked out in all kinds of gear. He's got his WrestleMania sweatshirt on. He's got a Hulk Hogan bandana on. He's got Bret Hart shades on. He's got a little replica belt on. He's all decked out. There's got to be a fun. Back in the day, around this time, you were known to have a good time. You had to have a good time with Willie Nelson there.
You ever heard the Toby Keith song, I'll Never Smoke Weed with Willie Again?
No, and I don't know that I want to.
Well, it's a great song, and for those of you that know the lyrics to that song, I can empathize with Toby Keith. Let's just keep it to that. And the 10th floor of the Hilton in Los Angeles was a hell of a night, hell of a party with Willie. Willie's a lot of fun.
So after that, we get right into it, and the first match is the Rockers, and they're going to wrestle Barbarian and Haku. It goes about 10 minutes. This is the last WrestleMania for the Rockers. Their first WrestleMania was at 5. Obviously, this is it. After this, WrestleMania 8 would feature a singles match with Shawn Michaels. This is on the heels of the Chuck Austin injury, the enhancement talent, where he had his neck broken with a rocker dropper. Is there any sort of heat on the boys for that at this time, or no?
No. I mean, that was an unfortunate accident, and accidents happen sometimes. It sucks. But no, there was no heat.
The next match on the card is the Texas Tornado and Dino Bravo. The Texas Tornado, as you remember, is actually Kerry Von Erich, but they bill him as Texas Tornado. I'm curious. He's at one point one of the biggest stars in wrestling. Why don't you go with the Kerry Von Erich billing? You still refer to him as that occasionally, but the name on the screen, the graphic, the way he's billed is the Texas Tornado. Is that just because Vince wanted to own it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty simple. I mean, Vince saw him, and it was a name that he and Kerry came up with, and it's a name that he could market and own. So it's a lot easier to go out and market something that you own versus marketing something that somebody else owns or that someone else created.
So let me ask, is it just random and arbitrary when Ric Flair comes over? He's not billed as the Nature Boy; he's just billed as Ric Flair. So, what's the rhyme or reason that goes into a decision like, okay, we're going to call him Ric Flair, but this guy, he needs a little something extra?
They call him the Nature Boy Ric Flair. They did call Kerry the Texas Tornado Kerry Von Erich. They refer to him both ways, but he was brought in as the Texas Tornado. That's a name they wanted to brand. That was what they wanted to call him. So if you're going to, it's confusing when you continually refer to someone, well, he's the Texas Tornado, well, he's Kerry Von Erich.
But you create that confusion. Why don't you just call him Kerry?
You do create that confusion by going back and referring to a name that you don't own. So if you want to own a name and establish a name, then you're going to refer to him by that name. You're not going to refer to him as a name that he was known by somewhere else, where you're not going to reap the rewards from that after the fact. You'll still own Texas Tornado. You create Texas Tornado. You own that intellectual property. And that's what Vince did. That's what the WWF did. With Ric Flair, they broke that rule. With a lot of guys, they've broken that rule.
Well, that's what I was going to ask is, do you think they still try to adhere to that? Because Kevin Nash comes back as Kevin Nash now.
Sometimes they do. But the biggest pop he got is when he came back as Diesel in the Royal Rumble.
Okay. I don't want to get hot about it. Let's talk about Dino Bravo. Dino Bravo, this is last WrestleMania. French-Canadian guy, untimely demise, pretty bad situation where he ends his time with us here. The story that has made the rumors and innuendo is that he was executed in his den, had the remote control in his hand, and was involved in some sort of underworld dealings with cigarettes. Did you guys have any inclination that Dino Bravo was a connected guy? I don't know that he was a made guy, but he had some sort of shenanigans this in his life.
No, absolutely not.
Did the company?
I have no idea. Dino wasn't around. After Dino left and Dino, whether he retired or what he did, he wasn't around. So I never had any dealings with him. I didn't have the concern, frankly, of what the hell Dino Bravo was doing.
You just didn't have a relationship with him.
I didn't. And he wasn't around to have that relationship.
Is he the only guy you can think of that had maybe a mob-related execution in wrestling?
An alleged mob execution in wrestling? No.
Yeah. There's been more?
Allegedly.
Where the guys were shot in the back of the head?
Allegedly.
Give me another one.
Well, there's a story that has gone around about Gino Hernandez allegedly having a bullet in his head. I don't know if that's true or not. I know what we were told, what his mother was told, and what his mother shared with us, which was not that he was shot, that he overdosed.
Michael Hayes doesn't believe he overdosed.
But I don't believe he overdosed either.
Okay.
But I do know what the autopsy said, and the autopsy said he had more cocaine in his body than a human could possibly ingest. And
have you tested that before?
Have I? No, but I knew Gino very well, and I knew Gino knew his limits.
Yeah.
He partied, but he also knew his limits.
Right.
And that just didn't fit the
right.
MO, if you will. So, yeah, I mean, that's the only other one that I know of that. But I don't know that happened. Like I said, the autopsy and the official report was that he OD'd. He being Gino Hernandez.
Okay. Well, let's move along to the next match. It's the British Bulldog and the Warlord. This is the Battle of the Full Nelsons. Who booked this shit?
I was doing TV at the time. Yeah, we watched that, didn't we?
Yeah,
it was rough.
It was brutal. Let's run through this. Texas Tornado, Kerry Von Erich gets 3 minutes. British Bulldog and Warlord get 8. The next match is the Nasty Boys, Brian Knobbs and Jerry Sags. They take on the Hart Foundation. Have a pretty decent match for what it is. 12 minutes here for this one, and there is a title change. This is Bret Hart's last WrestleMania as a tag guy. He's going to go into WrestleMania 8 against Roddy Piper and win the Intercontinental title and have a good little push for himself, and really begins the build to the main event and to the world titles. Neidhart, of course, would then go on to do lots of other stuff. But I'm sure you've got some fun Nasty Boy stories. Ric Flair has a dozen of them. I know you've got to have a good Nasty Boy story you can share with us. I don't know when we'll talk about them again, so this is as good a chance as any.
Well, the Nasty Boys were great. They were a lot of fun. They were there with Willie Nelson back at the hotel getting ready for that night. Imagine that. So, yeah, they were wild. They were a little crazy, but they were always good for a good time.
We kind of skipped over it a minute ago, but I wanted to mention to you or ask you, when the Rockers were taking on the much bigger tag team of Barbarian and Haku, they make it a point in their promo to say that they are tag team specialists. And then all the way throughout the match, they are constantly referred to as tag team specialists. It feels like this is the common theme whenever it's a smaller tag team taking on a bigger tag team. If it's smaller guys, you just say, well, we're tag team specialists.
Well, that was the selling point of the Rockers. They weren't necessarily as big as the other guys, and frankly stole it from the Rock and Roll Express, because the Rock and Roll Express were billed as tag team specialists. And when the Rockers came in, they were billed as tag team specialists. So it wasn't just for WrestleMania. It was for their entire career, and they were a great tag team. And
so let me ask you this,
they were specialists.
If you're stealing it from, I appreciate that you said you stole it from the Rock and Roll Express. I think a lot of people have thought for a long time that the Rockers were kind of a ripoff of the Rock and Roll Express. But at that time, if you could have them, why wouldn't you just go get them? Why wouldn't you guys have just signed the Rock and Roll Express?
Who would you rather have?
Fair enough.
There you go.
Okay. They defeat the Hart Foundation, the Nasty Boys do, rather. And so now, Bret's not obligated to be in this tag team anymore. He goes and does big, great stuff. Did you guys have any real plan for Jim Neidhart, or is he kind of, for lack of a better word, just a ship without a sail without Bret?
Well, there were plans for both guys, and you go back and you look at, was it WrestleMania 4 or 5 where we did the Battle Royal that Bret won?
That was 4.
Okay, the idea in 4 was to split up the Hart Foundation.
Okay, and here we are at 7.
And,
it's just now
here we are. Well, no, we tried it then, and it didn't work.
Bret just wasn't
way
getting
back
over.
then, and neither one of them got over on their own, and they got back together, and it just, let's try it again.
Talk to me about Jim Neidhart. Jim Neidhart has not had the best success away from wrestling, but were there any other times in wrestling that you feel like he really did a good job? I mean, it feels like to me Jim Neidhart's kind of peak of his career is right here, man. It's in the Hart Foundation. Even when he's tagging with Owen and he's doing other gimmicks, it just doesn't ever feel like it gets back to this point for him professionally.
Some guys are tag team guys, and the Hart Foundation, they were a great tag team.
Yeah.
And I don't know that Jim on his own was as attractive as the singles. So it's Brett shined, and Brett was able to go out on his own and get a following and do well. And Jim just needed that crutch. Jim needed somebody. He needed that workhorse in there.
Isn't it interesting that Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart's career here are really starting to parallel?
Sure.
With this being their last tag thing together, and then in the next 2 WrestleManias, they're both on their way to Intercontinental belts, and then they're on their way to the world titles in the following years. So lots of parallels. Let's get to match number 6. This is something that I was really excited to talk about as a kid. God, I just love this. Jake Roberts and Rick Martel. And a lot of this happened on the Brother Love show. And I just kind of want you to carry us through, how this all came to be. If you remember, he was Rick the Model Martel. He had a cologne he was pushing. And what did you call the contraption that kept that in?
The Automizer.
The Automizer.
That's what it's called.
I'm just saying, it's not a word that I hear very often.
Arrogance.
It's a bug spray gimmick that you guys spray paint and put stickers on that says arrogance. It's pretty creative.
High-tech stuff.
Who was in control of the props at that time? Can you give credit to somebody?
We didn't really have a prop guy at that time or a magic guy at that time. That was
wait. Did you just say magic guy?
Yes.
So WWE refers to a prop guy as a magic guy?
No, the prop guy referred to himself as the magic guy. He was an absolute genius, Richie Posner, and that's what we called his area, magic.
Well, give me an idea of some magic he created.
Just everything that was out there, any special effects, any props or anything like that.
So when the ring collapsed,
he hated the word prop.
Okay.
He preferred to say he made magic, which he did. And he was a magician, too, by trade, and a great magician.
Okay, that explains it. I was going to say, because Carrot Top does not refer to himself as a magic comic. He's a prop comic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No. Richie was actually a magician as well, and he referred to what he did as magic. And I get it. He was great at what he did.
Well, listen.
I'll call it whatever you want me to, as long as it works.
Well, there was magic in this angle, so even if he didn't make the Automizer, it was still cool.
No, I think Creative Services did.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. Rick Martel in these skits on the Brother Love show is looking damn styling in these suits he's rocking and toting around some arrogance, and he sprays it in the eyes of Jake Roberts. Whose idea was this, and do you remember who would have produced it or put all this together? Does any of that ring a bell?
Well, I did the arrogance and the model vignettes and stuff. Vince and I did those. I don't remember whose idea it was. Probably, either Pat or Vince, one of the two. But it was a way to present Martel. Rick was French-Canadian, great talent, not the best talker in the world. And it was a way to get that French out of him a little bit and the arrogance, if you will, of how some people looked at the French. And just get a little bit more personality out of Rick. He was great in the ring and everything he did. Looked like $1 million. And it's another example of a gimmick that you give a guy and the talent was able to pull it off.
He does a phenomenal job here. One of the better angles, for those of you who don't remember, the arrogance gets sprayed in the eyes of Jake the Snake Roberts. He is blinded on the set.
Yeah, but all that was location because that was all on the Brother Love show, so that's what made it great.
Absolutely. It was on Superstars, on the Brother Love show. It's a pretty lengthy angle as far as shooting stuff, because week 1 is the blinding angle. Week 2, we see Jake at the optometrist. A couple of weeks later, we see him back on the Brother Love show, and this time, being harassed by Rick Martel. And he's just feeling around blindly and gives Brother Love a DDT.
He sure did.
What's the trick to taking a DDT so well? Because you did a great job on that DDT.
You listen to the Snake Man and take it exactly like he tells you to. It's actually one of the simplest bumps in the world that people complicate and get hurt trying to take it different ways. If you take it like Jake has taught people to take it over the years and you do it correctly, I think it looks great. and looks like $1 million, and he'll take care of you every single time. Working with Jake and taking the DDT was a night off.
Well, in that angle where he DDTs you, the glasses slip off, and Jake has a contact in to make his eyes look white, and or maybe they are white. That arrogance really got in there and took all the pigmentation out of his eye. My apologies. And then several weeks later, Jake blindsides the guys in the middle of a match. I believe it's Tito and Martel. And because he's blind, he winds up attacking Tito. He's not sure. Couldn't see where he is. And then they do a pre-tape with Jake, a backstage interview, and then a huge pop for him. Jake was over like Rover here, and then this summer you guys would turn him heel. Is that because he wanted to work heel? Do you remember?
Jake always wanted to work heel.
Yeah.
He was more comfortable as a heel.
Well, I think that summer is probably some of his best stuff, and I look forward to us talking about that on a future episode. But what's interesting about this match is you guys would blindfold these guys by putting bags over their head, black bags, not the type that Terry Funk put over Ric Flair's head, a Ziploc bag, but a black bag. And I didn't see it until this week when you and I, were skimming through the show. You guys had cutouts in there with black mesh, you dirty cheaters. They could really see the whole time.
I didn't see that.
This is why Meltzer calls you a lazy con man BS artist.
Yeah, well, you're the one that co-hosts with me.
That's true. So, were you watching on a monitor when this happens?
When what happens?
When this match takes place, Jake and Rick Martel, blindfold match, WrestleMania VII.
Yeah, I was a gorilla.
When you see Jake stick his hand up inside the mask.
Actually, you know what? The first time I ever saw that was with you.
Really?
Yeah.
That's the first time I noticed it, too.
Yeah.
If you go back and you look at this, right before the match starts, when the referee is securing the masks.
But it was lighting. No, and it wasn't necessary. It wasn't cut out. It was black, like pipe and drape.
Yeah, it was like a mesh.
Which you can see through fairly well. It's like having dark sunglasses on.
There was a piece cut out.
And no, if you look at it, it was mesh because the problem was he held it up to the light.
Okay.
And when you had something to look through on the other side, you could see that you could see through it.
Well,
and when it's up against skin and when it's up, it's like, it's black. It looks black and you can't tell. But when they held it up to the light, it was like, oh, crap.
This sounds
that
like
sucks.
A terrible match, but man, it's pretty fun.
And it gets knocked all the time about, oh my God, the blindfold match. I thought they worked it tremendously. I would always think, and I haven't watched it in years, I would always go, why are people always knocking it? And then I watched it again. I thought it was great. Just the simple psychology of Jake and pointing, using the audience to tell them where Martel was. Those two guys did a great job. It was an entertaining story in the ring. And they, if you watch the match, they didn't do a whole lot.
No.
But every single thing they did meant something.
Absolutely. Is it fair to say that Jake would have laid this out?
Probably, but I mean, it takes two to tango. I'm not
taking it from Martel.
The two of them probably got together and came up with it. But.
We just commonly hear as fans that Jake is a genius, and I don't think that was ever more evident to me than watching this match, because like you said, he knows he's the babyface. He's got the crowd on his side. So whenever he's backed up and supposedly looking for Martel, he just sticks his finger out and moves it around, and when the crowd cheers, he knows that's that direction.
The other thing he did in the middle of the match was the clap.
And so when he clapped, Martel started to come that way. The fans start to clap then. They're clued in. They're tuned in, man. And so when now there's clapping everywhere, Martel can't figure out where he is. So very, very genius stuff here. The Snake is in this match at the end. He does not look happy, and it made me curious. Do you remember any fun Snake stories from around this time?
Oh, yeah, a lot.
Can you give me one? Is that possible?
Oh, wow. There were all kinds of snake stories. That snake found its way down people's pants before and in the ring, and the more that someone knew, the more that Jake or somebody knew someone was afraid of snakes, that snake would always find its way into their presence. Jim Cornette one time jumped over a table when Jake took the snake out at gorilla position one time and tried to get it on Cornette. There was a time in Madison Square Garden where they had George the Animal Steel out with Cornette, and Jake, they were going to handcuff Cornette. Now, Cornette didn't know this.
Oh.
And they were going to handcuff Cornette to the bottom rope and put the snake on him.
What would he have been saying during this time?
Who?
What would Jim Cornette have sounded like at that moment?
God damn, motherfucking snake on me, I'll kill somebody. I'll cut that son of a bitch up and make boots out of it. I don't even wear boots. But he goes out, and the deal was Jim Myers, George the Animal Steel, was going to get Cornette and handcuff him to the bottom rope because Myers was a tough guy. He was an amateur wrestler, and he's a tough dude. And Myers gets Cornette, gets the handcuffs on him, handcuffs him to the bottom rope. Well, they go to get the snake and go to get it on Cornette, milk it for the crowd, knowing this whole time that Cornette's got nowhere to go. He's handcuffed. Well, before you know it, Cornette is escaped and is running down the aisle and gets to the back. And we're standing there going, what happened? Well, how the hell did he slip out of the cuffs? What happened? I come back. I said, Corny, what? I'll kill everybody. He slipped out. I said, what happened? He goes, goddamn, I got a handcuff key. He had a handcuff key in his pants and always carry a handcuff key. Like, who the hell carries a handcuff key when they're going to the ring to have a match? Who thinks in their mind, well, I don't know, maybe somebody's going to handcuff me tonight as a rib and put a snake on me. You never know what's going to happen. I always have a handcuff key in case the cops try and get me on an escape.
In case the cops try to get me, I will escape.
Whatever, I got a key.
Hang on now. Hypothetically, do you know of Jim Cornette being arrested before?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, see, I was going to say, I don't see Cornette getting arrested. I see Cornette maybe having the key for other reasons.
No comment. But it was the craziest thing. And when you hear that explanation, it's kind of like, well, okay, props. You got away. Failed.
Do you think he still carries a handcuff key around?
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't put it past him.
That is phenomenal. That's way better of a snake story than
Remind me to tell you the Jim Ross car story one day, and that was a rib. That was a horrible rib, but it was a rib. And we'll tell that one day.
Okay. So
put that in your bank.
Tweet us about that one. Now let's get to the next match here.
I will not address it on Twitter.
Wrestlemania VII, and now this is the 7th match of the night. The 6th televised match is The Undertaker with Paul Bearer taking on Jimmy Superfly Snuka. This is Snuka's last WrestleMania. Is this kind of the end of an era here? Because for a long time, Snuka was the most over babyface there was, and then eventually second only to Hogan. And now he's on his way out, and I don't know, it just kind of feels like the end of an era for the WWF. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, Father Time. How appropriate to,
Wow.
For it to be the Undertaker to be the one.
Did you just freestyle that right there, or was that really the story? If you say it's really the story, I'll give you so many props if that was really the plan. Okay, so
we knew Jimmy was that would probably be Jimmy's. It wasn't. But we figured that was Jimmy's last at the time.
When you say last, you meant pay-per-view or big show?
Well, no, big show and
yeah. He did do other pay-per-views after this, but nothing like WrestleMania. How was Jimmy to deal with here? Jimmy had a little bit of a reputation for being, I don't know, erratic. I don't know the right word I'm trying to use here. He had some challenges. He had some demons. He had some issues. Here, he's easy. It's just
piece of cake.
It's just longevity, Father Time. That's
exactly.
pretty much it. Okay.
Yep.
So, The Undertaker, his very first WrestleMania, the beginning of the streak.
Well, we had this idea. We said, what if we could have a dead man, and every time he wrestles at WrestleMania, he never loses? And if we can only get like 25 years out of it, it'll be great.
Well, you almost made it, man. 21-1.
Yeah, but it's still 25 years, 24 years, whatever.
Yeah, that's a long time.
For those, should I go ahead and just nip that in the bud? The streak wasn't planned, folks. It was just one of those things that organically happened. And then later years, when we realized, this sumbitch has a streak. Cool.
Well, and he starts it with a bang because Snuka was a really, really big deal for a long time. And later this year, he would become WWF champion. And little kids were scared at this time of him. And he debuts here at WrestleMania. It's not his debut, but it's his WrestleMania debut. With a much thinned down Paul Bearer from the one we're used to. You were pretty good friends with Paul. Do you have any good Paul Bearer stories? I don't know when we'll talk about him again.
None I can tell in mixed company.
How excited was he to be a part of WrestleMania? He'd been in the wrestling business for a long time.
Percy's one of those guys that it's nice when one of the nice guys wins.
Right.
And he loved the business. He gave his life to the business. All he wanted to do was work and be a part. And so it's great when someone like that gets an opportunity like Percy got in a character that will last in the hearts and minds of people forever. So it's just cool. It's cool. Everybody, you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody, they're out there, but you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody that didn't like Bill Moody. Bill Moody is Paul Bearer's real name.
Another Alabama fellow. So, roll Tide on that.
Roll Tide.
So let's go ahead and let's get to, you know what, before we do, I know you said the streak wasn't planned. When do you remember that being a topic of conversation? Can you ballpark what year that would have been? This is 91. So would it have been a topic by, let's call it, when he beat Sid for the belt at 97? Would that have even been a topic 6 years in, or is it much past that?
No, probably even past that.
Ballpark. Give me an idea.
I don't even know. I couldn't pinpoint. I'm terrible with dates.
Oh, yeah. You don't remember shit. Everybody who listens to this show knows that.
Yeah, I'm just horrible. I'm a loser.
Meltzer's not here. Calm down.
Bite me.
All right, while you think about that, let's get to match number 8. This is the 7th televised match, though. The Ultimate Warrior and Randy Macho Man Savage.
Hey, finally, we're getting into something good.
We just did the blindfold match at the beginning of the streak and tag team title change and Kerry Von Erich.
All right.
Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart. So let's
the 2-match card.
Well, that's a rude comment. I notice here that, and later we're revealed who it is. 2 empty seats at ringside for this entire card until right here at this match. Would that ever happen now? I mean,
God, no.
I mean, right dead center are 2 empty seats the entire night, and then for this match,
yeah, and you know what? It wouldn't happen now for several reasons. They put audience members that actually want to be there, and no, not that those guys didn't want to be there, but people buy those seats and they spend a lot of money.
They put the celebrities on the hard cam side.
Sure,
now.
because they're may not necessarily be there to watch the show, and the audience member that is there that buys those seats and pays their good money, they're not leaving those seats during the event.
Would this have been something that irked Vince back then, or was his attention to detail in other areas?
No, it definitely irked him. You hated seeing empty seats anywhere, much less in the front row right opposite hard cameras.
Right.
Now they deal with it a lot differently. They have seat fillers that if there's empty seats that are in the hard camera sections, they'll go and put people in them until the people come back with their drinks or if they're going to the bathroom or what have you.
The folks in the seats are Donald Trump and guest. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's get back to the Ultimate Warrior, though. You guys did a really great job building this up here. If you think back to kind of how this all started, Macho Man attacks the Ultimate Warrior on main event, and then Sherry appears at the Royal Rumble during an interview segment with the Warrior and begs for a title shot for Macho Man. Later in the night, she distracts the Macho Man, or she distracts the Warrior, and Macho Man sneak attacks him during his match with Sergeant Slaughter. A few minutes later, back when they're, back ringside, Macho Man really lays it in with a scepter shot on the head of the Warrior, allowing Slaughter to get the pin and become the world champion. And so they start to promote this as the first time ever for a career-ending match in the WWF. Do you remember a career match prior to this in the WWF, or is this just the first big-time one on pay-per-view?
Not that I remember. It was the first one on big-time pay-per-view, that's for sure.
So who pitches this idea? Do you remember?
Well, Randy was, looking to take some time off.
He's fresh on a broken thumb here. I don't know if you remember that, but he had just broken his thumb. He's got 2 pins in there. I don't recall that, but Randy was definitely looking for some time off and to take a break, and he had been running hard. And so when you say take a break, he just wanted to come off the road for a little bit and be a spokesman for the company. He wanted to do commentary, or do you remember what the real plan was at this time?
I think at the time it was to be a spokesman, but actually at the time was for him to take some time off and get away from the business for a little while and then come back and be a spokesman. And then, I don't know that it was ever necessarily one of the things I hate about stipulations like this is I don't think that it was ever really the intention that Randy was going to retire and be gone forever. There was always the thought that, well, he'll be back.
Yeah, Meltzer, I know you love this, but
Jesus,
he suggested that, maybe one of the ideas would be there would be like a letter writing campaign to get Macho Man reinstated. And you guys would request, if you'd like for him to be reinstated, send your, note to blah, blah, blah as a way to capture addresses for mailing addresses so you guys could send them catalogs and stuff and market stuff. And he certainly did something like that the year before with the tugboat Hulk Hogan situation.
Yeah, definitely. We did do that.
Whose idea was that? 'Cause
What?
That's pretty genius.
Oof. I would imagine probably Vince's. I don't know.
That's a really, really great idea.
Bob Collins, Vince, I don't know.
Okay, so let's get into the match. Sherry and Macho Man are carried out on thrones for this. It's a pretty cool spectacle. Any memories of that idea, or maybe funny stories of carrying them around, maybe mishaps or guys who went on to be something like Cena was with Punk at that one WrestleMania, or DDP was for the Honky Tonk Man?
I don't think any of the guys that carried Randy out that night went on to any kind of stardom, but it was, the sedan, as we called it.
The sedan.
Yes, it was a sedan, and
it looked heavy.
It was heavy without anybody on it.
Yeah.
And then you had 2 human bodies on it, and it got a little tricky sometimes. And those guys were always afraid for their life that they may dump Randall or Sherry somewhere. And Randall, babies.
Warrior trunks have been a topic of debate here for a long time amongst us fans. The rumors and innuendo on the back of his trunks that night were the World Wrestling Federation heavyweight title, and the words means much more than this. And a lot of people said that was a way of taking a dig at him either not being in the main event or the title picture, or trying to stress that his match was more important. Dig or no dig?
Well, I think it's silly that anyone would even think it's a dig, because you're talking about the context of the match. You're talking about someone's career versus a championship. And giving importance to that match, his career meant more than a championship.
Right.
So it was just simply, in the context of the match, the career and the warrior and all that to him was much more important than a belt or a championship. That's all it meant.
This is the first time we saw the Ultimate Warrior wear a duster that I remember, and commentary makes a really big deal about his knee pads having a picture of Macho Man's face on one and his on the other. is this a little bit of a ripoff of Rick Rude? Rude really made this famous, having airbrushed gear custom for the match. That's what kind of this felt like to me. Would you disagree?
I don't know yeah, I don't know. I mean,
okay, this is fun. So Sherry was decked out.
Well, I know. I mean, you're asking me, was I in Jim Hellwig's head to know that he was going to get back at Rick Rude and go to an airbrush?
I never said it was getting back at. I wanted to know if the boys thought, oh, he's doing the Rude gimmick. It was kind of his gimmick at the time.
Was he there? Was he there?
Fuck this.
Was he there?
No,
he had gone,
no.
so it wasn't his gimmick there anymore. So he wasn't there for anybody to compare to. And Rob Van Dam did it. So was Rob Van Dam a rip off of Rick Rude?
Yes.
Okay.
Glad we had this talk. Rob Van Dam didn't wear his opponent's stuff and make match specific stuff.
Okay.
All right. Never mind. This isn't so much fun sometimes. Sherry was decked out this night.
Feel my pain.
I always thought she never got her just due. What can you, as somebody who was there, testify that Sherry really meant to the matches?
Oh, Sherry was great. The boys, if you ask any of the boys who they'd rather work with, all of them would rather work with Sherry Martel. She was... Rather than anybody.
Okay.
You could have a match with Sherry. She'd sell and make you sell, and it'd be believable. But Sherry was a huge integral part of the Macho King and the Queen, sensational Queen Sherry. She just was great at everything she did. She added to that package. She reacted to every little thing and accented the match and didn't steal from it.
These guys would wrestle the next year at SummerSlam, and looking back at this match, I still think this particular match is the best match of the Ultimate Warrior's career. Would you agree with that?
Probably so. Probably the best match Warrior ever had.
So I want to kind of talk about some of the match. Cool spot here. Randy does a crossbody. Warrior catches him, but stands him up and then slaps him. It really added to the story that, Warrior's the bigger, stronger guy. And around this time, Gorilla starts really reiterating, this is the largest pay-per-view audience in the history of pay-per-view. There's no way he would have known that at that point, right? This is just a line from Vince.
I'm sorry, you're asking me to tell you what line Vince gave? No. You know what that was in reference to? Was we were broadcasting that to the troops all over the world. So the audience was the largest audience because of the number of troops and where we were broadcasting. We broadcasted it for free on the Armed Forces Radio or whatever.
Yeah.
We broadcasted it live all over the world, and so the audience was huge. As far as pay-per-view buys, no, at that time it was WrestleMania V.
We're never getting away from the way you split hairs here, just so you know.
Well, no, the audience was the largest.
I get that.
It was because we were broadcasting.
What does it sound like we're talking about right now, though? It sounds just like attendance and tickets sold.
No, that's what you choose to pull out of it. He said it was the largest pay-per-view audience, and you're saying, well, was it pay-per-view? You didn't say pay-per-view buys. So it was the largest pay-per-view audience.
How is it pay-per-view if no one's paying?
Because that's what we referred to them as.
So
that's how we referred to the events. It's a pay-per-view event.
Okay.
So because it's a pay-per-view event,
should have just been a per-view.
It was broad.
There's no pay, so he should have just said this is the largest per-view audience in the history of per-view. But it wasn't.
Yeah,
anyway.
It was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Sherry's wearing some super revealing stuff here, and I think around this time she started to really push the edge with some of her outfits, thongs and stuff like this. Is it fair to say this is like the precursor for the Attitude Era? There was a series of matches here where she would be stripped down to bra and panties and stuff like that, and that was kind of pushing the edge here for WWF at the time. Do you remember that being a conscious decision, and who would have been the person who says, why don't we show a little cheek here, pal?
Well, a lot of that usually was Sherry volunteering it. But I don't think there was necessarily a conscious effort to go, let's do bra and panties. As a matter of fact, it was probably the other way, kind of shying away from that.
Right.
But I know Sherry always used to like to do that, and I never liked the guys putting their hands on women anyway. In general, that's tough to sell. It's just a tough sell. I don't care where you are and what you're doing. Heel, babyface. That was always the excuse. Well, she's a heel, so it's okay to do whatever you want to. Too.
Whose excuse was that?
That's everybody's excuse. It would be the talent's excuse to say, "Well, she's a heel. You can go ahead and get away with it." And because the audience popped, it's okay. She's a heel. It's okay. I just never liked it, but sometimes they did it.
Warrior pushes Sherry here when they're on the outside. Pushes are pretty hard and pushes her down, and it's not even addressed at the time. So what you're saying holds water. Well, is this the first time you remember this many finishing moves being used over and over and over and it not finishing? It feels a lot like now you see guys hit a move a dozen times and then they still kick out. But back in those days, it was
unique because usually when a guy hits his finisher, that was it, and you work to the finish. And these guys wanted to do something different, and career match that they wanted to make it special and just be able to go out and make it different.
It's time for the pin now, and after all these finishing moves, Warrior wins with just a foot on the chest for the pin. Your thoughts?
Hated it. I thought it was disrespectful to Randy Savage, the performer. I thought it was disrespectful to Randy Savage, the man. I also believe that it was probably Randy Savage's call. Knowing Randy. And knowing how Randy was a firm believer of win him in the ring, lose him in the ring. You win him 1, 2, 3, you lose him 1, 2, 3, right in the middle. And I could see Randy basically anointing the Warrior and saying, you know what? Beat me, stand over me, and be the man. Because Randy knew what was coming afterwards. So it was simply simply a way to get Warrior over.
As if that's not enough, Warrior takes a victory lap around to the corners and then again comes back to the center to put a foot on the chest, this time posing with the duster on. It just seems a little disrespectful to not only pin him with one foot, but to make a victory lap, throw your shit on, and then do it again.
Well, it is to me. And I think that the talent at the time, here I am defending Warrior, I think the talent at the time, everybody knew what was going to happen next and felt that Randy was going to have his moment at the end. So get your moment now and then move on, and Randy gets his moment at the end. And it did work.
It did.
It did work. But as you and I watched it, I even told you that when we were watching it, I thought that was, it rubbed me wrong. I knew what was going to happen.
I'm curious the thinking that goes into what happens next. Sherry attacks the Macho Man after the match. She's upset that he's lost, seemingly, because of the impact it'll have on her career. And then, of course, Liz, who they showed in the crowd, a good ways away from the ring, 2 rows back down the aisle. She comes to the rescue and throws Sherry out of the ring by her hair, and the crowd goes nuts for them to reunite. Women in the crowd are crying everywhere, and then they reunite, and he embraces her, puts her up on the shoulder, and then when it's time for them to leave, he used to make her hold the ropes open for him, and this time he opens them real big for her. And the replay they show on the pay-per-view isn't of the match at all, but it's of him picking her up. So he started the match as a heel, worked as a heel, cheating and chairs and all this stuff. But then Liz comes back to him, so now he's a babyface. Has this ever happened before? It's a pretty interesting dynamic that a guy can, start as a heel and work as a heel the entire time, but because a woman likes him, he's a babyface.
Well, I mean,
it really speaks to the power of Liz.
It spoke to the power of the couple.
Mm-hmm.
It spoke to the package of Randy and Elizabeth through the years. That was a unit that, God, they were iconic. Huge heels, huge baby faces, and
Liz was never really a heel.
No, but she managed Randy as a heel, and as a package they were heels. And it just was, come on, man. They were iconic. And everyone loved Liz. She said even as a heel, they loved Liz. And it was a way to bring them back together. And what people don't know is how devoted Randy Savage was to the business and to the angle when he and Liz split on camera. Randy and Liz in real life were married and got a separation, a legal separation.
Wow.
So that if anybody, would say, oh, well, they're really married. No, they're not. That was Randy's dedication to his art and everything that he did. And Jesus Christ, why we got to do this shit? Last week we were talking about Eddie and stuff, and I told you, and I apologize, folks. The visual of Randy and Liz and Sherry all in the ring together, throw Warrior in there, and they're all gone now, was powerful. And it's even more powerful now when you sit there and you watch that and you see them, and knowing how much Randy loved Liz and vice versa, that to watch that, and you're talking about people crying, man, I cried that night, when it happened. It was a work. It was a beautiful story, but it was also those two coming back together, and it was a beautiful story. And it was what it was, but it worked. And onward and upward.
What do you think made Liz so special? There's never really been a character like her since.
She's quiet, classy. Didn't have to say a lot, didn't say a lot. And she was a beautiful woman, but she also was like that girl next door. So I think she was really relatable and easy to like.
This seems like the time when you guys would have taken an intermission. I don't know that it was acknowledged as an intermission. I'm curious, how the hell did WrestleMania used to have an intermission?
Back in the old days, WrestleMania 1, 2, 3, they used to take intermissions on pay-per-view even.
Yeah.
And this was back when you thought you have to have an intermission. You got to sell gimmicks. You got to give people a chance to go get popcorn and something to drink and go to the bathroom. So it was just a mainstay of a live event and a pay-per-view event. Got to give people a chance to go do what they want to do. It was a different time. But what we did for the television audience was we had interviews and stuff with the celebrities that filled that time. Well, in the house for the live event, it was an intermission.
So
it was a long show. It also gives the announcers time to go take a piss. And
so this intermission period here, this is kind of famous, when you did it for house shows and live events, because this would be the Hulk Hogan spot a lot of times, where you would have a really good match as the last match on the card, but Hogan would work right before the intermission, the rumor being so he could get back to the hotel and do his room service and all that.
God.
And beat the fans out of the crowd and beat the traffic and not be mobbed and yada, yada, yada.
No, folks, it was when you're going to do a return so that you could have
tickets
whatever you're going to do, and you can come back and announce the return off of an angle that you would shoot in that match. And then when you come back for the return, if it was the blow-off, it would be the last match. But no, it wasn't so he could go back and get room service.
Well, he used to say it is. So
well, I'm sure that's what he did. Well, that wasn't why he was put in that spot.
So he didn't request to be in that spot, you don't think?
He was put. I just explained why he was put in that spot.
Okay.
When we had a hot match that we were the exact same reason why Warrior and Andre the Giant were put on in that spot when we were going to do the return. They were put in that spot so you could come back later on and announce, next time that we are here in the Von Braun Civic Center, it will be 1-on-1, and you announce the return. off of the angle you shot earlier in the night.
All right.
And then they come back. It wasn't so, well, you know what? Room service stops at 8. We need to get those guys out of here so they can get their egg whites.
The first match back after intermission has a nickname that I've heard. Can you share that?
Popcorn match.
Explain to our listeners who may not be familiar why it's the popcorn match.
Because people went out to get popcorn, and they're coming back from getting their popcorn.
What type of match would usually be in the popcorn match position?
A slower starting match. One that's going to build, put a little time in, get people back to their seats.
And the match chosen here is, well, let's talk about intermission first. They have The Undertaker measuring Regis with a tape measure. This is pretty fun stuff. Then there's the Demolition promo. By this point, Bill Eadie is gone. It's just Crush and Smash here. They're really winding things up. There wouldn't be much more traction to Demolition. This is their last WrestleMania. And then they interview their opponents, which are Tenryu and Katao. I say Katao right?
Yep.
And maybe a little racist here because Regis is trying to communicate with these guys who don't speak any English, but they acknowledge Toyota and Isuzu. Could they get away with that now?
I doubt it.
It's pretty amazing. This Demolition match seems a little out of place. I mean, it's just kind of out of nowhere. How do you guys come to this to be a WrestleMania match? And Demolition loses. This is the first time I remember seeing a power bomb in the WWF. I'm probably wrong on that, but it's the first time I remember seeing it. Demolition's done in September of this year, I believe. And they lose to Tenryu and Katao in 4 minutes. Do you remember, I know you guys had some sort of SWS working agreement, and it feels like WCW at this time is playing follow the leader. They're doing some stuff with New Japan. And a few months after this, you would have a huge show with these guys. I think Tenryu tagged with Hogan against LOD, and you guys had like record ticket prices and made a huge gate in Japan. But I don't really hear about that going on much further. What happened here?
Well, that's simply it. We had a working relationship with Tenryu. Tenryu was starting his own company in Japan. Koji Katao was a sumo wrestler that had turned pro, and they wanted to make him an international star. So he is in Japan. He's portrayed as so big that he's got this big match with another Japanese superstar, Tenryu, who was a big name in Japan, to come over to America and be in WrestleMania. It's just simply a working relationship, put a good light on them, and we were going to Japan. So it was a way to just strengthen that agreement with them. And it was more, that particular segment, that particular match was more important to Japan than it was per se to the show or really have any meaning in WrestleMania. But internationally in Japan, it had a lot of meaning.
Before we talk about the Katao situation, why is Demolition winding up? Like, at one point, Demolition's pretty damn over. What do you think changed? When Crush was interjected, it wasn't the same? Or it was just time?
Well, it's just time. I mean, it's like, I love it when people say, well, why'd you guys, the dream, baby, it's just getting hot, you're going to cut it off. But everything runs its course. You can't have Demolition be the dominant tag team forever. There comes a time that you got to bring something new in.
Yeah.
It's their time. That hell of a run. It's just their time.
Well, it looks like their time is up. We can't see them. Katao's time is now. Katao, famous maybe, I don't know when we'll talk about it again, for trying to shoot on Earthquake later this year at the Japanese show that we referenced a minute ago. So when WWF at the time goes to Japan, they match these two guys up, probably because John Tenta was a pretty successful sumo and had some real name recognition in that sport. And since Katao is kind of the man over there for that, this is a natural fit. But then in the match, he kind of goes in business for himself. It's on YouTube if you'd like to see it. Do you have any memories of that? Because I don't know when we'll ever talk about that again.
No, I just remember when it happened. And
were you at that show?
Nope. But Earthquake was John Tenta was a big sumo name over there. Katao was a young sumo, had been a big name, and it was young versus new, and Katao.
You mean young versus old or new?
Young versus
yeah,
yeah, young versus old. But Tenta wasn't that old. He looked like it because he was balding, but Tenta still had it. And Katao wanted to test the old timer, and Katao's the one that left the ring.
And when he rolls out of the ring after shooting on him, he picks up a mic and in Japanese says something like "wrestling is fake," and is essentially.
But he didn't want to get back in there with the fake wrestler.
Never got back in there and never wrestled again. Was essentially blackballed from wrestling after that. So this is his last WrestleMania too.
Yes, it was.
WrestleMania continues. We go to match number 10 on the card. Number 9 on television. The Big Boss Man is going to take on Mr. Perfect here for the Intercontinental title. And this is an interesting match to me because the Big Boss Man looked better than ever for this one.
Both guys did.
Yeah, really an entertaining match. Do you have any memories of this one?
It was just a great match. It had been built up with Bobby Heenan insulting the Big Boss Man's mom. And we shot some very entertaining vignettes about Mrs. Boss Man. She was a good sport. And culminating here. Perfect Intercontinental Champion. It was bringing Andre back out to kind of avenge breaking up with Heenan and anointing the Big Boss Man. It was a hell of a match. It was really a great match.
Real quick, I want to dig into a little bit more about the Big Boss Man. He's in phenomenal shape here. Why didn't he get more of a push? It seems like he debuted, and well, you're fired up at it, but he debuted and then goes on some successful loops with Hogan on house shows, even some cage matches, and then he does some tag stuff with Akeem. But he gets himself in great shape here. He's super over. He doesn't get the win, and he's programmed with the Mountie at SummerSlam. What would have been the harm in giving him a title run?
A push. Jesus, that's a hell of a push. You come in, you work with the top guy, Hogan. Hell of a push. You're put right on top. With the top guy. Then from there, you go on and you form a tag team and you work with the two top guys, Hogan and Savage. You go around. Bossman had a hell of a run. Great push.
But my point is,
you can't just push everybody all at the same time. The spotlight is only so big. So, Bossman had a hell of a run. He comes out of here with a victory. He didn't win the title, but he came out with a victory. He came out on top. He comes out with Andre anointing him and raising his hand. It's not always about, well, he didn't have the belt.
Well, I'm just saying that because during this run. What?
The belt is a prop.
Are you serious right now?
I'm sorry. Do you want me to say the belt is magic?
Well, a few minutes ago, when I said Jake had a white contact in, you got half hot about it. And now you're referring to the Intercontinental Championship title belt.
It's a prop.
Made by Reggie Parks. That's a prop.
It's a prop. Yes. Believe it or not, they're a prop.
I don't know what to say to you anymore.
Sure you do. You'll think of something. Andre
the Giant comes out in this match. This is the first WrestleMania where he wasn't advertised that I can recall. I assume he had been having some injury situations in his life. This is the last WrestleMania appearance for him. And I'm curious, if he would have been able to work, did you guys have a plan for what the match would have been? He does some physical.
He wasn't a part of it. He wasn't necessarily a part of it. The storyline was the breakup with Heenan, and then going on after WrestleMania to have the managers wooing him. That's all it was.
So is his appearance here just to continue the Bobby Heenan storyline, or is it to just add some added value to the viewer that, hey, they got to see Andre the Giant? Is it to get him a WrestleMania payday? All the above? It
was a part of the story. It was all the above. He was a part of the story. And
was he able to work here? I guess what I'm getting at is why not give him a match, even if you put him in a tag match.
Again, the story was Boss Man and Perfect, and there was a sub story with Andre and Heenan, and it was a way to make all of them work in without having to give him a match. And he wasn't in the best health, so I don't know how much of a match he really could have worked.
The next match on the card, Bobby Heenan is involved in this one, and Mr. Perfect's got his working boots on. If you haven't seen this match in a long time, you should go check it out. It's a pretty decent match. It runs about 10 minutes. But Perfect, man, he is just all over the place with crazy dramatic bumps. I can't help but wonder, what did Vince think of some of these over-the-top Kurt Hennig sales? Is this something that would have pissed him off, annoyed him, or would he found humor in it? Because he's clearly doing it to be funny.
Well, no, I mean, that was Kurt's way of working, and Kurt was a bump machine. And it just simply, as far as Vince's reaction, you have to ask him what he thought of it, but it would probably depend on who it was, the timing, and who he was working with.
Weird thing in this match worth mentioning, too. Boss Man's working Perfect. The referee's Joey Morella. On commentary is Lord Alfred Hayes and Gorilla Monsoon. Everyone's gone. Is that weird to see? Doesn't feel like that should be the case.
Yeah, sucked. I mean, it's just one of those things that, and yeah, it's sad. Those guys you travel up and down the road with and spend a lot of time with. So yeah, it's, I'm getting old.
You have a lot of impressions. Do you do a Big Boss Man?
No. Jim
Cornette does a Big Boss Man, and let me just say, Jim Cornette's Big Boss Man is identical to your Jim Cornette.
God damn.
Double cheeseburger, double cheese, extra mayo, extra onion. Get it right, or I'm gonna kill somebody.
It's like a foul mouthed Mickey Mouse. Match number 11, number 10 on the card, that was televised. Earthquake takes on Greg the Hammer Valentine. They don't get very much time at all. They're only in there for about 3 minutes. What's the point of this match?
Get guys on the card.
Okay, let's move along. The Legion of Doom, Hawk and Animal, two of the biggest attractions in the history of wrestling, take on Power and Glory, Hercules and Paul Roma. And the Legion of Doom wins in 59 seconds.
There you go.
Is this a waste?
Well, I got Legion of Doom exposure, got him out there, got him a win on WrestleMania. Why is that a waste?
Well, it just seems like, I know.
Would you rather him not be on the show?
Well, I'm just saying, British Bulldog and Warlord got 8 minutes.
They were in a program. It was a blow-off. This was a way to get Legion of Doom out there and get him exposure, get him a big win at WrestleMania.
Legion of Doom supposedly are having some issues with their contract at this time. Does any of that ring a bell?
No.
That's rumors and innuendo, obviously. But the rumor and innuendo is that they're just not really happy with their spot on the card or their pay or both. And, they're not early in the show. They're late in the show, but they're 59 seconds in. Nothing? Got nothing on that?
So they go out and they destroy their opponents in 59 seconds, and they're upset about that.
I'm just asking.
I don't recall them being upset. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I don't recall that. But I don't know what they'd be upset about being on the show. And the alternative is not being on the show, not having 59 seconds, not having any seconds, and
the guy,
minute, should they have been second wait a minute, no, number 2 where Texas Tornado was? I'm asking.
Well, here's my question. These guys were main event attractions for Crockett and did big business down there, and were in cage matches last with Dusty and Flair and the Horsemen, and now they're wrestling Paul Roma and Hercules, and you're acting like that's okay. So, just wanted to give you a chance to.
Again, it's like, well, everybody should be in the main event. There's one main event.
I'm not arguing that they should be in the main event. Here's what I'm saying.
In this case, there were 2 main events.
I'm not arguing any of that. Was
15 matches.
What's wrong with Demolition LOD here?
They'd already had Demolition LOD. The
Not at
program was
WrestleMania?
over.
Okay.
But they had already had a program. They'd already gone through Demolition. They'd already worked with them.
Why wouldn't you have saved it for WrestleMania and made it a bigger deal?
Again, you can't save everything for WrestleMania. You got to have attractions other times during the year. So it's not all, well, every match should have been the main event of WrestleMania. It doesn't work that way. You got to tell stories. You got to draw houses during the rest of the year too. So there was a story. They had their run with Demolition. It goes back to the old, well, why didn't they do Flair and Hogan? Do
you think if you guys built a card worth of shit, you wouldn't have had to move it from the Coliseum to the arena? We'll come back to that. Let's go to match number 12 that was televised. Virgil with Roddy Piper. How's that for a pairing? Defeated Ted DiBiase by countout. I don't remember seeing a WrestleMania win by countout. I'm sure it's happened, but none come to mind right off the top of my head. This is a big angle. You guys did a really, really good job building this one, I thought. No music for Virgil because Piper managed him. I'm not exactly sure why Piper was here except to build the angle right after.
There you go. Ding, 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 ding.
It just seems hodgepodge, but, whatever. Count out win for Virgil as Ted attacks Piper. Sherry then attacks Piper and sides with Ted, and then they beat on Piper's hurt leg. He came out with a brace on and limping. And then, of course, Virgil pleads with Piper to get up on the hurt leg and carries him out. Is this Virgil's highlight of his career? Is this like the pinnacle for
Probably
Virgil?
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably so. That's about as high as Virgil was going to get.
Do you remember what type of fuck money he got for this?
I don't.
Do you reckon that afterwards he celebrated at the Olive Garden?
I would imagine so. Do they even have Olive Garden then?
Oh, yeah, that's selling breadsticks. That's been the shit for a long time.
Okay.
Meat sauce, baby. Okay, the locker room sets were all over for the backstage interviews, and I've always been fascinated by these. It was kind of a staple at the time, these famous locker room backgrounds. There's a payphone, and I think there's a couple of different sets here, and you've told me before that you maybe had a hand in that. Can you kind of lay out what that is? Or did just every locker room you guys had in the 80s and 90s look identical?
Yeah, that was a hell of a coincidence.
It really was.
No, we had basically your heel locker room set and your babyface locker room set. One was pink, one was blue.
Oh, I didn't notice that. I'm colorblind.
Yeah.
So I didn't notice that. So it wasn't like pink was pink for the girls?
No,
or pink was for
heels. Pinks are heels.
Okay.
Baby faces are blue.
Well, you know.
Conrad.
Now let's get into the Mountie and Tito Santana. These guys had a barn burner of a match for about a minute. Whose idea was the Mountie? I'm pretty excited about the Mountie character, and I realize I'm probably in the minority, but the
Mountie was great.
I enjoyed the Mountie. Do you remember who came up with the gimmick? He was great at it.
Well, we had a box, and it's at ProWrestlingTees.com/Bruce Prichard, box of gimmicks, and we reached in and pulled out, and there was a Mountie hat in there. Jacques' brother Raymond had, I don't want to say retired, but he basically semi-retired and was doing commentary for us, color commentary for us in Montreal. And Raymond had other businesses, and Raymond, another wonderful guy, that it was an opportunity, Jacques going out on his own and give him new life and a new character, and came up with the Mountie and look at, how Americans view foreigners, which we'll be getting into next. And no matter where they were, but it was a way to, it had a lot of heat in Canada. It had a lot of heat everywhere, but it had a lot of heat in Canada because the Royal Canadian Mounted Police felt that we were making light of the Mounties.
Right.
And Jacques had a lot of heat with that. But it was just, a gimmick. No different than the Big Boss Man.
And he did a phenomenal job with it.
Oh, it was great.
Is the theme of this pay-per-view, card quantity over quality. I'm not saying that to be a
Well,
dick.
hindsight being 2020, yeah.
I mean, there's just so many short matches and so many guys and so many matches. It feels
you forget about it, and I'm exhausted
just talking
about it.
Well, let's we're gonna get
because as you get into the sell of this card were 2 matches.
Yeah,
Warrior and Savage, Hogan and Slaughter.
Right. Well, and Jake and Martel. Come on, blindfold match was awesome.
That's true. It was awesome. Perfect and Bossman was awesome.
All right, let's talk about it. There were some celebrities who were here, but there were some celebrities who backed out, or so the rumors and innuendo would have you to believe. The 2 empty seats we talked about earlier in the front were Donald Trump. Donald Trump was there because Marla Maples was there, and roll tide on that, right?
Yeah, they were dating.
Yeah, so Trump's there. Chuck Norris is there. He's interviewed on camera. Lou Ferrigno, Henry Winkler. Alex Trebek replaces Bob Costas, or so we've been led to believe. Bob Costas had some sort of quote that said it wouldn't be in the best taste or something like that and pulled out. He had been, and was later, a WWF proponent, but seemingly backs out here because of the perceived controversy of the Iraq War. Rumors and innuendo would also lead you to believe that Roseanne Barr and Tom Arnold, who are a pretty big deal around this time, were supposedly supposed to be there, and being in Los Angeles, that makes sense. But they back out too. Do you remember what their plans would have been for them at WrestleMania? Was it just to say hi and bye, or would Roseanne have done something?
No,
She was pretty hot at the time.
No, it was strictly to be like guest ring announcers and stuff like that, guest interviewer, things like that. I do remember Costas. I don't remember in that particular instance Roseanne and Tom Arnold. I do, but I don't. You know what I mean? Right. It was simply they would have been, guest timekeeper, no different than what Trebek and Regis and Marla did.
So
celebrities on the fringe.
Let's talk about the Iraq stuff. This wasn't the original plan for WrestleMania VII. So talk to me a little bit about where this idea first comes from. It's WrestleMania, so Hulk Hogan's figured in big, but you revealed it before what the original idea was, and I don't think that we've really expounded on that here on your show. Kind of lay that out for everybody.
Well, the original idea was...
Let's set the backstory. It's summer 1990. Earthquake attacks Hulk Hogan, gives Hogan some time off TV. He's going to go film Suburban Commando, I think. Is that right?
I think that was the one, yeah.
So he films Suburban Commando, which actually comes out a couple months after WrestleMania VII, so that timeline lines up. And he does the chest finish, the sit-down gimmick on Hogan, and then Hogan's out, and he's off TV, and there's a new character, Tugboat, is introduced, and he is Hogan's pal, and he's going to try to come to the rescue and help him, and they're doing these bracelets, and you can get one of these bracelets if you'll just write in and blah, 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 and you're supporting your Hulkster, and they're showing all these letters that are coming in. You guys are doing an address capture campaign, which is pretty amazing. People do it with email and text message numbers now, but back then snail mail was the deal. And
got to build that mailing list.
And so it builds to SummerSlam 1990, which is Earthquake versus Hulk Hogan in Philadelphia. And the seeds are starting to be planted. What was the original plan for WrestleMania VII?
The original plan was we had Sarge coming back, and we had Adnan Al-KC, and there was turmoil in the Middle East with Iraq and what have you, and Iraq being invaded, Kuwait being invaded by Iraq. And the idea was that Hulk Hogan's good new best friend, Tugboat, would turn his back on America and the Hulkster and adopt the ways of the Middle East and be chic tugboat against the All-American, the real American, Hulk Hogan.
How would Slaughter have been figured into that?
Well, Sarge was going to kind of be, peripheral character at the time. There was the idea to do chic tugboat was before Sarge came in. Sarge came back right before SummerSlam, I believe. We did the Great American Sergeant Slaughter Award. So this idea was even before that. So we'd taken Hogan out after WrestleMania sometime, and then Hogan was coming back at SummerSlam. But in the meantime, the idea was that it would be Tugboat that would be the one to lead that charge, and Tugboat be his friend, and that Tugboat would be the one that would eventually turn. Along the way, Sarge comes back.
Fresh off his G.I. Joe deal.
Yep. And Sarge comes back, and it's like, well, what if the real American hero, G.I. Joe, Sergeant Slaughter, turned his back on America and the real American Hulk Hogan? So thank God for Sergeant Slaughter coming back when he did and stepping into that role. But the build-up was one of Sarge being an Iraqi sympathizer, and
wait, hang on. Why would Vince have picked Tugboat?
Because he was a big, huge guy and humongous arms and big pythons, if you will, and they just saw
a monster.
A monster, yeah, and it was a big monster for Hogan to destroy when it came time. Big guy to beat. So like to create monsters for the Hulkster.
So an audible is called at this point, and for whatever reason.
Well, thank God we hadn't got into the turn.
But y'all had already started to do some teases.
Well,
right?
we had done the teases with Tugboat being the one to bring Hulk back and everything. Man, Tugboat and Hogan teamed at Survivor Series. We were kind of already that ship had sailed, so to speak. But Sarge coming in when he did, and being that Iraqi sympathizer, and it was just topical. It was what had been done in the business for eons. You take the foreign menace. We were at war with Germany, and after the war in Germany, the heels were all Germans. And after the war in Japan, all the heels were Japanese and threw salt. Well, we hadn't gone to war yet, but you had a hell of a heel over in Iraq by the name of Saddam Hussein that everybody hated and was on the news every week. So why not have an Iraqi sympathizer? And what's worse than having an Iraqi in General Adnan, but to have an American, a G.I. Joe that represented everything that was right in America, an American hero, and Sergeant Slaughter, turn his back on his own country. And that was the thought process. And to go to Mania, the real American versus the American turncoat. And this was obviously before things escalated in the Middle East.
Well, but you were still kind of building this pay-per-view around a real-life conflict.
Always did. They always built things around real-life conflicts. World War II was a real-life conflict.
Well, hang on. You said they right there. This is you.
This isn't me personally.
Oh, you personally were there.
Yeah, I was personally there, and yeah, I was behind it. And I definitely did support it. And it's what they had done. The Hollywood, wrestling, historically, took foreigners and made them heels and bad guys. And you propped up your American heroes. And that's exactly what we were doing.
What was
and before that, before we even necessarily, before we even had conflict in Iraq, we had booked because the Los Angeles Coliseum had approached us about coming in and holding the event in the Los Angeles Coliseum, which held over 100,000 people. And we went out there. We flew out there. They had a huge presentation. They set a ring up on the 50-yard line, and they had the big screens up. They had put seats on the field around it and had
did a big
cameras out. Oh, they had a huge sell. I mean, they had, Wrestlemania VII up on the scoreboard, and they had video so that when we walked in, we were up on the big screen and stuff. They had this beautiful luncheon for us. And that was, God, I want to say it was right after or right before, well, it was right before WrestleMania VI. And because we had done 6 in Toronto, and this was going to be bigger than 6.
Right.
So we had been out there and done the tour, made the decision, okay, we'll do this. And then as time went on, it was like, well, take Hulk's best friend, Tugboat, and, do the turn and triumphant return of the Hulkster.
WrestleMania VI ran a promo for tickets being on sale at the Coliseum. And if you go back and watch it on the network, that promo has been erased. It is not there. Before we get into what happened there, did you guys think that this Iraqi concept would draw 100,000 people?
Well, first of all, there was no Iraqi concept when we booked the Coliseum.
So what would you think a year out?
Well, you're sitting there trying to figure that out. It's going to be Hulk, and I think in Vince's mind, he had this Tugboat thing, and then his Iraqi thing started going on. Well, what if we made him an anti-American? So it wasn't. So it was in March or February of the year before. They would go, we're going to go to war with Iraq. We're going to have an Iraqi sympathizer.
Okay, so the plan to sell 100,000 seats was Tugboat and Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
That one didn't work.
No.
Was WrestleMania VI a disappointment? Do you think some of the decline starts with WrestleMania VI based on it being babyface, and it not having...
I don't think the event was a disappointment at all.
You don't think... I mean, I'm just asking, were buys down for that? It was reported that buys were down for that.
Well, buys were down from WrestleMania V, yeah. But I don't think it was a disappointment.
So it was less about Warrior Hogan and more about how bad it was, and more about how great WrestleMania V was with Macho and Hogan.
Maybe
and how masterful the build was.
I just think that the babyface attraction
didn't work as well.
Maybe didn't work. Well, obviously it didn't work as well as the other one, but that's hindsight.
So then you come back and you're planning to do Tugboat, and along the way.
Yeah, and along the way, Sarge comes available. Tensions heat up. You got.
Does Sarge call y'all, or do you call Sarge? Do you call?
Sarge called us.
And he's fresh off the G.I. Joe thing. That was a big deal.
Yep, and Sarge was looking, and he and Vince had a falling out before, but Sarge called, and I
do you remember what that falling out was about?
It was about the G.I. Joe contract, I believe.
He didn't want him to do it?
Vince didn't want him to do it, no, and Vince wanted to have a piece of it. And Sarge, went off and did his own thing.
I see.
So Sarge was arguably as big, if not bigger, than Hogan at that time.
Absolutely.
So, it was disagreement. Shit happens all the time. But it was opportunity for him to come back. He came back. He was red hot. I mean, he was red hot.
Did he want to be a heel, or did you?
He loved the idea.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Whose idea was it to? Do you remember it like sitting around the pool and?
Again, a lot of that was. That part of it was a lot Pat and Vince at that time, and I was doing TV, so I was in after the fact, and You
told me something about
television,
and one of the most iconic things here is I guess you guys soaked a Hulkamania T-shirt in lighter fluid and then had Sarge.
Well, that was down the way.
Light it.
That was closer to the match itself.
Was there discussion about anything else there?
Yeah. There sure was, but I mean, you gotta, before we get to that, and I know where you want to go with that, but getting to that point, we had Sarge, we had Adnan, and this surge from underneath, and the animosity towards Sergeant Slaughter and Adnan was growing. And
let's talk about Adnan for a minute. We've just kind of glossed over him. Tell everybody who Adnan really is. I don't think a lot of people, I mean, he just kind of appears out of nowhere, and he's in WWF programming, but he has an interesting backstory.
Yeah, he's Adnan al-KC. That's his real name. And he's from Iraq. He grew up with Saddam Hussein.
Wow.
And they were childhood, neighbors, friends, what have you, went to school together. And so he was a legit Iraqi, legit knew Saddam Hussein. And, it wrote itself,
right,
in a lot of respects. And in our lifetime, we had never, I didn't, you didn't, we'd never experienced war. We experienced the Vietnam War, but we had not declared war on Vietnam.
I didn't. I'm not as old as you. Shut up.
Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot. Okay, I did. But we had never declared war on a country.
Right.
At that point, for me in my lifetime. I read about it. I was alive during the Vietnam War. So the thought of going to war was unprecedented. We never dreamed in a million years we'd actually go to war. Thought, well, there's a skirmish. There's a dispute. This guy's an asshole over here in Iraq. Well, let's have an Iraqi sympathizer. It's a heel. It's what we've done for years.
Well,
and we went with it, and it was getting over. People were booing the shit out of him, and it was building. And we had a red hot, honest to God, red hot, white hot heel in Sergeant Slaughter and Adnan. So you got a white hot heel, you got a white hot babyface in Hogan. The two shall collide. What happens if along the way that red hot heel takes the most coveted prize, being the WWF Championship?
So you don't think that this was in poor taste?
It wasn't in poor taste when it started. No, it wasn't. Not at all.
Even though not here in, go ahead. Even though not here in America, but over there, people were losing their lives. It wasn't in poor taste.
What do you mean people were losing their lives? People in Iraq and Kuwait, when Iraq was invading Kuwait?
Right.
Well, they hadn't really done that all yet. It was a skirmish. There was
skirmishes don't involve death.
So what you're saying is it's in poor taste to ever portray something that is controversial.
Well, hey, let's run through it. Do you see people rioting on WWE TV now?
I'm saying at the time.
I'm saying at the time now.
I'm saying at the time. No, we're not talking about now. We're talking about at the time. And at the time, if people were rioting and doing like they are now, yeah, they probably would have exploited that.
And would it have been right to do so?
I don't know if it would have been. It was what it was.
I'm
asking.
asking.
Entertainment. In the name of entertainment, you take what is hot. You take what is in the culture at the time, and you exploit it. Is it right for Hollywood to do movies about it? Is that right? We're no different than Hollywood. It was make-believe. Sergeant Slaughter wasn't a real Iraqi sympathizer. So is it in poor taste for Hollywood to go out and do a movie about a real-life sniper who was killing people in the Gulf War? Is that right?
Well, that's a documentary.
No, it wasn't a documentary. It was an entertainment movie starring, what the hell's his name from The Hangover? It was an entertainment movie.
I
That's all it was. Yeah. It was for entertainment purposes. This was for entertainment purposes. So if what you're saying that's in poor taste, then Hollywood's in poor taste. Television is in poor taste. Entertainment is in poor taste. We were simply mirroring society and what was going on at the time and exploiting that no different than what other people did.
Was American Sniper aimed at children, and did they sell dolls?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's aimed towards people. And yes, it's entertainment. And if it's in poor taste to do entertainment based on real life things, then it was in poor taste. But when you're in the moment and you do what you've always done, and you can look back 20 years ago, go, well, that was really in poor taste because People were getting killed. People are getting killed every day.
Here's what I don't understand. Why are you defending this so hard when Bob Costas?
Because
am I allowed to
I don't care about Bob Costas. I'm defending it hard.
USO.
Roseanne Barr is a standard bearer now for good taste.
No, I'm just saying people are backing out here, and America was turned off a little bit. Because
but you're talking about things, and again, we're not even there yet. You're talking about things that took place after the United States of America declared war on Iraq.
Yeah, you guys
so
still
you're
had
jumping
the fucking
way ahead.
pay-per-view.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
They still had a Super Bowl.
They didn't have fake Iraqis in the Super Bowl.
Where the fuck are you going with this?
Well, I'm going with I don't understand why nobody.
So we should have canceled the event.
Let me ask you this.
Well, hang on. I'm asking you a question. Should we have canceled the event?
You shouldn't have went with.
Should we have canceled the event?
Should have canceled that match.
Okay, so we should just scrap everything we did and cancel the match.
Yeah, it was in poor taste.
Okay, so every time that something in poor taste happened, we should have just canceled everything.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I'm glad we had this talk.
Okay.
Do you remember any of the office speaking up or taking issue with this angle, or was everybody as fucking brainwashed and drinking the Kool-Aid as you were?
Well, I'm not brainwashed and drinking the Kool-Aid. You weren't there. People weren't there making decisions, and you're making decisions, and yeah, it affects a lot of people's lives and their livelihoods. And yes, lives were. But again, when you're talking in August, before war breaks out, and you're looking at things and you're going, well, this is how we've always done it, and this is what's hot, and it's no different than what everybody else does, what Archie Bunker did on All in the Family, a comedy show, that
they didn't sell tickets to Archie Bunker.
They sold advertising to Archie Bunker.
Yeah, I understand. This is a different time. You're talking. Archie Bunker wasn't on the air in '91.
Of course, it's a different time than where we are now.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is that you simply had a situation where you're going into it and the whole situation changes. Everything changes.
But WWF doesn't. They stay the course.
No, we changed a lot.
What'd you change?
We didn't burn a flag that was suggested by Jesse Ventura that we do because it became legal.
This is around the same time Jesse Ventura becomes mayor, by the way. And his suggestion, yeah, he was made mayor earlier in this same year, Brooklyn Park, Minnesota.
Jesse had left by then when he became mayor, didn't he?
Yeah, he's not here then.
Yeah, but he was the one that suggested when the American flag became legal to burn the American flag that we burn an American flag, and because it was legal.
And you decided,
and out of good taste, we didn't.
So instead, the pitch was.
Pitch was what?
Not to burn an American flag, but instead.
Well, later on, when we got to the point right before the match, instead of burning an American flag, we burned the symbol of America, a Hulk Hogan T-shirt.
Soaked it in lighter fluid, I hope, because I wore that around school.
We actually, no, not lighter fluid. We soaked it in sterno.
I don't even know what that is.
Of course you don't. You ignorant hillbilly southerner.
Well, I do mortgages. I don't have a...
Sterno is the little fire things that they put under...
Oh, yeah. Catering and stuff, yeah. I got
Sterno on it.
Yeah. Well, I just knew it as the little fire thing under the catering thing.
That's called sterno.
Okay, good to know. This is just going to get you fucking fired up. Meltzer says the Iraqi embassy wanted the WWF...
We're going to ban that word. From now on, folks, whenever you hear beep, it'll be because of the word that he just said.
Okay. Beep says the Iraqi embassy wanted the WWF to stop using the name Saddam Hussein to associate with Sergeant Slaughter. Do you remember that request coming in?
No, but I don't doubt it came in.
Where was
I don't remember. I mean, I don't remember that.
Where was Sheiky Baby during all this? Seems like a perfect opportunity for him.
He came in.
After the fact. But I mean, during this build, he was in WrestleMania. Like, what's up with that?
He was available. Again, because we had been, during Jimmy Carter's, at odds with Iran. He was Iranian. So historically in the business, the foreigners were the heels. Iran and Iraq are right next door neighbors. They were both viewed as heels.
But he wasn't. But he brought in. But he wasn't involved here. That's what I'm saying. Why wouldn't? Why
sure
would
he was. That's when he came in. Right after WrestleMania, he was there. That night.
Why wasn't he there at WrestleMania though?
He was there at WrestleMania. He was. He was there that night. We shot stuff with him after the event. That was a springboard for him.
Beep wrote that the WWF wanted to send Hogan to visit the troops, but the USO turned it down. And then a week later, the WWF responded to a newspaper report, The National, and said the USO wanted Hogan, but the Defense Department nixed the trip, and Meltzer admitted he got it wrong. What really happened? Around this time, WrestleMania,
you're getting into now the whole situation, why we changed from the Coliseum to the arena. And the USO did want Hogan, and they did want us to come and do it. There was a lot. After Royal Rumble, the night of the Royal Rumble, I believe it was January 19th, 91, is when we declared war. That night, during the Rumble itself, George Bush gets in during the Rumble and declares war on Iraq. Right about the time Sergeant Slaughter is winning the WWF Championship. So, we're in it.
Right.
We're in it.
Right.
And it's kind of hard to just say, okay, let's just change plans right now. We're in it. And we don't know how long this war is going to last. We don't know what all the hell's going on. And the entire country changes. They're talking about canceling the Super Bowl. They're talking about just how in the hell are we going to have any public assemblies? We were getting, contrary to popular beliefs, as I got all over my Twitter about, well, you didn't really have bomb threats. Yeah, we did. We had bomb threats pretty much every night where Sergeant Slaughter appeared for live events. We had bomb threats in the buildings. Sergeant Slaughter had to travel with a bodyguard. He wore a bulletproof vest to the ring every night. That's how serious, that's how real it was. People were coming to Sergeant Slaughter's house and threatening his family. That's real life. That's what we did. And Sarge was so committed to, again, the character and the entertainment, he continued to play that role and play that character. And we're in it. We're there. But when we're getting closer to it, we're looking at a stadium with 100,000 seats, wondering how the hell are we going to fill it? But then there was a bigger question. How the hell do you secure it?
Right.
It wasn't a dome stadium.
Right.
If you've ever been to the LA Coliseum, you know that it's pretty much just open, and there's, ticket counters and entrances into the thing that are right next to the stadium. So there's no cage and gate or anything around it to really secure it, like there are with stadiums and that you have now. There was no way to secure the thing. We request with the FBI, Secret Service, the United States government saying, okay, we've got this event, and they're talking about canceling the Super Bowl because we're at war and they're afraid of retaliation and a big event with a lot of Americans in one place. They're saying, well, we can't secure it. So they go ahead, they make the decision. They're going to do the Super Bowl at a cost of millions upon millions of dollars. They come back to us and they say, well, in order to secure that area, this is what it would cost. And they wanted us to pick up that tab.
How much was it?
It was a lot. It was like, millions of millions. Because you had to build a perimeter. You'd have to build a fenced perimeter around the thing that didn't exist. In addition, you would have to do screening stations, metal detectors and everything else. Plus, you got an open air above you. So you've got to secure the skies above the stadium. And it just was completely cost prohibitive. So to all those who say, oh, that's not the real reason you didn't draw. No, we had to make a decision, a real life decision. Would it have drawn? Probably not. Probably wouldn't have sold it out or even come remotely close. But we had to make a decision where we had sold more tickets than could fit in the arena.
Oh.
Okay, and we had to make that decision to go there because The event had to be in L.A. Probably didn't have to be. We could have changed all that, too. Changed all our advertising and gone somewhere else. We could have, should have, could have, would have, all that crap. But we didn't. And we moved into an arena that's 12,000 seats, and we had a lot more tickets than that sold already.
16,158 is the attendance that I see.
Okay.
Just saying. So, look, a couple things. I'm a business nerd. When you have to change venues like this because of the extenuating circumstances, I assume you guys had already put down a substantial deposit, or there was substantial money already outlaid to the Coliseum. Do you get any of that back? Or do they understand, hey, it's a war?
Coliseum wanted us.
So you didn't pay for that?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. But it does cause a logistical nightmare because you had seating set up and numbered based on what the Coliseum would be.
Yeah.
And now these guys have paper tickets. Fans have paper tickets.
Yep.
And some of those sections don't exist, and they don't have that many rows, and they don't have that many seats, and the sections are numbered differently. Everything's different. Nobody really, I would imagine, knows what the hell's showing up at the ticket turnstiles.
No clue.
And what are you telling ticket takers? Just, hey, if it looks legit, just fucking take it.
They had a plan. I mean, they had a plan, and there was an exchange plan, I believe, in place. But, going into it, we didn't know.
Right.
And I want to say we had someplace close where we had closed circuit stuff going on if we just couldn't fit people in. But it was a nightmare on every avenue. And sometimes you just got to suck it up and go for it. We sucked it up and went for it. And everybody can sit back on Monday morning and criticize us, but nobody else was there to make those decisions at that time. And it's real easy to sit back now and say, well, you should have canceled the show. You should have done this. You should have done that. That would have cost probably more money than anything else. Sometimes the show must go on.
Give me an idea of, you guys announced this, I think, in February that you're going to be changing venues. You go from 105,000 seats to 16,000, and you'd already sold thousands of seats. There's a debate over whether or not you'd sold more than 16,000, whatever. What number do you think was realistic had you not moved it? Let's assume that there wasn't a security threat.
That's impossible to say.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, well, just guess.
I don't know.
If you had sold, all right,
only 100,000, not 105.
Okay.
Or actually, it was scaled to 107,000. But
you're 6 weeks out from the pay-per-view. You've been selling tickets for a while. You're 6 weeks out from the pay-per-view. You've sold 20,000. Let's just call it 20. It holds 105. What do you think was realistic? We just talked last week about the walk-up on Eddie's show.
If we didn't go to war?
However you want to answer is fine.
If we didn't go to war, we probably would have done 40 or 50,000.
And if you did go to war,
I don't think you would have sold too many more tickets. Really, I don't think people were so paranoid at that time.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
About going to any public event, people were scared to death to go to the Super Bowl.
40 or 50,000 is a more realistic answer.
Do you have any idea how many planes they had patrolling the air above the Super Bowl?
More than one.
Exactly. A lot. And again, the government picked that up. They weren't picking it up for us. So the NFL didn't pay for that. That was, we're gonna pick this one up and secure it for the good of the country.
Well, the war was over by the time the event happened, but you wouldn't have known that in February when you moved it. I get that.
Impossible to know. Impossible to know that we were going to war when we booked it.
You told me an interesting story about lighting at the Coliseum. Can you share that?
The world's longest truss. Our lighting director was a gentleman by the name of Ferd Manning. Ferd Manning was a great lighting director. But Ferd lit the I Love Lucy show and worked at Desilu Studios. And Ferd knew one way of lighting, hard lighting, and you set your lighting and you have big lighting trusses and you have lots of lights on them and you set them and kind of forget them. Ferd was going to build the world's largest and longest lighting truss. It would have been almost 200 yards in length to run the entire length of the LA Coliseum. And I never forget, Vince was like, they're building what? And abort that, and started designing just the stanchions that they still use to this day to go above the ring and not run a truss from end to end.
Which is pretty outstanding.
It's crazy.
It is crazy. But
It's crazy.
What would you have done with it after? Can you imagine that in the warehouse?
Can you imagine how long it was going to take? There was a kicker. How long it was going to take to set the damn thing up?
A week.
God forbid any heavy winds came by or anything else, and then take the damn thing down.
Yeah.
And then what do you do with it?
Yeah.
You got enough lighting and enough grid to light 10 arenas.
For 40,000
Crazy.
people. A lot going on around this time, just in general. How much money do you think this venue changed, cost Vince when it was all said and done? All things considered, $1 million, $2 million?
I'd say millions because, again, the state of the country was one of
Fear. Yeah.
And a great deal of patriotism, but it was a fear that our generation had never really experienced before. It was that unknown.
Do you think that the American public was turned off by this angle?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't expect you to say that, considering you're arguing so hard for it a minute ago. I asked because the February Saturday Night Main Event show drew the worst rating ever for the WWF on NBC, and I would kind of consider this to be the first major sign of a decline in interest.
No, I think people were definitely turned off by it. I think that there was a segment that loved it, but obviously the segment that had disdain for it, hated it, was much bigger. It was a different time, and when you're in a bubble, you make decisions in a bubble, and you don't necessarily, in many ways, we didn't live in that outside world. We were living in our world. We were worried about our stuff at that time.
Yeah.
Get the show, get the match in the ring.
Right.
And you're thinking about, well, all this other stuff, people are being killed. People are being killed all over the world. That was cold, hard, just fact. And it's different when all of a sudden, wait a minute, Jeff down the street, he went to war.
Yeah.
They lost their boy.
Sure.
That becomes a completely different scenario. And, from the Gulf War and everything we've done, when Americans are losing their lives and it's being reported in the media every day, and all of a sudden it hits home, you may not know them, but if it's somebody in your neighborhood or a friend of yours, it hits home, and it hits hard. So Americans were going through something that they hadn't gone through in a long time at that point since the Vietnam War. But that wasn't that was a crazy war we shouldn't have been in. And now we're declaring war, and we gotta kick their ass. We're Americans.
So at this time, the actual set and the whole theme is very stars and stripes. Hogan's wearing a star bandana. There's a drawing of Hogan, kind of like on Plymouth Rock, with the cartoon of him with the American flag. The perimeter of the building on the inside is just covered with the stars and stripes. Duggan comes out in the full Uncle Sam gear, just over the top. Is this to kind of counterbalance?
It was a theme. It was a theme of the world. I mean, it was a theme of America at the time. Everywhere you went was red, white, and blue.
Yeah, this is the first time that you started to see the yellow ribbons around the trees and American flags in a big way on front porches and stuff. And
it was a very patriotic time.
Yeah. The war was actually over, though, by the time the pay-per-view happened. Does this seem like twice as bad of an idea now? I mean, not only now is it maybe in poor taste and maybe you've turned people off, but it doesn't even seem as timely to have an Iraqi sympathizer.
Timely's not, no, because I think that still people hated Iraq and hated Hussein and hated, any American turncoat. So to that, in the old way of thinking and being in that bubble, it's still okay.
It's been reported that this is the second lowest buy rate for a WrestleMania.
That wouldn't surprise me.
And one of the things that maybe was attributed to it, besides the angle and just America, but the price actually went up for this one. For 6 and 7, I believe, were the first times that it was $29.95 instead of $24.95. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
Do you think that extra $5 made a difference, or was it just people just weren't into it?
I think it made a difference. You go for the first, in its infancy, it was one price. Price hikes always make a difference.
Right.
While you may make the same money, if not more, you have less buys, you may still make more money. So that's how it's justified.
Hear this out before you shit all over it.
You and I are going to fight tonight.
Gorilla Monsoon, does say, and they drive it home a few times, that this is, the biggest pay-per-view in the history of pay-per-view. Hang on. This. I know. Hang on. Is that Vince trying to get that out there because he feels like the perception maybe that this is going to be a down show and he wants to kind of puff his chest out? This is coming when Mike Tyson is a big box office attraction. There have been really low ratings for their NBC special. They are taking a little bit of a hit PR-wise because of the angle. Does he want to kind of...
It was for PR. And it was for PR to go out and send it out to the troops and to send it overseas for free and provide it to the Armed Forces Network for free.
It's kind of like a make-good of sorts. Like, hey...
well, it's not a make-good. We've always supported that. They always supported the troops and did all that stuff. But here was a time when they're in a foreign land, a lot of them still.
Sure.
That let's do something for them. And they wanted it. So, okay, let's go ahead and send it over there to them. And it was something. It was entertainment. And give them something to cheer about.
There's no thought that this is going to counteract some ill will? That this is just a nice gesture to kind of counterbalance that?
I don't think that it was ever a case of, I don't think anything that the WWE has ever done with the military was, well, let's do some goodwill here. I truly believe, I know that everything I'd ever done with the military, I know everything Vince has done, John Layfield and those guys that they've done for the military isn't because, hey, this would be great PR. It's, hey, let's give back to the guys that are risking their lives for our freedoms and for everything here, and then feel very strongly about that.
Going back, though, to the original way I tried to talk about it was in regards to trying to not look like, hey, the company has slid, the company's fell off. Vince is famous back in the day. The rumors and innuendo would have you to believe. He flies guys up to interview them first class. He picks them up as a limo. He puts them in the finest hotel. He has them big-time show tickets. He rolls out the red carpet of sorts to give the perception that this is the big time. Well, if all of a sudden people are hearing ratings are down, buy rates are down, blah, 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 maybe there's a little bit of, has he taken some shots here? Is Gorilla pushing this is the biggest in history to let people know, hey, we're still a major player? Because 1990
I'm sure that's a big part of it, sure.
Yeah, okay. That's this is something that nobody talks about. But when you really look at what's going on around it, I can't help but wonder, are people taking their eye off the prize a little bit? Is that one of the reasons that business is dipping? Soon after this, Suburban Commando comes out, so Hogan's out making movies. Vince, the month before, had started the WBF. It seems like, wrestling is not nearly the focus that maybe it once was, whether we want to admit that or not. Hogan's making movies. Vince is playing bodybuilder promoter. It seems like there's a little bit too much diversification, and maybe one of the reasons business dips, and maybe the reason they stay the course with this angle as long as they do, and whatever, is because people are doing other things. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
what was the office's take when in the middle of all of this seeming catastrophe, we've got to move from this major coliseum, now we're going to a little arena, and oh, by the way, Vince is really excited about his new bodybuilding company.
I don't think people were happy about it in any shape of the. Yeah, people weren't really happy about it. No.
And if business is down, I imagine the paydays to the boys are down, and he's paying the bodybuilders guaranteed money, and the wrestlers aren't getting it. Is that fair?
That didn't come, I think, until like right towards the end of that when all that got out. Yeah.
But you were in the office, you probably knew.
Oh yeah. And it was bitter. There was definitely lines drawn.
Would you have had your ass on your shoulders about it, or would you have just kissed ass business as usual?
Well, it was for where I was at the TV studio. I was having to do stuff with the WWF, so for me it was business as usual and more stuff to do.
Did you think it was the shits?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I mean, it would have had to have improved a lot to just be the shits, but it was horrible. It was horrible. It just was.
And it was poor timing. I mean, when business is trending down a little bit, and now we're going to look at doing other shit, like, wait a minute, let's pull the nose up, and then we can look at doing other stuff.
Maybe. Or like you said just the other day, maybe that's the time that you got to double down and go for it.
Yeah.
So Vince is a double down kind of guy. He's going to go for it. There is no right time. You know, a lot of times people will say, you know, well, I don't know if this is the right time. I don't know if, you know, maybe we should talk about this later. No, fuck it. It's the right time. It's time. Just do it.
Let's talk about the match. We've talked about everything but the match so far.
Match?
There was a match. Hogan bleeds in the match. And this? I don't remember Hogan bleeding a lot during this run. I know he bled at WrestleMania 2 against King Kong Bundy. Do you remember another time where he got blood in a big-time main event on pay-per-view at this point?
No, I don't.
You know, we fans have heard that Vince, you know, wrote a letter to Turner and called the practice of getting this blood barbaric. And I'm curious when I see this in a main event here, because it was a cool visual. I'll give you that. Would this have been a Vince call, or would this have been an agent situation where the agents
with Hogan, it was a Vince call.
Just out of curiosity, who would have been the agents at the time?
I have
not of the
agents.
Yeah, just make a list.
Pat Patterson, Jay Strongbow, Jim Myers, Tony Gurria, Dave Hebner. I don't know. I'm probably missing some, but
did Hogan have a favorite agent to work with?
Pat.
Everybody loved working with Pat. After the match, or towards the end of the match, it's not even over yet, Slaughter brings in the Iraqi flag, still on the stick, and drapes the Iraqi flag over him. Hogan jumps up, rips the flag up, starts hulking up, goes to the finish, and then starts posing. This is what everybody wants to see, I guess. But then Hogan, I thought this was kind of weird. Hogan wipes his bloody, sweaty head with the flag and then throws it into the crowd. Could you do that today?
I wouldn't. Just struck me as odd, you know. But again, I keep saying different time, different place.
Do you think the decision, I mean, obviously it was just on schedule and it just worked out this way. Suburban Commando was not this big, huge blockbuster hit, and it came out not too long after this. Do you think that the performance of that movie was hindered a little bit by this angle and this situation? Seriously, like, is there just
Did you see the movie?
Yeah.
So you think a wrestling match affected how people viewed that movie?
Well, I mean, in terms of not going to see it at all. It was
okay, if 3 people went and saw that movie, that may have been enough word of mouth to say, maybe not the movie you want to go see.
Where do you rank Suburban Commando amongst your favorite Hulk Hogan movies?
Well, No Holds Barred is number 1.
No Holds Barred is the deal.
Yeah, it's probably number 2 because Undertaker was in it.
They made it for $11 million. It made $8 million, so it drew about as well as WrestleMania 7. Mm-hmm. Do you think all told,
still making money?
Do you think WrestleMania 7 was a financial success, given all the craziness with it? Maybe not the huge booming success people wanted, but still was, in the black.
Yeah, it's probably in the black, if not just break even.
Wasn't too long after this, you took a vacation. You want to touch on that, or are we going to save that for another day?
We'll just save that for another day.
Don't forget to follow us on Twitter. He's at Bruce Prichard. I'm at Hey, it's Conrad. And we'll see you next week on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard on Patron, as Tony Schiavone says. Of course, we're here at adfreeshows.com, a Patreon exclusive bonus episode. And that's one of our most requested topics, Wrestlemania VIII. Now, the trouble with this,
I wasn't there.
Yeah, you weren't even
I wasn't even there.
It's like the theme of WrestleMania this year. Of course, we're getting you ready for your WrestleMania countdown. Bruce, we're right around the corner from maybe the most unique WrestleMania in history. Are you excited that it's here, or glad that it's finally almost in the rearview mirror? This had to be stressful this year for you.
Shit. I shit stress.
Well,
I shit stress, clap thunder, and vomit, whatever the hell else you can fucking think of.
well, we really appreciate you guys working so hard to create some content for us because, well, there's nothing to do right now and everybody's stuck at home. And we hope that we're helping with you a little bit today with WrestleMania VIII. I got to watch this one back for the first time in a long time. And of course, I'm excited to cover it here today. One of the, I guess this is the first WrestleMania you missed during your run, April 5th, 1992 at the Hoosier Dome in Indianapolis. It's going to draw 62,167 fans. At the time, it's the fourth largest live house for a pro wrestling show in North America. It would still trail Hogan Warrior, Hogan Savage, and of course Hogan Andre, but still pretty big. And I think it's the second highest paid attendance in the U.S., which is a really, really big deal. Of course, it's behind WrestleMania III, but quite a house here, and no Bruce Prichard. Were you shocked? You were there for all of the ups and downs and ins and outs of WrestleMania VII. Were you shocked after the Coliseum, fell through and we had to pivot, that we went back to a major sort of dome feeling here for VIII?
A little bit, yeah, because I think that the sentiment and business wasn't that great at this time, and it was kind of a rebuilding thing with a lot of flux at the time. So yeah, I was a little bit shocked that they did it because there was that big push in previous years. Hey, go to smaller buildings, and after WrestleMania VII, when we had to, because of security reasons, move inside, it's like, okay, are we ready to go back? And I think that in Vince's head, he was probably thinking, by God, I didn't get my stadium in LA. I'm going to get a stadium. And they did.
I know you weren't there, when this one actually goes down, but we've often heard that once upon a time, you guys would book sort of WrestleMania to WrestleMania. Obviously there's a lot of, stress on the whole WrestleMania VII situation. And I think you're gone in May of that year. Did you have any preliminary, do you recall any sort of preliminary WrestleMania VIII shows, like what you guys were thinking? Hey, we might be able to do this type of match, or we've been talking to that city about this venue.
At that time, no. I think that I really don't even remember knowing at the time for WrestleMania VII where we were going to be for WrestleMania VIII. And there wasn't a program in the books either. I think that in my head, anyway, I was looking at Undertaker and Hulk Hogan because Undertaker was the hot new heel, and you're looking at what that attraction could be. So in my head, I was kind of still thinking, oh my God, you build Undertaker for a year undefeated and go into Hogan and Undertaker could be a hell of an attraction. But nothing official. The Flair thing wasn't done yet. So to say that we knew, we didn't really know at that point. At least I sure as fuck wasn't considering. They were going to fire my ass a short while later. So hell.
It's fun to think about the situation with the Undertaker and Randy Savage sort of interrupting the wedding, not the wedding ceremony, but you know, when afterwards they're opening presents and things, and they open up a box and the big snake jumps out. I guess you could say, hey, well, it makes sense if we're maybe going to build towards Randy Savage and Macho, and then maybe Hogan and Taker. Of course, neither one of those happened here. Let's talk about what did happen. But first, I guess we should mention there's lots of reports that there was a ton of scalpers who lost their ass here. And then of course, 15,000 tickets given away. So it's not quite where we want to be business wise, but it still does a 2.1% buy rate, which would be 360,000 buys and an $11 million total gross. Titan's share of that's going to be roughly $5 million. It's $29.95 is what we're priced at in this time. WrestleMania has become a pay-per-view kingpin at this point. Was there any consideration to moving price points? It feels like once you guys landed on $29.95, it was $29.95 for years. Why was that the right number? Do you remember any conversations about pricing strategy?
No, not really. I think that, that was the special events number. And I think it was a number that cable companies and Vince and everybody was comfortable at, where everyone made some money. And it was also an affordable price point for the most part. Definitely affordable by today's standards, but at the time, yes, it was affordable, but shit, it was still expensive. But when you think of the alternative of going to a live event versus being able to have a pay-per-view party and have a bunch of people come over for $40 or $30, it's not a bad deal.
Not a bad deal at all. Let's talk about where you were. We've talked about it before in the archives. You're actually working with Global, I think, during this time. Is that right?
Wow. I think I was. This was right before I damn near died in Galveston Bay. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I was with Global.
Talk to us about what you heard happening in St. Louis. And I know you weren't there, but this is kind of big news, especially for the boys. February 14th in St. Louis, there's a drug raid that happens in the locker room. Meltzberg report a half dozen uniformed and 2 plainclothes St. Louis PD show up with a St. Louis police dog and a federal drug agent, and they've been sent to the arena and search all personnel for any illegal drugs as soon as they arrive to the building. I don't think I've ever heard of anything like this ever before. This feels like this would have made the old telephone, telegram, tele-wrestler.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't really remember. It was, goddamn, it was a long time ago and I wasn't there, so didn't know about it. But imagine how you would inform people and be able to get the word out. There were no cell phones. And I mean, there were a few cell phones, but not everybody had a cell phone at the time.
Right.
And it's just amazing how people get the word out and can alert, whether it's calling the hotel and bzz, 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 telling your buddy or what have you. But, yeah, I have no fucking idea what the hell happened.
Meltzer, right. The performer who contacted us the night of the raid told us that without leaking beforehand of the bust attempt, it would have been his best estimate who was on the show, that 8 to 10 of the wrestlers would have been carrying something, mainly marijuana or steroids, possibly downers. Of course, during this same period, we've had a lot of guys show up suspended on the WWF side of things. Hawk of the LOD, Kerry Von Erich, Jimmy Snuka. And there's been lots of rumors as a result of these suspensions. Hey, is LOD going to make it with Titan? The company is claiming that they're just in limbo, but they've been replaced on all the house shows by the Bushwhackers. Kerry Von Erich's been taken off the road. He's missing all of his bookings. He's got a suspension here again for drugs. It's a weird time in the locker room, but it's also a weird time for the company where all of a sudden it feels like, they're being drug into stuff that they're not actively participating in. And this is sort of the precursor, I guess, for the steroid trial.
Well, I'm sure that, there were people that were looking for any and everything and any reason to try and take the WWE down, take Vince down. So to try and bring the talent into it, no matter what, it's always just going to look bad, no matter what you do and how you do it. And
It's
sure. Some guy comes in and says, "Hey, I got this big drug bust. I found 6 joints out of 32 guys or something like that." I guess would be a feather in their cap.
Well, no. Here's what happened though. Nothing. I know that sounds crazy, but they have the Drug Enforcement Agency official there. They have the drug sniffing dog there. They have several police officers there, and they're set up at the performance entrance from 4:30 in the afternoon until 8 o'clock. They search every single person that comes in the building. The dog sniffs everyone. They find absolutely nothing. No drugs, no arrests, absolutely nothing. Now, of course, a lot of the guys think, oh, well, that must mean the fix is in. And there's been a theory over the years that somehow Blackjack Lanza alerted all the wrestlers an hour before they arrived to the building, which I've always sort of been suspect of for the same reason you laid out. Like, how were they communicating? How would everybody know an hour out if they were driving to the town? And as you said, this is sort of pre-cell phone. I mean, yes, there were cell phones, but they were fucking bag phones. This is not, it wasn't common. I mean, it was rare that you had that, especially if you were on the road, I would imagine.
Yeah. I mean, that's the part that just gets me is the guys are all staying in different places. There were some riding by themselves, some with other people, but you don't know where everybody's staying. You could have an idea where a few are staying, but barring having someone at every hotel in the area and or at the airport, knowing when everyone is coming in, it's damn near impossible to try and get to everybody on the card. That just, I don't see how that could ever happen. Just logistically, how do you do that? And if you could tell me how that could happen, then shit.
Well, of course, this gets all over the media, and the media are trying to chase down Hulk Hogan in general, and specifically charges made by Billy Graham and David Schultz. Number 2, apparent anabolic steroid use within the company. And number 3, recent allegations of sexual harassment. So there's just a whirlwind of bad news circling the company here. And this is around the same time, I guess, or we're sort of on the heels of Arsenio Hall's interview with Hulk Hogan, where Hulk absolutely denied the use of steroids. In hindsight, should you guys have played that one a little differently, or what do you remember about that interview?
The Arsenio Hall interview?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how we would have fucking changed anything. I think that there was a suggestion made to Hulk to just come clean and, come out and say what you've done and be honest, and people will forgive you. And I've always kind of subscribed to that theory that as humans, we all make mistakes. We all fuck up. And it's much easier to forgive someone who says, yeah, you know what, man, I fucked up. I made a mistake and I'm a dumbass and I'm sorry, than one who says, no, I didn't fuck up and make excuses. So to that, I think that Hulk was in charge of what Hulk wanted to say and how he wanted to say it. And I think in hindsight, probably wasn't the best choice, but that was his choice. And I know that from, later on hearing different viewpoints was that they wanted him to go out and come clean. Just say, hey, yeah, I fucked up. This is what I did. And move on. And I do believe that all the Hulkamaniacs and the entire audience would have forgiven him. I think you would have had your naysayers. You would have had your media and dirt shit sheet writers that would have, oh, I told you so, and he's this and he's that. But that would have quickly gone away. Because after a while, it's like, okay, yeah, he did it. He said he did it. What now? What are you going to grind your axe on now?
Yeah. It's a strategy I learned very early as a fat kid. If I go ahead and make the first fat joke, then you eliminate it. You take that power away. So it would have been a great strategy for whatever reason.
You were a fat kid?
Oh yeah. I'm a fat adult too. It didn't work. Obviously there's going to be a big backlash on Hulk. Let's talk about something else that wasn't working. Rehab for Kerry Von Erich. The company says that when Kerry completes his rehab at the Betty Ford Clinic, he'll be eligible to come back to the company. but he was taken off the road following an arrest before rehab. The arrest is because he falsified a prescription on February 9th, which resulted in 2 felony counts. The false script is for a couple of painkillers, Valium and Vicodin. And Fritz is making some media appearances trying to say, well, it's just painkillers and it's all because of that accident 6 years ago. He's trying to help his boy as much as he can, but of course we know this is not going to have a happy ending. Just a year from now, we would lose Carrie to an apparent suicide. Over the years, a lot of people have blamed Fritz for the problems with the Von Erich boys and sort of turning a blind eye or maybe becoming an enabler accidentally. Where do you land on that?
Wow. You know, I was in Dallas throughout the whole thing with Carrie and the prescriptions getting busted for that. And of all the Von Erichs, I was probably closest with Carrie, but still not, we weren't great buds or anything. We were friendly. We were good friends. I traveled with Carrie a couple of times. It's a tough one. I do believe that Fritz, without a doubt, had a lot to do with the mindset of the kids, of the boys, and of the family. And Fritz wanted to control the narrative in every way that he could and protect those kids. And Fritz, I think, kind of lived in a fantasy world in which Fritz looked at everything as a work and that he could control everything because, by God, he was Fritz Von Erich. So to that, I say, yes, Fritz was responsible, but you also have to look inside too and be stronger than that once the guys were adults and everything and moved on. But maybe it was just bred in them at an early age that their dad was everything, and he made the rules, and he was the judge, jury, and executioner in a lot of ways, and he ruled the roost. Letting Fritz down to them was the ultimate, and I think that Fritz felt that way as well. So it was, yeah, I kind of do. I think that Fritz in a big way, but again, we're all responsible for our own actions, and it was a sad time. And during this time frame, during this period in Dallas, man, it was it was a sour time for the Von Erichs, because here, Carrie, who was the darling, now is out and he's got prescription pads and trying to do all this shit all over the place. And people were they started to sour on Carrie, which had never happened before. Everybody got a pass, or Carrie always got a pass, and everybody else might be under a different lens. And Carrie was starting to be looked at as, you dumb fuck. What are you doing? And Kevin, I know, was trying really hard to rein Carrie in a little bit, and he was just off the rails. He was absolutely off the rails, and Fritz opening his mouth at every chance to try to make an excuse. He would put his foot in his mouth over and over and over again. And it was just a tumultuous time for them.
Yeah. I wish we had a happy ending to that story. It's, maybe one of the saddest stories in all of wrestling. One of the more salacious stories, though, would start making a lot of headlines in New York, thanks to Phil Mushnick. He's not only going to be the guy who really pushes the envelope on steroid testing and drug use, but he also brings up the claims from Barry Orton. This is a name that we haven't heard about a lot. Of course, we know all about the quote unquote sex scandal, but I think a lot of it started with Barry Orton. That's a name that I'm not very familiar with. And I think the only time I ever remember seeing him is when he was on Donahue. Did you ever meet Barry?
Yeah, I knew Barry. I mean, Barry used to come in, and Barry was a enhancement talent for WWE for many years.
there's going to be allegations against Pat Patterson and Terry Garvin, and it gets ugly. Ultimately, it leads to Pat Patterson and Terry Garvin resigning, and McMahon going to defend both Pat Patterson and Terry Garvin. You're in a weird spot because you're not there, but I mean, these are two of your great friends, Vince McMahon and Pat Patterson, now dealing with this. Were you in touch with Pat during all of this?
I was, and it was a really difficult time for him. And I stated then, I'll state now, that in no way, shape, or form do I believe, or will I ever believe, that Pat Patterson acted inappropriately at that time, especially with some of the just outlandish accusations that were hurled his way. And Pat resigned out of not wanting to put a bad light on the company. And Pat stepped down because he said, he goes, look, if I'm here, they're going to be throwing stones at the company. Let them come after me if they want to, because I haven't done anything wrong. But for them to come after the company, Pat didn't want that reflection on the company. And that's why Pat stepped down. I'm not going to speak for Terry Garvin. I'm not a fan of Terry Garvin's. And I don't know what Terry did or didn't do, but from that point of view, yeah, I'm not a fan of Terry Garvin's, and I don't know. I didn't have the conversations with Terry after the fact. That's for sure. And I didn't want to, because I didn't, you know what I mean? We weren't friendly. We weren't, Pat and I were friendly. Pat and I worked very closely together, and I felt for Pat because I knew the man that he is and was, and I just felt that it was nasty accusations hurled his way because of his sexual preference. And that's bullshit.
This all sort of comes to a head when Wrestling Insiders Radio has Barry Orton come on, and Barry was a guy who worked preliminary matches, quote unquote, underneath, and he tells stories about Garvin and some former ring attendants. I don't even know what Garvin's official role was. I think in my research it said that he was like a booking assistant to Pat. What was Garvin technically doing?
No, Garvin was in charge of wrestling operations, which meant that he took care of making sure that the rings and the trucks and all of that stuff was taken care of on a daily basis. Terry also, I believe, was in charge of, at least at one time, he handled booking a lot of the enhancement talent as well.
Talk to me about another name that we never hear from again. I don't remember this guy ever being with the company, but I guess he was. But again, I only ever saw him on Geraldo. Murray Hodgkins. Did you ever meet Murray?
I hired Murray. I was one of the people that hired Murray. Murray.
Tell the story how he got hired too, because I think it was like a nationwide search for this guy, and you even used some industry trades and things like that.
Yeah, we were out looking for commentators, and Murray came through. I remember him having really long hair, and he had I think it might have been a radio DJ. I don't know, but he definitely had a radio DJ voice. And he was someone that had come through and went through the whole process. And I guess they had hired him during that time, but I don't think I was there for one day of Murray's employment. I think was part of the hiring process and him coming through and trying out, but I don't think I was there for one day of him working. What I did see of him, it was, average, but that was kind of about it.
Yeah, he has a claim against Pat Patterson, and McMahon would respond and call Murray a certifiable lunatic and say he was fired because he couldn't do his job properly. And they have a pretty heated exchange on the Donahue show that's online somewhere. Let's keep it moving, and let's talk about, we know that ultimately, I guess we should mention, Pat's going to be welcomed back. Pat's been a long time part of the McMahon family and the WWF/E family. And I imagine that will never change. But I guess we should also mention before we move on, it was a weird time because this is, you know, both Pat and Terry, I believe, were homosexual or are homosexual. And it's a weird time where it makes it difficult for you to defend yourself against some of these allegations. And I'd like to think that today, this sort of thing could have been handled a lot differently and maybe sorted out faster.
I don't know if it would have been sorted out faster, but I think that the tolerance and acceptance is definitely different than it was then. And again, people that didn't know, I'm only going to speak about Pat,
Right.
People that didn't know Pat Patterson, the human being, and would judge him based on a sexual preference. Again, it's just such bullshit. And it's bullshit to judge anyone that you don't know based on rumor, innuendo, and hearsay. And that's what was happening to Pat. And Pat had been with Louis Dondero, his life partner, 35 years. They had traveled and lived all over the world. And again, here was this guy that loved the wrestling business, wanted to be a part of it, had a very unbelievable personality, and he was different.
Right.
He was different. Maybe he wasn't as different as, you know, we all knew, but the point of the matter is that Pat had reached a point in his life that, you know, he didn't hide his sexuality. He didn't hide the fact that he was gay, and he embraced it. And to that scared people. To the homophobes out there, and to those that, and I speak from a place of, you know, been there. I was a homophobe. Really? And Pat Patterson, Louis Dondero, those were the guys that let me know that, what are you afraid of, you idiot? And they're just human beings that happen to love, you know, someone of the same sex. Who the fuck business is it? And who cares? And if I get hate mail for that, fuck you. Why do you care? Why do you really care? Because they were great human beings. I've said it a million times about Pat. We almost named our kids Pat and Louie when we were having twins. Okay. Didn't matter. If I had two girls, I could have gone with Pat and Louie. I had two boys, could have gone with Pat and Louie. I had a boy and a girl, I could go with Pat and Louie. I could figure it out. You know what I mean? And so they're the ones that got me to open up my fucked up, closed mind.
Let's talk about your fucked up
and you can't do that to people.
Let's talk about your fucked up closed mind. You grew up in Texas, you know, suburbs of Houston.
God bless Texas.
Yeah. I guess what I'm getting at is, I grew up in Alabama. I didn't know any homosexual people until I learned that my uncle was gay. And then it totally changed my perspective on everything, because when you're an adolescent boy going to school in the South in the 80s, people let words fly and you don't really understand what those words mean. And then you actually learn that your uncle himself is gay, and you're like, well, wait a minute now. I love my Uncle Terry. This is weird. Right. And everybody sort of goes through that maturing process of, hey, don't be a fucking dipshit. Right.
Yes, you do. And it's some of us, it takes longer than others to realize that. And I think that today's generation is a lot more accepting, and they realize people are just people. It doesn't matter. And that's why I've always loved Pat, and I don't give a fuck what your sexual preference is. I could care less as long as you're a good person. And I wasn't always like that.
And he's a sweet man. And, I've always treated people how they treat me, and Pat is, he's the man. So I'm glad we had a good story with him, and I'm glad that, his story is out there now. You got to check his book out if you haven't already. If you're listening to this and you're stuck at home, go pick up Accepted, the Pat Patterson book. Really a great book. Let's keep it moving here. Let's talk about Demolition Axe. He's going to file suit against the company. He's suing for a share of the profits because he's saying he came up with the demolition persona, and, they got depositions from Earthquake, Big Boss Man, Jesse Ventura, Jake Roberts, Jim Duggan, Randy Savage, Typhoon, Kato, and IRS. What'd you think? I mean, this feels like the first of many lawsuits that Bill Eadie would be a part of against the company. What'd you think of his, contesting that he came up with demolition?
I had always heard that it was Randy Colley who had come up with it. And it's the old adage that, okay, you may have the greatest idea in the world, but until someone can bring it to light, is it really? And that's the scenario that we're in here. It's you come and say, hey, Vince, I've got an idea. And Vince is the one that invests in it and brings it to light and makes it be real. Then, okay, you had an idea. You were paid for that idea. You were paid for coming up with something, and he made it real, and you reap the rewards of that. And at a certain time, it ends. And so I guess because my job has always been, I'm paid for, part of what I'm paid for is to come up with ideas to make the company money. And whenever anyone comes to Vince and says, hey, I've got an idea, this is great, I can hardly wait to hear it, but I'm going to let you know, I may use it for you. I may use it for someone else if I like it, you know? So when you bring those ideas forth, that's what happens. And the fact that the company invested in it, made it real, I don't know how you win that one.
It's a tough deal, man. Let's keep it going. Let's talk about Wrestlemania VIII. Reba McEntire is going to sing the national anthem. How do you think old Reba did here? I
enjoyed the hell out of it, by God, because old Reba is one of my favorites.
It's fun that you guys did Willie Nelson at 7 and then Reba here at 8. I guess you weren't a part of it, but still, it's interesting.
Yeah, but she did. She did do a great job, though, didn't she?
Who smoked more weed on their WrestleMania weekend, Reba or Willie?
I think Willie smoked more weed in the first 10 minutes of his WrestleMania weekend than fucking Reba probably did. I don't know if Reba is a imbiber, but by God, I'll never smoke weed with Willie again. Because you know why, Conrad?
How's that?
I used to spend my days working hard on the go, with the hands on the clock, keep spinning too slow. I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight. You know, I called Jeff Jarrett in the middle of the night. It was just the other night, and I sang him this song, 'cause I couldn't wait to be alone with my baby tonight.
That song will live forever, thanks to you.
You're welcome.
There's a dark match here. The Bushwhackers and the Beverly Brothers, they go 10 minutes. So yeah, it happens. Allegedly on the show, the British Bulldog was supposed to work the Berserker, but apparently it was, cut due to time constraints. I hate that. What's your favorite Berserker match?
My favorite Berserker match was the match that he had, with, was it Jake Roberts or was he teaming with Jake? And it was in Houston, Texas. It was the last match that he had for Mid-South Sports. We went out to Cooters that night.
Cooters?
Cooters. Cooters out on Edgebrook Drive off I-45 South in Houston, Texas. It's not there anymore. It's a Hispanic dance joint now. But myself, Ted DiBiase, and a few other folks went out that night, and somehow we lost old John Nord, and we couldn't find him. And we went back. We ended up back at my place, and about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, the phone rings, and it was John. Like, John, where the fuck are you? He says, I don't know. I'm at a phone booth. I said, well, tell me where you are. I'll come get you. He goes, nah, I got it, man. I'll be all right. And so, you sure? He says, yeah, no, man, I'm good. I was just seeing where the fuck you guys went to. So, well, shit, John, we checked the whole damn club. Somebody said you left. And I was like, well, fuck, maybe, you got to ride back to the hotel, whatever. And DiBiase was staying with me. And I thought John was going to stay with me, but he didn't, obviously. And so I said, all right, man, I'll see you whatever day it was. Saturday, I'll see you tomorrow, or I'll see you Sunday, whatever. So we go to, TV was the next night in Dallas. So we go do TV, no John Nord. And Watts comes in and says, "Hey, where the fuck's Nord? I heard he went out with you guys last night." We're like, "Well, yeah. I mean, called us, said he'd be here." And I think Watts blamed me for the disappearance of John Nord that night forever, because somehow.
And to get back at him when he showed up in the WWF, you gave him a sword and called him the Berserker.
What's wrong with that? He looked like a berserker.
What is a berserker? Well, I guess
A berserker is like the in the Viking Age. Berserker was the guy that came and was the first one in battle that came and started all the shit. He was like the badass. And the berserker was the one that started everything. He was like the crazy motherfucker that killed everybody.
I was leading to, what does a berserker look like? And I knew you were going to say John Nord, so I just didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking a real question. Go ahead and ask me again.
No. I cut
No,
myself
come on,
off.
please.
Okay. What does a berserker even look like?
John Nord.
Thanks.
Okay.
So let's get to the actual show. Shawn Michaels starts off here. I think this is his first pay-per-view singles match as a heel. And I think once upon a time, the original idea was he was supposed to be working with Marty Jannetty here, which would have been a culmination after they broke up at the barbershop. But Marty finds himself arrested in Tampa after an altercation with a police officer. A 19-year-old female companion of Jannetty's was arrested for attempting to use a fake ID to get in the nightclub. And at that time, Jannetty reportedly grabbed a hold of a cop, and Jannetty was then found to be in possession of cocaine. So once he's arrested, he's going to be suspended indefinitely by the WWE and have to serve 6 months house arrest. His feud will return with Shawn, but it doesn't happen until October. But man, what could have been? Marty Jannetty, Shawn Michaels here on WrestleMania? That would have been a lot better than Shawn and fucking El Matador.
I disagree, but I'm sure that was the end of Marty's run with the company. He never returned after that.
Never.
But what do you mean? Fucking Tito was awesome.
You know, what's funny is I always respected Tito as a performer, but I never heard anybody say Tito was their favorite until I met Dave Silva. How about that?
Tito was Dave Silva's favorite.
Can you believe that? That really shocked me. I don't know why it did, but it did. And he's like, yeah, he was like me. When I was growing up, I was looking for superheroes and things that looked like me. There was no Mexican Superman. There was no Mexican Batman. Tito Santana was my Mexican Hulk Hogan.
What about Mil Mascaras?
I don't think he had that down there. Let's keep it going.
He did, yes, he did.
Shawn Michaels and Tito go 10 and a half minutes.
He married into the family.
Oh yeah, that's right. And, I don't know that we've revealed that Tito Santana is like low key related to, El Patron, Alberto Del Rio.
No, Silva is.
That's what I'm saying.
You said Tito.
Oh, my bad. Listen, fuck it.
El Gran Silva.
El Gran Silva.
El Gran Silva. Donde? From Harlingen, Texas. El Gran Silva Don Chick-fil-A.
Why are you doing that?
I will shine your rims, sir.
They're good now. He can't drive shit. He can't leave the house. They get 2 stars here. Shawn Michaels and Tito Santana.
Did you put him on house arrest?
No.
Okay.
The El Matador outfit here, that's clicking on all cylinders. You ever talk to Tito about how he liked wrestling in the El Matador outfit compared to the old trunks and t-shirt?
I think Tito probably preferred the old trunks, by God.
Yeah, it had to be hot. Had to be. Let's talk about how Shawn got Sensational Sherry. That was the February 1st, 1992 episode of Superstars. She's a guest on the Funeral Parlor, and she admits that she's found the man of her dreams, Shawn Michaels. And 2 weeks later, we see Shawn with his new manager, Sherry. And of course, she's doing the Sexy Boy theme song. Pretty cool. This is Shawn's first pay-per-view singles match. It's Tito Santana's last. This is the pay-per-view record he's got here is not the best. It's 3-19. He's 0-6 in Royal Rumbles. He's 1-7 at WrestleMania. He's 0-2 at SummerSlam. He's 2-4 at Survivor Series. Not the best pay-per-view run for old Tito. Next up, we get an interview with the Legion of Doom and their new / old manager, Paul Ellering. The interview probably goes way too long. I don't think the crowd here, the WWF crowd, is conditioned to know who the hell Ellering is. What'd you think? You saw this promo for the first time in a long time this week.
Well, I thought the same about it as I did every other. I didn't think that Paul Ellering was that great of a promo with LOD. I just really didn't. And I was a big fan of Paul as a singles wrestler. I enjoyed the hell out of him. I just didn't like the Wall Street Journal Paul Ellering. And the Wall Street Journal Paul Ellering is more closer to the real human being. Paul is a very cerebral, very dry humor, funny motherfucker. Great guy. I just wasn't crazy about that Wall Street Journal reading manager with LOD.
It does feel a little weird. But I guess he was like the real life manager too, right? He handled a lot of details of their life.
Yeah, Paul's great. Paul's one of those enigmas. It's kind of like Layfield, and Paul's really, really bright, and just again, he's a little intimidating at first. Once you get to be around him a little bit, he's funny as shit. Like I said, the first exposure I had to Paul Ellering was Precious Paul Ellering with bleach blonde hair and in the Mid-South and cutting these flamboyant promos. And I was like, some bitch. He was the second coming of superstar Billy Graham. And he just had a little different swagger about him. Then he became subdued as shit with LOD, and he was the antithesis of what they were. So it just was a little weird to me. I just wasn't a big fan of that Paul Ellering.
Let's keep it rolling. The next match is Undertaker versus Jake Roberts. Their feud starts on Saturday night's main event in February of 92. Roberts had just lost a match with Savage, and he's waiting behind the curtain to attack Savage, and Elizabeth win a chair. And just as he's about to hit him, the Undertaker appears, grabs the chair from Roberts, and effectively turns face in the process. It's hard to imagine a babyface Undertaker, but here we are. A few weeks later on the funeral parlor, Jake locks the Undertaker's hand in a casket and then hits him with several chair shots and even DDTs Paul Bearer. Yeah. The guys get 6 minutes and 39 seconds, but that's not the story. The story is Jake actually quits right before the match. This is his first singles Mania match as a heel since WrestleMania II. It's also his last match with the company until 1996. Roberts would say he had been promised a position on the writing team previously by Vince McMahon, but he's upset when he wasn't offered the spot when Pat Patterson steps down, and instead he negotiates what he feels like is a greater money deal to go wrestle a lighter schedule for WCW. Of course, when he shows up down there, Bill Watts ain't having it and says, whatever you negotiated before, we're not honoring. So he effectively leaves and, maybe leave some bad blood on the way he leaves here. I believe the finish was changed in this. According to the rumor and innuendo, what we saw as a finish is not actually what it was supposed to be. And Jake called an audible in the ring. And because the Undertaker was the younger of the two guys, Jake was the veteran, Undertaker went along with it. And apparently Jake didn't leave on the best terms. What do you remember about this match and the stories that come from it?
Well, as far as the finish being changed, I heard the same rumor and what have you in the story that Jake called for the tombstone on the floor versus the tombstone in the ring in the 1, 2, 3. And Taker being the young buck following, at that time, Jake was pretty much the heel. Thank God for Sid Justice. Yeah. He did what he was told in the match and then did it and had the match in the ring and got out of there. But, it was a shit. It was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. And, Jake wanted to be where I think Jake thought that at WCW, he would have the book and he would be able to control his own destiny. Just didn't work out that way.
Why don't you think Vince gave him an opportunity? I mean, I can't help but wonder how Jake's life may have looked a little differently if Vince would have rolled the dice on him and given him a shot to book here in 92.
I'm not sure that, I don't think that the world really would have been ready for that at that time. I think Jake probably still had, some demons that were talking to him. And for me, I think Jake would be a hell of a contribution to any creative team because he's got a mind that works differently. And his psychology is great. He tells you why you're doing things, when and why, to do it. So I think that Jake would be beneficial to any kind of creative team. I just don't think it was right at the time.
I guess the rationale between changing the finish is, hey, I don't mind you beating me, but let's make it look devastating. So I'll take your finish, but give it to me on the floor instead.
Okay.
I mean, why else would he change it, right?
Just so it looked like he got it done on the floor and instead of in the ring and just didn't get beat.
It's a little silly. Either way, though, the streak continues. Undertaker's now 2-0, and nobody realizes it. Next up, we've got Mean Gene doing an interview, and this is a pretty famous interview with both Bret Hart and Roddy Piper. Roddy is wearing the Intercontinental title belt, and he's making fun of Bret and his family and knowing him since he was a baby. And then when he starts to get a little cute, Bret starts to grab him and says, "I could have had you." And Roddy pulls out a belt buckle that he normally would wear around his kilt that was tucked in behind the main plate of the Intercontinental title belt and says, "No, you wouldn't." Really great little promo. Probably one of the better matches we ever saw Roddy Piper have on pay-per-view. They get 13 minutes and 50 seconds, 3.5 stars. And there's some blood here, son. They tell a great story. We've often put over how much I enjoyed Steve Austin and Bret Hart at Survivor Series 96. It's the same finish here, where Piper has him in a sleeper hold. Bret pushes off the top rope and uses that momentum to pin Roddy with his own maneuver. And Bret wrote of the match, "As I put on my gear, it dawned on me that I didn't get nervous for matches anymore. Even this one, where Roddy and I had planned we were going to go against Vince's policy just this once. I was going to get a little juice. Our babyface match desperately needed it if we were going to steal the show. In a toilet stall, I carefully snipped and taped up my blade." So there's a lot of folks who were upset about them going against the policy because allegedly Flair would do the same on this same show and he would get fined, but Bret didn't because, he's arguing that, it happened naturally. What do you remember about this story? I know you weren't there, but I'm sure you heard that, Vince was convinced that this was hard way.
I don't know if he was convinced or not, but he definitely, was what it was. And I don't know that he was truly convinced one way or another, and probably gave him the benefit of the doubt. So just, they got away with one. But from a spectator point of view, I thought the match was tremendous. It was real. It felt real, and it was one of those that you couldn't pick. So I just thought it was one hell of a match and told a great story, with two great workers in there. Don't know that they needed the blood necessarily.
Well, it was a tremendous finish. And Bret even tells the story that as everybody's cheering loudly, Roddy's giving him a hug in the ring and he says, "Thanks, cuz I'll never forget what you did for me today." And Roddy said, "I love you, brother," and then buckled the Intercontinental title belt around his waist. But when he limps back through the curtain, Bret starts selling again, acting like he's concerned he's going to need stitches. So all the boys and, Lanza all circle around and say, "Oh, not that bad. Maybe one stitch." But this performance, convinces Vince that, oh, well, maybe they didn't do it. Maybe they didn't go against my plan. I will say, if you're going to go back and watch one match from this show, I think this is probably the one that stands out the most for me. Would you agree?
Yes. It was by far the best match on the card.
Next up, we get an interview with Lex Luger. And I believe this was, actually done that morning in Indianapolis and then spliced into the show. But the concept is Luger's not able to wrestle for the company yet. He still has a non-compete from WCW. So he's here just as a representative of the WBF to talk about the World Bodybuilding Federation. Kind of a fun deal here. A nice little workaround, a way to get one of the big stars over. You saw it. What'd you think?
Yep, Lex was on.
Yeah. Next up, maybe the weirdest tag match that ever happened at a WrestleMania. Virgil and Big Boss Man and Jim Duggan and Sergeant Slaughter. That's a team against the Nasty Boys, the Repo Man and the Mountie. What the fuck is this? Ray Combs of Family Feud is going to do the ring announcing. They get a quarter star. This is fucking wild here, is it not?
Well, yeah, Ray Combs was a good friend of Bobby Heenan's, and Ray always used to talk to us about wanting to do something. And God, can't you guys get me into WrestleMania? And because it was Indianapolis and that was where Ray was from, they used Ray Combs. So Bobby got him in. It was Bobby Knight and Ray Combs, man. That was the big thing.
It's weird, you know, how many firsts and lasts we're seeing here. This is Roddy's last match for 2 years until King of the Ring 94 when he beat Jerry Lawler. And I think this is Roddy's first and only title defense in the company. And we're talking about this multi-man tag. I think this is Sarge's last pay-per-view match in the company until December of 97 when he wrestles Triple H at the In Your House DX show. And this just feels like a smorgasbord of gimmicks here. I mean, when you really look at this match is the epitome of a quote unquote box of gimmicks match, is it not?
This was okay. You scratch the sheet and you see who's left. Goddamn. When was the last time Virgil Bossman, Duggan, and Slaughter teamed together? I don't think they ever had before. Great. Goddamn. First time ever. Let's see who's left. Repo and Mountie. Fuck, they're perfect together. Oh, Nasty Boys aren't booked. Let's get them on there.
I love that you went first time ever because that's exactly what I was about to say. Cause that's the most promoter shit ever to say about that match. Next up,
it was last time ever too. Yeah. First time ever for goddamn sure.
First time, last time. The next up is, the world title. Typically this is your main event. It's not your main event here. It's Ric Flair and Randy Savage. So much to unpack about Ric Flair here. I guess instead we'll talk about the story that did happen. Then we'll talk about maybe what could have happened. This is his first and last, maybe only, I guess, world title defense on a pay-per-view for the WWF. In February, Jack Tunney holds a press conference to announce the number one contender for the world title at Wrestlemania VIII. The 5 candidates at the table were Hulk Hogan, Sid, Undertaker, Roddy Piper, and Randy Savage. Tunney then announced Hulk Hogan was the number one contender. And after some events over the next few weeks, which we'll discuss later, Hogan is taken out of the world title match and Randy Savage gets the shot. And leading into the show, Ric Flair had started claiming that he had it first, that he had dated Elizabeth years prior, and even shows a bunch of pictures of them together. And then later, Savage would show the same pictures, except it was Randy in the pictures instead of Rick, proving that Rick had doctored or altered the photos that he had shown. And in the locker room, Sean Mooney interviews Ric Flair along with his executive consultant, Mr. Perfect. And they're saying they're going to put this picture where she is, quote, all the way live up on the big screen after he wins. And they're positioning it to look like a centerfold, which was sort of a staple in Playboy and Penthouse and things like that, the big fold out image. So it's a big supersized image like that. So that's certainly what people are assuming that this is going to be. I got to tell you, as a kid, I didn't even know that Hogan Flair was a possibility. I wasn't trying to sort of book the territory. I was enjoying what we saw, and I like this storyline, but I know that Photoshop wasn't a thing back then, not like it is now. I assume that this was all shot at somebody's house. And I think I've heard over the years that it was done at Bobby Heenan's pool. Is that right?
It was done at Bobby Heenan's house, all of it. Yeah. And that was, Photoshop before there was Photoshop.
It's great.
Tremendous storyline. I thought that this storyline was excellent. I was actually shocked that Randy went along with it.
Right.
But they did it, and it was pretty damn cool.
It is cool. It's a great story. It's something that's easy to follow and understand. Meanwhile, Mean Gene is standing outside of Savage's locker room saying Savage won't talk to anybody. So this match has a lot of heat. It's probably the best technical match on the card. I love the story of Roddy Piper and Brett, and I love this story too, but they pull out all the stops. There's blood, there's run-ins, there's everything you could want. 4 1/4 stars. ultimately Randy Savage gets the win to win the world title. Probably one of Randy's great WrestleMania matches here. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I think that it was really and truly, I think you could put this up with the fucking WrestleMania 3 match. I think that it was that good. So to that, hats off. And going into this whole damn thing, it was a beautiful story. It was personal, and people could relate to it. It was something that everyone could relate to. Flair bled like a stuck pig, and that's always good when that happens as well.
Backstage, Sean Mooney would interview Ric Flair and Mr. Perfect, and then Heenan shows up shouting about how Savage had held Flair's tights. Flair challenges Savage to do it again and says, "One time means nothing to my career. But meanwhile, your girl Liz, she's damaged goods." And, of course he promises every time he sees her, he's going to kiss her on those nice, moist, wet lips. And then Mean Gene is interviewing the new world champ, Randy Savage, and Elizabeth. Savage says, "The trunks don't matter. It's only a piece I wanted from you. I'm not done. I'll never be done." So they're building that, hey, this match may have gone one way where the title changed hands, but that doesn't mean we're done. We're not blowing off the feud. I think a lot of fans look back at this and think, although that was a great match, we would have liked to have seen Hogan Flair instead.
Not people paying money.
I know you weren't there for that, but I guess we should talk into, why it didn't happen, because it does feel like there were, several house shows that happened on, including a famous one at, Madison Square Garden in 1991. And it's been said that the responses to those matches weren't the greatest. I know they did one in LA. I think they did one in Ohio, certainly MSG, but it's not a sellout. It's not a capacity crowd. It's not a tremendous match. It's just not in the cards. Is there anything more to say about it than that?
No, not really. And I'll come from both sides of the fence on it, because when you look at it, you would think that being a wrestling fan, that would be the quote dream match. And then you get there and you have it, and you can make assumptions because you're so high on, oh my God, this will be the dream match, that all you have to do is put it on paper and put it out there and it's going to sell out. That's not true with any match. And while they did put it out there and they put it in, probably stronger WWE markets, the audience farted on it. They didn't care. They didn't want to see it. But I believe that had you been able to have a television program and make it personal between Flair and Hogan and been able to have those promos, maybe people would have cared. But it was put out based on this is a natural, everybody, this is a natural sellout. You don't have to do shit. It wasn't even close. That's not to say, had you made a little bit more of an investment in it and shot an angle and really put some meat in the thing, that people wouldn't have cared, that they wouldn't come out and been more interested. So I see both sides of it. And I think that if you'd done more, that you could have made more out of it.
Flair has always sort of been self-deprecating at times about it and said, I wasn't a big star in Los Angeles. I wasn't a big star in New York. If they would have ran that match, obviously in fucking Greensboro, it would have been different. But he didn't think he had sort of the name value. And I think from a WWF perspective, if you were a WWF fan, you probably wanted to see Hogan versus a giant, right? I mean, you wanted a big, nasty monster.
See, and that's where what I just said kind of doesn't, I don't know, because there were times you could put Hogan against Bad News Brown or Hogan against Kamala with no angle, no nothing, and it would sell out.
Right.
Just Hogan. So that's why they were traditional WWF markets. And it the fact that it didn't was more like, well, shit, they knew who Kamala was. They knew who Bad News Brown was, but maybe they just didn't know who Ric Flair was.
Right.
And so, yeah, there were a number of reasons I think that it didn't do the kind of business that some people anticipated it would do.
I know I'm getting way hypothetical here, but do you think this is really the first time that it sort of clicks with Vince and he carries it with him from then on, that WWF fans aren't necessarily wrestling fans? Like, I think, go ahead.
No, man, I think that's always been the case. And it's more WWE fans, because there was, and to this day, that's the case. And we've done the research, and it bears out that
there's a lot of people who watch WWE who watch nothing else, only WWE.
Correct.
Yes. And that's what I was trying to say is I don't mean to say that they don't enjoy professional wrestling. I just mean to say that they didn't know who Ric Flair was because he hasn't been on WWF TV. So we have to introduce him to the audience. And it feels like for a long time we've heard, stories about, well, why didn't they just keep their name the same? And why didn't they just come in and do this? And we would always hear, because nobody watches that. And I wonder now, as I'm thinking back through it, is this really one of the most prominent instances where Vince is convinced of that? I mean, Jesus, if they don't know Ric Flair without me having to explain it, then they don't know anybody. We have to start from scratch and tell the story our way.
Exactly. And frankly, that audience is much larger. That just has exposure to WWE.
Right. Well, Meltzer would say the plan was always Sid Hogan and was never going to be Flair Hogan. The plan was always Hogan Sid dating back a year. Business was very different then. House shows were advertised big. He didn't do 2 to 3 matches in every market on a house show and then the pay-per-view. I knew Hogan Sid as the main event maybe 10 months out. When they did the announcement of Hogan Flair, it was just an angle, as Flair already knew he was facing Savage by then. What people don't realize is that Hogan Flair started off doing good business, but it petered out by December, months before Mania. Vince was hoping to build to Hogan leg dropping Flair at house shows in early 92, but after a terrible house in Florida, Vince felt it had already run its course. So he changed all the shows to Hogan and Piper versus Flair and Sid, and then it was Hogan Sid drawing the money. The only Hogan Flair Mania hint was in September of 91 when they started their house show run, and Flair wanted to do 30-minute matches, but Hogan wanted 15. He told Flair they needed to save the 30-minute match for WrestleMania, but the crowds for the program dropped, and the second time in our market, they only did 5,400 fans at the Cow Palace, and our market had it first, so there was definitely no Mania in their future. In hindsight, people will think this would have been a big deal, but it really had already run its course months before Mania, and WWF promoted the program ass backwards, and Flair wasn't considered special by WWF fans. I'm a friend of Flair and have never had any interest in paying to see Sid, but that is how it was then. So it's a pretty interesting breakdown from Meltzer where he acknowledges sort of the same thing, that for whatever reason, just wasn't clicking, man.
No, it wasn't. And people, the WWE audience, Flair wasn't a big star, but Sid was a big, nasty heel that they wanted to see. They wanted to see those two clash.
Well, and as you just talked about, on our most recent episode on the main channel, Sid had it. There's lots of things that Sid had to overcome, or the people had to overcome if they wanted to work with Sid, but the motherfucker was oozing charisma.
Yes, he was. And he had it. He was special, and he sold tickets.
Next up, we get to Tonka and Rick the Model Martel. Meltzer would say the ring entrance with all the Indian dancing was longer than the match, and it didn't get over either. Martel carried him, but at least it wasn't bad. Star and a quarter. Next up, we get Money Inc. and the Natural Disasters. The Natural Disasters, believe it or not, turned face in February when Jimmy Hart sold their title shot to his new team, Money Inc. Money Inc. would then beat the Road Warriors for the titles at a house show on February 2nd in Denver. And backstage, before the match starts, Sean Mooney interviews the tag champs, Money Inc., and they talk about their upcoming defense with the Natural Disasters. And DiBiase talks about not writing checks the Natural Disasters can't cash. So let's get to the match. The Natural Disasters win by countout, so Money Inc. keep the tag titles, 8 minutes, 37 seconds. Meltzer hated it, gave it -2 stars. He called it a horrible match with an even worse finish. Yeah, kind of just here for me.
Yeah, it kind of sucked.
Next up,
it just didn't. Nobody gave a shit.
It's just taking up space on the card, and it feels like there's a lot of that on this one.
You'd seen Savage and Flair with a hell of a match. They were ready for Hogan.
That's right. That's right. We get an interview backstage, Mean Gene and Beefcake, and they're talking about how this event could potentially be Hogan's final match. That was certainly the way they tried to sell it on pay-per-view. I mean, even the open of this, the opening package where we see Hulk Hogan flexing, it's presented as this could be the last time. And I'll never forget as a kid seeing the little sit down interview in the studio with Vince and Hulk and a couple of director style chairs, recapping sort of his career and what he thinks he needs to do next. And it had such a serious tone. I really believed this was it for Hulk. Did you think this was going to be something where, he did a match and then quote unquote went away for a while?
I did. I really did. And there was internal talk that Hulk was ready to step away. And this was kind of when the rumblings of Thunder in Paradise started. So, Hulk was getting that stuff out there as well. The rumblings of the indictment coming down and all these different things, external elements that Hulk, really didn't want his brand associated with it, was looking to get away. So he was just setting the table this time.
It's also worth mentioning, right before this show, he bought that monster house in Tampa that a lot of us saw a great deal of during his reality show, not the Miami white one, but the big castle looking one that we saw so many times.
Yeah. It was in St. Pete.
It's like,
or Clearwater.
$2.5 million, I think is what he paid for the land. And then he spent more money for the house. So it's a remarkable investment at any time, but especially in 1992. Next up, we got Owen Hart and Skinner. Can't believe that this is even a match on the card, but they only get 1 minute and 9 seconds. Meltzer would say Owen looks ridiculous in that ring outfit. The best move of the match was Hart's ring entrance. 1 minute and 9 seconds. Wow.
Probably took him longer than that to get to the ring. Yeah.
It's crazy. We talked earlier about the press conference where Jack Tunney announced that Hogan was getting the title shot. Well, what we should mention is Sid is visibly furious at this. And this is where the seeds are planted for his soon to be heel turn. We also saw that when Sid eliminated Hulk, and then Hulk would grab Sid's arm from the floor, and that would allow Flair the opportunity to win. Sid later apologizes, offers to team up with Hulk against Flair and The Undertaker on Saturday night's main event. During the match, when Hulk's in trouble, he goes to tag Sid. Sid jumps down off the apron and just walks to the back. I absolutely love this. This is an immediate heel turn. We also see an appearance on the barbershop where he's going to lay waste to Brutus the Barber Beefcake and destroy the whole set. And it's a pretty famous moment where he busts the shaving cream.
God, that was great. I to this day, I still laugh my ass off at that. It's just,
Well, I mean, he had to go with it when it happened. You have to go with it. It's live. It's live, pal. We're live, pal. And then maybe one of my favorite promos that Sid ever did. You should go out of your way to watch it this week while we're all stuck at home. Gene's interviewing Sid Justice and Harvey Whippleman. Sid's promising it's going to be Hogan's final match. And then we see footage of the March 29th March to WrestleMania, a tribute to Hulk Hogan program. Vince is doing the sit down interview. It comes back to him and he says, "I don't give a damn about Hulkamania." It's great stuff. And I love when he calls, Mean Gene, "you fat little oaf," or whatever. Just a tremendous promo. Can't put it over enough. And then our main event happens, man. 12 minutes and 29 seconds. It gets -2 stars. It's a DQ finish, and it's a DQ finish because, and I think this is bad timing. I don't know if you've heard the story, but I think Papa Shango was supposed to be down there much faster than he really was, because it looked like it was set for a Hulk Hogan victory. Maybe Shango misses his cue. I think Papa has said, "Hey, they didn't give me the right time. You know, they weren't paying attention. I was there ready, but they didn't tell me to go." And then when he went, they sort of have to stall. And then ultimately the Ultimate Warrior winds up returning. And when the music hits, people are shocked. He's been gone for a long, long time. So it is a big deal that he comes back. But this is where all the rumors started that, oh, the first Ultimate Warrior died, and this is a replacement Ultimate Warrior, because he had lost so much size. His hair was different. He looked much smaller. What do you remember about this match and execution? What have you heard about the stories? And when did you first hear about the fake Ultimate Warrior theory that a lot of fans had at the time?
Well, you know, I didn't. I really wasn't, with the exception of probably talking to Undertaker, but we didn't talk that much about the inner workings of anything. So I watched it. I just watched it live like everybody else and thought, you know, what the fuck? I was a big fan of Papa Shango, and I loved that gimmick. So, you know, watching that, I was like, oh, I was hoping for a Shango Hogan program. And you sit there and you watch, and I just think that you fantasy book when you're in that position. And I'm going, oh my God, you know, had Sid just come out and beat Hulk, what that would have done for Sid, and then Shango and everything else. It was okay, but it just was, to me, it was an anticlimactic finish to something that could have propelled Sid to the stratosphere. And I know why they didn't do that, because you always want to keep in your back pocket Hulk, and Hulk was the man. And I don't think that they really knew what he was going to do one way or another. Warrior, I had no clue. I was just as shocked as everybody else when he came out. But, you know, you never say never in this business. And that was definitely the case. So when Warrior came out, I was like, okay, then fucking for sure Hogan's gone for a while, because I didn't see those two coexisting at the time. As far as the rumors, yeah, that just was, I think Warrior had lost a tremendous amount of size and a lot of weight. And just, God, he looked a whole hell of a lot younger during that time, that's for sure. But I just think that the size, he had lost an awful lot of size definition, and he had probably taken a lot of time off and wasn't training in as intensely as he had before. So people automatically going to assume that's not him. And I think someone said, oh, he's, I think one of the dirt sheets actually said he's 6 inches shorter.
Oh my!
It's not him. And people just, you know, jumped into that conspiracy theory bullshit, and it was definitely him. There's only one of him.
Do you think fans were disappointed when the Warrior's back, but he doesn't look like the Warrior of old?
I don't think I really don't, in the moment, I don't think anybody noticed. I really don't think anyone noticed. I think that they were happy to hear the music, and they were happy to see him run down to the ring and clothesline everybody and just to see him again. So I don't think in that moment that anybody noticed that. I think that was all after the fact.
He did a press conference afterwards as well, I believe. And it was just weird to see the Ultimate Warrior there. It's written that he's going to be back in here full time. And there's a long-term plan for him. He doesn't actually say what that is in the Observer, of course. And we know this is going to be sort of hokey pokey with the Ultimate Warrior in the WWF. That would continue. Leading up to this match, there's a lot of talk though that Hulk might retire after this match. And you said that you thought maybe Thunder in Paradise was in the works. We know that he's going to be back for WrestleMania 9, and we're going to try it one last time. Do you think there was ever talk or thought that maybe Hulk might wind up in WCW, or at this point, was that not even on the radar?
At that point, that wasn't on the radar. No, it really wasn't. And it was more along the lines of he's going to go Hollywood.
I think this is the only time a WrestleMania main event ended by DQ. In hindsight, do you think that that was the right call? I mean, I know it was to get you to the Ultimate Warrior return, but after you've promoted a big match like this for so long, do you think maybe we should have had a clean finish in this one?
I do. I mean, I don't care whether it was Hulk or Sid. I would have put Sid over. But but you could have put Hogan over and still got the heat afterwards. I just think that in this case, and maybe it also doesn't help the execution of the finish too.
Right.
Had the execution maybe been a little tighter, maybe we would be more forgiving. But hindsight being 2020, looking at it, clean finish probably would have been better to have a decisive winner.
Let's tell you what the readers of the Wrestling Observer thought. They gave it 40.9% thumbs up, 36.1% thumbs down, 23% thumbs in the middle. What say you? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle?
I'm going to say thumbs in the middle.
I actually give this one a thumbs up. Maybe it's just nostalgia. Maybe it's just I loved it as a kid. I don't know why, but I really dug it. The best match poll, though, there's only 2 matches even nominated. Piper and Hart got 83 votes. Flair and Savage got 373 votes. So apparently most people agree Flair and Savage is the best match. The worst match, though, and it's not even close, Hulk Hogan and Sid Justice win that one. Meltzer would call that one of the worst 3 pay-per-view main events in history. Whew.
So I disagree. I disagree on best match and worst match. I think that the best match was Piper and Brett. And I thought that the worst match was probably Natural Disasters against Money Inc.
Yeah, that was not good. Not good. That did come in second place, though. You know, let's talk about, before we wrap this one up, of all the sort of hypothetical dream matches that Vince could have made over the years, is it still in your mind the one that quote unquote got away? Flair Hogan. I mean, I know you tried it on house shows but you admitted that, hey, maybe it could have been done a little differently, but it feels like there's 2 things we hear pretty routinely about, oh man, what could have been that maybe the WWF fumbled on. 1, Flair Hogan, and 2, the invasion angle. Do you agree?
I don't know. I think that might have been able to get there, but it might have taken a few more years. The only reason I say that is because it was still the land of the monsters.
Right.
And I'm not sure that the WWE audience would have accepted Rick as a real threat to Hulk at the time. We would have had to have built him for a while.
Talk to me about this show. Where did you watch this show? You weren't there. You were working for Global at the time. Were you watching at home, at a friend's house? Do you recall?
I watched it with all my friends at my house.
So all by yourself?
Yes.
That's weird to me because I've heard you talk about having sort of pay-per-view parties and having some more of your friends in the business, and you guys sort of rebooked the territory together. Were you just on a drug and fuel binge at this time and just wanted to be alone, or what was the deal?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I had my pizza, Conrad. I got high and I watched WrestleMania. Fuck off.
Yeah, I was high as a kite. I was high as a kite and fucked up. And then I went to Heartbreakers afterwards.
Yeah, well, they don't have tablecloths there anymore because of you. But we have a brand new Patreon. It's adfreeshows.com. We hope you guys dug it. We're going to try to crank out as much extra content for you as we can, especially while we're all working from home. Drop us some suggestions in the comments below this posting. Let us know what your suggestions are for some more bonus content here on the show. And Bruce, I'm glad we got to get this one under our belt. One of our most requested shows. It feels like we got Royal Rumble 92, SummerSlam 92, and WrestleMania 8 a lot. Hey, we never did SummerSlam. Maybe we can, if we're all still stuck inside during the summer, maybe we'll do SummerSlam 92 together.
I'm going outside right now in the rain.
No, listen, I'm going outside. I'm riding the golf cart around the cul-de-sac.
Oh, well, yeah, you're rich. That's what you rich people do. I just can walk outside and
Rich people. You told me when we recorded the last show, you had a team of Italian gardeners doing your gardening.
Okay. They're landscapers. They happen to be Italian. And I mean, at some point, once a month, I've got to have somebody come and do the yard.
Well, here's the weird part. You told me that you paid one of the guys extra to pick up the poop in the yard, and you don't even have a dog. So why are you shitting in your own yard?
Got 3 dogs. Got Dodger the Wonder Dog, the official dog, is something to wrestle with.
No.
And Walter, and then there's Rowdy too.
It was a joke about shit, which you enjoyed making jokes about. When I think you're actually due for one right now, but we'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
You know, I had tacos today, man, and all I could think of is like the last standing like I could eat lunch with Pancho Villa. Shaka Khan.
That was weird.
From the territories to Titan Towers to TNA and all points in between, he's seen and done it all. And now he's here to share the real story behind wrestling's biggest moments, controversies, and characters. The MLW Radio Network presents Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
It is Wrestlemania 9 time, by golly. I'm ready.
I'm all about it. Let's get into Wrestlemania 9, but first, let's top some loose ends from last week's episode. It's Wrestlemania VI. We're on our way to record numbers for that show. We appreciate all the support. Go ahead and tell your friends about Wrestlemania VI if you dug it, and if you missed it, it's in the archives now. Now, some loose ends. Bad News Brown. We had a follow-up there. I guess it came out in an RF Video Shoot interview that I didn't bring up last week, that the original plan, or so he was told, was that he would get the win over Piper at WrestleMania, but then he was told Piper wouldn't agree to do the job. So if Piper wouldn't put him over, he wasn't going to put Piper over, and they just did a double count-out finish instead. He also went on record as saying he thought Piper was a racist, and he ultimately quit the promotion over his WrestleMania VI payday when he found out that Piper got roughly 5 times more than he did for the show. Had you heard that before? And why do you think Bad News left if it wasn't over him being upset over the payday?
Well, I think Bad News was upset over his pay in general. I'm not sure it may have been WrestleMania. I don't really know. But I think Bad News also kind of might have felt everybody that didn't agree with his point of view was racist as well. So there you go.
We got lots of tweets about Jesse Ventura name-dropping Richard Belzer on the broadcast. Apparently somewhere in the Hogan-Warrior match, Hogan used a front face lock on Warrior, and Gorilla said something like, "Front face lock by the Hulkster, what a punishing maneuver this is." And Jesse quickly quipped, "Absolutely, ask Richard Belzer." Now, apparently that aired live in 90, but it was edited out for years afterwards. But somehow when the network debuted, it was left in. Were you on Headset and Gorilla when that happened? Do you remember a reaction from someone? Was Vince hot about the line? Did Jesse know he shouldn't have did it when he did it? What do you remember about that?
That's just Jesse being Jesse and being a smart ass and throwing that kind of inside stuff in there to rile Vince up. But no, if anybody was on Headset at WrestleMania 6, that would have been probably Dick Ebersol. But I doubt Dick fed him anything like that.
What was the reaction? I mean, it was edited out. Do you remember there being
I don't know that there was any reaction at the time. However, probably with Vince bringing it to his attention was like, edit that shit out of there. Get that out of there. We didn't need that kind of stuff for Belzer to come back and say, well, the WWE is making light of this lawsuit and me getting choked out and shit.
Yeah. We had another Twitter follow-up to our Zeus episode, too. There was a question as to whether or not the WWF match that was shot for the No Holds Barred movie that took place between Rip Thomas and Jake Bullitt, was that actually shot at a live event or on the movie set?
No, that was shot at a TV taping.
At first I thought that was a ridiculous question because it was like, yeah, of course they're going to do it at TV taping. But if they're doing it in front of a live crowd, how do they explain that? They just say, hey, this is going to be a part of the movie and pay no mind to this person who is Hulk Hogan being Rip Thomas. And do they shoot the movie or the match differently? Because I know in a real movie set, if they're shooting a boxing match, they're going to take multiple takes and zoom in and do that over and let me get it from this angle. How can you kind of keep kayfabe here in the late 80s and shoot that the way it needs to be shot?
With really good cameramen. It was shot, some of it was shot on film, some of it was shot on tape, but the film portion of it was laid out very carefully for those guys to get those shots, and they did them multiple times. But you just do a live match in front of the crowd. You got professionals out there who know what the hell they're doing. They've got one or two instances that they can get their shot, and they better get them.
And a quick follow-up on our Houston Wrestling bonus show. That show was very well received, and even if you're not really into Houston Wrestling, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. It's in the archives now and available for you, but because we had to edit the length of the show to make it fit on our current platform, we missed a critical part of the story, and that's where the name of this show comes from. Hit it, Bruce.
Well, the Something to Wrestle With name comes from the Paul Bosch stationery that he used to have, Something to Wrestle With from the desk of Paul Bosch. And I will tweet out a picture of his pads for everybody to see where I got that name from.
And you kept it going during your tenure for the World Wrestling Federation. Tell everybody what you did.
Well, I had the same similar pads made up, Something to Wrestle With from the desk of Bruce Prichard. And that's just kind of a theme that I've always kept throughout my wrestling career.
All right, Bruce, it's time. What happened when the WWF took WrestleMania to Sin City? It's Wrestlemania IX, the very first outdoor WrestleMania. And man, what a weird time in the company. It's April 4th, 1993. And I guess you could say the WWF here is trying to transition away from the Hulk Hogan era that built WrestleMania. And it was actually the staple of all WrestleMania main events up until 1993. We covered last week Wrestlemania VI, which was 1990 when they first tried to pass the torch, so to speak, and end the Hulk Hogan era and move into a new Ultimate Warrior era. Well, that experiment didn't work out. So they wanted to give Hogan another shot at it the next year in 1991, and they used Sergeant Slaughter as the buffer to set up Wrestlemania VII, which is also available in the archives. But the decline of WrestleMania really started with Wrestlemania VI, continued with VII, and by 1992, they wanted something different, and they tried the longtime NWA World Champion Ric Flair as the man at WrestleMania VIII, and he dropped it to Macho Man, but not in the final card, or the final match on the card, rather. They still wanted to bring in Hogan for that one. By the way, we get lots of questions about WrestleMania VIII, and when are we going to cover it? Bruce, why won't we ever cover WrestleMania VIII?
Because I wasn't there.
So there you go. Lots of talk about WrestleMania business being down here for a minute. We've heard some of the boys in the past say that they didn't know what kind of year they were going to have until they got the WrestleMania payoff. Did Vince McMahon himself consider WrestleMania the difference between a good year and a bad year?
I think it was a barometer. The talent probably much more so than Vince, but obviously WrestleMania was our big Super Bowl. It was our big event. So it was one way to measure the success of the year, sure.
Meltzer reported that WrestleMania 8 in Indianapolis the prior year drew over 62,000 fans for a $1.25 million house, but heavy paper. Keep those figures in mind. We're going to talk about 9 a little later. Eventually, Flair ends up with the title back, but Vince decides to commit to a change, and he wants to put the belt on Bret Hart. It's worth mentioning here that Bret's first pay-per-view main event was with the Bulldog at SummerSlam 92 the prior year. Bruce was also not there for that, so we're never going to cover SummerSlam 92. That show was a huge success, and it helped cement Bret as a top guy. So fast forward to October of 92, Flair has vertigo, and Vince tells Flair he's going with what he called a youth movement, and that he won't be featuring Rick in the main events moving forward. He allows Flair a chance to negotiate to go back home to WCW, which Flair opts to do. The next month, in November, the Ultimate Warrior and the British Bulldog got fired for human growth hormone. And Bret wrote in his book that he had hoped the main event of WrestleMania 9 would have the Ultimate Warrior submitting to the sharpshooter in the main event. Of course, that didn't happen when Warrior got canned. Now, bear in mind, while all of this is happening, Hogan is away making the cinematic masterpiece that is Mr. Nanny. So this void of Mr. Perfect being out with Lloyd's of London, Warrior and Bulldog fired for drugs, Hogan making movies, Flair headed out of town, this all creates opportunities for Bret to work main event title matches against guys who've never had a chance to headline a pay-per-view, Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon. And this is, of course, when the WWF starts to brand this new crop of main eventers as the new generation. And it's believed that, among other reasons, that Vince chose Bret was because of his ability to deliver great matches, the fan mail that Bret got and the amount of it, how much merch he sold, his ability to draw huge money in Europe, And oh yeah, it's worth mentioning, Vince needs a champion who can pass the eye test, so to speak, for steroids, because that's still looming around in the background. And if you'd like to hear more about that steroid trial, it too is available in the archives. But for whatever reason, Bret was considered a major draw internationally. Now, candidly, domestic business is way down here, Bruce, and shows aren't drawing, and the WWF is even losing TV in some markets where they've done well in the past. You were there in late 92 and early 93. What was the mood in the office? Were folks starting to feel like the success from the past was slipping through their fingers?
It wasn't necessarily that the success of the past was slipping through the fingers. It was simply time to rebuild. Your old stars were just that. They were older, and they had moved on. So Hogan was not a part of the mix. The guys that we thought a few years prior to that would be the future of the business and Ultimate Warrior had moved on. There was just a lot of change. There were circumstances within and beyond our control that we just had to deal with. We had to make changes. We were forced to make changes. So it wasn't one day we woke up and said, hey, let's just change for change's sake. There was a lot of other things going on. Hogan left. Warrior in his drug situation, Bulldog, all these other guys. Rick had his vertigo situation. He was unhappy. He wanted to leave. Savage didn't want to work all the time. Randy didn't want to be on the road. Randy didn't want to work. So you had to come up with something new. You had to create something brand new. It wasn't out of, hey, let's just create something brand new. It was out of a necessity to create something new. And in that whole frame of reference, you've got to say, okay, how do we prevent ourselves from getting in this situation again as well? That was the mindset. Was
there anyone in particular who was pushing for a new generation thing, or is this strictly just circumstantial that it all just shakes out that way?
It was pretty much circumstantial. However, the Bret Hart thing was the product of several international tours where Bret was, and he wasn't really even the featured star on the tour, but got the best reaction and was getting reactions like a rock star everywhere he went internationally. So we thought, well, hell, with that kind of a reaction overseas, well, shit, if we put some fire underneath that, is he going to get that same kind of a reaction here in the States if we, allow him some TV time and allow him to be featured more so over here? And that was the thinking behind it. Just take what we had and what people were buying internationally and sell it to them a little more domestically.
Who would have been the guy pushing for Bret Hart to be the flag bearer? Is it strictly based on the numbers from Europe?
It was a combination of things. It was looking at who deserved it and who was a workhorse, doing something different, trying to get out of the shadow of Hulk Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior and what the championship had been prior to that, what the company had been built upon and built around for so long. Let's try something completely different. Let's try a wrestling champion, a babyface wrestling champion, because God forbid you have a heel have it and have a babyface chase, but that's another story. So that was the idea, and Bret was the guy that was dependable. He always had the best match on the card. He was usually the first one in the building and last one to leave. So the thought process was, why not reward someone like that? And let's just try something different and give someone an opportunity that we felt deserved it.
Bret wrote in his book that Vince had told him that he was getting more fan mail than Hulk Hogan. Do you buy that?
No.
But you admit that Bret was doing really well internationally. Can you put your finger on why that may have been, or how that could have come about?
I can't, but he he was featured over the summer in the program with the British Bulldog.
Right.
And Bulldog was internationally in Europe a big name. Maybe that was it. I can't put my finger on it. But Brett walked on water internationally.
Who loved Yokozuna? That feels like a Vince guy.
Really, that was a Bruce guy. I had seen Rodney in Pensacola in Alabama for the Fullers, working as Coquina. And Alpha wanted to bring him in for a tryout, and I just sung his praises because he was, for a 350-pounder, he moved like a 150-pounder and was just so damn agile in the ring. By the time he got up there, he was a little bit heavier, but he could still move. And Sergeant Slaughter was a huge Yokozuna fan as well, and just sang his praises. Once Vince saw him and saw I'll tell you what sold Yokozuna on everybody. The very first time that Yoko went out in the robe, and when he took the robe off, the reaction from the crowd, it was like unanimous. They were just in awe at the humanity before them.
He was a big boy, for sure.
He was a big boy, man. And then he could move on top of it. So he's a very impressive athlete.
When did you guys know this is our WrestleMania main event? Meltzer was reporting it by January, so in my head, you guys knew in November, December?
Roughly December, yeah. Because we were getting the reactions from Yokozuna and thinking, people were talking about, who the hell can beat this guy? How do you beat him? And it was that same kind of feeling of early Andre, of how do you beat this monster, this giant of a man? So, you make him your champion. You put your champion in a position that he can't overcome. And that was the idea behind it. How do you get him out of the Royal Rumble? How many people will it take to eliminate him? And they can't. So how can one man possibly defeat him?
In the January 4th, 1993 edition of the Wrestling Observer newsletter, Dave wrote that the WWF lost its television in Germany, Austria, Netherlands, and Switzerland. When we say lost its television, explain how that would have come about.
At that time, just contracts with the television stations, the cable stations in the different countries. We're
probably done on an annual basis. So if this is coming out January 4th, it probably ended at December 31st, 1992. Is that fair to say?
Well, no, they all had their own different time frames of when they would start, when they would stop. But also the idea, it's not fair to say that we lost it. They were moving, they were changing to another cable outlet. So Vince was making moves at that time. Sky Sports in the UK was looking to expand their operations, and they wanted us to be a big part of that. So, yes, we did lose it, but we were moving it. We were going with Sky. We were going to be doing something different.
That same issue of the Observer reports that the Randy Savage-Shawn Michaels matches that had happened on house show loops had been disappointments. And Dave even writes, quote, Savage seems to have lost his motivation in the ring. He would ultimately leave the WWF in October of the next year because he allegedly wanted to continue to wrestle and do a long program with Shawn Michaels. But according to the rumor and innuendo, Vince didn't think that was best for business and shut it down. So Randy went to WCW to continue wrestling. With these matches here in January of 93 being a disappointment, would that have been part of the reason that Savage wouldn't be featured as much moving forward? Or is all of that bullshit and Randy just didn't want to work anymore?
Yeah, and again, who's saying it's a disappointment? Business wasn't good. Business wasn't good across the board. But Randy did not want to be on the road full time, and Randy didn't want to work a full schedule anymore. Randy wanted to make the transition to announcer. Randy actually had moved to Connecticut, and Randy wanted to be a part of the office and contribute on the television side. So, no, that's not accurate.
The January 15th, 93 edition, Meltzer reports that they did a television taping where Yoko destroyed Jim Duggan, and they even used blood for the first time in a long time. And then Yoko would drape the American flag over Duggan, who was left laying after 4 consecutive bonsai drops. Meltzer guesses here this is going to be Duggan's last appearance, but he was only off TV for about 4 months. He went on to finish up that summer. We'll talk about that here in a bit. Sensational Sherry returned with Marty Jannetty. Now, this is notable here because in storyline, Sherry had been with Shawn, but Shawn had pulled her in front of him for a mirror-breaking spot, so she became the baby face, and the heat was all on Shawn. This makes me think, since they're pairing her with Marty here, the idea is to set up Shawn and Marty at WrestleMania, even though it's a year later than it should have been. Do I have that right, Bruce?
That was one of the ideas floated out there, yeah.
Cool. Luger and Mr. Perfect and Hart and Yokozuna appear to be the double main event for WrestleMania, and that is straight out of the Wrestling Observer newsletter. He also says, unless Hogan works, which seems unlikely based on his interview Monday night. I found it interesting, Bruce, that Meltzer thought Luger Perfect would be positioned as the co-main event. Was that ever considered to your knowledge?
No, never. Never, ever. It was always designed, the original idea was designed to spotlight Bret, and to spotlight Bret as the champion. Then the idea, came up with Hogan being involved. And once we got Hulk, that would be essentially your co-main event with Beefcake and Hogan and Money Inc. But no, Bret and Luger and Perfect, that was a feature. That was a feature match.
Lots of folks are getting tryouts around this time. Dave reports that Horace Boulder, who is Hogan's nephew, Mike Balea, Bill Irwin, Scott Putski, and Louis Piccoli all got tryouts. Any memories of these guys or their tryout matches?
Yeah, Horace was not good. That was a favor to Hulk. Hulk wanted to look out for his nephew, brought him in. He just didn't have the charisma, didn't have the athletic ability that Hogan had, and didn't work. So no, Horace didn't get a job. They tried him on the road for a little while after that, but it just didn't work. Bill Irwin, same thing, just wasn't in the cards. Putski, Vince always had a soft spot for Ivan Putski because Putski did very well for his old man and felt it was a way to repay Ivan and liked Putski's look, and he was young and different, and he liked Putski.
A couple other notes from this same edition of the Observer. Primetime Wrestling did a 2.2 rating for its final show ever. We've talked about the new generation and this kind of being a transition, but man, Primetime Wrestling ending really does feel like the end of an era, does it not?
It was for me because that was the first show that I ever produced, and the fact that you're taking it from a studio show and we were going to go on the road with another event-oriented, a live event-oriented show, that was a big deal for us. It was a new expense and just a whole new enterprise. Little did we know that it would become what it has today.
Dave reports that the Steiners were set to start full-time on the road on January 8th. Anything memorable you can share about signing the Steiners, Bruce? I'm sure we'll talk about them a lot in the future.
The main thing that I remember was Pat and I being enamored with Scott Steiner as a single and wanting to bring Scott in. Frankly, the original idea pitched to Vince was to bring Scott Steiner in as a surprise entry into the Royal Rumble and to win the Royal Rumble and go on to win the championship at WrestleMania. Go with a completely brand new guy. Vince didn't see it, didn't feel it. And when we reached out to the Steiners and the Steiners, Rob and Scott came in to meet with Vince, they expressed that they wanted to be a tag team. They wanted to be together, and that's how Vince saw them. Vince didn't see them as single draws.
That's amazing to me, how different it could have been had Scott split off back then, main event at WrestleMania, won a Royal Rumble. Interesting to think about.
Yeah, that's one. And again, that's one of those, as I've talked about before, a what-if scenario. when we're sitting there and we're brainstorming, pitching ideas, and Pat and I throwing different shit out there. What if?
Bret Hart appears on Arsenio Hall and Regis and Kathy Lee to promote the Royal Rumble. Dave writes about it here. And we talked about this last week on our Wrestlemania VI episode with how Macho and Warrior did doing stuff like this. By comparison, how do you think Bret did?
Didn't think it was Bret's forte. As bad as I felt Warrior was in his role, not being able to fit in that environment, I felt the same thing about Bret. Bret wasn't comfortable in that environment, and I didn't think he came across well. He was a little bit too introverted and too shy almost, and I didn't think that he came across well in that role.
Meltzer writes about the debut of Doink the Clown. He says, I'm told his ring entrance is great because of the music, but the act dies the minute the bell rings. Then again, Honky Tonk Man was mainly a ring entrance, and he drew them a ton of money. And Bruce, I want to talk about Doink a lot, and I'm sure we'll have a whole episode on him eventually. But it seems to me there was so much backlash against him in the newsletters and among smart fans now. I just think he's misunderstood. What say you, Bruce?
I think that Doink the Clown with Matt Bourne portraying Doink the Clown was probably one of the greatest gimmicks ever. And given the opportunity, without Matt Bourne's demons, could have been one of the greatest draws and greatest stories in the history of the business. Doink got over, and that's something that the dirt sheet writers and those purists or whatever have you don't ever want to admit. Doink had heat.
Yeah, we're going to get there. We'll cover it. Meltzer reports that a sign was put up inside Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas for WrestleMania, and it listed Brutus Beefcake, Legion of Doom Animal, Paul Ellering, and Jake Roberts. This seems like a random group of folks. Would this have been something just for a random promotional appearance that they were doing at the venue, like a meet and greet? Or did someone think this was the WWF strongest name to promote for whatever reason?
I have no idea. It's probably something that people at Caesar's Palace picked pictures off of pictures they had been sent, just put guys up there not knowing who the hell they were promoting. And that happened a lot.
The next week, Dave wrote that Yokozuna has been squashing dudes in like 4 minutes, guys like the Big Boss Man. And he also reports that the advance gates for Undertaker Yokozuna main events were doing the best advance business they'd done in more than 10 months. Did you guys know right away that Yoko Taker would be somewhere you could go? And did you think at some point that could be a WrestleMania main event, or was Taker not yet considered a Mania main event caliber guy?
Taker was considered an attraction. However, we did feel that Yokozuna and Undertaker against one another was a huge attraction, but we wanted to wait for that. Vince, and I know you're going to say, well, Undertaker was champion, but Vince didn't see Undertaker as the champion. He didn't see him as that guy at that time. He saw him as his Andre the Giant attraction in that role, in that era. So while Undertaker and Yokozuna is a great attraction and would be terrific around the horn, I don't think that Vince saw that as a WrestleMania main event at that point yet. Now, later on, yeah, I think he would go, goddamn, of course I would. Yokozuna versus The Undertaker. Fuck yeah. But right then, I don't think he felt it.
Meltzer wrote, there's a good shot that Money Inc. would take on the Steiners. And he writes, quote, expect no record-setting buy rates on this. So we see by late January, there's still no discussion of Hulk Hogan, and we'll get to more of that later. But do you remember there ever being a discussion of Money Inc. and the Steiners? Was that something that was kicked around when they were first brought in?
Well, the program was definitely kicked around because of the championship, with Money Inc. being the champions and what have you. But once Hulk was coming back and Beefcake coming back and that whole 9 yards, they wanted to do that package deal of Hogan and Beefcake. So we kind of knew where we were going with Hulk.
The Steiners do debut on January 8th, and it's in Philadelphia. They worked against the Masked Executioners, which was Barry Hardy and Dwayne Gill. the original opponents were supposed to be Double Trouble, I guess an enhancement team. Ted Petty and the Executioners were being booked somewhat regularly on the road, Dave writes. Ted Petty is a guy that I know, but I don't have any recollection of him being here. I don't know how I forgot this. Do you have any memories of Ted Petty working during this era, and why didn't it work out long-term for him here?
Ted just came in and was an enhancement talent, and that's it. You probably saw him on the Superstars and Challenge shows, but there was really nothing more with Ted. There were some different times where he tried out some different gimmicks. The Cheetah Kid.
That's his most famous, besides Public Enemy.
Right, and Vince just didn't really see it. Vince always wanted a Mighty Mouse character, and that's what Brady Boone was for him. And probably Neville today would be Vince's Mighty Mouse character, is what I can see him looking at him going, God damn. But Ted was a little bit too big to be Mighty Mouse. And then he would be an enhancement talent as Ted Petty without the mask and so on. He just didn't see it.
So Doink the Clown debuts in mid-February on the California Swing, and his first opponent is Bob Backlund. I want to talk about Backlund in long form someday here on the show, but briefly, whose idea was it to bring him back? Is that a Vince call, a Pat call, or is this just Bob campaigning to come back?
Bob and Vince got together, and Vince having a soft spot again for his father, and Backlund was his dad's champion, felt that he could do something with Bobby bringing him back. And the thought in the back of our mind was, God, do you think we can get a heel run out of Backlund? I think that was Vince's vision from the beginning. I know it was mine, because I always just saw Bob Backlund being Bob Backlund as a heel, because I thought that people shit on him when he was a babyface. So it was an opportunity to bring Bob back. He was a big name there.
Dave writes that by mid-January, there's only about 3,000 tickets for WrestleMania sold. And he says if you're coming from out of town, hurry, because there's lots of conventions in town that weekend, and it won't be easy to get a hotel room if you wait. We're going to talk a lot about the decision to kind of roll the dice here in Vegas in a little bit. By late January, Harvey Whippleman is on TV talking about a big surprise for Kamala. And this is kind of the tease of Elegante. I have got to hear more about the signing of Elegante. Of course, he became Giant Gonzalez with you guys, but does Vince see Elegante on WCW and think, I've got to have him?
It's funny. When he first saw Elegante on WCW, he thought, oh, my God, they can have him. But, of course, when he becomes available, and his agent called us and reached out, Vince loves the extraordinary talents, and to have an 8-foot giant, he felt that he could get the most out of El Gigante, and he thought that he could get a lot more out of Jose, more so than WCW did, and he accepted the challenge and wanted to have another giant.
Did you just call him Jose?
Yeah, I think that was his name, Jose Gonzalez. Am I wrong? Jorge. His name was Jorge. Jeez, Jose Gonzalez. Wrong guy, folks. Oh, yeah. Sorry. El Gigante. If I do it in Spanish, is that okay?
That's a lot better.
Okay.
Dave also reports that there's a major league rumor that Tatanka will be getting the IC title during the summer. Bruce, we haven't spent enough time on Tatanka on the show yet. You guys pushed him pretty hard when he first came in. What did you guys see in him? I mean, I never really got it. I was never a big Tatanka fan, but I had friends who were. I've still got a good friend now who still thinks Tatanka's that's his favorite wrestler ever. What was the long-term plan? Or as Meltzer says, did plans change?
Well, plans changed. I don't know that the audience accepted Tatanka as much as we wanted them to, obviously. But Native American grapplers have always had a place in the business. You go back with Wahoo McDaniel, Chief Jay Strongbow, I can't believe I actually said Chief Jay Strongbow and I said Native American wrestlers, but Jack and Jerry Briscoe and guys like that there was a fascination for the Native American athlete. Tatanka is a full Native American, hell of an athlete, hell of a worker, but there was just something missing. And we were looking at Tatanka. I mean, shit, not just for the Intercontinental Championship. There was talk, could we make him the WWF champion at some point? But I think that there was just that it factor that was missing with Tatanka. And they bought him so far. And after that was as far as they would take him. So, yeah, plans changed.
In late January, Meltzer reports the WWF is losing at least some television outlets in the last 2 weeks. He says, quote, I know Omaha is out, so there'll be no future live shows in Nebraska. Ditto Salt Lake City. I mentioned this a little while ago. Kind of explain this process domestically. How do you lose TV? You're not paying for the rights anymore? The contract is up?
Well, no, because contrary to popular belief, at that time, television stations were paying us to be on the air. So it had changed in the late 80s from a payment system where we used to pay to be on the air, that television stations were paying us to have our show. So when they stopped paying, and then they turned back to the old way saying, hey, we want you to pay to be on the air, we decided, well, you know what, we're not going to do that. So that was the instance in a lot of those markets. Obviously, in major markets where we had to be on the air, if they went and did that, we were in trouble, and we would obviously probably still pay to be on the air. But Joe Perkins, who was in charge of the syndication, that was his call. He felt that that was the right thing to do, because if you pay one, then all the rest of them are going to turn around and say, hey, wait a minute, what are we paying for? It was also during the time that infomercials were making a big play, and that changed the television landscape drastically.
So for you to be getting paid to provide the programming, and now you're losing TV there, is that because they don't feel like they're getting an adequate return? Would that be an indicator that interest was down?
Well, it would be simply what was happening is you would have Ron Popeil and the Ronco Vegematic or whatever the hell he was selling at the time, offering to pay $6,000 an hour to put his infomercial on the air. So we're paying $6,000 an hour for programming. They're delivering us this number. We're maybe breaking even with advertising, maybe making a little, or we don't have to do shit, and we're going to make $6,000. And that was a decision a lot of programmers made. They went the infomercial route.
Crowds were large.
We decided not to get in the game.
Crowds are down here below the $30,000 level for a lot of weekends, with the exception of big markets like Houston and Nashville. But most of the numbers are somewhere even in the 20s. Bruce, as long as you'd been with the company at this point, had you seen houses this low in your time, or is this as low as it's been?
This was there. This was low. This was tough because you're out there and you've got guys on tour. And in between, you're trying, usually, if your tour is going Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you're making your money Friday, Saturday, Sunday. A Thursday show was something to get you in the groove, and Ed Cohen was throwing darts at a map, booking everything. You couldn't, if something wasn't doing well in the middle of the tour, it didn't make sense just to cancel it. Because you're on tour. You've got to incur those expenses anyway. But, yeah, business was the shits. Business was in the toilet at this point, and we were in a rebuilding phase.
It also comes out that Coliseum Video is going to be giving up on the $9.99 monthly releases because they weren't getting enough interest from retailers. There was a long while there where you guys were cranking out Coliseum Videos on the regular. Invasion 92, Crunch Classic, WrestleFest 92, World Tour 92, Rampage 92. I mean, just lots and lots of stuff to kind of get that content out and get paid for it when there wasn't a pay-per-view happening this month. Who makes the decision to just focus more on pornography at this point? Is that Vince or his partners?
Well, since Vince didn't focus on pornography or produce pornography, he wasn't involved in that decision. The whole thing with Coliseum Video doing the monthly releases, that was a way to take footage that they already had, repackage it, and put it in an affordable. Because if you go back and you look at the early Coliseum Video releases, man, that shit was like $69.95 for a video. And then as videotapes, the price came down. I remember it was with, I think, the original Batman movie. That was the first $9.99 videotape for a movie, a major motion picture to come out on video. Before you were paying $69.99, $89.99. Now they're $9.99. We had to compete. So the idea was take footage that we already had, repackage it, and put it out on a $9.99 a month special. There was so much out there that, couldn't eat anymore. So they decided let's cut this out. It's not working.
Maybe not everybody has heard all of our shows in the archives. Why did I make a pornography joke there?
Well, because Coliseum Video, the other half of Coliseum Video was Arthur Morowitz and Howard Farber, who owned H&H Video, that produced a great deal of the fine pornography in the world at that time, video. They are the ones who pretty much pioneered the pornography industry from film to video. And if you watch the movie Boogie Nights, that was kind of based on their life somewhat as far as the video goes.
Meltzer reports that Hogan was interviewed for the George Michael Sports Machine television show and that it was set to air in February. He was asked about coming back to wrestling, and he says yes, he wanted to come back and get the belt back. He said if he had it to do all over again, he would handle the steroid controversy the exact same way, and he blamed all the problems on the media. And the Rockford Registered Star quoted Hogan by saying, "I don't want to just go wrestle. I want to win the belt back. I want to be champion. They've got a guy named Bret the Hitman Hart who's champion now. I could beat him with my eyes closed. He couldn't even lace up my boots." In the photo, Meltzer notes that Hogan looks much smaller than his wrestling days. He says he's around 270, and he's 6'6" or so and still a huge guy. But Meltzer can't help but notice it looks like he's lost quite a bit of weight. So, Bruce, this is the first time Hogan has talked about coming back and wanting a title run. Do you remember this appearance on the Sports Machine? Was Hogan already in negotiations with Vince by the time this was taped? Did Vince approve the language, or was Hogan just going into business for himself here? I mean, it feels like he's trying to work an angle with Bret, but he'd have to be teasing a heel turn to do so because Bret's clearly a babyface. So it either feels like an angle or just burying a guy. What say you?
All the above. Hogan going into business for himself. And from Hulk's point of view, to defend it, if you're going to come back, why aren't you coming back to be the champion? To bury a fellow babyface, not the best way to do it. To talk about somebody that can't lace up your boots and then they're the champion, you're not building any value in your champion. You want to put them over. I don't agree with that by any stretch of the imagination. So his approach there, that was simply Terry going into business for himself. And we were in negotiations at that point to bring Hulk back, but that was Hulk's way of stirring up some controversy and get people talking.
Yokozuna wins the Royal Rumble, of course, after 66 minutes and 35 seconds. And this earns him the title shot at Bret Hart at WrestleMania. Bruce, at 92, of course, Flair won the title in the Rumble. So this is the next year, and this is the very first year the Rumble winner would earn a title shot at WrestleMania. Remind everyone again whose idea that was.
Mine.
Bret wrote in his book that after the 93 Rumble, all the boys were hanging out in the hotel bar, and his mom found Dave Meltzer just hanging out in the lobby. So she brings Dave over to meet Bret. He said Meltzer was polite and nervous because Bret was glaring at him, and then he said to his mom, "He's no friend of mine." Do you remember Meltzer coming to events and meeting guys like this?
Think about that story. He's hanging out, just kind of leering in the lobby, looking at people. I remember him and Wade Keller in particular is one that I really remember doing that, where they would just kind of hang out in the lobby or hang out on the outskirts of the bar and stare at the boys and try and be on the eerie and eavesdrop on people's conversations and shit like that. Just kind of unsavory. That's my feeling.
New Line Cinema announces that they've postponed the release of Mr. Nanny with Hulk Hogan until June. Meltzer reports it was test marketed in 4 markets, and the results were it didn't do much at the box office, but those who went were almost exclusively kids. So the idea is now to release the movie nationally around the time when kids go out of school. Of course, as we know, the movie was released in October, and it flopped with a capital F. The rumored budget was around $10 million, and it drew a little over $4 million at the box office, and it only received a 7% approval rating from Rotten Tomatoes. Bruce, on a scale of 1 to Katie Vick, how bad was Mr. Nanny?
I have never seen it.
Well, nobody else did either. I think that's the problem.
Apparently, but no, I have never seen the movie.
Some negative mainstream press regarding the Doink Crush angle in the last 2 weeks over a couple of newspapers. The New York Daily News wrote, on the flip side of credibility, you have the kind of sleaze only the World Wrestling Federation is capable of generating. The toilet bowl Vince McMahon operates has no bottom. On Saturday's show, seen on Channel 5, character Doink the Clown attacked wrestler Crush from behind with a phony plaster cast. With paramedics placing a spine board under Crush's back, McMahon gushed about the possibility of Crush injuring his neck and vertebra. Considering the seriousness of recent injuries suffered by Dennis Byrd, the script McMahon was working from could have only been written by an insensitive lowlife concerned only with exploiting the misery of others, and all in place to entertain your children. What a time to be alive when mainstream media is taking an angle like this to task. Dennis Byrd was a Jets football player who was paralyzed during a game, and it was a huge deal in the NFL and in America at the time. So if you don't live here or you're a little younger, maybe you don't remember that, but that's what happened. Bruce, was this Vince capitalizing on a real-life situation to where art could imitate life, so to speak?
Well, first of all, I'd like to point out, fuck Bob Reisman.
Okay.
And second of all, the business has always been art imitating life. But it was not specifically Dennis Byrd. It was an angle that we had planned for a long time. The fact that there are similarities, unfortunately, if you want to point that out, yeah, but it was not done. Hey, Dennis Bird's paralyzed. Let's paralyze the guy on TV. Absolutely not.
Did Vince secretly enjoy when people would write shit like this about him?
I think, you know what, maybe in a sick kind of backward way, you know, any publicity is good publicity, but at the same time, it used to piss him off. I know it used to piss me off. Can't they just look at it as the entertainment that it is and get over it, move on?
Meltzer reports that Shawn Michaels had showed up to the Royal Rumble with cuts around his eye and required makeup. We'll cover that shortly. The Predator, who was the gimmick name for Mike Balea, Hulk's nephew, who we mentioned a minute ago, is now working shots on the road for the WWF, but he's putting Jim Powers over. Dave also reports a lot of news about Hulk that week, saying that the rumor mill's out that he's negotiating with WCW, even going so far as to say that Ted Turner had told Jim Herd that specific thing, or he's kicking around working with Angelo Poffo on running some shows in Europe. But a lot of folks tend to think that Hulk is actually putting some of these stories out there. Like once upon a time, you know, he was working a deal with Japan, but that seemingly just fell through. Now, the big advantage that WCW could offer Turner, hypothetically, is if he wanted to do more acting deals because they have more opportunities for that. Was Vince hip to Hulk's negotiating tactics like this by this time, or did you guys hear this and think, oh shit, we need to hit the panic button with Hulk?
No, it was definitely, you just figured that was Hulk being Hulk, and Hulk is getting the word out there and trying to get people buzzing, get people talking, and using it as a negotiation tactic. So, yeah, Vince was definitely hip to it.
Shawn Michaels, IRS, Repo Man, Bret Hart, Randy Savage, Mr. Perfect, and others were all filming Family Feud that February. I don't know, we'll talk about this again, but who is such a big damn wrestling fan at Family Feud? It seems like they've had a lot of wrestling on over the years.
Well, back then it was Ray Combs who was the host of the show after Richard Dawson. Ray Combs and Bobby Heenan were good friends, and Ray was a big wrestling fan. So the producers had reached out to us, and that was the connection at that point in time.
Hulk Hogan was reportedly seen at the bottom floor of CNN Center having a meal at a restaurant there, and it even makes it to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and it gets out that he's negotiating a movie deal rather than a wrestling deal, but I find that interesting. And they also confirm that same week in the Observer that Mike Balea is on the road full-time for the WWF as a preliminary wrestler, and that Brutus the Barber Beefcake would be returning to Monday Night Raw on February 1st. So is this appearance at CNN Center just another negotiating tactic at the very last minute, in your opinion?
I believe it was actually just coincidental because Hulk was talking to people about some of the different movie deals and television deals that he had, because by this time it was done and he was coming back and we were doing the deal at WrestleMania. This is more coincidental, and it was simply everybody making much ado about nothing, but it was great for publicity.
Hogan was reportedly visiting the Titan offices that Thursday, and the WWF didn't, of course, confirm or deny anything, which was standard issue back then. And it was reported on the New York Daily News on January 29th that Hogan would be returning at WrestleMania. So let's get specific about timelines here. What caused Hogan to be someone that you guys were like, we got to get him back? There's rumor and innuendo out there that you guys wait until you get the Royal Rumble preliminary buy rate, and then you panic a little, and then you kind of pivot to Hogan and want his involvement. Maybe not at that point to win the world title, but just to be on the card. And hey, on second thought, we don't want to do a WrestleMania without him. Our buy rate was down for the Rumble. We need to call an audible. Is that how you remember it?
No, that's not. The idea was when Hulk was looking for something, and this was probably, it was after we had made the switch with Bret, and it would have been late November, December timeframe, that there was discussions about him coming back and having one last run. We were going to be doing we were planning an international tour in UK and Germany, I believe. But the idea was, well, damn, Hulk wants to come back, kind of have one last hurrah, and then he's got another movie coming up. What can we do? And we threw out a bunch of different ideas. There were there were things pitched, including having Hulk come back and work with Dustin Rhodes and bringing Dustin in from WCW as Dustin and as a heel to work a program with Hulk. That was pitched. Hulk didn't like that too much, but there were a lot of things, and there were discussions probably, I want to say early December, late November of the previous year is when everything started, just talking about Hulk coming back.
Man, that's
so it wasn't a reaction to Royal Rumble. We had in the back of our mind. Now, Hulk winning the championship, that was all kind of an afterthought.
We'll get there.
After that.
What a fucking cool tidbit that is about Dustin Rhodes, though. I had not heard that. Chat me up about Mike Balea, the nephew. This is just a goodwill gesture. Is this something Hogan asks for, or does the guy smart enough to just leverage it on his own?
Oh, no, this was a favor to Hulk. Hulk asked to help out his nephew, and so we did. We told him we'd take a look at him, put him on the road, and give him a few paydays, and that was that. But there wasn't anything there.
So the WWF holds a press conference on January 27th in Las Vegas with a couple hundred folks there And they announced the 3 top matches as Undertaker versus Giant Gonzalez, Lex Luger versus Mr. Perfect, and Bret Hart versus Yokozuna. And Meltzer reports that Hart made some negative comments about Flair, calling him overrated at the press conference. Would that have been something that Vince would have asked Bret to do, just to disparage Rick since he's on his way out and debuting with WCW? Or is this Bret's real life feelings just coming out?
I think it's Bret's real life feelings, because Vince's philosophy was always don't mention the other guy. Don't bring him up. So I think it was Bret Rick was outspoken. And here's the funny thing. This was always one I never really understood, was the animosity between Bret and Rick. Because in my mind, I would think 2 great workers with seemingly the same principles and views of the business, I would have thought they would have been the best buds. But they always seem to kind of pick at each other. And I think that this in particular was Bret's answer to some of the comments that Rick had made about Bret. And this was Bret's opportunity in a public forum to say something.
After the negative press in the Daily News, the Crush Doink angle was toned down for TV, and there was no indication at either TV taping that there was even an angle. And on television in the past week, they kind of indicated that Crush was fine and that the injury wasn't that bad and he'd be back in a couple of weeks. Allegedly, the original idea was that Crush would be held out for a long time. In your opinion, Bruce, does Dave have that right, or did Titan change plans as a reaction to the paper, or is that all just made up bullshit?
That's made up bullshit, because that actually, right after that is when I went to Hawaii and shot Crush vignettes. So we had the idea that we wanted to bring him back at WrestleMania. Probably brought him back on TV sooner than we anticipated. But Vince, would always, hated reacting to that kind of shit, to negative press. Because in my opinion, then they win. But it was just a way to kind of smooth that over.
So next up, Dave has an update for us on the Ultimate Warrior. He says Warrior's telling people he doesn't want to wrestle anymore. So instead, he's going to work on his martial arts, his weaponry, and his horseback riding. Because he's...
Wait a minute. That's like alleging that he was horseback riding before. So this is something he's just going to work on now.
Because he's going to break into action movies. And Warrior's agent is asking for $5,000 a shot plus first class airfare for a card show. So what say you? What action movies would Warrior have been great in?
Oh, God. Slow motion action movies. Fuck. Are you ribbing me?
No.
Where do you get this shit from?
Wait a minute. Are you saying that it's not true, or that it's preposterous that Warrior would consider that a real option?
None of that. It's just preposterous to bring it up. I don't know. Maybe he did. I don't have a clue. I just think it's funny that he's going to work on his martial arts and his horseback riding. That just kind of tickled me a little bit.
I get Warrior working on martial arts. I get him, doing some boxing, doing some kickboxing, trying some judo. I get it. The idea of the Ultimate Warrior horseback riding or playing with nunchucks in his backyard fucking owns me.
Destrucity, baby.
I feel like he's Napoleon Dynamite in his backyard here. At the end of the month, January, that is, you guys do a Headlock on Hunger show, and it draws about 12,000 folks to Madison Square Garden. And somewhere in here, Bret Hart brings out a giant $100,000 check to present to the Red Cross. And this has everybody, all the heels, all the faces, everybody. And Mean Gene even mentioning Vince and Linda, Pat, Tony, JJ, Sarge, This is at a time and place when business is down for the company. Doesn't a $100,000 donation here seem out of place? Or are you doing some of this, and specifically in this market, to overcome some of the negativity that's running in the paper?
Sure. I mean, even when business is down, you can give to charity and help out. So yeah, it's a goodwill call.
It comes out that Mr. Perfect blew his knee out in Boston on February 6th, working with Razor Ramon, and actually spent the night in the hospital, and then was on crutches all day Sunday, and then had somebody take his place. Does this feel like when it rains, it pours? Since Perfect was penciled in a featured spot at Mania, was there ever any doubt that he wouldn't make the show?
God, yes. I mean, it seemed like every time we would take 2 steps forward, we would end up taking 3 steps back. It was frustrating, and it felt like the show was snake bit. But you just got to put your head down and keep plowing forward and hope for the best. But we really didn't know. So you just kind of crossed your fingers and prayed.
They report that High Energy is going to be broken up, and that Coco was injured at a TV taping and then helped to the dressing room. And then Brett made the save to help Owen. So this set up Money Inc. and Brett and Owen in some tag matches. And then they had some singles matches with Owen, even beating Shawn Michaels, who was the Intercontinental Champion. And Owen would continue this singles run, but ultimately he got hurt in a match against Bam Bam. And that match was actually filmed and aired. So you can go back and see that. It was a pretty good match. Why didn't we see, or if we would have seen Owen healthy at WrestleMania, who would it have been against?
I don't know. Maybe it might have been Shawn, but I remember the Owen experiment, if you want to call it, but breaking Owen away because Brett, as the champion, was a great opportunity to springboard Owen out of that. And the injury just cut it short. So there was never really any time to develop anything. And that's pretty much all there was to it. We didn't get into that Owen project until he came back after the fact.
That's a shame. I would have liked to have seen Owen work a singles match on this pay-per-view. Channel 13 in Los Angeles refused to air the Yokozuna Jim Duggan match we talked about earlier. It was supposed to air on Superstars, but they didn't allow it. And they didn't because of heavy protest from the AAPAA, which is the Association of Asian Pacific American Artists, the Japanese American Citizen Leagues, and the Media Action Network for Asian Americans. A KTTV spokesperson said the station refused to air the match because, quote, "We're not in the business of perpetuating stereotypes." When contacted, a representative from Titan claimed to have not seen the match, but said it would never be the company's intention to offend anyone. Someone from AAPAA saw a tape of the match and said the scenes and commentary promoted very negative images of Asians and promoted Japan bashing. They made it into an East and West type of thing, she says. She complained that the comments about Fuji and Yokozuna being sneaky and underhanded perpetuates hate. The general American population is being educated wrong on who we are. Titan would say that Yokozuna had been very well received by fans, but he was brought in and defended his company, saying the WWF has another Japanese wrestler, Tenryu, who is a good guy. The TV station said that all future matches of Yokozuna will be monitored, and the decisions as to whether or not they would air them would be made on a case-by-case basis. When the show aired on Saturday, it was interrupted by Lord Alfred Hayes, who said because of the graphic nature of the match, it couldn't air, and they put a rerun of the Flair Hennig Loser Leaves Town match in its place. As a reminder, this is the match where Duggan juiced from the mouth, and it was heavily pushed as U.S. versus Japan, and they were going to kind of continue that theme for the WrestleMania main event with Bret Hart, which is kind of funny since Bret isn't American. Bruce, let's remember...
Actually, he is. He's got dual citizenship.
You know what I mean, fuckhead. Let's remember now, we are 2 years removed from Sergeant Slaughter being a fucking Iraqi sympathizer. So let's not act like we're above this shit in the WWF. But do you remember this backlash specifically from the Japanese community or the Asian community about Yokozuna?
So what was the name of this person that made this complaint?
Who cares?
Exactly. Fuck them. Again, did they complain at the movie Pearl Harbor? Did they complain about Saturday Night Live with the samurai warrior that John Belushi portrayed? It's entertainment. It is America versus the rest of the world. It's, to me, that kind of shit is absolutely just silly. There's heels and baby faces, and if people can't see the difference, then you're taking life too seriously. Get the fuck over it and move on. That's all I got to say about that. But again, it was the wrestling business, and it was taking national patriotism. And yes, it was an old stereotype. Sure, it was. But so are the movies in Hollywood when they portray in their movies. It's just silly to me. Absolutely silly.
Was Vince,
especially coming out of Los Angeles.
Was Vince comfortable with this?
Was he comfortable with what?
The backlash. I mean, does he hear this and think, well, this is good for business? Or what's the attitude from Vince?
Well, the fact, yeah, shit, we promoted the fuck out of it. That these assholes in Los Angeles didn't want to air this because of this. We promoted it.
Marty Jannetty was fired at the San Jose tapings. He was asleep in the dressing room. He claimed he was sleeping, but apparently others felt it was more like passed out. And there was some heat amongst the wrestlers on Ray Stevens, who reported it, because the belief was that Stevens was once a wrestler and all the boys should stick together. Bruce, before we talk about Marty, how was Ray Stevens as an office guy? It's hard for me to imagine given the stories I've heard about Ray over the years.
Ray had a hard time as a agent, producer. Ray's one of those guys that could do it all. He could cut a great promo. He could go in the ring and have the best match on the card every single night. But he had a difficult time explaining how to do that to talent, how to produce talent to get the best out of them. So Ray was having a difficult time making the transition from the ring to behind the scenes. He had worked for Vern Gagne behind the scenes a little bit prior to coming in to the WWF, and we brought him in thinking that his knowledge in the ring would be a great asset. It just didn't work out. He didn't have the ability to explain what he wanted to people and get that out of them. But I do remember the incident, and Ray had a hard time with Marty. I think there was a little bit more to it than Marty being asleep in the locker room. I think there were words exchanged between Marty and Ray, and that was more of it. Marty threatening an office employee and things of that nature. But there was an argument with them, and Vince sided with Ray on that one.
Meltzer reports that Mike Ortman, who worked for Titan a few years back, was rehired and named vice president of syndicated television. Bruce, what does this job entail? Who the hell is Mike? Why did he leave the first time, and why is he back now?
Mike Ortman, great guy. Way too nice to be in the wrestling business. But Mike Ortman was the protege and the office guy for Joe Perkins, who Joe Perkins was the original syndicator for Vince's syndicated television product. And what he did was he contacted television stations across the nation to place the WWE programming throughout the country. This was during a time that Joe Perkins was taking a lesser role, wanted to step back, and Mike Ortman had originally left the company for a different position where he could grow in a new company because he felt that he would never replace Joe Perkins. And now all of a sudden Joe was leaving, and Joe was going to be taking a lesser role, and we just felt that Mike was the perfect guy to replace him. So he was going to be handling all the syndicated and dealing with all the stations across the nation and across the world, handling those deals.
It comes out that some enhancement guys aren't wanting to take the Frankensteiner from Scott Steiner after a few early matches had enhancement guys on the loop messing the spot up. So in some of these matches, a Beverly brother slaps on a hood and he takes it. Do you remember any problems with the Frankensteiner when it was first being done in the WWF?
No, not that I can remember. I do remember the Beverly Brothers because they took it great. They had good matches with the Steiners, so that might have been an issue, but I don't remember that specifically, to tell you the truth.
Meltzer says the Chicago station didn't air the Yokozuna-Duggan match either due to the anti-Japanese commentary. And then Phil Mushnick from the New York Post piles on and writes an article on February 15th being very critical of the angle. And in return, he takes the New York station and the USA Network to task, as well as the WWF. So now the anti-Japanese rhetoric starts to be toned down a little bit in the syndicated shows the following week. Bruce, describe Phil Mushnick in a few words, and do it as Vince McMahon, please.
Fucking asshole.
European houses were huge here, including 2 houses in London and Dortmund, Germany, in excess of $340,000. Bruce, at the time, there's nothing comparable in the United States. What would you attribute the WWF's popularity in Europe to, and why was it so much greater there than it was here?
Because we weren't running it every 2 months or every month. And separation makes the heart grow fonder. So the fact that we were only going there once, maybe twice a year, we did great business. So simply that. We had saturated the market so much that, God, they were sick of us. Oh, internationally, we would only go a couple times a year. They were happy to see us.
The local newspaper in Portland runs an item on Doink being Matt Bourne, calling him a former high school football and wrestling star at Milwaukee High. And I'm told about 75% of the fans in the building knew Doink was Bourne. Bourne's father, Tony Bourne, was a legendary wrestler in the circuit in the 60s and still a name everyone in the city knows. That's straight from the Wrestling Observer newsletter. Bruce, were you guys not hot at the paper for writing this about Bourne? I mean, or at this point, was it more acceptable to Vince for you to just kind of out gimmicks like this?
Kind of a little bit of both. I think that it was taken as, well, that shit's going to happen, but it was also like, damn it, why did that get out? So it's a double-edged sword. You're happy they're writing about you, but it's one market. Get over it.
Meltzer reports that Hogan's set to debut on the February 22nd edition of Monday Night Raw at the Manhattan Center, and he says the deal is apparently where Hogan will work all pay-per-views and then a few other major shows, which would include a newly announced March 7th Fox Network live special from Fayetteville, North Carolina. He says Hogan's presence is probably what helped getting this special, since the last Fox special, which was right before Survivor Series, bombed in the ratings. He also says there will be at least one more pay-per-view show back added again this coming year now that Hogan's back in the fold. We know that would become King of the Ring. Bruce, do you recall there being any sort of talk about Hogan being critical to getting this Fox special landed again?
No, because the Fox special had already been in the works. It certainly helped having Hogan a part of it, but it was already in the works.
Bret Hart wrote this about Hogan coming back. Quote, when I read my booking sheets, I realized I'd see Hulk at TVs in North Charleston, South Carolina on March 8th. Even though he'd been making the odd appearance on various shows since December, I hadn't laid eyes on him since Wrestlemania VIII when I'd given him his drawing. I really thought he'd be proud of me, so when I pulled up to the back of the arena, I went looking for him. I didn't have to look far. He was standing chatting with Beefcake, leaning against the wall on the ramp. His appearance had changed drastically. He looked like a lean old walrus. He was tanned and wore red spandex tights, big white boots, and a bandana covering his balding head. I approached with a huge smile and my hand extended in friendship. Hogan gave me a dismissive nod and wouldn't shake my hand. I withdrew it and walked away. I figured that because I was champion now, he saw me as the competition. Hulkamania had run so wild that it burned itself out like a grass fire, and here I was, one of the new, brightly colored flowers popping up to haunt him. Do you remember them having a kind of a cold interaction at a TV?
Well, I obviously didn't witness that. And knowing Hulk for 30 plus years, I've just never known him to be that kind of a dick like that to other guys. Even if there was heat, he would still, hey, how you doing, brother?
He's not like that these days. I've seen him in 14, 15, 16. He's not like that at all. There's some stuff in the Observer here that I had to cut out just for the sake of time. That is really, there's just so much going on, during these months leading to WrestleMania 9. Stuff like, and I'm sure we'll cover all this eventually, the WWF suing Nails, and then later Geraldo, Kerry Von Erich being brought up on cocaine charges, and then ultimately committing suicide, and then Andre the Giant dying kind of unexpectedly. We'll get to all these topics in the future, I'm sure, but I couldn't add it in to an already ridiculously long WrestleMania 9 show without it being 11 hours this week. The WWF, obviously, needless to say here, has had a lot of legal problems during this time. Okay, I've been looking forward to this. This is a weird story here to me, Bruce. It involves Jim Ross. Dave wrote that even though JR was under contract to WCW, he had Vince, Bobby Heenan, and Shawn Michaels on his radio show at WSB in Atlanta to promote Wrestlemania. So you've got a WCW announcer having WWF guys on his Atlanta radio show to promote Wrestlemania. On that show, Vince announces that Ross will be joining the WWF as their lead announcer, and he somehow compared this to John Madden switching networks, saying Christmas came early. Ross says that his show the following week will actually be a WrestleMania simulcast. And Dave writes that WCW had claimed that Ross is under contract here, and they want Ross to sign a 5-year non-compete for the radio show, saying that he won't do another radio show in Atlanta for wrestling for at least 5 years. And apparently WCW wants the time with the station and hopes to put Tony Schiavone in that spot. I'll put some butts in the seats. But Dave believes that Ross had done an announcing tryout already in Stamford weeks prior to this, and even visited you guys at a taping in August. And he suspects that if they're this far along, that McMahon and Ross have pretty confidently discovered a legal loophole strong enough to make the announcement and for Ross to make the jump. I didn't know all of this before I did my research. How did this come about with Jim Ross jumping? What do you remember about his WCW contract and this radio station controversy?
Okay, well, first of all, as usual, Meltzer's wrong. JR contacted me. I remember where I was to this day. As a matter of fact, Jim Ross and I discussed it recently, talking about his book. Jim called the office, asked for me. I was in the second floor training room with Vince and Pat Patterson, and I took the call. Jim informed me that his WCW contract was coming up and wanted to know if there was any interest. I said I would ask and find out. I said, but, we can't talk to you if you're under contract. He says, no, I've got room where I can talk. So we exchanged all the proper paperwork that needed to be done. I asked Vince, and we talked about JR, what kind of guy he is and what kind of asset he would be to the company. And we got together. Jim came to a television taping in Augusta, Georgia, met with Vince. Practically the entire damn night, they stood outside by the trucks and met and talked. And we decided to bring JR on. But JR was not officially under contract at that time to WCW. There was a clause in the contract where JR could negotiate. His contract was either up or getting ready to be up. And the deal with the radio station where Jim was not tied to Turner, best of my knowledge. That was something that Jim Ross had secured on his own. So we did it, announced it, and we also did the deal to simulcast WrestleMania on there. That had nothing to do with WCW.
Well, all right. What was it about Ross that Vince liked so well?
His excitement, the way that he brought you into the match, the way that he told stories. And it's funny, all of the things that Vince liked about JR so much in the beginning is what he would later criticize in later years about JR.
Isn't that amazing?
It is. And Jim brought an excitement and brought an intensity to everything that you were watching. And I think he was one of the best play-by-play guys in the business.
Just as a frame of reference, Sean Mooney was on his way out here around the same time too, right?
Yeah, Sean had got an offer to do, I believe, Boston. He got an offer to do the anchor spot in Boston news station, so he was moving on.
It's reported that Razor Ramon's bad knee got worse during the week, even suffering a staph infection, and he's just working hurt as much as he can, and they're trying to cover it with him working tags. But they're saying that Ted DiBiase, who had a neck issue, and Shawn Michaels, who had a shoulder separation, are said to be ready, and this is by late February. Was there any concern that Razor wouldn't be able to go? And from an injury standpoint, does this show seem snake bit? You've got Owen hurt, Ted's been hurt, Sean's been hurt, Razor's hurt, Perfect's hurt. It feels like fucking everybody's hurt. And of course we know Hulk Hogan shows up with a black eye. Do you remember this being just what the fuck else can happen feeling from a roster injury standpoint?
Yeah, they're dropping like flies. I mean, damn. We were waiting for Yokozuna to stub his toe, not be able to walk to the ring. It just was one thing after another, and it didn't seem like there was any end in sight.
Meltzer said as they headed into the show, he expected it to be the highest buy rate and highest grossing wrestling event of the year, but he thought it was a pretty safe bet that it would be the lowest buy rate ever for a WrestleMania, even with the return of Hulk Hogan. You guys kind of expected that going into the show, though, did you know it?
We did. We knew that we were in a rebuilding phase, and we were willing to accept houses that weren't where we felt they should be, and we buy rates that maybe weren't as big as they used to be, but we were in a rebuilding phase. And just remind me when we get into this at the end of the show, when we start talking about the Bret Yoko match and Hulk, is to why we felt comfortable with that and the buy rate.
Giant Gonzalez and Harvey Whippleman make an appearance on Regis and Kathy Lee, plugging as a last minute push for WrestleMania. And Dave says that there are far fewer appearances as far as general media publicity and public interest than there had been for any previous WrestleMania. Would you agree or disagree with that for WrestleMania 9?
I would agree with that. It was also the first WrestleMania that we didn't have any outside celebrities either.
Yeah. It's important to mention here that right before WrestleMania, Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Hart are in England promoting Hulk Hogan's movie, Mr. Nanny. Bruce, I'm asking an armchair quarterback here a little bit, but was Hogan going overseas to promote this considered a good thing since it was mainstream, or are we kind of focusing on the wrong thing at the wrong time here?
It was actually twofold. It was to promote Mr. Nanny. It was also to promote his live event tour that was coming up there in the next month as well. So it was good on all fronts.
All right, we're finally here. Let's talk about the actual event now that we've been rolling for well over an hour. WrestleMania 9. According to the polls in the Wrestling Observer newsletter, it got a total of 12% of thumbs up, 12.8%, I guess, 78% thumbs down, and 9.2% thumbs in the middle. The unanimous best match is Shawn Michaels and Tatanka, followed by the Head Shrinkers and Steiners. And the worst match is Bob Backlund and Razor Ramon, followed by Undertaker and Giant Gonzalez. Do you agree with those as the best match and the worst match, Bruce?
So 800 people out of millions that watched it wrote in to Dave Meltzer, and this is their opinion. 800 people.
Well, I mean, so you disagree? You think it was a thumbs up show?
I thought the show was good. I thought the show was entertaining.
Oh, fuck.
Let's see. Best match, Shawn Michaels versus Tatanka. I thought that was a great match.
Worst match, Bob Backlund, Razor Ramon. You agree?
I thought the worst match was probably Hogan and Beefcake and Money Inc.
It was the fucking longest, that's for sure.
It was horrible.
I think you'll agree with this, though. Meltzer.
Actually, I'm going to take that back. Taker and Giant Gonzalez. Taker to this day hasn't forgiven us for that.
After the poll, Dave writes a long editorial about how the wrestling business, much like a lot of entertainment business, has a lot of folks who are really good at their craft and maybe even better than others who live permanently in the shadow of more charismatic people without the same level of talent. And he kind of says that that's the situation here because Hulk Hogan is a proven draw. And the WWF needs his box office juice just to maintain its position in the entertainment world. So he feels like Hogan has a lot of bargaining chips on his side as to what he gets and when he picks his spot to return. And even though the majority of the reaction was pretty negative about the direction changed, Dave agrees it was the right move for business this summer. And you could argue that it was the only move you could make short term. But others would say, well, you need to be building long term. So I know you well enough to know that you agree with all of that. So just state that clearly for the record. Repeat after me. I, Bruce Prichard, agree with everything Meltzer wrote here.
No, I agree with part of it.
What do you disagree with?
Part that it was what needed to be done, and it was what needed to be done for the international tour, and it was the right move.
You realize how stupid that sounds when you say it out loud?
Well, that's what it was.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. We did it so Hogan would be the champion on the international tour.
Why'd you need that?
Because it was his last hurrah overseas.
No one gives a fuck.
Sure they did. Different time, different place.
Let's run through that. You just spent the last hour telling me how fucking over Bret Hart was internationally and how huge he was in Europe. So if that's the case, why the fuck do you need Hulk Hogan?
As over as Bret was, Hogan was over more. And it was Hogan's farewell tour.
And it didn't happen.
What do you mean it didn't happen?
Well, he left he wasn't the champ. He lost it to King of the Ring.
But before that was the international tour.
That was
after WrestleMania is when we did the international tour. And that was Hogan as the champion. Then Hogan came back at King of the Ring and dropped it to Yoko. But it was Hogan's farewell UK tour. That was the whole reasoning behind it.
So all that stuff earlier about Bret Hart being huge.
Walking on water, he was huge.
So they had a $320,000 gate before they even went, before WrestleMania, but you felt like you needed Hulk Hogan. Do you realize how dumb that sounds?
No, I don't think it sounds dumb at all. It's adding even more value to it and allow you to raise prices. And
if the tickets are already sold, how are you raising prices?
You raise prices with Hulk Hogan and just added more value. Give him something else.
The tickets already sold.
But you're adding value.
How can you raise prices to something where the ticket's already sold?
Well, you raise prices with Hogan going over.
Listen, you stupid fuck. There aren't any tickets there.
Listen, added value after the fact. You bought your tickets. Now you got Hulk Hogan, right?
Yeah, so the people show up with their ticket and they say, you bought it.
You get Hogan as champion, which is what they wanted to see.
I understand.
And that's what we gave them.
But you're saying you raise prices.
We did initially raise prices, yeah, with Hogan's return.
But I just said that you already had the gate. Like, you do this right. I didn't know you were talking about the tour the next week because that makes even fucking less sense because you've already had the tickets on sale.
True, but we wanted to give them added value and have Hulk tour as the champion.
Why does that matter if you've already sold
that's
3?
What Vince wanted.
There's the answer. I'll take that one. Stop with all your other shenanigan bullshit that doesn't make any sense.
You want the reasoning behind it. I'm giving you the reasoning.
Well, we can raise prices. How do you raise prices from that already sold? Give me more money.
Prices at the beginning.
You give me more money. Do. That's what I do. I make money.
How could you raise prices in the beginning if they don't know that Hogan's going to be champion?
Well, you knew Hogan was going to be there. You give them added value by him being there as champion.
So you put the tickets.
Got a championship match.
This is so dumb. Let's talk about something else we can argue about. Meltzer wrote, as for the show itself, it's hard to make an argument this was worth the $29.95. With the poor lighting, the show lacked visual impressiveness a mega show should have. It certainly lacked the wrestling action. The majority of the matches were bad, and none were the excellent, memorable type matches one expects to see at the so-called biggest show of the year. Bruce, why Las Vegas? I've always been curious about this destination. It didn't have a huge population then. It wasn't a major metro where you could pull from. It's very much a destination city. This feels like the first time you guys have tried something like that. I mean, compare that to the previous year, and you guys were in fucking Indianapolis. I mean, who goes to Indianapolis to vacation? Is this the first time you guys made a conscious effort to make WrestleMania a fly-in? And why Las Vegas? Because no matter what anybody says, it wasn't then and it's not now family-friendly. And they'll try to convince you otherwise, but, I mean, they have rolling billboards on the street where they send girls directly to your room. So that's not a family-friendly Disneyland situation. Why Vegas?
I think Vegas, from the standpoint of, and again, when you look at Las Vegas, and then there is the allure of Los Angeles and a huge metropolis. That's your next biggest metropolis that would make that jaunt over to Vegas. But you also had a lot less tickets to sell. And we did it in the stadium adjacent to Caesar's Palace where they'd had a lot of boxing matches. It was a destination event. It was something different. And the feeling behind it was you go to a stadium, you've got to lower your ticket prices in a stadium to sell 70,000, 60,000, 90,000, however many tickets. If you go to a smaller arena, and in particular, if you go to Vegas and you're going to do it at Caesar's Palace, Caesar's was looking to pay top dollar for a lot of those tickets to give out to their high rollers. That's a double-edged sword because they're buying the high dollar tickets. You're getting your money on the gate, but then you've got a lot of people that are there that are sitting on their hands that have no investment in the storylines, that have no idea what the hell's going on in the ring or care.
It kills your television presentation.
It kills the atmosphere completely. But, hey, it was money. It was a guaranteed gate. Caesars was a great partner, and they were looking to, it was at a time where we were looking for that guaranteed house, and it was a way to do something different. It was also something which I don't think I know Pat and I fought tremendously about this with Vince because, as I said before, there wasn't any celebrity interaction, and this was during the time that Vince felt, God damn it, the WWF are the celebrities. Our stars are the celebrities. I just felt it didn't have the panache of prior WrestleManias. It was Caesars. You add to that the ambience outside, half of it daylight, and then the sunset later on. It just didn't have a WrestleMania feel to me. It had a special event feel because it looked different and it was big, but it didn't have the panache of WrestleMania to me.
This is a major departure from the previous year. Do you think Vince having to cancel the Coliseum at 7, that he just had a hard on to run a big dome and he ran the Hoosier Dome against his better judgment for 8, and then somehow he sort of came to his senses of where the business really was and then decided to run the smaller venue but with higher ticket prices for 9?
Well, for 9, the big push was, and I remember sitting in the meeting with Basil DeVito talking about why a smaller building. Basil was always for running the smaller buildings. Instead of going and doing a stadium, man, run All-State Arena and get $1,000 for ringside. You'll do better, and it will create a larger demand for your pay-per-view. That was the difference in promotion and going for the buck versus Vince's thing of creating a spectacle that people will pay money and that you'll have forever is a show place to go and brag about. We did X amount of people. We set an attendance record and what have you. Basil's thing was all about, he came from the NBA. So it was about, man, just, You raise your prices and you make that event the event so hard to get tickets for, so hard. If you're there, man, you're somebody special, and it puts a premium on it. But what that also did was it removed your real fan from that experience, from being able to participate in that experience. And that's something that Vince always wanted, that we would fight for, trying to keep the average fan a part of that event.
Here you are with some of that old bullshit again. If that was really the case, why did you guys do casino buys? Now, for those of you who are listening who don't really keep up with the business side of things in Las Vegas, if you have a big UFC or a big boxing match, like whenever Floyd Mayweather fights or Manny Pacquiao fight, the casinos buy up a large portion of them. And that's the reason an MGM Grand would want to host it there, because they want to invite their big whales in and say, hey, come gamble with us this weekend. We'll comp you fight tickets and we'll comp your room. The idea being, if we can get a guy who's going to get out here and bet $10,000 a hand on blackjack, we'll give him the room and some fight tickets and he'll lose $100,000. So we more than make our money up. So the casinos would gobble up a lot of those pricier tickets. Well, if you're really concerned about the real fan, you don't do any of those shenanigans.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. And this was a departure in that regard. And that was where the difference was, where Vince wanted to lean more towards the fan friendly, and he gave in. He was looking, we look for the payday here. And that's what we did. And this was a situation where the casino did gobble up a lot of the main seats, the good seats. And we got people that didn't give a shit about what was in the ring.
Let's talk about the theme. Who wanted this theme? Is this Vince's idea? And I mean, you guys spent a lot of attention to detail, expense, time, all that, setting this shit up. Carry me through the thought process.
Fuck the celebrities. We'll show them how to put on a show. That was his thing, man. We were going to make this a spectacle in and of ourselves. We were going to decorate that Coliseum to look like a Roman Coliseum. We were going to use Cleopatra and Caesar himself, the animals, the camel, the elephants, all that shit to make this huge spectacular around the WWF and Wrestlemania. So that was the idea behind it. It was, we'll show them.
Tell me some fun animal stories. I feel like there's got to be one. You guys have a giant fucking elephant there, which is so dangerous. I mean, that elephant could kill everyone in the crowd if it wanted to. And you guys have that giant elephant and the bird with the Undertaker and the camel with Bobby Heenan. There's lots of craziness going on. Any interesting animal shenanigans you can tell us about?
Bobby Heenan riding the camel, that was Bobby's idea, to get on the damn thing backwards. And everybody was against it because they were afraid that he was going to fall off. And Bobby insisted. He did it in rehearsal and it worked. So we got to do it. But yeah, the elephant was a working elephant. They assured us that he was used to crowds and that he wouldn't get spooked. But in the back of my mind, I'm sitting there. You ever see that video of the elephant going crazy in the parking lot and turning over, stomping on people and turning over cars and shit?
Yes.
I'm just envisioning that in my head, the elephant going crazy and just kind of going through ringside and stomping on people and turning shit over and knocking cameras.
That elephant could throw anyone it wanted as far as it wanted.
At any time.
Yeah.
And you had Caesar and Cleopatra up on top of it.
Like that was okay.
Yeah, but they assured us, no, he's used to crowds. And it worked out. But the other one was that damn, what the hell's that bird that was on Taker's deal? The vulture?
It was a toucan.
It was a fucking vulture. And that motherfucker, that was a pain in the ass, and that was kind of scary because that son of a bitch tried to fly off in every rehearsal, and he was attached by a little chain on his foot to the podium there. But yeah, the vulture was an asshole to work with.
Any pushback from the announcers on being in costume? There's been lots of talk over the years that Vince having Jim Ross dress in a toga for his debut show wasn't always the plan, and that Vince just added it late in the game as a rib. Was it a rib?
Absolutely not, and it was from day one, always the plan.
Talk about the difficulties that working outdoors presents to the boys, and then what about from a production standpoint? Is it a lot different being in the ring in the daytime like this in the fucking desert?
Yeah, because you have obviously no environmental control, so to speak. It's hotter than fuck, for one thing. But the hardest thing is the reactions. You're not getting a good read on the crowd because you don't have anything to contain that noise, and you're not getting that immediate feedback from the crowd. So it's a lot more difficult to work. From a production standpoint, it's a nightmare because you're dealing with the sun, you're dealing with Mother Nature, and lighting can just be a pain in the ass because you cannot avoid that dusk, and when the sun's going down, what's going to work and how to make that ideal, because there is no ideal situation for that.
Meltzer spent a lot of time praising Jim Ross in his debut here and said that Bobby Heenan did a fine job too. How do you think that everyone felt Jim did in his debut, and was Vince pleased with his investment after the debut? How was Gorilla with all of this? Because he's going to go on to replace Gorilla on Wrestling Challenge too.
Gorilla wasn't feeling that well at the time, and Gorilla was looking to slow down quite a bit, and we were going to use Gorilla as the president, kind of a figurehead type deal, and use him for special appearances and ambassador role. I think everybody was pleased as punch with JR. I thought he did a great job. I think Vince thought he did a great job too.
Did Ross bring an emphasis to the hotline business for you guys? It feels like that would have been something he would have wanted to push. According to the rumor and innuendo, he had made like $500,000 for WCW the prior year just on the hotline. Is that something you guys thought was a financial opportunity? Did he try to pitch it or sell it? Or is that all just bullshit?
No, that was something that JR brought a knowledge of, that Vince was definitely interested in. Any kind of money-making revenue stream, hell yeah, we're interested in.
As has been the case for many prior WrestleManias, there's seemingly timing problems, or at least Meltzer would report that. He says that a Kamala Bigelow match was canceled, and a lot of the other matches late in the card were cut short on time because some of the early matches ran long. Who ran long, and why does Shawn Michaels do this?
Nobody ran long.
Okay. So
he would be incorrect there.
So why did you cut Kamala and Bigelow?
We didn't cut Kamala and Bigelow. Vince did, because Vince wanted to make sure that he had enough time on the end, because Hogan must pose. That's why. Vince wanted to make damn sure that he had enough time on the end.
Meltzer does write a glowing review of the local promotion for the show. He says that there was a lot of families there to see Hulk Hogan. And the day before the show, there was an autograph session with a lot of wrestlers, the biggest of which was The Undertaker. And they drew about 6,000 people to Caesars for that, and then held a brunch the day of the show where Luger attacked and knocked out Bret Hart. Were you guys surprised at the turnout for an autograph session? 6,000 is more than you're drawing at house shows. So to have that for an autograph session seems like a pretty damn big deal.
It was a huge deal, but that was also, hats off to Basil DeVito and the promotions team for that, because they worked really closely with a lot of local sponsors and local businesses to get that done. I don't think anybody expected that kind of turnout.
What was the deal with the brunch? That was the angle with Luger and Bret, and they never show it. So, but they mention it a lot on the broadcast that he knocked out Bret Hart. What's the deal with that?
It was something with Caesars for the high rollers to give them an opportunity to meet the stars. And I don't know if boxing did it or somebody else had done this. And it was something that Caesars wanted to do. So we did it. We looked at it as an opportunity to shoot an angle. I don't know why the hell we didn't ever use it.
A lot of markets report that they didn't, not a lot, a handful of markets don't carry the pay-per-view, saying there's a lack of interest. The crowd was around 15,000, very few of which were freebies, and it was pretty much a full house, but they were still selling some of the more expensive tickets right up until they got going. They suspect that going into the show, the gate is going to be somewhere between 1 and 1.2 million. So only a little down from the previous year, which as a minute ago we said was over 60,000 fans, but at 1.25. So now with a quarter of the fans, we're going to do almost the same money. So it gives you an idea of how drastic the promotion was here. Did you guys know ahead of time that some cable systems would be passing and not carrying the event, or do you just find that out after the fact?
Yeah, I didn't know the major cable systems did pass on the event. So that's news to me.
In the dark match on the show, Tito Santana pins Papa Shango after Shango misses a splash off the top rope in about 8 minutes. Meltzer rates the match a dud. Do you remember this match in particular?
Yeah, I do. It's just simply to get guys out there, test the cameras, and give the crowd a match before the big event and make people happy.
Shawn Michaels wrote in his book, "By the time my shoulder healed, we were fast approaching WrestleMania IX. Vince wanted me to have a few warm-up matches before the big WrestleMania show. So he sent me to Memphis, where I wrestled Jeff Jarrett on March 29th and Lawler on the 30th. It sounded simple. Of course, nothing is simple with me anymore. After my match with Jerry, the ref went to hand me my belt and ended up smashing me in the mouth and knocking out my front tooth. I had to rush home to Dallas the next day to get a dentist to put a cap in my mouth. So now I'm coming into WrestleMania having just healed from a separated shoulder and a knocked out tooth, and Chris Chavis and I had no storyline going into our match. We went 20 minutes before I was counted out. He was very big and thick and a little difficult to move. The match wasn't bad, but it just wasn't anything special." And so Tatanka beats Shawn Michaels by countout after 18 minutes and 13 seconds. Michaels came out with a new manager or valet in Luna Vachon. Sherry, meanwhile, is in Tatanka's corner. Originally, this was Jannetty. They pushed the debut of Vachon pretty hard here, and the finish comes when Shawn misses a crossbody off the apron and falls to the floor. Joey Marella is counting out Michaels, who then knocks him down. Michaels gets back into the ring, but Tatanka hit his Samoan drop and covered him for the pin, but Marella got up and called for the bell, ruling Michaels the loser by countout. Meltzer says this is a very weak finish to what he thought was an excellent opener. After the match, Luna clotheslined Sherry and kicked her a few times, and then later in the show, they announced that Luna has attacked Sherry in the first aid room as well, and he rated the match 3.5 stars. What'd you think of the match, Bruce?
I thought the match wasn't bad. The idea behind it was, and we were going to do Marty Jannetty going in, but Marty had been fired previous. So it was a rush deal. It was get the match on the card, get something out there. Couldn't have Tatanka lose because of his undefeated streak. And it was simply a way to get the guys on there. And I hate finishes like that. I really do.
Let's talk about Luna Vachon here for a minute. Why the pairing with her and Shawn? Is this just so she can oppose Sherry since they had just done the Sherry angle?
Yes, and it was Sherry's suggestion to bring Luna in. It was kind of a Beauty and the Beast in reverse, with Shawn being the Beauty and Luna, rest her soul, being the Beast. But it was somebody for Sherry to work with, and they liked each other, and they had great matches.
It feels like Shawn has something to prove here. I want to know if you agree with that. He had worked with Tito the year before at WrestleMania VIII, and then he main evented the Survivor Series against Brett 6 months earlier for the title. But he's in the doghouse for coming in kind of fucked up for the Royal Rumble, where he had just partied too hard and jacked up his face, and they had to put makeup on him. We covered that earlier in the show. And now, after main eventing a pay-per-view and being the Intercontinental Champion, he's in the opening match, albeit with the Intercontinental title. Do you think this is the match where he kind of drew the line in the sand and said, I'm going to make WrestleMania my show, and then eventually became Mr. WrestleMania?
I think Shawn always had something to prove. Anytime that Shawn went out in a featured event, no matter what it was, I think Shawn always had something to prove and wanted to say to anybody that came behind him, follow that bitch. So yeah, I think, but I'll go back one more to the Tito match. Shawn being spotlighted as a single, I think he took every opportunity to shine.
Match number 2 on the card is the Steiner brothers beating the Head Shrinkers after 14 minutes and 22 seconds. The first big spot was Samu doing what appeared to be a stun gun on Scott, but Fatu pulled the ropes down and Scott took a nasty bump to the floor. Scott pinned Samu after a Frankensteiner, which Meltzer says is missed noticeably. It gets 2.5 stars. What do you think of the Steiner Brothers WrestleMania debut here, Bruce?
Frankly, I thought it was an excellent match, and I think it still holds up today. I enjoyed the hell out of it. Those guys used to beat the shit out of each other, and they could all go.
Match number 3, Doink the Clown. He pinned Crush after 8 minutes and 28 seconds. Not much crowd reaction from a grudge match that was pushed so hard. Doink did a pile driver early, though they never acknowledged Crush's bad neck from the angle. They traded some decent action with Crush getting his Crush move on once, but Doink making the ropes. And then the second time, Doink hit the ref and tried to go under the ring, but Crush pulled him out. So he puts the move on again, but there's no ref. So a second Doink runs in and hits Crush with a fake arm, and then the ref counts the fall. Fans actually started cheering this finish. The two Doinks then start making weird faces at each other doing the mime bit, and it was really well done. The second Doink, or so it says, is Steve Kern, who has, of course, shaved off his beard to play the role. He hid under the ring before the show started and then stayed under the ring until the show was over and all the fans had left the building, which explains his disappearance with nobody seeing him. The match gets 1.5 stars. Bruce, I realize I'm probably in the minority here, but God, I know he said it earlier. I just love this Doink idea. The mime act was super fun afterwards. What'd you think of the match? Who pitched Kern? What details can you provide about this match?
Well, I happen to agree with you. I loved the finish, and the finish was something that Pat Patterson and I came up with. Steve Kern, I think Steve Kern is the one who may have pitched him being the second Doink. And it was Kern pitching being a second Doink and something else that kind of spurred the idea of the double Doinks in the finish. I enjoyed the hell out of it. You're right. The crowd didn't buy Crush. They didn't buy the match. They weren't into it. But the mime gimmick in there was from the old I Love Lucy show. Yeah. With Harpo Marx. And that's, that's where we came up with that from. It was also the realization at this point with the double Doinks that we said, we might have a babyface on our hands in Doink, because the crowd enjoyed how clever Doink was. And so the finish might have backfired on us a little bit, and that started the babyface turn for Doink a lot sooner than we anticipated.
Well, next up is a guy who would turn babyface that summer, Razor Ramon. He pins Bob Backlund after 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and he does so with an inside cradle. Meltzer wrote, fans cheered Ramon. This was probably the first pinfall loss Backlund has ever done in the WWF, and that must date back to 1977. Terrible, -1 star. This seems like a throwaway match. If you had to keep it short for Ramon because of his knee, why do it like this, Bruce? I mean, what was the long-term plan here for Backlund? You got a guy who hasn't lost since Moses was in short pants, and now you're beating him in under 4 minutes.
Simply to get the match out there and not hurt Razor any more than we had to. That's it.
Why not put Bigelow out there with Razor?
Because Razor was advertised with Backlund, and Vince wanted to see Razor get a win.
Match number 5. Here we are. Ted DiBiase and IRS, Money Inc., retain their tag team titles against Hulk Hogan and Brutus the fucking Barber Beefcake. After 18 minutes and 27 seconds, they do this by DQ. Here's some quotes from the Observer. Hulk's left eye was shut. On TV, they gave a cover story that he was working out in the gym the night before the match and was attacked. The story going around was that he was involved in a boating accident on Wednesday night, although everyone who saw him up close said it looked like someone punched him in the eye. The injury was legit, not makeup, although the reasons aren't clear, and when asked later, Hogan said he didn't want to talk about it. DiBiase was just about as big as Hulk, actually a bigger frame, although Hogan had a lot better muscle mass and tone. Let's talk about the eye. It's worth mentioning a couple weeks after this, Meltzer would write, quote, although rumors are abounding everywhere as to the source of Hulk Hogan's black eye, the most likely reason seems to be a boating accident. Hogan wrote about this in his book, and he actually had a whole chapter titled The Jet Ski Incident. He says basically the day he was supposed to leave for Vegas, he rode jet skis with two friends, one of which was Brutus the fucking Barber Beefcake, and Barber had just gotten the new fast jet ski that Hogan wanted to ride. Hogan also admits that he had been drinking beer for 12 hours on the plane ride home from England, where we just talked about he was over there to promote Mr. Nanny. So by his own admission, he is, as he says, buzzing. He says he tried to jump a wave on this new jet ski, and it threw him over the jet ski, and then it came behind him and smacked him in the eye, going 40 miles an hour, crushing his orbital bone. Now, most people, when they have an orbital bone crushed, have to have surgery or wear a mask. Not Hulk Hogan, brother. He says he went unconscious, and the third friend, happened to be the stunt coordinator for Baywatch, and that guy saved Hogan's life. Hogan thinks he would have drowned if that guy wasn't there. He even wrote specifically, quote, if it had hit me in the side of the head, I would have been dead. If it had center punched me right between the eyes, it probably would have ripped the top of my skull off. But instead, it hit me underneath my eyeball and broke my orbital socket. I was in pretty bad shape. My eye was messed up. My jaw was messed up. I was a disaster to look at, end quote. He says his doctor didn't want him to board a plane, much less wrestle like this. But of course, Hogan says, I'm not missing Wrestlemania, brother. And he even admits to, quote, swerving the athletic commissioner. And those are his words. He says he told the guy that he was wearing makeup and it was all a work, a put on, he says. And the guy believed him. He also writes this, quote, the funny thing is there's a rumor that I didn't get hurt in a jet skiing accident after all, that I got punched in a bar fight by Randy Savage. Brother, I wish. Getting hit in a bar would have been a lot easier than getting slammed in the face by a 700-pound jet ski. Bruce, you were there. What did you hear happened? When did you hear this rumor?
Well, we heard what happened the night that it happened, when Hulk called Vince and told him about the jet ski and said that he got his eye messed up a little bit. We didn't really know the extent of the injury until we saw him. But as far as Savage, I believe Savage was actually in Las Vegas with us, so that didn't happen. But I talked to Beefcake, talked to Hulk, and talked to Ellis Edwards, all three who were there, and they all pretty much tell the exact same story, that it was a jet ski accident. The speed at which the jet ski might have been going 40 miles an hour to hit him in the eye, I don't know. None of us were there, but I find that maybe a little exaggerated. But everybody tells the same story that, yeah, he took a bump off the jet ski, and the jet ski was circling like they do when you fall off of the damn things, and popped him right in the face.
They don't always do that, by the way, because if you're using it properly, you're wearing the key around your wrist.
And it kills it.
And when you come off, it's over.
Yeah, actually, it's supposed to kill the damn
engine,
kill the motor. But if you fall off of it and you slip through, and I know this from experience because I've done this too, it goes in a circle.
Let's run through this. Hogan's been drinking for 12 hours before he starts to operate motor vehicles.
Not a good idea. I know that too, on the water especially. None of that's a good idea. But that is the same story that I heard from Ellis, same story I heard from Beefcake, same story I heard from Hulk, and it's never deviated over the years.
They tease a walkout, count-out finish 6 minutes in, and the ref changes the rules and announces if they're counted out, the World Tag Team titles will change hands. That's silly, of course, but it's the WWF, so roll tide. They go another 12 minutes to go roughly 18 minutes in the match, and they take their third ref bump in the fifth match. It looks like the bad guys are going to win, but then all of a sudden, Beefcake has IRS pinned, and Jimmy Hart slides in with a referee jacket and counts the pinfall and hands the belts to Hogan and Beefcake. But then the ref comes to and disqualifies them after seeing Jimmy in the ring. So Jimmy throws the ref out of the ring after the match, and the faces open up IRS's briefcase and find the money in there, and they start handing it to fans at ringside. Who would have put this match together? Who put together matches for Hogan? Who was the agent? Is that Pat?
That would be Pat.
3 ref bumps in 5 matches. Does that ever come up, or is that just smart marks like us who keep up with this?
That's just smart marks like you that keep up with this. But in fairness, hopefully it's gotten a lot better. Back then, yeah, it was Gaga for Gaga's sake. So you have Gaga. Nobody pays attention. I think that it does matter. I think that it hurts the product when you do too much of that bullshit.
Ted DiBiase wrote in his book, quote, "For years, due to the World Wrestling Federation's demanding road schedule, I conducted myself in a very immoral and unprincipled manner. Not only was I drinking and using drugs, I was unfaithful in my marriage. Although I'd been happily married to Melanie for more than a decade, my overinflated ego led me to womanizing. In 1993, shortly before Wrestlemania IX, Melanie found out about this behavior. I begged for her forgiveness. The thought of losing everything that I loved, my wife and children, scared me to death. Luckily for me, Melanie agreed to give me a second chance. In the interest of saving my marriage, I decided that wrestling in Japan was the best thing to do." He talks about his neck injury from here and how he realized he needed to phase out his in-ring career, but he went and finished this Japanese tour. And he later writes, "About 3 months before WrestleMania IX, I walked into Vince McMahon's office and gave him my notice that I'd planned to leave the World Wrestling Federation. I really respected Vince and what he had done for me and so much for my career. But my faith wasn't strong enough to keep me from being dragged back into my old ways. My marriage was at stake. After a lengthy conversation, Vince accepted my decision to leave and wished me the best of luck. My last match as a wrestler for the World Wrestling Federation was at SummerSlam in August of '93. Do you remember this spiritual decision from Ted to move away from the demons, I guess is the word people like to use in the wrestling business, and him asking Vince for an opportunity to step away from the road?
Vividly. It was a bad time in Ted's life, and he was devastated when his wife was going to leave him, and he didn't want that. He had a family and just felt that the only thing that he could do was get away from what he thought was the bad guy. So, yeah, I remember it vividly. Ted had a rough patch at that point.
Anything else, or time to move on?
No, time to move on.
Lex Luger pins Mr. Perfect after nearly 11 minutes with a backslide, although Perfect was in the ropes. Meltzer writes that Luger had the best ring entrance, coming in with 4 bikini-clad women and holding 4 mirrors with sparklers coming from them. And Meltzer notes the two didn't work well together and that they seemed kind of clumsy. Luger would write in his book that when they locked up, and by the way, it's worth mentioning that Luger has written that he was very excited to be working with Perfect because Perfect had a reputation as such that if you were working him, it was almost a night off. You didn't have to think about anything. He would call everything, and it would be, pardon the pun, perfect. Well, on this night, he had laid out everything, but when they lock up, Perfect says, "What are we doing again?" And he just drew a blank and got lost. And Perfect has admitted that before he passed away, too, that he just kind of forgot. He spaced out and just drew a blank as to what they were going to do. After the match, Luger knocked out Mr. Perfect with a forearm. Perfect got up and ran to the back and caught up with Luger near a tool shed. Luger was with Michaels, who gave Perfect a super kick and beat him with sticks and garbage cans in a Memphis-style beatdown. And Meltzer says this angle was great in his opinion. He thinks the match was anything but it put a lot of heat on the idea that Luger had now knocked out both Perfect and Hart in the same day with a forearm to give the impression that something was fishy. Meltzer gives it a 1.25 stars. Now, we've covered this match on our Lex Express episode and our Mr. Perfect episode in great detail. If you'd like to go back and hear about either one of these guys, they're in our archives right now. Anything you want to add to this match here, Bruce? What did you think of the match? Were you high on this gimmick? Was Vince high on it? Remind everyone of the rib that Mr. Perfect liked to do with Luger's trunks here.
Vince was very high on the narcissist gimmick. He was infatuated with Lex Luger and that he's a god damn, what a phenom. What's the damn word that he always used to describe Lex?
Specimen.
Well, specimen, but when you're you got good genes. God, he's got awesome genetics. It just was.
Hey, in 2016, he was high on the term striations.
Striations?
I had multiple people tell me that he described a certain someone and their physique by saying, "Look at the striations."
I've never heard that.
So apparently he likes the word vascular and striation, at least in the last year or so.
Vascular, yes. Yeah,
God damn the vascularity of that.
but
Look at that genetics. He's a genetic freak.
he was high on Luger, man. He thought Luger was going to be the second coming of Hulk Hogan. So he was high on this narcissist gimmick. I tell you, the match was not great, and it wasn't Perfect's best night. Everything that Lex said about having a night off, working with Kurt Hennig, was true. But on this night, it wasn't. And we talked about the rib, and like I said, in both shows, you can go back and listen to Mr. Perfect and Lex Luger, the Lex Express shows in our archives. Perfect was the consummate ribber. In every match that he had with Luger had tassels on his trunks. And Kurt would just pull off one tassel every night and either put it in his tights, and he would come back and give it back to Lex at the end of the night. Lex, being the fastidious person that he is, it drove Luger nuts that Kurt would pull off one tassel every night, because eventually his tassels would just have like this bald spot where Kurt would choose and pull the tassels off. And it was just a little rib that Perfect liked to do to just get Lex a little off of his game and drive him nuts. But it wasn't their best outing. Wasn't the best match. Sure as hell wasn't Perfect's best match by far. But I also have to say that it takes two to tango.
The Undertaker beat Giant Gonzalez in 7 minutes and 33 seconds by DQ. Meltzer writes, it could have been a lot worse. Campy moment of the show was when Ross was talking about the steps being solid steel after the Undertaker took a bump into them. He then took a second bump and knocked one step upside down, and it was completely hollow. Second campy moment was when Ross was talking about Giant being 8 foot tall, when less than a year prior he was referring to him as 7'7". Harvey Wimpleman gave Gonzalez a towel, and he smothered Undertaker with it. On TV, they said it had chloroform, but nobody in the live audience knew that or what was going on. Gonzalez was DQ'd and did a great choke slam on his caretaker, Bill Alfonso. Undertaker was then stretchered out and left for dead, but came back to life and knocked Gonzalez out of the ring. Gonzalez will sell tickets, but not for long. So that's what Meltzer's take is. He gives it a 1.25 stars. And I got to say, Bruce, I'm pretty excited to talk about Giant Gonzalez. This is as wrestle crap as it's going to get. And I don't know when we'll talk about him again. So who the fuck came up with this gear?
Wow. Creative Services delivered a drawing of a giant. And it was like a cartoon drawing. Almost like maybe how you would imagine Wolverine. Okay?
Right.
That's one thing to be able to draw that and create that in a movie and have a lot of special effects and shit like that to make it look good, or a werewolf or something like that. This was a fucking bodysuit with hair on it and painted muscles on it. To say it looked horrible would be an understatement. But we were in it. It was too late. Vince loved it. Thought it made him look unique and scary and intimidating. I thought it was terrible. It was bad. And then poor Taker. Taker goes from working Jake the Snake Roberts to working the Giant Gonzalez. And the Giant just couldn't do a whole lot. Taker was having his working shoes on at this time and really getting into having great matches and shit. And this wasn't it. To this day, Taker still brings up, you booked me with Giant Gonzalez. at WrestleMania. And whenever they would show those, 25-0 Undertaker WrestleMania victories and shit, he would just shoot that look where he would turn and snap his head and stare you down every time that Giant Gonzalez's picture would come up, and just kind of stare at us and go, "You did that to me." But he hated it.
What was he like in real life?
Giant Gonzalez or Taker?
Who do you think?
I don't know.
Giant Gonzalez, you fucking asshole.
Very quiet, nice guy, but very quiet. There was a language barrier. He was Argentinian and he spoke Spanish, so it was a little difficult to communicate with him.
How did Taker call spots with him? Did Taker habla español?
Very carefully. They had it all laid out, and he didn't do a whole lot. There wasn't a whole lot to call there.
What was your favorite Giant Gonzalez move?
There wasn't one.
I was going to say out of the business. Did he ever hurt anybody that you know of?
I don't know that he was capable of hurting anybody.
So he was a gentle giant.
He was a very gentle giant. He wasn't really capable of it, and too nice to want to hurt anybody.
Is he the worst wrestling giant ever, or can you think of one worse?
He's tied up there with Ron Reese, the Yeti.
I can't wait to talk about him with Tony Schiavone on our sister show, What Happened When. How quickly after signing Gonzalez did you guys realize that, as they say in Arrested Development, I've made a huge mistake?
When the bell rang.
I knew you were going to say it. It doesn't get old. How do you think Bruno did as a manager here as Harvey Wimpleman?
Okay, I thought the Harvey Wimpleman gimmick was great with the Bully Busick and Sid. I'm not sure that it worked here, but it was a nice visual having a little tiny Harvey with the giant. It was always good to have Harvey with a big giant of a man to manage.
What was Harvey's role at this point? Like besides on air, was it just on air?
Just on air as a manager, that's it.
Got any good Bruno stories you can share with us?
Not really.
Let's briefly discuss the Undertaker's entrance here. This is kind of his first grand WrestleMania entrance, is it not? I mean, he had wrestled in prior ones, but he just walked to the ring. Who was in charge of stuff like this at the time? You know, the big entrances for Undertaker and whatnot.
When we were looking at the spectacle, we tried to think of unique things for different guys, and Undertaker was kind of coming into his own. Is this big attraction? So when we looked at the props that we had available to us from Caesar's Palace, you know, they gave us a list of animals that they had that they could use, that we could use and be a part of this whole thing. And one of them was a vulture, and this big, the carriage thing that he came down in. So it just fit. And we were like, God damn, how about the Undertaker with a big vulture? And that was it. So it just fit naturally. They had it available. It was on a list of gimmicks for Caesar's Palace, and we chose that for the Undertaker. I thought it looked pretty cool.
So I don't know where we'll talk about this again if we don't talk about it right now. Somewhere here in the show, Hogan is doing a promo, and he refers to Yokozuna as a Jap. Now, obviously, this would never fly in 2017, and we're going to beat up on the Hulkster here in a little bit. But kind of put this into a frame of reference. Obviously, it was offensive, but as they say, times were different. I mean, I'm sure that's what you're going to say here. Am I right?
That's exactly what it was. It was just a different time, different place, and I guess that some of those stereotypes were probably more acceptable in society, and thank God they're not anymore, and people are a little bit more sensitive to that today.
Yeah, it's fucked up that we have to go back in 2017 and say, well, it was more acceptable then. But maybe,
yeah, I know, it's crazy, right?
Maybe it wasn't, more acceptable per se, but it was more common. Now, that doesn't make it right. We're not excusing that. But that was something that was in other forms of media at the time, too. And no, that doesn't make it right that wrestling did it. But I guess what I'm trying to get to is I imagine, and I wasn't there, that nobody really batted an eye when Hogan said this at the time. Am I right?
Obviously so, yeah. I don't think anybody would have questioned it at all at the time.
Do you remember any sort of backlash whatsoever from Fuji or Yokozuna or anybody else?
No, never.
And see, that's what I find is interesting is in this very episode, we're talking about how, there are boycotts coming from Los Angeles and sensitivity groups for Asian Americans there. But yet here we are after all of that saying Jap. Is that just still not something that, crosses Vince's mind when you guys are producing this?
Well, I think that when you go back and you look at things and you talk about great American heroes and John Wayne used the same phrase in movies, and it was just, as you said, more common. I don't know that it was necessarily acceptable per se, or maybe shouldn't have been acceptable, but it was just more common at that time for the American hero to use that kind of slang.
Yeah, it doesn't
make it right.
Yeah, it doesn't make it right. It doesn't age well. I think we all wish it wouldn't have happened, but at the time, for whatever reason, it did. Okay, so let's get to it. It's the main event. Yokozuna, Bret Hart. Before we talk about the match, let's talk about what Bret wrote in his book. He says that when he first got to Vegas with his parents, Vince wanted to meet with him. So he goes and sits down with Vince, and Vince says, "This is what I want to do. I want you to drop the belt to Yoko tomorrow." This was not what I had expected. I sat there dumbstruck as he went on to explain how Fuji would screw me, throwing salt in my face, blinding me. And after Yoko was handed the belt, Hogan would rush to my aid and in some kind of roundabout way would end up winning the belt from Yoko right then and there. Like I was handing Vince my sword, I told him I appreciated everything he did for me and I'd do whatever he wanted. Vince said, "Don't get bitter. I still have big plans for you." Sound bites flashed through my mind of Vince assuring me that I was the long-term champion, not to worry about Hogan, who still hadn't even spoken to me yet. As I stood up to leave, I asked, "Did you take the belt from me because I didn't do a good enough job?" "Of course not. I'm just going in a different direction. I'm still onwards and upwards for you. Nothing much is going to change for you." I was still totally crushed. As I lay in bed that night, the more I thought about what Vince had in his mind for Hogan, the more I felt that it would completely backfire on both of them. The hokey finish would stink, and maybe not immediately, but in the weeks to come, my fans, who were the biggest contingent of Vince's paying audience at that time, would gag on it. There was something different about my fans. They really believed in me as a person. By the time I got to the dressing room the following afternoon, word that I was losing the title had leaked out to the boys. Most of them were quiet, and some were angry. The Nasty Boys, Shawn, Taker, and several others expressed their utter disappointment. Knowing I was losing the belt didn't stop me from planning on having a great match. I went over everything with Yoko and designed the match so that all the best moves were left for the final minute. Hogan arrived with his entourage, his wife, his manager, Beefcake, and Jimmy Hart. Clearly, he'd been in the know all along, probably from the first day he came back. Now he was suddenly acting like my long-lost pal and wearing a big smile that rightfully belonged to me. During our match, it was hot and dry in the desert, but a cool breeze made it impossible to work up a healthy sweat. An exhausted Yoko stampeded like a runway elephant, short-charging on my comeback and editing out all of my best spots. I was furious that he would take it upon himself to go home on his own. That's how I came to find myself crouched low, desperately hanging on Yoko's two massive calves in the sharpshooter, fighting with every ounce of strength not to let go. Fuji was caught off guard by the sudden ending, and it took him forever to find, unwrap, and throw a packet of what was actually baby powder into my eyes, supposedly blinding me. I fell back as Yoko hooked my leg and Hebner counted 1, 2, 3. Right on cue, Hogan hit the ring protesting the injustice that had been done to me, and Earl put on that classic expression of utter stupidity that all pro wrestling refs wear when convenient. As I feigned blindness, Hogan helped me out of the ring. Fuji stayed in the ring, absurdly challenging Hogan to a title match with Yoko right then and there. Yoko was still teetering from exhaustion and looking for a second win that wasn't there. Hogan blinked in astonishment at his sudden good fortune. As scripted, with my face buried in the crook of my arm, I waved to him to avenge my loss. "Go get him, Hulk." I was really thinking, go ahead, Hogan. Take from me what I worked so hard to get. We'll just see how long you last. Hogan was champion again without even having a match, and before I'd even made it backstage. He simply ducked the powder that Fuji threw in his face, clotheslined Fuji, and dropped his big leg on Yoko. And I could hear the 1, 2, 3 and the roar of the crowd and Hogan's music thumping. I couldn't help but stare at the TV monitor, watching Hogan work the crowd, the same old posing routine, a hand behind the ear, shaking the world title belt in the air as if to say it belonged to him all along. A few minutes later, he came up to me, excited and happy, and said, "Thank you, brother. I won't forget it. I'll be happy to return the favor." I looked my old friend in the eye and said, "I'm going to remember that, Terry." As for Yoko, I was always a little pissed off at him for going home on me and not letting me show Vince, Hogan, and everyone else that we could tear the house down without their bullshit finish. Even so, it was the best match that Yoko ever had. Meltzer would rate it 3 stars. It goes 8 minutes and 55 seconds. What did you think of the match? And do you remember that sequence of events pretty much the way Bret Hart laid out in his book?
Yeah, pretty much. That's the sequence of events in the order that they happened. I thought that the match was good. The idea of Hulk winning the title probably came up a few weeks before WrestleMania.
Let me give you this. Hulk Hogan wrote in his book, it would be another chance for Vince to see if he could move beyond Hulkamania, to see if his company could go on without me, just like it had gone on without all the other stars who left over the years. If they would have gotten behind me and pushed Hulkamania as hard as ever, we may have gotten the company's momentum back. Instead, Vince chose to go a different way. He didn't have anything as exciting as Hulkamania, so everything gradually started to come crashing down. Then the federal government started to really put pressure on Vince. They tore the guts out of his business, and he had a hard time regrouping. So it all just hit bottom. The industry, the wrestlers, fan interest, the numbers, and my future with the WWF. By mutual agreement, I was gone for almost a year. During that time, I filmed Mr. Nanny, and also started wrestling again in Japan, where the fans still love me regardless of the steroid mess. It was a refreshing change, brother. I didn't have to cut my hand to my ear to get the crowd behind me. I didn't have to do the big boot in the face and the leg drop to get a big cheer. I could just go out to the ring and wrestle. It was fun. But back in the U.S., the wrestling business was just getting worse. Finally, it seemed like Vince McMahon was willing to put me back in the spotlight, if only for a little while. I was going to wrestle at Wrestlemania IX in Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. Not in the main event, but in a tag team match. The main event would pit Yokozuna, a 700-pound challenger, against the champion, Bret Hart. Yokozuna was slated to win the match and take the heavyweight belt. Here's where we get cooking. But then when I got to the building, I told Vince, "Look, man, we both know I'm done here. The moment has passed. The love affair is over. But I've got an idea that will allow me to pass the torch." "And what's that?" Vince said. "After my tag match is over, when Bret Hart gets beat by Yokozuna, how about if I come out to protest the way Bret lost? Yokozuna's manager, Mr. Fuji, can challenge me to get in the ring against Yokozuna, and boom, I can beat Yokozuna to win the title. Then I go to the next pay-per-view and drop the belt right back to Yokozuna, and I'm out of here." That was the deal. Vince agreed to it, and I thought, boy, I just stole me a couple more big paydays. And I didn't mind doing a job for Yokozuna because I love the guy to death. It was all set. So now a minute ago, you said this was the case before. Hogan's taking credit as it being his idea when he's in Vegas.
Yeah, and that would be wrong. And I'll tell you, I'll explain to you again the narrative and why it's wrong. This is what I wanted you to remind me about. We'll talk about pay-per-view and all of that right now. So, as I said, a few weeks before, Vince, and I assume it was after a conversation with Hulk, Vince feels is going to give added value to the European tour to have Hulk go over there with the championship. Came up with this idea and this thing to switch the title at WrestleMania, to do the thing with Bret, everything that was laid out by Bret. Behind the scenes even more, DirecTV was becoming a player in the pay-per-view game. And cable companies on demand pay where you could order your pay-per-view channels with your remote control was becoming a big thing. You didn't have to call the cable company to order pay-per-view. And the Grateful Dead, I believe, were the first people to ever do this. They had a huge concert on pay-per-view, a live concert with the Grateful Dead. got tremendous response. The cable companies came back a week later and did an encore presentation of the Grateful Dead concert. And because of word of mouth and how great this concert was, and if you missed it live, here's your second chance to see the Grateful Dead. We're going to show an encore presentation all weekend long on DirecTV. Because if you would look at those pay-per-view channels, you would see just emptiness, and they would be running the same movie on 10 different channels. So the airtime was essentially free. And I posed the question to Vince when he's pitching this idea. I said, hey, the Grateful Dead did this deal. And I explained the whole encore presentation. I said, what if I love the idea of switching the title to Hulk, because on Monday we now have an opportunity to promote Monday night on Raw an encore presentation. If you missed WrestleMania, because prior to this you had the live opportunity to see the pay-per-view, and that was it. The pay-per-view's on at 4 o'clock. The pay-per-view, whatever time it was on one time. And maybe you got a repeat for the West Coast. But that was it. They didn't have repeats. And so we are promoting all the way up into this, Bret Hart versus Yokozuna, Hulk Hogan, the Mega Power, or Beefcake and them against Money Inc. But now on Monday, we have an opportunity to talk about, holy shit, what a great event. New world champion, Hulk Hogan. And people are going, what? Because they didn't know Hulk was even competing for the WWF Championship. So now you have a story to tell on Monday. You have a second chance to sell pay-per-view with an event that you couldn't promote before that. And we pitched it to some of the promotion and marketing people who all shit on it. But Vince liked it. And he said, well, let's try it. So it was kind of a twofold deal. It was, one, he wanted to get the title on Hogan for in his head to add value to the European tour. And two, let's try this encore presentation because it's a unique approach. You talk about what you're going to expect in your promotion for an event. Now, after the event, you can promote, holy shit, what you missed. So for those of you that didn't buy the pay-per-view event, this weekend, all weekend long, you're going to have another opportunity to see it and see Hulk Hogan become the WWF champion. So, yes, we knew in advance. And we had already put the wheels in motion to have the encore the next weekend and had all those spots. And we would have everything ready for Monday to promote that. It was not organic. It did not happen that weekend.
Meltzer even wrote as much, saying on television Monday night they announced that Yokozuna was filing a protest and that a ruling would be made on television as to the future of the title. The ads for the replay of Mania talk about seeing the title change hands twice in the same night at the greatest WrestleMania ever. So it's clearly a marketing ploy from the beginning. I'm curious about something that you're not going to want to give me a straight answer on, so just talk around it. Did Hogan make more money than anybody on the card that night?
I have no idea.
Freestyle again.
I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't doing payoffs then, so I really don't know.
Hogan didn't work the tapings the next week, and in fact only worked 3 dates in May in tag matches against Money Inc. He did work a Japanese date and spent some time filming the Thunder in Paradise pilot. The plan was for him to come back in June and work 3 days a week, with Duggan taking his spot when he was off. Bruce, in hindsight, was the decision to have Hogan win the belt a knee-jerk reaction, or is it a mistake, I guess is what I'm asking, considering that he's got all these other irons in the fire with Mr. Nanny and Thunder in Paradise and wants a limited schedule and top money, and does this not seem a little bit unworkable?
Well, I do think in hindsight that it was a knee-jerk reaction. I also think in hindsight that it would have been better to stay the course. I wouldn't have had a problem dropping the title to Yoko and leaving it on Yoko for a while. However, the decision was always, we knew Hogan was going to go make movies. We knew Hogan was going to go do his TV show. So the decision to put the title on him was never long-term anyway. It was a short-term fix. It was a short-term idea for a short-term return. That was it. It was a shot in the arm. Hindsight being 2020, was it the best decision? Probably not.
A week later, Meltzer writes that WrestleMania did a 2.1 buy rate, which would be about 430,000 buys, or roughly a $5.8 million gross for Titan. He also says this would be the lowest of any previous WrestleMania, but that was expected. And the amount of the drop between this year and the previous year was less than had been the case in the previous years. So 5 to 6 was a big dip. 6 to 7 was a big dip. 7 to 8, another dip. So the dip from 8 to 9 was not as bad. So in a weird way, it's a good sign that we're not losing as much as we've been losing, but we're still losing. Meltzer writes, one estimate is that Hogan's appearance at this show was worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.2 million based on pay-per-view. It's harder to determine the live gate. But did you ever get numbers like that when we added this guy, this is the effect it made to the pay-per-view buys?
No, not really, no. That's hard to tell. I mean, that's all speculative.
It comes out after the fact that a lot of casino buys apparently were not actually claimed. So people were given comps to move from their cheaper seats into the more expensive sections. So while they claimed to sell out, it wasn't actually a sellout, but they probably still got paid from the casino. So it wound up being a really big swing for Titan. So the idea here again is Caesars and the casinos may have actually paid for the tickets. So whether or not they're all actually there or used or sat in doesn't matter as much because they made their money. So it does matter when you watch the match and you see people just kind of waving at the camera and sitting on their hands. A lot of them aren't wrestling fans, but the tickets were paid for and they did really, really well compared to WrestleMania VIII. And by comparison, at the Hoosier Dome, there's 62,000 people there. So the money's not that different, but the money is a lot better from a net profit standpoint. So while the gross may be similar, the net is a lot more here, if that makes sense. Do you remember this being perceived as being a financial success after the show?
It was not considered a failure. So it was decent money and it was better business than we had been doing. So yeah, they were happy with it.
Hindsight is always 20/20, but you agree that Hogan maybe wasn't what was best for business long term, but he was what was best for business short term?
Yes.
If you had to do it over again today, would you do it the same way, or would you keep it with Yoko?
No, I probably would have kept it with Yoko.
That would have been the first WrestleMania where a heel finishes the show as champion. That would have been okay for you, but maybe not Vince, right?
Oh, it always would have been. Yes, it definitely. Vince wouldn't have liked that at all. He would have fought that tooth and nail.
Many believe this to be the worst WrestleMania of all time. What say you?
Let me think about that one. Either 8 or 9. So yeah, it could be up there. Definitely. It may be the worst.
Okay. So, before we get to how Brett confronted Hogan, I had a minute during the Rob Taylor commercial there to pull it in my Google machine, and I'm going to call bullshit on something, Bruce. Just a little while ago, you were dying on the hill that we needed to have Hogan as a part of this European tour, and I thought you were referencing the summer tour, which I knew he wasn't on. He was gone by then. But you maintained to know there was one in April, which made sense because they always go to Europe right after WrestleMania. Well, I pulled the results up. Let's run through some. April 8th in Paris, France, Yokozuna works with Jim Duggan. The next day in Bournemouth, England, on April 9th, Yokozuna works with Jim Duggan. The next day in somewhere in England, April 10th, Yokozuna works with Jim Duggan. The next day in Sheffield, Yokozuna, you want to guess who he worked with? Jim Duggan. And then we're back to Scotland You want to guess who Yokozuna worked with?
Who did Hogan work with?
He's not on any of the fucking shows.
Sure he is. He's got to be in May.
No, in April. He's not on any of them.
Yeah, but in May he was.
Okay, well, you were saying that it was right after WrestleMania, so I threw it in my Google machine.
Well, May is after WrestleMania.
Okay, so you're maintaining...
Between WrestleMania and King of the Ring.
Let's see. Memphis, Manhattan Center, Louisville, Los Angeles, San Francisco. We're not to Europe yet. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Nova Scotia, Ontario. Yeah, they didn't go to Europe in May.
Yeah, they did. They went to Europe between WrestleMania and King of the Ring.
I agree. They did it.
Behind it.
They did it the next week in April.
It was Hogan that did it.
Hogan's not
on the card.
No, he's not.
Well, that was the reason it was done. Go back. Do you have my books there? Go back and look through my books.
I'm telling you, he's not on them.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you the reason it was done, and that was the idea behind it.
He worked a house.
It was Hogan's farewell tour overseas.
But he never did it, is what I'm saying. Are you calling bullshit on this?
Dude, I don't know. I don't have the books in front of me.
He worked a show in Japan on May 3rd, and we kind of alluded to that a little earlier. He worked in the Manhattan Center in May. He, did some interview segments.
Where did Hogan work in April and May? You tell me he didn't work?
No, I'm not saying he didn't work.
If you tell me that he didn't work overseas, I'm probably going to say that your information online may be incorrect. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah. Do you have my books there?
I don't. Did you leave 94 here?
I don't know.
I mean, 93 here?
I think so.
I'm telling you, I'm looking at it, and the homie is not on the fucking show. So earlier you argued...
You're looking at what is reported online by someone, right? Or are you looking at WWE's?
I'm looking at the history of WWE.com, and it goes through specifically day by day. It's worth mentioning that this is the same batch of information that we have consistently used here on the show. And you're going to say...
That's what you consistently use.
Well, yeah, I'm the only one who does any fucking research on this show.
Not always correct.
Well, I mean, what can you say to this? I feel like you've just been busted.
How have I been busted?
Well, because you just are.
Because, no, I just gave you the reason of why the title was given to Hogan. That's it. You're trying to be a Bob Costas, and I got you, pal.
No, I'm just trying.
You weren't a part of the conversations. You weren't a part of the meetings as to why Vince wanted to put the title on Hogan. And Hogan was, I'm looking at Hogan's run in it's 1993, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have it here. I don't have the, well, dude, I don't have my book here. I think you've got them there. And I'm not looking at what you have, so I'm sorry. I can't answer what you're saying is the case. I'm sure Dave Meltzer and all the rest of the dirt sheet world will jump all over it. But I'm giving you the exact reasons as to why the switch was made. If he was pulled from the deal, then he was pulled from the deal. But the original idea behind it and why Vince wanted to make the change, it wasn't done the day of. It was done weeks ahead of time. We had the pay-per-view encores all set up. It was so Hulk would be champion on a European tour for his farewell tour. If you don't want to believe that, then don't fucking believe it.
So you're saying he did appear on the European tour, and the internet has now colluded to make sure that no one reported it, and we kept it a secret.
Dude, I don't have my book in front of me. I'm giving you my recollection. You asked me why we made the switch with Hogan. I gave you the reason why we made the switch with Hogan and how that all came about. Now, if he didn't go on the tour, if he didn't make that, then I don't recall that because I didn't do research on a goddamn European tour. And if you have wrong information, you may have wrong information. If he didn't make the tour, maybe he didn't make the tour. But the reason why the title was switched to Hogan at WrestleMania IX was because he was going on a European tour for a fucking farewell tour. Fuck you. To go over and be the champion.
So let me ask this. Is this, in your opinion, now that you know he didn't make the tour, that link?
I don't know if he did or not. I know that you're showing information. Well, Conrad, you don't know if he made the tour or not either. You're looking at goddamn information on the internet. Has the internet ever been wrong?
Can you find any evidence that he was there? I can find lots.
If you get my fucking books, I can tell you.
Okay, your books don't say he was there.
I don't believe you. Yeah, look at him. Conrad, again, I didn't do research on the tours that took place after WrestleMania. I did my research on WrestleMania IX. That's what we were talking about. You asked for a reason why the championship was made. If you want to talk about Hogan missing dates after the fact, then we can go back and we can look at that research and talk about that. But where we are right now and what I have, and you asked about WrestleMania IX, why the title switch was made, that's why it was made. That was the rationale that was given. If Hogan was booked on that and then didn't come, then he didn't go. I don't know because I don't have that information in front of me.
No, that's what I'm asking though, is I believe you when you're saying that's the rationale and that's the explanation that was given. I guess my follow-up question I'm trying to drill down on is, do you believe that Vince thought he needed an explanation? Do you think that Vince was somehow romanticized by Hogan and thought this is the magic bullet and was sold by this or on this by Hogan and needed a way to kind of spin it to Brett and everybody else, that this was essentially the farewell tour for Europe with him with the world title? Do you believe that that was the case, or do you believe that it's more likely that Hogan agreed to that and it was the truth, but then pulled the "that doesn't work for me, brother" routine?
What doesn't work for him? Winning the title?
Going to Europe.
But that was the whole reason for Hulk coming back for that summer. The whole situation was Hulk was coming back. We were going to get a European tour out of him, and he was gone after King of the Ring.
But he didn't go. So the question,
again, Conrad, I don't know, and I don't remember whether he went or not. I know that he was booked. I know that was the whole concept between bringing Hulk back during that time frame.
I guess what I'm saying is
we had him for a short period of time. We knew that we had a small window to capitalize on Hulk coming back. We knew that we had an overseas tour.
So in your opinion, it's not that Hulk lied or that Vince misrepresented. It's he went and the internet's wrong.
Okay, you know what? Here we go. July 30th. It was July, so excuse the fuck out of me. Dortmund, Germany. Hogan beat Yokozuna. Offenbach, Germany. Hogan beat Yokozuna. Munich, Germany. Hogan beat Yokozuna. Berlin, Germany. Hogan beat Yokozuna. Edinburgh, Scotland. Hogan beat Yokozuna. London, England. Hogan beat Yokozuna. So it wasn't until July and August.
Was he the world champion then?
Nope. My time frame is off. Excuse the fuck out of me. But that was the goddamn idea.
We've got to make him the champion so he can go to Europe and not be the champion. God damn it, it's simple, pal.
It is.
You have consistently said he needed to go over there as champion. When he went,
that was Vince's rationale.
And he changed his mind about King of the Ring, maybe?
Well, no, he probably changed his ring about fucking ever getting back to SummerSlam and coming back after that because he didn't do SummerSlam that year.
This is fun.
Yeah, but see, you didn't do your rest of the research for the rest of the summer. But
No,
that's
that's not fair. You have said consistently you wanted him to go there as champion. When he went in August,
which was the reason that we made the switch.
But he wasn't
That's
the
what
fucking
Vince
champion
wanted.
when he went.
Because things change.
I love you so much for that. When fucking Dave Meltzer says that, he's a jack off to you. But when you say it, it makes total sense.
You goddamn right it does.
This lens.
We sit on that wall to protect you, motherfucker, because you need our protection.
This was fun. Well, this wasn't a King of the Ring show, but we do want to go ahead and touch on what Hogan wrote in his book. He said, on April 4th, 93 at Wrestlemania 9, I took the belt from Yokozuna for my record 5th championship. I pinned him 1-2-3, paving the way for our rematch. But before we got to King of the Ring a month later, Bret Hart got in my face and said, you son of a bitch, Vince McMahon told me you won't drop the belt to me. I said, brother, I'm dropping the belt to Yokozuna. That's the deal I made. And Bret said, that's not what Vince told me. He said you wouldn't drop the belt to me because I'm not in your league and I couldn't lace up your boots. I said, well, how about you and me get in a room with Vince right now? Finally, the three of us, Vince, Bret, and myself, wound up in a room together. Bret said to Vince, didn't you tell me that Hulk Hogan wouldn't drop the belt to me? And Vince said, quote, Bret, that's just what you thought you heard. I had a feeling that Vince wasn't going to be straight up with Bret, and I think Bret felt the same way. But Vince was the boss, so there's nothing Bret could do about it except fume a little. I was fuming a little myself, to tell you the truth. I didn't care if Bret Hart got the belt or not. It just pissed me off that Vince had told me one thing and then told Bret another, because everybody thought it was my decision to not drop the belt to Bret. It made me look like I wasn't a team player. A month later, just as I'd agreed in my discussions with Vince McMahon, I dropped the belt back to Yokozuna at King of the Ring in Dayton, Ohio. Then I left the World Wrestling Federation. I wasn't fired, and I didn't quit. It was a mutual agreement that I would no longer wrestle for the company after I lost the championship to Yokozuna. I would just pursue other interests. There wasn't any animosity between me and the company. I just walked out, and that was it. But to tell you the truth, brother, it was a relief to move on. The drama had just gotten out of hand, with people bashing me left and right, calling me selfish for some of the things I had or hadn't done in my career, when it was always the promoter who had asked me to do those things. I had been down a long, hard road, and it was nice to finally take a breather. So, Bruce, we're going to discuss King of the Ring another time, but I wanted to at least include Hogan's testimony here because I know he's been villainized over this for years. Do you remember this sit-down and this confrontation and the three of them getting together in a room?
I remember hearing all about it, and from my recollection, that's pretty accurate. What Hulk what Hulk wrote there. The idea that, and again, it was me, Vince, and Pat, that we had from the beginning was pretty much that Hogan would beat Yoko for the belt. He would drop the belt at King of the Ring after the European tour back to Yoko, and then we would move on with Bret and Yoko. That Hogan was short term. He was going on to do his Thunder in Paradise and do all of his Hollywood stuff. So there was never any intent to keep him beyond that. And Bret felt that Hulk should drop the title to him and pass the torch.
There's rumor and innuendo out there that you guys even did a photo shoot on a beach with Bret Hart and Hulk Hogan playing tug of war with the belt.
Never heard that one.
You don't remember that?
No, I sure don't.
If anybody has a picture of that, tweet it at the show, at Prichard Show. We would love to share that with our listeners. Do you remember there ever being a conversation about Bret Hart and Hulk Hogan having a match at SummerSlam?
There was always discussion about that. Wouldn't that be great? And Bret, that's what Bret wanted. Bret wanted to face Hulk and wanted Hulk to pass the torch to him.
At SummerSlam.
Either at King of the Ring or SummerSlam, yeah. But Vince didn't see that. Vince felt that was a babyface match and that it wouldn't do anyone any good. If Hulk lost to Bret, it would hurt Hulk and vice versa. Vince was never in favor of that match.
Why do you think Vince didn't like it? Because it was two baby faces and he had learned his lesson against Warrior?
Yes. And the fact that he wanted to push Brett and putting Brett against Hulk, he felt would hurt Brett at that time in a babyface situation.
You know, and I know that's going to piss off a lot of fans, but I tend to agree there because your old school traditional wrestling fans, when given the option, I mean casual fans, you know, when given the option of who you're going to cheer for, like my dad's a casual wrestling fan. My dad's cheering for Hulk Hogan all day.
Sure. And also to that point, I remember bringing up, well, why don't we just turn Hulk heel? God damn it, Hulk Hogan will never be a heel. They won't boo him. See how that turned out.
You know, we need to talk about that another time when we break down Hogan year by year, because there's lots of rumor and innuendo about that and when it was discussed and who was for it and who was against it. This coming Wednesday, it's the coup de grace, the big finisher, which you all want to hear. Why did Bruce leave the WWE in 2008? What's real? What's fact? What's fiction? And don't miss it next week right here on MLW Radio. It's something to wrestle with. Bruce Prichard.
Welcome to Something to Wrestle with. Bruce Prichard.
Well, you know, that's not a rib.
She pooted.
What a rib.
No, yeah,
There's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo.
I don't deal in rumor and innuendo. And was he there? I was there. I don't give a shit. I ain't scared of shit.
I ain't scared of shit.
Fuck him.
You, Bruce.
I love you. Double cheeseburger. Double cheese. Double mayo. Double onion.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Jolly good, by God.
Well, I know you're gearing up. You're excited. You've got a tour coming up this weekend in Australia. Let's get into it, man. Wrestlemania 10. While we're really here, this is an interesting show. I watched this one start to finish for the first time in a long time this week, and I'm pretty excited to cover it with you. First, I want to tell you that the attendance here is 19,000 folks. Once again, it's at Madison Square Garden, just like it was last week when we covered WrestleMania 20. Here we've got a gate of $960,000, and the buy rate is actually down from WrestleMania 9, which we've covered. One of the arguably worst WrestleManias ever, available in the archives at somethingtowrestle.com. The buy rate for this one is a 1.68, but the buy rate for WrestleMania 9 was a 2. So while it would still appear to be down, the biggest show of the year for WCW on the other channel is Starrcade. And that was headlined in Charlotte, North Carolina with Ric Flair and Vader for the world title. That only did a 0.55 buy rate. So while we're going to talk about business being down a little bit here, it's still a multiple of what WCW is doing. Fair to say?
Yeah, and business, I think, was down for everybody across the board. I remember during this time, even looking at the trades and the media week, talking about Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey Circus, Disney on Ice, and rock concerts across the board, and how everything, for whatever reason, was down. And we were not immune to it. Business was not great. And the arena business in general, it was a tough year. It was a tough year to where rock bands were wondering, shit, do we even tour anymore? So it was across the board without a doubt.
Something I've always wanted to talk about a little more is something we touched on in one of our early episodes, the steroid trial. And I'll admit, when we were first sort of getting our feet wet with this show, I wasn't doing near the amount of research that I'm doing now. And I'd love to have a do-over for the steroid trial. Maybe we'll do it again sometime for Patreon. But I guess it's fair to say that the steroid trial here on the lead up to WrestleMania 10 is still taking up a lot of Vince McMahon's time and mental space. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, he's fighting for his life. You know, you have the federal government trying to take you down, and he was fighting for his freedom, and he was fighting for the company that he had built. So it was a stressful time, to say the least.
The reason I bring this up here is around WrestleMania, Meltzer publishes a report that is, he says, potentially the biggest story in wrestling in many years, and one largely misunderstood by virtually everyone, both within the wrestling profession and those outside of reporting it. And he's of course talking about the steroid trial, but he says that there was a Supreme Court decision back in December that changed the way the government could handle some of their business. The biggest change of which is the ruling makes it more difficult, but not impossible or even implausible, for the government to seize assets in drug cases. The government no longer has power upon a conviction of either of the two charges against the company for distribution and conspiracy in regards to seize the building, which is believed to be the biggest potential economic ramification that could come out of the trial. That's directly from the Observer. But what they're talking about is, when this thing first happened, the government was gunning for all of the company's assets, including Titan Towers. Now with this change in the law, now, of course, McMahon's still in trouble, and he still could face, up to $1.5 million in fines, but perhaps not nearly as menacing of a punishment that was possibly looming in the distance before. Is that ever even discussed, that, hey, if this does get bad, at least it's not as bad as it originally looked? Or is that type of talk not even around the office at all?
I think that the fact that we were still doing business in some respects was grand, because the government was trying to do anything and everything that they could do to disrupt the business. They were attacking people, employees within the company. They were going out and trying to find anybody that they could to just say something bad. If you had something bad to say about Titan Sports or Vince McMahon, boy, they wanted to talk to you, and they wanted to try and spin whatever that was into their case to portray this big bad company as the evil empire. And throughout this whole thing, I think that there were folks on both sides of the fence that thought, okay, we're going to fight, we're going to get through this. And those that thought, oh my God, it's, the end of the world. It's Chicken Little, the sky's falling. But the government did everything they could. I mean, they went after us, and they went after us personally in a lot of respects. And it was a fight that, I don't know, that many people would have come out the way that we did.
Well, besides the money and the fines, Vince is still facing, 5 years on the conspiracy charge and 3 years on personal distribution. This has to be affecting him, and it has to be different than prior WrestleManias. At this point, you've been around for the build for several WrestleManias. Was putting this one together, how was it different? Because Vince obviously has all of this hanging around in the background. Did you notice a change or a difference?
Being as close to it as I was, I don't know that there really was that much of a difference from the previous year and years past. Yes, there's kind of a dark cloud hanging over and looming wherever you went. It was almost like Linus or Schroeder on whoever the fuck it was, and Charlie Brown. But Vince was adamant that it wasn't going to affect business. We had to continue on, and we had to do business and what was best for business at the time. And while we had that edict, there were still certain things that you couldn't do, and there were still certain restraints on budget and what have you. So you're careful, and you're thinking, and for a lot of people on the outside of the company, there were some that didn't want to be associated with the WWF. They thought, okay, well, God, we don't want to touch them. We were this ostracized child over here that no one wanted to touch. And that was fighting an uphill battle, but you just persevered. You put your head down and you kept going forward. So myself, I think Pat, Vince, it was, maybe it bothered us. Maybe it did affect us, but we never sold it. And we just kept going as if, it's business as usual.
Something I've wanted to ask, I guess, is, did Vince, he has to be a little bit in CYA mode, because on some level, not just from a personal finance standpoint, which is obviously important and something everyone would be thinking about, if these major fines would have come down, if they would have seized the building, Vince has to be thinking, what do I need to do to keep the business afloat? How do I keep the train on the tracks? And it does feel like the booking and things like that, as a result of, that sort of thinking, would change.
I tell you what changed was we didn't have the availability to bring in outside talent. We didn't have the availability to sign new talent because Vince didn't feel confident in saying, hey, here's our future. And that stopped for a while as far as trying to bring in new talent and recruiting guys. So other than that, he was fighting for his life. So he was fighting for his life on one front with the government, and on the other side, on the business side, staying and trying to conduct business as usual. And as hard as it was, you still had to just come in and do your job and do the best that you could do to continue. And you couldn't let the outsider, man, those who lived it. Yes, we had a lot of shit on us, but you just had to forget about it. You had to move on, because when you know the truth about things and you read the newspaper and it's full of untruths and just lies that they were telling about the company and about Vince and about people that and have done business with. And it was just horseshit so many ways that you just go, fuck them, and you move on, because what you were reading out there wasn't real in our world. So you just keep forging forward and move ahead.
You said something a minute ago I want to circle back to. You talked about you and Pat and how you guys weren't going to sell it. Was there a sentiment or a conversation, whether it was explicit or implied, hey, don't let any of the boys see you sell. You got to keep a brave face for the boys. It's almost like if your kid gets sick, your wife gets sick, you feel like it's your job as the man of the household to be the strong one and keep the brave face and not sell it. And you sort of insinuated there, me and Pat and all, we had to not sell it. Are you implying for the guys who are the employees of the company who are maybe below you on the chart, the organizational chart?
No, we had no mandate. You just did what you had to do. That was the right thing to do. We never let them see you sweat, but at the same time, we just had to move forward, and it was never a mandate. We just did it.
Let's talk a little bit about, where the business is at the time. Meltzer would write, in comparing WWF business from 92 to 93, besides the obvious 16.7% decline in house show attendance for the year, and almost surely a greater decline in overall house show revenue during the same period, because running far less house shows over the year, essentially they went from 550-ish in 92 down to 493, is that the decline in interest in the WWF product has to this point been quelled. For the most part, interest was way down during the early part of the year as compared with the year before. In April of 92, with the beginning of the fallout of the scandals, the loss of Hulk Hogan, more serious steroid testing, all of which resulted in many of the top guys either shrinking noticeably or leaving over the summer, which resulted in huge decline in WWF business. This trend largely continued through the early part of 93 and into the summer. When you watch this show back, are you thinking about how different the business was in 92, 93 to here to 94? Or are you able to just watch it sort of in a vacuum?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily in a vacuum, but it definitely was a time where things were changing. You're going to the quote new generation, and you're going from having Hulk Hogan carry the banner to now Bret Hart carry the banner, and moving on, because at this point we were looking at, Hulk's gone and weren't looking to have him back anytime soon. So you're just, it's new. So it's different by definition. It's going to be different. And we were changing a lot. We were changing a lot in the way that we were presenting the events. Before, you're looking at big attractions with just names, Hulk Hogan versus Kamala. They didn't have to have an issue. You wanted to see it. Now we're moving towards Bret Hart versus Owen Hart with a strong personal issue underneath to carry that story. So the way we told our stories was changing. You got Monday Night Raw in there, a live television show that is also changing the way that we did business. So just the business itself and the storytelling was changing, and it was different. We were adapting to new.
You know, one of the things that you guys changed is you stopped running as many shows and concentrated on running bigger buildings instead of going, you know, with more quantity, you tried to go more quality. Less is more. So you start running more packed shows, and this is certainly a packed show. You can tell you guys are trying to squeeze as much talent here as you can. And Meltzer would say early signs don't point to a significant change in arena attendance during 94, but it appears ratings in 94 will be above the levels of both 92 and 93. So the slowing rate of decline and showing signs of reversing the trend is more likely limited to the company rather than an industry-wide barometer of improvement looking at WCW. Of course, the idea being, you know, we opened this show comparing it to WCW and you said, well, business was down everywhere. But it does feel like you guys pull the nose up faster, which really is impressive considering that you did this when your leader is facing all of this serious legal trouble. Meanwhile, that's not really the case on the other station.
Yeah. But again, we did pull it up a little bit. And I think in some ways it's a little deceiving because we did a lot more international, which helped pull the nose up. And that was a strategy because the States, they weren't drawing the way that they used to. So we were trying to change that business plan as well and move some things in a different direction and trying a lot of new, trying some non-traditional ways of doing business. Like let's go overseas where we normally wouldn't go for a long period of time. Let's spend a little while longer over there and go ahead and get that money because it's new and they're still engaged, and give the States a rest.
It is fun to me because you and I have talked about, specifically when we go back and we look at our TNA episodes way back in the day, TNA was doing tremendous business overseas where maybe they were struggling a little bit here. Why do you think there's always been an appetite for American professional wrestling in the UK?
God, I think anywhere that you go outside of the United States, there's a want for the Western entertainment because the product is a global product, man. It translates in any language, no matter what language people understand physical competition. So to that, UK, man, they're English speaking, but you go beyond that. You go to Germany, you go to France, you go to Italy. They still understand competition. They still understand two guys settling a dispute in the ring. So to that, I just think that it was different than what they had. It was new and an opportunity to see it live presented to them. God, that was a huge deal because it was not their norm. And for us to come over was like Elvis coming over in a lot of respects, or when the Beatles came to the States in reverse.
Let's get back to the Observer. In early February, it was written, the rumor mill has been flying all week concerning the possibility of Hulk Hogan coming to World Championship Wrestling for a pay-per-view matchup with Ric Flair later this year. The story, which has been spread within WCW and is well known at this point throughout wrestling, is that a Flair Hogan pay-per-view match will take place probably over the summer. In addition, the NATPE convention held this past week in Miami Beach, Hogan talked openly about returning to wrestling in May after filming 22 episodes of Thunder in Paradise and brought up Flair's name as the opponent he wants to wrestle. At this point, there's said to be no contractual deal between Hogan and WCW, and other WCW sources are exceedingly skeptical that such a deal will ever take place. How plugged in are you guys with, I guess, let me just back that up. To the best of your understanding, what was the relationship like between Vince and Hulk Hogan here in February of 94?
I don't think there was much of a relationship at that point. I think that 93, at the end of 93, that Vince had resigned himself, that Hulk wanted to go off and do his Thunder in Paradise. The fact that Hulk was using talent from WCW that was doing tapings, I believe, in Disney at the time in Orlando, that was kind of a statement by Hulk saying, hey, you know, he didn't reach out to anybody on the WWF side to say, hey, I'd like to use some of your guys, give them exposure on this show. So the writing was kind of on the wall, and that relationship between Vince and Hulk was strained. They weren't talking. And when I say they weren't talking, they might talk once every couple of weeks, but it just, that's always been a love-hate relationship. And when it's good, it's very good. And when it's bad, it was bad. This was a time that Hulk could distance himself. And I think Hulk saw the opportunity with Thunder in Paradise to go off and become a David Hasselhoff in the syndication world. So he saw bigger and better things. And if he was going to do wrestling, maybe he would do it for a different billionaire, even though Vince wasn't a billionaire at the time.
When you guys started to hear that maybe Hogan is talking to WCW, and you and I've talked about this on the show before, sometimes Hogan would just flirt with the media and court this attention and tease it just to get the other side to make an offer. When you hear this news that, hey, maybe Hulk's going to sign with WCW, do you think at this time, well, he's not really, because if he was gonna, he already would have. He's just using this to see if Vince will call?
Definitely there's that thought there, because you're waiting for that call. You're waiting for, hey, thinking about going over here, unless you can talk me into staying here. So that always happened. And there was also, you'd also run through that, the breakup period where you're really sad at first. And then you get to the point, well, that bitch, she two-timed me, or she's going out with that other guy. Fuck her. I think that it ran the gambit with Hulk of, well, he's going on to do other things, to, well, that son of a bitch, he's now flirting with WCW and he's using their talent. He's not even calling us for our talent. So I think there were hurt feelings, and probably on both sides, that made it, okay, we'll show him, or him on us. I'll show them. It went both ways.
Meltzer reports in the Observer that the way you guys decide how to sort of structure the WrestleMania card comes down to a coin flip on Raw, which is to decide, will it be Lex Luger or Bret Hart who would get the first shot at Yokozuna. Of course, Luger wins, and it's announced that both title matches would have special referees, and references are made to celebrities that are going to be appearing. And Meltzer would write, there's been talk of bringing back big names from the past for this show. In hindsight, the idea of the tie-in of the Rumble leading to the two title matches on the same show is a good one. The show's biggest draw is not any matches, but the name Wrestlemania, as evidenced by the show selling out in just a few days before any matches had even been announced. Is this the first time you remember Wrestlemania as a brand having that cachet to be able to sell out before you even announce anything? Because that really is pretty unique to wrestling, especially in this era.
Well, for me, I think WrestleMania 9 was like that as well, because it, the attraction was what it was, and the allure of being in Caesar's Palace and WrestleMania, that sold that as well, because I don't know that the matches were something that really sold it. So the brand WrestleMania was really starting to take hold, where people just wanted to see the big event. They wanted to be a part of the biggest event of the year. And for me, it happened at WrestleMania 9, when we really focused on WrestleMania, the spectacle, versus WrestleMania, the main event match.
Yeah, it's grown to the point where, it's as big as any other event besides like the Super Bowl or the World Series. People just know what it is, even if they're not necessarily a fan of wrestling. They know exactly what it is. Well, talk to me about the coin flip segment on Raw, and then having the Rumble fallout spill over into the next month.
Oh boy, that coin flip could have gone either way, Conrad. It was we were sweating our ass off, going, okay, if it's heads, this will happen, and you know, you just got to go with it sometimes, and hope for the best. You know, you go back and you look at that Rumble with Brett and Lex coming over. That was superb in the execution, 100% on Bret Hart. Because Brett had a hold of Luger and had a hold of his foot, and Brett was going to make sure that they came down at exactly the same time. So hats off to Bret Hart, because he made it work, and we had it covered 9 ways from Sunday to no matter how it came out, we could have made it work, but they made it work to perfection. And the idea behind it was, I think that the sentiment from the audience was there was a sentiment that really wanted Brett, that felt that Brett was the guy that they wanted to be their champion. And we had done all this work up until this time to try and get Lex in position. And the audience didn't want Lex, but I think Vince wanted to carry through with that to WrestleMania with Lex and Yokozuna. So I don't want to say he made a promise, because he doesn't, you know, he doesn't do that. But I think that he felt obligated to, well, let's see how it goes. And we can give him that match and give him the other match. We talked about triple threat. But what happened in the meantime as well was Owen Hart getting over as big as Owen got over. And that personal issue with Brett was getting to be bigger than anything. So we came up with the 3-match scenario, or the 4-match, however the hell it was, scenario to get to where we needed to be.
Talk to me about Thunder in Paradise debuting the week before WrestleMania. I mean, that can't be an accident, can it? At least in your opinion?
God, I have no idea. I mean, it was a syndicated program, so I'm sure that the folks that were producing it and getting it out there, they would want to get it out there with Hulk Hogan around the biggest publicity time of the year, where everybody's talking about WrestleMania and Hulk being synonymous with WrestleMania. I have no idea what the hell they did on their end, but they'd be silly not to capitalize on all that hoopla.
Let's talk about the television taping from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. You got any good memories from Bethlehem?
God, I try not to. Bethlehem is where John Layfield was hired, and Bethlehem, Pennsylvania is where they had a snowstorm that was so bad they declared a state of emergency. And Vince McMahon and Jim Ross and I drove back to Connecticut, following behind the sea of snowplows. And I'm still alive to tell about it. That's where Jim Ross swore that he would never ride with Vince again. Didn't last long, but still, it was an interesting trip.
Well, Jim Cornette comes out of these tapings holding the WWF title during his interview, and he's insulting Luger, who comes out chasing Cornette off, who then drops the title. Luger takes the belt, goes into the dressing room, and then Vince asks the crowd, wouldn't it be great to see Luger with the belt and announced as the new WWF champion? At this point, Luger's brought back out and is wearing the belt and is announced as the new WWF heavyweight champion, and does an interview segment, presumably taped for the WrestleMania for Superstars. Now, of course, everybody's jumping to conclusions here. We've talked about this and alluded to it before, and you've said, no, that wasn't the plan. That's rumor and innuendo. What's the strategy here in having Vince tease? What if he was champion and then him come out introduced as champion wearing the belt?
To watch people out in California go run to their computer or their typewriter and type up, yep, it's definitely, this happened in Bethlehem, so they can get a shot of Luger with the WWF championship and he's going to win at WrestleMania. Get people talking.
Nah, seriously.
You
did that shit just to fuck with Meltzer?
And he fucking bit.
Come on, man. Really?
Why not?
That's so stupid.
I know it's stupid that he has no idea what he's talking about and he falls for shit.
Okay. Let's keep it going here. I guess we should mention,
Hey, Conrad, I know we probably touch on this in the Cornette thing, but all throughout this build, to me, it was some of the best shit, because Cornette had come in and Corny was doing his stuff with Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and Cornette coming up to have his Smoky Mountain get some national exposure, and Vince basically talking him into managing Yokozuna and being the mouthpiece for Yokozuna. And he was great, absolutely great. But the thought of Cornette telling me beforehand, I'm not going to go on the fucking road, I'm not going to do this full time, I'm not going to do this, to Vince getting him to be the mouthpiece for Yoko. I always just kind of chuckle whenever I see Jim Cornette and Yokozuna together, because it was a great pairing, but corny, just the way Vince talked him into it, masterful.
Let's touch briefly on something we've just spent a lot of time talking about, but I just want to mention it again because it's happening in this same timeline. Lawler is not on this show. He is supposed to be, probably, but he's got all these legal troubles, and ultimately there's going to be a settlement February 23rd, where the deal is reached between two sides at the pretrial hearing, where Lawler agrees to plead guilty to harassing a witness. And in return, the prosecutor agrees to drop all 4 counts of all the other stuff. What was Lawler gonna do at WrestleMania X had none of that stuff happened?
God, I don't even think that was a thought of at that point, because Jerry had been a commentator, and that had happened, going back, whatever it was, October, November of the previous year, that we had no thoughts of Lawler at WrestleMania at this point. He wasn't considered because he was out of the picture. And until all of that was completely done with, there were no early thoughts. And at this point in February, okay, maybe we bring him back as a commentator, but time will tell. Well, there were no thoughts before that in September, October, of what we would do with Lawler at WrestleMania. If anything, probably just thinking he'd be a commentator.
This is a silly thing we've not spent a lot of time talking about. Meltzer would write on the 21st of March, and what became a major story in the U.S. media on the 14th is something that was first reported in Japanese newspapers on March 8th. The All Japan Women's Pro Wrestling Promotion is claiming they're going to make a $2 million offer to Tanya Harding to become a pro wrestler. The story garnered some publicity last week in Japan, and a second story hit the next day when Akira Hokuto returned from Mexico and announced she wanted to train Harding. On Monday morning, the story hit the U.S. in an AP story with a Tokyo headline, which quickly made it, as everything related to Harding over the past few months has become, one of the lead stories in the news. This seems like this is right out of Vince McMahon's playbook. Do you remember reading this? And did you guys ever even consider doing anything with Tanya Harding?
Yeah, we did consider doing something with Tanya Harding and bringing her in and having her get her ass kicked. She wasn't interested. I think that maybe because we were interested at one time, we had floated that idea out there that maybe her manager had heard, or someone in her camp was like, hey, you could get a lot of money in Japan, and floated it out that way, thinking that maybe they could get a big payday. It was all publicity. It was all for publicity's sake, because Tanya at that time, at least when we dealt with her, she had no desire to do it. Later on, she would go and do the celebrity boxing matches and all that bullshit. But yeah, we approached her. Definitely.
Meltzer would make a comment in the Observer that, quote, there's no organization in this business that can hype a show like Titan Sports, but it appears that this event has garnered far less interest than any previous WrestleMania, despite the 10-year anniversary gimmick and increase in television viewership in recent months, giving it some initial momentum. The momentum has waned, and interest seems lower each week due to the weak lineup of matches, and with one or two exceptions, a celebrity list of people that hardly qualify as celebrities. Did you feel like, and a lot of shows are guilty of this, people come out really hot for, a ticket or a show or whatever, but then as time gets closer, it actually goes the other way. You can actually see this happen, present day with big shows. You can track what tickets were, the day they go on sale or they sell out or whatever. But then as you get closer to the show, instead of the ticket prices going up because anticipation is building, it actually trends the other way. It starts to go down. Do you remember that being the feeling here with WrestleMania 10?
Not really. Maybe for the television audience, maybe for the pay-per-view audience, but the live event feel and the garden feel, that never waned at all. There was still anticipation, people wanting to be there live for the 10th anniversary of WrestleMania. So I don't think that ever waned. I think overall, maybe for the viewer and that pay-per-view buyer, they might not have been as excited by the time that the event came around and bell time started.
Of course, WrestleMania, just on name alone, is going to make it the highest grossing event of the year. Ringside tickets are going to be $300 for this show, which Meltzer would say is the highest price ticket in the history of United States wrestling. And he says that it's expected to set a gate record. Chat me up here. $300 for a WrestleMania ticket these days, no big deal. Back then, that was a lot of money. It's still a lot of money now, but back then, crazy to ask that, but it worked when you guys sold it out. Chat me up about the pricing strategy and who was for moving it up.
The promotions folks, Basil DeVito and those folks in promotion were very confident that they could get it. And Vince was apprehensive about asking that for a live event ticket. I think that there had come a time where the ticket prices, we kind of reached business was down, and business was down across the country for house shows, but it was WrestleMania. It was New York City. And if there was ever a time to experiment with your pricing structure, it was this one. It was, you've only got 19,000 seats to sell. So bring those ticket prices up to create a larger gate than you would get in a stadium or what have you. And yeah, we went for it. Across the board, all the tickets were much more expensive than had previously been really acceptable for a WrestleMania. And I remember as a promotions guy that came and said, hey, for a, NBA championship, here's what they're getting for that. Here's what the Super Bowl costs. Here's what the World Series cost. And I said, well, why the fuck not? And we did it. And of course, as you and I know, the very first tickets to go were the highest priced tickets.
Yep.
And those $300 seats were gone in a heartbeat.
Let's talk about Fan Fest. These days it's called Access, but this is the first WrestleMania where you did anything like this. And, it's all over the network where you guys are promoting this. And this is the first time it happens. It runs, the week leading up to WrestleMania, and you guys sell all 7 sessions out, 2,200 tickets each time. $22 a pop is the ask. And it seems like it's a pretty big success when you can sell out every single day. And the articles I found make it seem like it's mostly autograph signings and meet and greets, but they've also got some things like, call matches as an announcer. And you see clips of it on the actual WrestleMania show where you can get like your picture made in a ring where you're pinning your friend and a real referee is making the count. What do you remember about how this was put together? Whose idea was it? What the structure of it looked or felt like? You guys were clearly trying new things here to up fan engagement and raise revenue. Clearly it worked. You're still doing it all this time later.
Well, tell you how it started. Basil DeVito came from the NBA, and we had just seen this NBA experience. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. And it was in Cleveland. The fan experience of people being able to go up, and they had all the basketball stars there and people signing autographs and pictures. And the draw was amazing. And they'd been doing it a few years. The NFL started maybe the year before that. I don't know when they started, but they had their fan access deal. It's New York. It's WrestleMania. And we thought, why not do this fan access? And that's what we called it, because it was access to the superstars, access to a wrestling ring, access to the very interview set
that Gene Okerlund did interviews on, and all of this, things that you never could experience as a fan on a day-to-day basis. So we packed it all into one deal. And I have to say that I was blown away with the number of vendors and the different activities that were available that pale in comparison to what it's become and what they do now. And it was, but you got to go back. 1994, you didn't have all these fan conventions and all this access where guys were doing personal appearances all over the place. That didn't happen then. So this was the first time for a lot of people to be able to have access to the WWF talent and for them to go in, get their picture, meet them, get an autograph, and touch a ring. Actually go up and touch the ring, get in, get your picture taken in the ring. Later on, we had the entrance, and it was a big deal. So that's how it all came about, and it grew, and then it reached a point where, maybe not, it's not working. The folks that come in from overseas, they've seen it, they've done it, and it's gone through many manifestations. But in the very beginning, it was access. It was access to the talent, access to the ring, access to things that you never, ever would have access to before. That's how I came up with it.
Well, somebody who wasn't working this show is The Undertaker. There's no Undertaker here because he died at the Royal Rumble and went to heaven when he lost that casket match to Yokozuna, and half the locker room beat the shit out of him.
He didn't die.
Okay.
He was buried. He was placed in a casket and ascended.
Okay. Yeah. What he said, and it's available in the archives if you want to listen to the 1994 Royal Rumble. He's doing a signing overseas at this time. So he's around, but just not at WrestleMania. Was there any discussion for him being on WrestleMania? It does feel weird. There's an Undertaker-less WrestleMania.
We did, but we weren't ready to bring him back, and we were waiting post WrestleMania for stuff with Yokozuna and just timing. No, he was never penciled in for it, and it wasn't something that we were ready to do. He wanted the time off, and we gave him the time off.
Well, okay, there you go. We'll move along here. Let's talk about WrestleMania, the actual show itself. It's an interesting open to this where we're visiting sort of old clips from WrestleMania, and then we fade into the more current music and the intro for WrestleMania X. King is back here doing commentary, but he's not wrestling. It is weird. I think I just assumed he would be wrestling here since we were supposed to see him square off in that Survivor Series, but whatever. We're happy he's back. Vince is joining him, of course, and King is making up for lost time with a lot of one-liners to get the first hour of the show kicked off, and it feels like they never missed a beat. These guys just had natural chemistry together. Is that more of a statement of their chemistry, or just how damn good and underrated Jerry Lawler is on commentary?
God, I don't think Lawler's underrated. I think he's one of the best that has ever been as far as commentary goes. And you add that to the chemistry that he had with Vince. They had a natural chemistry and worked seamlessly together. So it was like riding a horse. They jumped right back on and didn't miss a beat.
They really did a great job here. Was there ever any discussion for what the commentary team might look like if Lawler couldn't make it? If things didn't go his way with that trial, what do you think it would have looked like here?
Probably Jim Ross, maybe, but Jim was in and out, different times. So it was different. And we talked about, Kurt Hennig, talked about Roddy Piper, talked about a lot of different people as time went on. And thank God, King's, everything had settled, and it was a nice return for the King. It's good to be King.
It is indeed. Let's talk a little bit about the opening, because we start with Vince McMahon throwing to America the Beautiful. And you sort of joke about this sometimes with how over the top he was at WrestleMania 3. And I'll be damned if he doesn't do it again here for Little Richard. there's something about Vince McMahon introducing someone when he's got the mic in one hand and he's going to motion from himself to that other person with the other hand. And he starts shaking the hand, almost like the hand is hulking up. Having seen you actually recreate that a couple dozen times, it's freaking hilarious. And I couldn't help but think about that when he introduced Little Richard. Before you talk about the fun, silly entrance of Little Richard, chat me up about why Little Richard was the right guy, because it does feel, and I know Little Richard's an icon, Lord bless him, but when he's being introduced as like the king of rock and roll in 1994, tell me about Little Richard coming in and then make fun of that entrance, because I know you're dying to.
He was the king of rock and roll. Little Richard was the shit. I got to work with Gladys Knight, Aretha, some really, truly greats in their own right through the years who have sang their rendition of America the Beautiful. Little Richard may have been the most insecure of all of the talent that I've ever worked with. And when I say he was insecure, he was one of the most talented insecure motherfuckers I've ever seen in my life. Richard gets in the middle of the ring and we're doing a sound test and we're going through everything. And Richard is playing the piano and singing. The guys are working, setting up chairs. The building goes silent just to listen to Richard sing. Some of the most beautiful shit I've ever experienced in my life. And to be right there, I was at ringside and he finished, and Richard did not want to sing live. He was terrified, absolutely terrified. So he had laid down a track and he was going to lip sync it. So we had gone back and forth, and Jim Johnston had worked with Little Richard and talked to him, and he had come up with the music and done the bed. He recorded the voice and the whole 9 yards. And I thought, man, I've got to take a shot. I just have to. And I got in the ring and I said, Richard, I said, that may have been the most beautiful rendition of America the Beautiful I've ever heard. And he was like, well, thank you. I said, I don't think it holds up. I said, I don't think that your track version holds up. And he just looked at me, and if looks could kill, I didn't have a good night with celebrities on this night. Let me just start off there. If looks could kill, I would have been dead. And he kind of laced into me about how I don't understand what it is to perform in front of people, and his voice isn't what it used to be, and how long it took to get that track to perfection that it was. And he wasn't going to risk his reputation in the middle of a wrestling ring in New York City. And I said, okay, then. Thank you very much. Turned and walked out of the ring and just kind of walked on my way. But he was, I love it when talent just gets on the microphone, or they'll play guitar, they'll play piano or whatever, and just sing like they're in the shower, if you will. And that's what Richard was doing. And he brought the Garden to a standstill where everybody just stopped what they were doing and listened. One of the greatest singers I've ever had the pleasure to work with. And he was absolutely terrified at that stage of his career that he would look foolish and fuck up America the Beautiful.
Meltzer says that he left right after he sang, didn't sign any autographs for any of the boys, just in and out. And him sort of blowing off the boys got a little bit of heat in the locker room. Do you remember that? And if so, was it all your fucking fault?
Probably always is. Anything's my fault. If something's fucked up, it's my fault. But I don't really recall that. I remember him being very gracious to everybody. He did leave and said goodbye, thanked everybody, but we knew that before he got there. It wasn't like he dashed out, he did his thing and got the fuck out. We knew we had a window for Prichard for his performance, and he was gone right afterwards. So it wasn't a surprise to anybody, but he was gracious to everybody. He stood in the back in the little alleyway there in the dressing room area that you always see where Hulk comes down, and the old man's sitting there playing with his quarters. Prichard sat there, talked to guys, was very cordial, nice as could be. Didn't stick around, but he was nice as could be.
Talk to me about all the celebrities here on the show besides Little Richard. You got Burt Reynolds, who I think is fresh off of breaking his hand, or he knocked out a mugger, so he's got his hand in a cast. Jenny Garth is here. The chick from Up All Night, Rhonda Shear, Donnie Wahlberg from the New Kids on the Block. We've got a horrible Bill Clinton impersonator that's got a bunch of segments, way too many. I mean, this is an interesting WrestleMania, to say the least.
Okay, well, working backwards, the Clinton impersonator was top notch. He was fucking great. What a great guy. And
I'm not arguing he's not a nice guy, but what the fuck is this doing on the show? This is terrible.
It was WrestleMania. It was the 10th anniversary. Oh God.
It fucking sucked. You know it. Just say it sucked. Unless,
no, it was great. He was awesome.
Okay. He's a nice guy.
No, we stayed up. Hang on. You want me to talk, or you just gonna tell me he's horrible?
Well, I'm just glad you're talking this week. God damn.
Well, I'm trying to.
Are you gonna fucking do it?
What's that?
You gonna fucking talk now, you fucker?
Well, I'm fucking trying to. You gonna let me?
Well, I'm asking. I'm just sitting over here with my dick in my hand.
Well, goddamn. But the Bill Clinton impersonator, the night before, we had gone out, and he looks completely different in real life, if you will, when his hair's all down and what have you. Ran into him in the bar and sat with him for several hours as he would go in and out of Bill Clinton, and was one of the most charming guys that I've ever had the pleasure to be around. And we just sat there bullshitting with him all night. He was much funnier as himself than he was as Bill Clinton, but Vince was fascinated during this time of having the president there with the president of the WWF, Jack Tunney, in the presidential suite for WrestleMania 10, celebrating this big anniversary. And just, he thought that was the funniest goddamn thing in the world. You going backwards, from there, you had Donnie Wahlberg, who was Music World, huge star. And the Donnie Wahlberg deal was interesting because Donnie and his brother Mark wanted to shoot an angle. They were interested they'd come back and said, hey, we want to do this thing. Maybe Donnie does something at WrestleMania. Mark comes out and somehow they get into it, but ending with Donnie versus Mark with partners. They would each have a wrestler and they would have a tag team match with Donnie and Mark wrestling each other. And I'll never forget Vince's reaction to, you mean the underwear kid? Because at the time, Mark Wahlberg was a model for underwear. He wasn't, the Mark Wahlberg that we know today. So that was the Donnie Wahlberg stuff. And Donnie was a big deal, New Kids on the Block. Cy Sperling, who was the president of the Herrick Club for Men. He's wasn't just the president, but he was also a client. Okay, that one was the shits. Jenny Garth, man, 90210 was a big hit, and she was she goes on the bad celebrity list because she was a pain in the ass to deal with. Now, Jenny is the one who wouldn't sign anybody's autographs, and she stayed in her locker room and she didn't come out. She didn't socialize with anybody, and she was not a lot of fun. And she, Bret Hart had stuff for his kids and just wanted to get autographs. And she was like, no autographs, no pictures, no nothing. And she was not a nice person. Rhonda Shear, piece of cake. She was willing to do, whatever, and was ready to go. Then there's Burt Reynolds. Burt was a great guy. Burt was there. He had broken his hand, as you said, fending off a mugger.
And we had a list, which I had never really been presented with before, of like do's and don'ts with Bert. Bert had to have his own private dressing room, and Bert had to have a certain size dressing room and, certain drinks and what have you. Bert showed up, and there was Barry Windham had dated Bert's girlfriend at the time. And there was, I don't know if it was a fear, but there was a concern that there might be some interaction with Barry and Bert. Now, this all came from his management and everything, but when we got with Bert, Bert was like the coolest guy on the face of the earth, man. He was just Mr. Cool.
Hang on. Barry was with y'all then?
Yeah.
What was he doing?
I think he was one of the Blackjacks.
No, that's the wrong timeline.
Okay. Well, he was there.
Okay. I believe you.
And Bert was totally cool. Barry came in and said hello to Pam and said hi to Bert. Everybody was cool. And then I'm dealing with Bert, and I'm telling him what he's going to do. And as I'm telling him what he's going to do, his management pulls me off to the side again. And they say, whatever you do, keep Rhonda Shear away from Bert. Like, they can't pass in the hallway. He doesn't want to see her. Nothing. Just keep her away. And I'm about to tell Bert that I've got him escorting Rhonda Shear to the ring. I'm like, okay. Excuse me. So I go back. I tell Vince that, hey, I need to make a change here. They don't want any interaction at all with Rhonda Shear. What the fuck's the problem? I don't know. I don't care. But can we just make the switch with Jenny Garth? So now as I'm going over everything with Bert, he looks at me and goes, so you want me to escort a 12-year-old girl to the ring? Nice. Next thing I know, Rhonda is in the dressing room. Bert's hugging her, and they're talking about old times and sharing a drink and having a grand old time. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? As we get in to things, and I'm talking to Bert about what he's going to do that night, I walk him out to the ring. I'll post the picture of Bert and I in the ring going over what he's going to do that night. Bert's job was to introduce the match, introducing Roddy as the guest referee for the match. And we're in the dressing room now, and I have cards made up for Bert, and I'm explaining to him, I said, the only thing I ask of you is when you're getting ready to introduce Roddy, I said, please just, and now introducing your guest referee, stop. And then once the music hits, give yourself about 10 seconds before you introduce Roddy Piper. His musical hit, he'll come out the entryway. We'll let the crowd react and then introduce Roddy. Bert flipped. I mean, fucking flipped. I've never been cussed out like that in my life in public in that way. And he says, what you should have said is you should have said, Mr. Reynolds, I'm sure that in your over 40 years performing that you might have done an introduction before in your life. And since you have starred in more movies than I've ever seen, maybe you should just say, go on out there and have fun. But he's yelling this in his locker room and everybody stops and they're all staring at me. So I said, well, Mr. Reynolds, and you're over 40 years of performing, I'm sure you've announced a thing or two. I tell you what, why don't you just go on out there and have some fun? And I walked out of the dressing room feeling about 2 inches tall. And he went out and did it exactly like I asked him to do. And at the end of the night, came up and apologized to me and went to being a great guy all over again. But yeah, I got cussed out and chewed out by Burt Reynolds in Madison Square Garden.
Did he hook up with that hair club for men guy while y'all were there together?
No, I think he had his own guy.
Okay. So one of the things that I know we're going to get written about, Bruce is mistaken. This is a different time with Barry Windham and Burt Reynolds, but
Barry was there. I'm telling you, Barry was there.
I'm not arguing.
He may not have been on the card. He was there.
I'm not arguing that he wasn't at the building and hanging out or whatever, but I think he was NWA champion. for WCW at the time.
No, he was not.
He is on the pay-per-view the next month for WCW. I mean, he was not in the company. It's okay though. We're allowed to make mistakes here on the show.
No, we're not.
Oh, well,
God knows I'm not.
I just want to cut down the fucking tweets. I'm trying to help you. If you'll let me help you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next up, man, go out of your way. Go watch it. I'm going to argue that this is, I'm not even going to argue it. This is the best opening match in the history of WrestleMania. Owen Hart pins Bret Hart in 20 minutes and 26 seconds. It's outstanding. We can't possibly do it enough justice. Meltzer gave it 4 3/4 stars. Fuck that. It's 5 stars. It's outstanding. That's just my opinion. I think it's one of the more underrated Bret Hart matches, probably Owen's best match ever. Really showcased how talented Owen really was, and was a phenomenal story. And the only thing that I found weird watching it back was I really wish we had some reaction shots from Helen and Stu. What'd you think of the match? And you watched it this week for the first time in forever. It still holds up, does it not?
Would have been 10 stars in the Tokyo Dome.
Yeah.
One of the, without a doubt, the greatest opening WrestleMania match ever. It could have closed the show and not a single person would have been disappointed. That story building up to everything that we did was flawlessly told. But the best part about it was the coming out party for Owen Hart, where he showed everybody, I'm a player, I'm a main event guy, and you couldn't deny him anymore. And the other funny part about it was, leading into it, Bret thought Bret should have gone over. And that was never the plan. It was like, no, Owen has to beat you. You have to come from underneath. And you're coming from underneath to win the championship at the end of the night. And then he was fine once he knew that. But, getting into it, it was like, holy shit. We're going with the Heart Attack tour after this in the summer with you and Owen. I think that match set the stage better than anything, and gave Owen bragging rights to, which we found out later on, you give Owen Hart an inch, he's going to take a mile when it comes to whatever you give him. So him beating Bret, I beat you, Bret, was the greatest thing to ever happen to him.
Let me just tell you, the way this show starts with Owen winning with a phenomenal finish. It's not something like you would see today. I just thought it was so good. But then the visual at the end of the show, I hate to just skip there right now. It was fucking outstanding. I mean, really, really well done. I hadn't seen it in a long time, and it hit me right in the feels. Go out of your way to watch this. Just an amazing match with a very relatable story. And, the way, the Owen's sort of story here is sibling rivalry, of course. And I never got the opportunities. You've always taken them away from me, and you've always been in the spotlight, and it's my turn, and I'm the better wrestler, and I'm the more talented Hart and the more talented brother. And you're getting all of these things that really should be rightfully mine. And he beats him in the opening match. And it's this big crowning moment. And he even has this big interview backstage where he's saying, this was a great moment and it was all for me. And I've proven it to everybody that I'm the better Hart and I'm the better wrestler. And then at the end of the night, the brother he beat becomes world champion, and he just has to watch as all of their, co-workers celebrate him, and he's got the big belt and the big crowd response and the big celebration, even though he beat him just a couple hours prior. Phenomenal story.
Beat you, Bret. I beat you, Bret. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. And anybody with a sibling and with a little bit of that sibling rivalry could relate.
It is, it does stand out, as great as the match was. That post-match promo, Owen was not nearly as confident outside of the ropes as he was in. But did you guys ever consider giving him a mouthpiece?
We actually did talk about Jim Cornette. However, there was the feeling that giving Owen a mouthpiece
would have taken away from the genuine story between he and Brett. So it was okay. Brett wasn't a great promo either, but it was okay that Owen wasn't as good because he was the little brother that thought he was better. So him stuttering and stammering and Brett, and that made it real. And that made you go, oh, fuck you, Owen. You're not that good. We did consider it. We did consider it. And we talked about it, but we thought it would take away from the overall story with Brett and Owen.
What a phenomenal match. Go back and watch it. One of the things that stands out is the unique camera shot where it's shot from above the ring. Was that installed specifically for the ladder match? And then you guys decided to just try it on other matches. Whose idea was that? It's phenomenal.
It was only for the ladder match, and Vince hates that shot.
Why does he hate
Absolutely
it? I love it. There's
hates
so many classic wrestling photographs and old Muhammad Ali boxing photographs that are iconic because they're from that angle. I think it's a cool angle. What say you?
I love it. Now, not overused, but I love getting that aspect. I love that perspective when you're looking down and it puts you, to me, that puts you more kind of in the moment a lot of times than anything else. You can be in the ring with the camera. I don't know. I've always been a fan of it. Vince hated it.
I know you'd always been pushing for Owen in the back. You always saw him as being underutilized. Was anybody else pushing back on this? How much of this match was the Office just sort of placating Brett?
As far as the Owen match?
Yeah, just as far as getting his brother in this spot. I mean, were there some people who were like, ugh, I don't see it, pal?
There probably were, but I don't know that anybody ever expressed that to us because it was for a guy like Brett and a guy like Owen who had paid their dues. Owen was deserving, and I don't think anybody would have ever argued that. Was he the biggest guy in the world and the best promo? No. So I think there might have been in amongst the boys, but nobody ever voiced that and said, oh, it should be me instead of him, or Owen's not ready, because Owen was ready. And it did good business, and Owen Hart and that Bret Hart, that whole scenario worked.
Tremendous. Go out of your way to watch it. Can't say enough nice things about it. Let's get to the next match, which is, not quite the same. Bam Bam Bigelow and Luna Vachon are going to beat Doink and Dink here in 6 minutes and 9 seconds. I guess when you're putting a card together, you probably do need, after you had the fans up, you got to bring them down a little bit. Well, this did it. Maybe they needed a breather. Just because of what it is, it's hard to really rate it as a match, but Meltzer did his best. He gave it star 3/4. I guess it's funny if you like to see, a little person mixed tag like this. I don't know. The rumor and innuendo is that Bam Bam didn't like Matt Bourne though, and he didn't like losing to the clown gimmick. And, apparently, again, this is rumor and innuendo, he snitched to the Office that he had been smoking weed in his hotel room, which got him fired in December. Do you remember any of that?
That's not what got him fired in December. He didn't do well on a test. And Matt also had a bit of a attitude, I guess, if you will. And Matt was just going through some really tough times, and Matt wasn't playing well with others. So Matt was gone, and Ray Apollo was in. Ray was a friend of Bam Bam's and was brought in to do the Doink gimmick. I didn't think that he wasn't a quarter of the Doink that Matt Bourne was. But no, Bam Bam, I think that where that comes from is Bam Bam and Matt Bourne didn't get along, and Ray Apollo was Bam Bam's friend. So probably people put that on Bam Bam. Oh, Bam Bam did this to get his buddy in. I never heard that. And that may have been scuttlebutt amongst the boys and just kind of thinking that because he brought his buddy in to do the gimmick, that's what he did. But it was a clash of personalities and a clash of styles. And Matt was a star. Matt was a star with that Doink gimmick.
Was there anything else pitched for what this match could have looked like? Maybe Luna does something different. Maybe there's another little person for Dink to wrestle, or is this always, oh, here's what we'll do? It
just kind of fell into it because of the gimmickiness of it. and we talked about having a little Bam Bam and couldn't find one. So fuck, you basically have a little Bam Bam in Luna with the tattoos on her head and the fire and all that shit.
Oh.
So, you know,
Did you just call Luna Vachon Little Bam Bam?
she's a female Bam Bam.
Let's just fucking stop the show right now. We ain't beating that. Luna Vachon is Little Bam Bam. I never even saw it with the head tattoo until you said it. Then I was like, damn it, it was right there. How did I miss it?
Yes, it's a perfect couple.
Little Bam Bam. My
Female
goodness.
Bam Bam. There.
No,
This
listen,
is Bam Bam.
I need to go with Little Bam Bam, because when you said, where could you find a Little Bam Bam? I was like, well, the fucking Flintstones, but you know, different time. Here's some cartoony shit though for you. Randy Savage and Crush are going to go 9 minutes and 43 seconds in a falls count anywhere match, where falls aren't counting really as the finish to the match. Victory is only achieved when one person couldn't return to the ring after a fall, which I guess is a flawed concept because it's falls count anywhere. I don't know. Meltzer would say at a house show in San Jose, which may have been the first night they tried this concept, they had a fall end in the ring and then had to roll out of the ring to make the concept work. So this is at least better. Crush gets the first fall in the aisle in 45 seconds, which is pretty phenomenal. Lots of other falls, but the finish is just outstanding. He's supposed, the Macho Man is backstage with Crush and he's trying to hang Crush upside down. So he ties his feet up, gets him hooked up to this apparatus, pulls this rope around above him and then over to the side. And he's trying to tie the rope, but clearly no one has actually tried this in the walkthroughs or anything. They just think, you know how to tie a knot, right, brother? Or some shit. Because live, as soon as he lets go, Crush just falls to the ground and Macho Man sprints to the ring and he wins. But dude, this is like the most botchamania shit on the entire show. Is it not?
Fucking horrible. I hate to speak ill of the dead, but this match was Randy really wanted to have this match. Randy wanted to have a big kind of blow off with Crush, with Brian. They were good friends. Shaka bra, brother. Yeah. And Randy had this thing in his head. So we tried it. It was, we wanted to try this concept, and he had it all in his head, and however he explained it originally, and the idea of Crush hanging upside down and you tie him off, and when they walk through it, it's got him up, and I forget, he held him up just to see if he could get him up, but then he had nowhere to tie him to. It was ill-conceived, poorly executed, and a debacle is about the nicest thing I can say about it. It was about 9 minutes too long. There just wasn't any psychology to it.
To be clear,
you know,
the match is 9:43 and you're saying it's 9 minutes too long.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Maybe 9.5 minutes too long, but it wasn't good. You know, Crush not selling Randy shit. Randy not selling. It just wasn't. They loved each other. They were best of friends, but they had no chemistry. They had no chemistry working together. And this was an apparent display of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad. It was fucking, I mean, we were dying 1,000 deaths.
I know that Crush is Randy's boy. I know he had to push for him to be in this spot, but this concept of the match, who deserves the blame?
Well, we do for putting it on.
Even worse is I think this is Randy's last televised match in the company. I mean, with all that this dude accomplished and did for the WWF, and this is our last memory of him as an in-ring competitor. Woo.
And it was all his idea. All of it, the angle, the match, the finish, everything. Scary.
Can we agree that he deserved better? for his last in-ring appearance.
Well, sure, but no one knew it was going to be his last in-ring appearance, and it was also a time of Vince wanting to give him what he wanted and allow him that opportunity. It's, we wanted Randy to come and work behind the scenes and come up with things creatively. So, okay, Randy, you have this idea, you have this, and the biggest stage. Let's see it. Let's do it.
I know you've complained, last January when you went back to Monday Night Raw and did the 25th anniversary about how much, God, we did 19, not auditions, walkthroughs, just over and over and over, just practicing. But when you see him try to tie Crush up and he can't, and he just falls to the bottom, that is exhibit A of why you guys should continue to do the walkthroughs. Is it not?
Absolutely. And we did do a walkthrough with it. That's the crazy thing about it. We did a walkthrough with this. That's why it's so fucking crazy. It was terrible. It just, all of it was terrible.
Snake bit is the word.
There you go.
Next up,
shits is the word too.
There you go. All right, let's talk about something else here on the show that just feels a little out of place. Alundra Blaze and Leilani Kai are going to have a match. Alundra is going to retain her WWF Women's title, winning with a German suplex in 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Meltzer would write, they didn't have a chance. They exploded fireworks for Blaze's ring entrance to try and get over that she's something special and that women's matches are important, but nobody is buying it yet. The two did all they could given the amount of time they had, but had the most negative heat, and in the building, people treated it as if it was intermission. It's going to be a very long and very difficult process in getting this division over. Star and 3/4. I know that Leilani Kai worked the first WrestleMania against Wendy Richter. I'm guessing that's why she's in the spot, but man, they probably could have picked somebody else here for Alundra Blaze. Alundra's working hard, but, the crowd ain't buying it. This is the epitome of ahead of their time, is it not?
Yeah, it wasn't a plethora of young female talent to choose from either here. Leilani was picked for 2 reasons. One, that it was nostalgia, that Leilani competed in the first WrestleMania, and 2, Alundra felt that she could have a decent match with her. So we wanted Alundra to look good, get a victory. And it was a novelty match. It was a novelty to have Leilani back 10 years later, competing for the women's championship again. And that's one of those, well, there you go. It was what it was.
The women's title's only been back a few months at this point. No discussion to put Luna in that spot. I know Bull Nakano's not here yet. She's going to come in a little later. Does feel like you could have brought somebody else in though. How much of that match being dead do you think is because it's Leilani Kai, and how much is it just because it's women and the crowd's not ready for it yet?
I think it's people are going, fuck, that Savage Crush match is finally over. And now I'm looking at Leilani Kai. Didn't I look at her 10 years ago? It's all the above. And, again, there wasn't a lot of women wrestlers to choose from at that point. They weren't, there just weren't a lot out there. And the nostalgia aspect of it and everything else just kind of worked and was what it was.
Men on a Mission are out next, and they beat the Quebecers by count out. So the Quebecers retain the tag title in 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Meltzer would write, given their participants, and I'm speaking of Men on a Mission, the match didn't have much of a chance of being good. Guess what? It wasn't. Although there were a few good moves thrown in, Pierre was backdropped over the top rope by Jacques into almost a backwards tope onto Mo. Mo pulled off a somersault body block in the ring, and the Quebecers did a double team suplex on Mabel, which got a crowd pop because they teased not being able to do it. Although that's traditionally a babyface spot. MOM did their finisher on Pierre while Oscar stopped Johnny Polo from interfering. Mo clotheslined Pierre over the top rope and Mabel splashed him on the floor and he was counted out. The finish was really weak. 1.25 stars. Yeah. This match is, it's interesting, I guess, because PCO has made a resurgence in the last couple of years and making a name for himself once again with a totally new gimmick now with Ring of Honor. And, Raven is here as Johnny Polo as a manager, and
People talk about him being one of the smartest guys in wrestling, but he's Johnny Polo here. What'd you think watching this back for the first time in a long time?
I just had flashbacks and going back through the entire card, and Brett and Owen went long, Randy and Crush went long. So that's why I always laugh when I see these times, because these times mean nothing to me. My time starts when I'm timing out a show from the time a talent walks out of the entrance until they're back. TV time, the moment they're on TV, that's their time. So I'd already had a few matches going heavy. So the show's heavy now. And I asked these guys to go out and cut their match and make up some time for me. And they went out and they took all of their time plus a couple of minutes. So when they came back, I was frustrated and I was pissed because I'm already heavy. I know I've got a lot more show to go. And they asked me how the match was. I said, you know what? The fucking match was heavy. And everyone walked away except for Jacques Rougeau, who stayed in front of me for probably the next 20 minutes arguing with me that he wasn't heavy and that they had their time and that they even shaved some time off. And I said, Jacques, I mean, there's nothing we can do about it now. Okay, please. I got a show to do and I'm done. Next. But he just kept arguing with me and telling me that they didn't go over. And then the next day he went back and he timed it. And he says, actually, I said, no, Jacques, that's not how I time. And that's not how I told you the time works. The time is from the minute that the first guy walked out until you guys come back. That's your time. You want to go fucking time it now? Well, that's not what I understand. I don't give a fuck what you understand. But I mean, that was... God, the flashbacks while I was watching going, oh shit, I remember. And the arguments that went on because I had a runaway train and they weren't helping.
Your first time in a while, probably seeing our great close personal friend of the show who's opened for us a dozen times now, Oscar from Men on a Mission. What'd you think of his rap here?
Come on, Bruce. Come on. I always enjoyed Oscar's raps. You know, he was a damn good rapper. And at that time, you know, you go back 1994, that was topical shit. And I thought he was pretty damn good. I enjoyed his shit. Most people didn't like Men on a Mission as a whole, but I did enjoy his raps.
I don't know why, but that makes me laugh that you said Oscar was a damn good rapper.
He was.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying it makes me laugh. I'm allowed to say that. You don't listen to a lot of rap, but you listen to a little bit.
You weren't listening to rap in 1994.
You don't know what I was listening to.
Yes, I do.
I was listening to rap in 1994.
Oscar?
I was listening to Oscar. I was not watching wrestling in 94, but I was listening to rap in 94. Let's keep it going. Yokozuna and Lex Luger are up next. You know, I know people sort of bag on Lex and say that, he didn't look the same in the WWF. He looked fucking phenomenal here. And I know people are critical and say, he lost size or this or that. Dude, he looked like $1 million here. And as you like to say, then the bell rang. There are some rest holds in here where Yokozuna just has a hand on like a trap, and then he's got his arm, but not really applying any pressure. And it just looks like they're just sitting in the middle of the ring doing nothing. And you can tell Mr. Perfect is looking on thinking the exact same thing. And clearly the director knows that, because you got to start taking wide shots. Like, okay, this is a good time to get a crowd shot. Just really, really fucking bad. It's way too long. Yoko gets the win after 14 minutes and 40 seconds. He wins by DQ. Mr. Perfect is the special guest referee, as I said. So of course, you know, that's going to play something in here. Meltzer would say on the confidential run sheet before the show, the match was listed as being 25 minutes. Holy shit. That can't be real. He even writes, thank God it didn't last that long. One nerve hold after another. And he's guessing here that Yoko's probably 580 pounds. And he calls this match Nerve Hold a Mania. Of course, the match happens to come to an end when Mr. Perfect is not calling the fall, and keeps checking on Mr. Fuji. Finally, Luger is fed up with that, grabs Mr. Perfect to count the fall, and that causes the DQ. They do a little post-match argument backstage, but it's a total screw job that lets Lex Luger stay strong in the booking, I guess. The crowd wasn't having it though. They were chanting boring throughout the match. And then at the end of the match, chanting bullshit. It gets half a star. Not the best showing from Luger and Yokozuna. What'd you think?
Well, I'd love to tell you what I think, but I fell asleep. Jesus Christ. To think that was presented that was a feature match. It was like a WWE championship match. Fucking horrible. And, shit that couldn't break an egg and just laying there and doing nothing. Vince still wanted to keep Lex in the hunt, still wanted people to have faith in Lex, which is why we did the Scrooge finish and bring Perfect back and do something with Lex and Perfect, feeling that Perfect could get the most out of Lex. It takes two to tango, and Yoko was heavy here, but Lex, there's ways to work around that. There's ways to make that exciting if you know what the hell you're doing. But I think that the guys were just kind of getting through it and thankful that it was over. Kind of sad to watch it in some ways, because you're watching Yokozuna going, man, I remember when Rodney was 315 pounds and moving like a 150 pounder. And then you watch this and go, ew, little difficult to watch.
I'll tell you, I was still impressed with, like, Yoko took a bump from the inside of the ring to the out. That was pretty impressive, especially at that weight.
Yeah, it is, some of the moves. But again, you take that and you look at the overall time involved in it, and one bump isn't going to save that. So yes, he did some impressive shit, but he needs to have an opponent that can work all around his shortcomings and make it look like, give me the illusion of movement with guys bouncing all around him. And then when Yoko does something, it's sudden, it's impactful, and you feel it. I don't know. Lex had the ability to do that, or really know what to do with that.
I mean, at this point, Vince McMahon, it felt like after SummerSlam, had sort of given up on Lex Luger, and we'll talk about that another time. But it does feel like maybe he changed his mind because he wins the Royal Rumble. But then you see this match. Ugh, not good. And I guess we should address the rumor and innuendo. We did in our Lex Luger episode. There's been tons of rumors over the years that the finish is supposed to be Lex winning the world title. And supposedly he blabbed about it to reporters a week prior, and then Vince changed it. Now, of course, Luger denied that he ever told somebody in a bar or restaurant, or however that rumor got started, that that's what was going to happen. But we just talked about earlier in the show where Vince McMahon introduced him as the WWF World Champion at a television taping. And you said, that was just to fuck with Dave. Anything else to add to that story?
No, not really. Again, man, here you look at the whole Lex thing. It's the verdict was still out, or the jury was still out on Lex. And after January, Vince pretty much knew what he wanted to do, but we kept it close to the vest. And yeah, no, it wasn't going to be Lex pretty much from January on.
The Lex Express episode, which we did very early in our run here on Something to Wrestle, we'll revisit another time. Next up, we've got this weird promo from Harvey Whippleman and the Fink. This obviously Fink is over in New York City. Whenever he was making appearances there, even though he wasn't in the limelight, he's just in the crowd and fans would spot him. Just a few years ago, they're chanting his name. He is a part of that New York crowd and that New York culture. Seems a little weird here though, but it was still fun to watch.
Howard Finkel's Howard Finkel, man. He's the fucking shit, man. He's awesome. And
here was an opportunity to do something with Howard and have fun with it. I thought that this was the best Howard ever looked with his new hair. You didn't like it?
Dude. Next up,
Dude.
Adam Bomb runs in to try to rough up Fink, and Earthquake ain't having it, man. He comes out and gets the win in 35 seconds, which is, I don't know, man, pretty random and thrown together. I'm sure they were glad to be on the show, but I kind of forgot when this started that Adam Bomb was even on this pay-per-view.
I think most people did. Adam Bomb probably thinks that he wasn't on the show, but nice little just high spot for Harvey and Howard and Bomb and Quake and get everybody on the show and get it going. Plus Cy Sperling got a nice little plug.
Yeah. You talk about organic ads. My goodness. All right. So let's talk about the next match. It's probably one of the most famous matches in WWF history. Certainly near the top of the list for the best WrestleMania matches of all time. And there's two matches like that on this show. Of course, we opened with Bret and Owen, and now we're here for the one everybody talks about, the first ladder match of real prominence that anyone remembers. Now, of course, there were lots that were on, house shows and smaller spot shows, and even one on a Coliseum release years before. But at a WrestleMania and a big stage like this, what a story this is. Razor Ramon and Shawn Michaels. Shawn, of course, going home with the belt, not dropping it. They create a new title. Razor earns that one. And now when Shawn comes back, he's got a natural cause to have a feud with Razor Ramon because there's two Intercontinental Champions. Who is the real Intercontinental Champion? Well, we'll decide tonight when we hang two Intercontinental titles from the ceiling, and we're going to let these guys battle it out with a ladder. The match is phenomenal. We've talked about it before on a Razor Ramon episode. It got 5 stars in the Observer, and it really paved the way for a lot of what would become normal in the years to come. And Meltzer even called that. He says, watch how ladder matches now become the hottest gimmick on the indie scene, because this is going to be something people talk about for a long time. In the Observer write-up, Meltzer even says, if you haven't seen this match, make sure you do, as it'll be remembered for many years. And here we are, the 25-year anniversary, and people are still talking about it. These guys go 18 minutes and 47 seconds. Just a phenomenal moment in wrestling history. Tell us how it came to be, what you remember about the way they put the match together, because it is pretty innovative, especially at the time, and what the reaction was backstage as it's going on.
Well, as far as you had a natural, Shawn had left with the championship and we never lost it. So we moved on. Razor became the champion. And when Shawn came back, Pat and I were like, well, wait a minute. He never lost the title. So why not come back and make claim to the championship? Just say, hey, I decided to take off or whatever. And lay claim to the championship. Say Razor's an imposter. He didn't beat him for the title, so on and so forth. And that's how we got to put the two championships in the middle of the ring. And whoever gets them, you're the rightful Intercontinental Champion. Well, through the year, I guess, if you will, Bret had come and exposed the ladder match and brought the idea to Pat about a match that they had in Calgary. And it was with a ladder, and you hang the belt or the prize, whatever it is, in the middle of the ring, use the ladder to climb up. But he says, but you use the ladder for all these spots in the middle, in the match. You can put it in the corner. You can hit people with it. You can do all this shit. And it was Bret's idea. It was Bret brought it to us and everybody loved it. Bret was in the first one. I think he actually worked with Shawn in the first ladder match that we had. And then the idea with the two championships, it was just logical. It was right there. Put the belts in the middle of the ring up high, let them fight for it. And we used the ladder match there. And I think that, I don't know that Bret was upset in the beginning, of advertising the ladder match and that these two guys are going to have a ladder match. I think there was a part of him that was upset at the end when people said, oh my God, Shawn and Razor ladder match, best match I've ever seen, greatest thing in the whole wide world. And then the ladder match became Shawn's. And Shawn was synonymous
with the ladder. Shawn and Razor were synonymous with the greatest ladder match of all time. And, Brett's like, that's my match. That's, I brought that. That's my deal. That's my gimmick. And Vince will always say, it's a great idea. Maybe not for the guy that brings it, but I may use it for somebody else. And that's what happened with the ladder match. And by performance alone, Shawn and Razor made it their calling card.
What's interesting too is they work a slower pace. They really get over the brutality of the actual ladder, and it's brand new. So it all just feels special. And there's been a ton of riskier and more high risk and dangerous ladder matches to follow. But I still think this is probably everyone's favorite. Is it your favorite?
It is my favorite because it was the first. And I thought that the psychology around it was superb. They told a great story. There was a great story to be told anyway with, who's the rightful champion. But then when you put it in the match and the way that they worked the ladder and getting to it was, man, that was unheard of at that time. No one had ever seen it. And they took that prop and made it something special. So it was a landmark match that people can all point back to. And a lot of great ladder matches have taken place since then, but that original still holds up today as being one of the greatest, not just ladder matches, but matches of all time.
Find us on social media at Prichard Show, whether you like Twitter, you like Instagram. Tell us what your favorite ladder match was. I'm interested in getting that debate going. I do want to mention one other little thing here, because there's been a lot of heat from, one side or the other over the years. I think Ric Flair has gone on record as saying this match is famous because Shawn Michaels wrestled a ladder, sort of downplaying Razor's contribution to the match. And Bret Hart, I believe, has even written that he was the one who brought the ladder match to the WWE, and he resents Shawn for being the one to bring it to pay-per-view. How would you respond to either one of those criticisms?
Oh, I just said Bret. Yeah. I mean, that's true about Bret. And I don't necessarily agree with Rick because I thought Razor did a hell of a job in there, and you needed that steady big guy to work with. And Shawn Michaels could work with a broomstick, and in this case, a ladder, but Razor was every bit as responsible for that match and did a hell of a job in it all throughout. So kudos to him as well.
Over the years, Shawn has earned a reputation for going long at WrestleMania, with the idea being, hey, we're live. What are they going to do? Did he go long here?
He didn't go longer than was scheduled. He did go long, but not, I mean, when I say he went long, I wanted them to shorten it up, but they took all of their time. And because they took all their time, I canceled the 10-man tag that was scheduled to go right after it in between the ladder match and the main event, just to kind of bring things down a little bit. But I made that decision, and that was my decision. It was my decision to make, and I called it midway through the ladder match because I knew that I was going to have time to get all those guys out there and get them all back, even if I only had a 30-second match. I just wanted to make sure that Bret and Yoko had the time that they needed for their match. And I buzzed Vince on the headset and let him know what I was going to do. I got a thumbs up and did what I had to do. But it wasn't just Bret and Razor. It was going all the way back to the first match with Bret and Owen. I mean, Shawn and Razor, but it goes all the way back to Bret and Owen in the first match, and then Randy and Crush. And I never caught up. I never caught up. And I kept asking guys to shave, and nobody shaved. And what happened? I had to cut a match, and that was 100% my call. That was my decision. And I stand by it.
Let's get to the main event here. That's why, this whole show was built. We celebrated WrestleMania I with Hulk Hogan posing in the middle of the ring. And he's the hero of the first several WrestleManias, even WrestleMania IX. But now it's the new generation. And this is what we're here for. Bret Hart pins Yokozuna in 10 minutes and 36 seconds to win the WWF title. And Meltzer would call it an anticlimactic match. Roddy Piper is the special guest referee that you've alluded to earlier. And, Meltzer would say Hart tried all he could, but this was nowhere near as good as their match at last year's WrestleMania or numerous house shows between the two. At one point, Piper decked Cornette, several near falls that get good pops, but the finish was weak, with Yokozuna setting up Hart for the banzai, but slipping and losing his balance and getting pinned as a result. And after the match, about a half dozen faces, including Luger, hit the ring for the celebration, with McMahon, Pat Patterson, and Gorilla Monsoon in as well. And Owen Hart comes down the aisle for a final scene, giving Bret a dirty look to end the show. 2.25 stars. I feel like he plays down the final scene. I loved it, especially when you know the story they're trying to tell with the brother and the sibling rivalry and the fact that he just beat him a couple hours ago. It was cool to see McMahon get in the ring, because that was something that wasn't very common back then. It was neat to see Pat Patterson out there and Gorilla Monsoon. There's the big tease of, hey, Luger's in here and he didn't really lose his match earlier, but he was screwed out of his title shot. What will this be? And when Bret extends his hand, Luger shakes it and it's fine. The finish though, I didn't hate it. But it doesn't feel like, they've positioned Bret Hart to be this monster slayer. Instead, he just takes advantage of Yokozuna almost beating himself. And it feels like that happened in both title matches. Lex Luger didn't really lose. He pushed a referee who wasn't maybe calling it straight down the middle and lost by DQ. And now Bret Hart didn't really beat Yokozuna. Yokozuna kind of beat himself because he himself tripped and fell. Was the booking done here to protect everybody? Maybe a mistake in hindsight and took something away from what could have been Bret's big moment, in your opinion?
No, because I think that, Bret pinned Yoko. He beat him and he pinned him, whether Yoko tripped or what have you. Bret still pinned him and he won the championship, and it wasn't a screw or anything funky like that. Did he make him submit to the sharpshooter? No, because we had to keep Yoko good, and we wanted to keep Yoko good for Undertaker in the summer. But, you go back and watch it. Yoko was gassed. I mean, oh my God, it was like he was out of breath walking to the ring and just out of shape. And it was again, that part of it, watching Yoko lumber around the ring was a little difficult to watch at times. Bret did a lot better job than Lex did with him, because Bret worked around it and made everything as best he could. But it was a short match meant to get the championship on Bret Hart, and to get to our story with Bret and Owen, kind of forget about Yoko for a little bit. You got to your story with Perfect and Luger earlier, and now Yoko's going to kind of go off, and now Undertaker comes back later on, and you have your series of matches there. So we're trying to serve an awful lot of masters. However, I will say which is something that we don't do and we didn't do then. I loved the shot of Owen on the end, because it foreshadowed what was to come, and it reminded you of what took place, several hours earlier. I beat you, Bret. I'm the fucking guy. I beat the champion, and I'll do it again. To me, I loved it. And it just kind of put a nice little bow on the end of the show.
It was a fun finish. All the guys put Bret on their shoulders. You see the Macho Man jump up on the ropes and point to him. He's doing all he can to sort of lend his celebrity and credibility with the fans to put over Bret. It's a fun moment. And it really is Bret's night, because Bret wins the world title again, overcoming the obstacle of having to wrestle twice, and had a real classic to open the show. So after WrestleMania, Luger sort of fades back into the mid card, and by the next year is gone from the company, of course, jumping to debut on the first Nitro for WCW. Do you feel like maybe there was a missed opportunity here? I mean, should Lex have tried to turn heel at the end of the night, feeling like he was screwed? Or were you guys even considering that at this point?
In order for him to turn heel and mean anything as a heel at this point, he would have had to have meant a lot more as a babyface. Not only had we lost confidence in Lex, the audience had lost confidence in Lex, and I don't think that they would have cared. It was an experiment with Lex, and tried everything that we could, and for various reasons just didn't work.
So I skipped over the fact that Diesel was here with Shawn Michaels before being ordered to the back. At this point, did you guys already have really high hopes for Diesel moving forward, or was he too green and just trying to feel it out?
Oh God, he was still considered green, but boy, you could see those wheels spinning with Vince, that big bastard, and just looking at him and going, one day we're going to get to that point where he's going to mean money and he's going to be something big. So yeah, the wheels were always spinning with Vince because he's big, mean, nasty looking son of a bitch.
When all the dust was settled and the night's over, how does Vince feel at the end of the night? I mean, not what the face he puts on for everybody else, but you're on the inner circle. It's the first WrestleMania sans Hulk Hogan. Did it feel like something was missing? Something was different?
No, Vince was actually happy, and Vince was happy that we anointed Brett, but he was even happier for Owen and felt that we've got a really strong story to take us into the summer. He was also ecstatic over the ladder match and just fawned over that and thought that was one of the greatest spectacles he had ever seen. So to those 2 points, that Brett's now your champion and he's got a strong adversary in Owen Hart, that was like, yeah, Hogan can go do whatever he's going to do. We're going to build new. So he was on a high and he was pleased with the outcome of the show.
Let's talk about, the other rumor and innuendos. Lawler has mentioned that before all the legal trouble happened, he was probably going to be somebody who would feud with Bret Hart for the world title. Was that ever even discussed as far as you know?
Lawler and Bret? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. For them to have a little program. But again, we weren't looking at Lawler as a competitor. Lawler was great doing the color commentary, and that's where Vince wanted to keep him, bring him out for special occasions like we did on pay-per-views from time to time, and thinking that may be a good, short pay-per-view run, somebody for Bret to beat, but it's logical. And it would have been to me, the promos would have been great with Lawler talking about being the king and Bret. It just wrote itself.
Let's get to some questions here. These wrote themselves this week. Lots of people are interested in WrestleMania 10 and I'm excited to cover it with you. Let's do some rapid fire ones. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Daniel wants to know, after this show, was Owen Hart ever considered to be WWF champion? And in Bruce's opinion, is Owen Hart the greatest performer in company history to never win the world title?
We did discuss Owen beating Bret for the championship. And I don't think that Vince ever really saw it. I don't know that, I don't know why. I think that had Owen beat Bret, that we could have taken that all the way to SummerSlam to have Bret be victorious and still gotten even a little bit more out of it. It was just such a rich story with those two. And yeah, we discussed it, but Vince didn't think people would buy it.
Adam wants to know, in Bruce's opinion, what's better, the traditional wrestling match that opened the show with Bret and Owen, or the gimmick ladder match with Shawn Michaels and Scott Hall?
I'm sticking with what opened, Bret and Owen.
I kind of thought you'd say that. Dan wants to know, since the feud with Mr. Perfect never really materialized and Luger was never a serious title contender in the WWF after this, why not have Luger beat Yoko beat Luger, so Bret's victory over Yokozuna meant a little more at the end of the night?
Because we still had hopes of actually doing that program. We couldn't tell the future. So we were hoping it would mean a little bit more.
Richard wants to know, is it possible that Bruce could sing a WrestleMania 10 style rap by Men on a Mission, except in the style of Jim Cornette?
Look, the only rap I can ever remember from Oscar these days is when he comes and introduces us at our show. And as Jim Cornette would say, come on, Bruce, you motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here with your stupid fucking music. I'm going to go to Wendy's and get a triple with cheese. Double onion, double mayo, motherfucker.
I can't believe we get
Fuck you.
Thank you. I can't believe we get so many questions about this, but we got dozens of questions about the spittle in Owen's mouth Like, I don't, people are like asking me to ask you, why did he have that? Why didn't someone tell him to wipe it off? Why did you guys leave it on? I mean, did anybody else even notice? Am I the only person who sees it? No, you're not the only person who sees it, but I'm not sure how to ask Bruce about the spittle. So Bruce, why didn't you run out there and clean up the fucking spittle?
Because that was written in. He was meant to have the spittle. We said, oh, and at the end of you got to work up some spittle and have it on there throughout the entire thing. Yeah.
Dude, it's just so many of those questions, like almost every other one. So hypothetically, let's just try to have fun with this. You're probably watching this in Gorilla with Vince, right?
No, Vince was doing commentary.
I know, but I'm saying you're feeding him lines.
Oh, so I'm there with Vince. Okay. Gotcha.
I'm saying you're feeding him lines. You're in his headset, right?
Okay.
Okay. Well, what were you doing, motherfucker? In my head, he's wearing a headset. Who's talking to him?
Working with the truck. I tried to stay as far away. I did feed him. Yes, I did feed him some shit, but I hated that.
Give me a spittle joke. You got anything?
I ain't got no spittle jokes, Conrad. The kind of spittle I deal with is spitting out of a different orifice, if you will.
Oh, let's move along.
Okay.
This is from Cash. Did Bruce witness Randy Savage chewing Razor and Shawn out for running overtime with their ladder match?
Yeah, it's funny that story gets out there because Randy went over. You know, it was like Brett and Owen went over, Randy went over, Shawn and Razor went over. And no, I did not. I was at Gorilla if that happened. I wasn't witness to it, so I have no idea if it actually happened or not.
Alex wants to know, why did you guys always use that side entrance for pay-per-views, but at WrestleMania 20, you built a set like normal?
That's a good question because we always hated that side entrance. And that was just the traditional entrance at Madison Square Garden that had always been. So that's what we always used. And then when we started doing Monday Night Raw with that look with the big screen, finally we changed the look of Madison Square Garden a little bit. And part of it is the way that the hard cameras are set in the garden, that you're shooting into that empty vom. And if you're going to be shooting into it, at least have it decorated as a set in some way, shape, or form.
Jan wants to know, where did you get the ladder for this match?
Ladders are us.
Thank you. Thank you. Ari wants to know, just how drunk was Burt Reynolds during this show?
I don't think Burt was drunk. He had a few cocktails early in the night, but I don't think he was drunk. I don't really know, but I talked to him right before he went out and he seemed coherent to me.
Were there any other considerations for special guest referees besides Mr. Perfect and Roddy Piper?
Well, not really. And the fact that we had Piper and we talked about different things with Piper, and then Kurt came up. So we weren't even going to have guest referees. And then the idea came about, well, these guys are going to be available. What should we do? And it was a last minute deal. That's why we didn't announce them as guest referees ahead of time, so they would be surprises. It just was an afterthought more than anything. When they became available, let's put them in. Let's get them involved.
Here's a fun one here. This is from Ed. Given all the detail and planning that had to go into a unique match like Razor and Shawn's ladder match, being that it was the first one and all of the risk involved, especially on such a big stage like WrestleMania, I'm curious, when it comes to the agenting of the match, everyone had to wonder, how big was Batista's dick? Come on, Bruce. I'm going to do my best Oscar. Come on, Bruce. Come on, Bruce. Listen, you're back working with him every Monday. Do you think you could just go find out for us? We could just put this to bed if you just play ball.
I don't care, nor will I ever care about the size of anyone's penis.
But the fans do. Do you not care about the fans?
You know what? Then they need to go somewhere else to get that information other than here.
Well,
because I will never provide that information, even if I had that information.
Well, hang on now. I mean, you've told us before that, one member of the broadcast team's nickname was Whale Rope. So, I mean, what's the big deal?
Well, that's because he told me that. That was an affectionate name.
Okay. Well, you can come up with an affectionate name too, you know. Let's move along. Hulk Hogan, at any point, as you guys get closer and closer to the show, just knowing the nature of the relationship, does Vince ever say, what if? I mean, for some sort of special celebrity role, some special guest timekeeper, an introduction, a referee, a cameo, anything at all to the best of your recollection?
The answer is no, because he wanted it to be Brett's night. But there's a part of me that believes that there's a part of Vince that really wishes that Hulk would have been there for the 10th anniversary and been a part of it.
I think everybody does.
Yeah.
Anonymous listener wants to know, was Cy Sperling considered a celebrity, and when do you think he'll wind up in the WWE Hall of Fame?
Oh God, I hope next year. Maybe this year. Have they announced a celebrity yet? Man, Cy Sperling was on everybody's television every fucking day, damn near every other commercial break. He was a huge celebrity. Huge.
Let me ask you this. This has been something that's been talked about a few times, and I just find it so hard to believe. Joel Kidder wants to know, was there a backup plan in case the ladder broke?
Yes.
What was it?
Ladder under the ring.
Really? Because it's been written that that was the only ladder.
Okay.
But they didn't have another one, but you guys did have another one.
Yeah.
Okay. This is from Brandon. What'd you think of the black and gold ropes and the gold guardrail?
I love the concept of the black and gold ropes. However, I didn't think it looked good on TV. In hindsight, I love the idea when we were talking about it and visualizing it in the beginning. It's cool. It matches the colors of the promotion, but I didn't care for it.
Lots of questions about, well, first of all, I do want to say, I love the black and gold ropes. I know we're different on that, but it was the first thing that I commented on when I watched it this week, that how much I enjoyed it. Jerome wants to know if, in your opinion, the wardrobe malfunction with Shawn Michaels was planned or not.
What wardrobe malfunction?
Shawn had his trunks pulled down while he's climbing the ladder. His bare ass is exposed and he jumps off, does an elbow and keeps it going. A lot of fans think, oh, that was his little tribute to Ric Flair. Others say, nah, they wouldn't have called that. And Vince certainly wouldn't have allowed it.
Don't know that anybody knew it ahead of time. That's probably just something happened in the match. They did.
Mr. Williams wants to know, why do you, like, if you had to go back and pinpoint the reason for the buy rate being down from WrestleMania 9, your main event of 9, Bret Hart, Yokozuna, of course, the last match here, the world title match, Bret Hart, Yokozuna. What would you attribute that to? The buys going down?
Nobody wanted to watch it. That's the reason. It was a rebuilding process. Sometimes, we often say you got to take 3 steps back to take 2 forward. And we understood that going in. This was a rebuilding time and not everybody was into it at the time. So we had to start a new foundation, build a new foundation.
Mr. Williams also wants to know, this is Cornette's first WrestleMania, right? What was he thinking or feeling?
Fuck these Yankee motherfuckers. Goddamn, I got to park against the goddamn street. And then motherfuckers come in, they want to fucking touch you. Don't touch me or go through any of my shit, motherfucker.
Seriously.
Fuck you.
I know that Cornette is more of a Southern wrestling type of guy, and this is probably not his cup of tea, but the biggest show, I mean, it is the biggest show. We can't argue that. It is a big brand. It's a thing unto itself. It's at Madison Square Garden. He had to be digging that. I mean, he pulled out special ring attire. I can't wait to hear what you thought of his outfit this night, but he had to be excited about this, right?
I got to believe that Corny was excited about it. Yes. But I'm sure that his frustration with the New York audience and just New York in general probably outweighed it all. Why the fuck can't they have it in Kentucky, motherfucker? Louisville Gardens would be a great place for WrestleMania.
What'd you think of the outfit?
Motherfucker. I thought it was great. It's typical Cornette. Corny used to do the Superdome shows and the big, anything special, you'd always break out. And that's what I love about Jim Cornette. And He dresses the occasion.
After this match, do you think this comes to us from Jason? Do you think after this match, Vince started to see Owen as a top guy?
Definitely. I mean, we built the entire summer around him and the SummerSlam pay-per-view around it. So yeah.
Now, lots of questions about how Luger was to deal with after this show, because a lot of people assume that he probably thought this was going his way, especially given the rumors that we've heard over the years. Any sort of pushback, is he a little more difficult to deal with, or business as usual for you guys in Legs?
Well, it was business as usual, which was kind of indifferent with Lex. And yeah, it really and truly was no different. I think that there was a time that Lex really thought that he was going to be the guy. And when it got taken away at SummerSlam because he just didn't connect, I don't know that he went above and beyond to try and do something different. And it just kind of remained the same for the most part.
Let's talk about working two matches. You know, I think from the outside looking in, you would say working a match and then getting a break and working it again later, you know, maybe that is good. It gives you a chance to sort of catch your breath and hit the reset button. But I know some wrestlers would say, well, no, that actually causes you to stiffen up a little bit. Once you're warm and loosened up, it's easier to just keep going. But with a guy like the size of Yokozuna, he probably does need a break. Talk to me about the positioning on the show as far as where the matches were. If anybody needs a breather, shouldn't it have been Yokozuna and Lex Luger to start the show?
Well, it wasn't like Lex and Yoko had a match that was as physically exerting as a ladder match or anything like that. So no, their match was meant to be kept short and not wear Yoko out, but with the shape that Yoko was in, obviously it did. And again, that's hindsight. I mean, that's hindsight being 2020 and not realizing that, okay, well, shit, I don't know, having him on first or second would have made a difference at that stage of his career, because when he went out for the first match, he was, you know, not in the best of shape and sucking wind. So I don't know that would have made a difference one way or the other at all.
Tons of questions about the Undertaker, because it does feel a little bit like after you guys murdered him and he went to heaven at Royal Rumble, that he would come.
He was put in a casket and ascended.
Okay. That he would have been brought back to avenge his murder at WrestleMania against Yokozuna. And maybe at that point, the world title would be between Brett and Lex Luger. Was that ever discussed? Was there ever any preliminary plan for how the Undertaker would come back or what he might do at WrestleMania before he takes the time off?
No, because the whole idea was to bring him back after WrestleMania, put the spotlight on Brett. This was about putting the spotlight on Bret Hart and the new WWE champion. So if you had brought Undertaker back, that spotlight would have been split and would have been shared. So you wait and bring Undertaker back. And the idea was for Undertaker to avenge Yokozuna later on, not there. Because that's what people would have wanted to see. They would have wanted to see Undertaker avenge the guy that put him in the casket. And that takes away from Brett's night.
Well, we appreciate you guys checking out WrestleMania X. This was a fun show. We're about 25 years away from it now. It's always fun to get back and look at the older shows. We're going to keep the hits going. We're going to bring you another WrestleMania this WrestleMania season when we cover one of our most requested shows of all time, WrestleMania 17. We've also got some King Kong Bundy, some Michael P.S. Hayes, some Stone Cold Steve Austin from 98 and 99 coming your way. Stay tuned to us right there on social media if you want to keep up with everything we've got going on. It's at Prichard Show on Twitter or Instagram. He is at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad. And we are going to be coming your way the Monday night after WrestleMania. Tickets are on sale right now. You'll have Bruce Prichard, you'll have JR and myself all on the same stage, probably for the last time, just a few steps from Barclays Center. And tickets are on sale now at brucepritchard.com. And you're going to be heading off to Australia. By the time most of you are listening to this, he's already made stop number 1. The tour will continue I don't know when Bruce will have time to get to Australia again, so snatch those tickets up at bruceprichard.com. And if you're in Chicago tonight, come check out Eric Bischoff, Tony Schiavone, and myself at C2E2. It's the South Building of the McCormick Place right there in Chicago. Tickets are only $39, and they've never done a joint show like this. It's What Happened When and 83 Weeks together, and tickets are on sale now at 83WHW.com. Until next week, he's Bruce Prichard, I'm Conrad Thompson, and we're out of time.
Shaka Khan.